Good morning, Metroplex. We welcome you in live with the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Got the entire crew back together. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Pepe and Aiden in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, and we have a ton to get to today. The Dallas Stars opponent awaits. Knock on wood, after this evening. We got the payload at 6:40, another Rangers ticket giveaway in the 7 o'clock hour. Jay Billis is going to join us live at 7:20 to talk about Cooper Flagg. We got the Neighborhood Watch, Brad Sham on the Cowboys schedule, Stars preview, Red Zone, Below the Bell, all of it as we try to get you as quickly as possible to your weekend. But we start off with the schedule release. I'm just going to go down the games, and then I'll turn it over to all of you for the stretches, for the worries, for the breeze, the cruises, and ultimately, and at some point, your final record. We all know they're starting off at filthy. And then I feel like you got to get 4 of your next 5 here. Giants at home, at Chicago. Thankfully, that is in September, not December. Green Bay comes to town. You're at the Jets. You're at the Panthers. Then you have the Commanders at the Broncos, and sandwiched around your bye, which is smack dab in the middle of the season. A lot of people, I used to look at the bye and say, I want it right there in the middle of the year. Well, a lot of times it comes down to when one of your best players gets injured.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, we got the bye. We need to make a change.
Yeah.
We got the bye.
It could be week 5. And that's okay if you've got some injuries.
Exactly. But sandwiched around that bye is your Kyler kryptonite with Kyler Murray and Allen, Texas coming to town for a primetime game. And then after the bye, you're at the Raiders. Now you get into the gauntlet. Eagles, Chiefs. Fortunately, both are at home. At Detroit, primetime. Minnesota, the Chargers, at the Commanders, and at the New York Giants. That is the Dallas Cowboys 2025 schedule. So, 11th toughest in the league. First time ever with 4 Thursday night games. Chase Daniel, stop trolling. I used to like you and have respect for you. That's quickly decreasing. They still are America's team. 6 primetime games despite last season's record.
So, a couple things. One, they have 4 of 6 games stretch on the road early on. Starting with week 3 in Chicago and then ending in week 8. They got the Jets, Carolina, and Denver also. 4 of 6 on the road is a pretty tough stretch. It's not like it's not the greatest thing in the world. But the post-bye is what really stands out. The after the bye week stretch. After the Raiders, you go Eagles, then Kansas City on a short week, at Detroit. By the way, the Eagles is a short week too, because you're coming off a Monday Night Football game. Short week Eagles, short week KC, but KC's obviously short week too. Then you have Detroit, Minnesota, Chargers, Commanders. That is brutal. That is a brutal 6-week stretch in the meat of the schedule, as Jerry might say at the very, very end. That really stood out. But, other than that, the schedule release does lose some of its luster because we get leaks and...
The highlight is the release videos, which we'll get to later on. Bobby, initial thoughts?
So, that was the big thing that stood out initially was that gauntlet from weeks 12 to 17. So that's tough. Because, Eagles, Chiefs, Lions, Vikings, Chargers, Commanders. The team with the worst record in that group is the Chargers, and they were 11-6. And so you're talking about the average record for 6 straight weeks is 13-4.
Ooh.
You're basically going against 6 straight 13-4 teams. So that's tough. But if you're looking for a little bit of silver lining or whatever else, just 2 of those games are going to be on the road, and both of those are after back-to-back home stretches. So the only time you get back-to-back home games on the entire schedule are leading into those road games during that 6-week stretch. So you're not doing a whole bunch of crazy traveling leading into that. It's the first time I was curious if they do it. I thought the NFL was never going to go back to doing this, and they did. The fact that Dallas is at home before the Thanksgiving game. They've not had them do that in a long time. Last time they did was 2017. So typically they try to they'll put them on the road, and whoever their opponent is that week, they're generally going to make them travel a similar distance. But they didn't do that this week. So Kansas City will be at home the week before playing the Colts, I think it is, and then Dallas will be at home. So Dallas has no travel on that short week, but like Chop said, they're coming off a short week and a big game against Philadelphia. So really it's the back end of the schedule that stands out the most. And then, like you mentioned earlier with the Bears, Jets, Broncos, all those games are played before November and December. Mm-hmm. So if you're looking for a little bit of a benefit, you're not getting into the bitter, cold, snowy season with those cities.
Yeah, the only cold game they're going to have potentially is the last two, Commanders-Giants. That's
Which
it.
you just got to deal with that.
And you got to deal with that. But, I mean, the reality is, it is not crazy to get a balmy 40-degree day, which is fine.
Well, the worst thing about this, in my opinion, is you're facing the three toughest divisions in football. Mm-hmm. You're getting the AFC West, you're getting the NFC North, and now you're getting the NFC East.
Yeah.
At the end of the year, you used to be like, okay, Washington Giants, there's two. You got that as a nice ending to your season if you need it, and you haven't already clinched. And in many instances, you have clinched because you're facing the NFC East. Well, now you're getting the NFC East, AFC West, and the NFC North, all three of those together. The good thing is when you have a tough schedule like this, the league changes, right? There's going to be surprises. No one knew that the New Orleans Saints were going to kick our ass like that. You're going to get these teams that go up, the teams that go down. So all these tough opponents, you're going to get a few that fall back, and hopefully you don't get caught off surprise by your Arizonas and the teams that you should take out.
Yeah, I mean, nobody really had Washington up near the top. Nobody would have included them in a gauntlet last year. And you may look at it, we may get into the season and then look at, okay, the Jets in week whatever game that is, week 4 or 5. The Jets are now all of a sudden, we got into the season, the Jets are awesome, and nobody knew that was going to happen, and now you've got like the undefeated Jets that you have to go to New York to play. Like, there are things like that on the schedule that are going to pop up. Arizona in the middle of the year, maybe Kyler puts it together and Jonathan Gannon continues to do what he's done there, and that's like a legitimate contender that you got to go deal with.
You guys agree that it feels like they need to be 4-2?
Well, I think the Chicago game is arguably the most pivotal on their schedule the entire year, because you're sandwiched between Green Bay's next. So like if you just assume you're 1-1 after 2, assume a loss to Philly and a win over the Giants. I mean that Chicago game looms very large because if you lose it and you've got Green Bay coming in next, I mean you're looking at 1-3 potentially before you have back-to-back road games. And they're not super tough road teams. But Carolina at the end of last year showed that they were at least starting to be competitive.
Bryce started to put it together.
I mean, like that. Would it surprise anybody if Carolina got off to a decent start and started to bite some people or at least scare you? And then you've got the Commanders in Denver, a couple of playoff teams after that. So I think the Chicago game is the biggest one on the biggest pre-bye game that they have on the schedule.
Stephen Jones was on Mad Dog Radio and talked about opening with the defending champs and having to watch them unveil the banner.
It certainly motivates our organization, I know, from the players to the coaches. They were so fired up about it this morning. Everybody in the organization is looking forward to that. Certainly a disappointing year for us last year compared to the, championship year the Eagles have. As you said, it's a huge, huge rivalry. No love lost, but a lot of respect and for what they've accomplished there. But hopefully both teams will be healthy going into that game and should be interesting.
I love this question because I was thinking about this driving in before going on NBC5. Well. Having to get the morning hair correct for Laura Harris. Shout out to Laura. She said do that so her husband thinks that she's really cool. She was complaining in the commercial break, what's up with all these late primetime games? And I said, Laura, do you want to be in the midday or you want to be in the morning? You want to be Kevin Hagelin or you want to be Laura Harris? Which one do you want to be? You want to be prime time. You want to be in the spotlight. And you're complaining about waking up, but y'all's ass make me wake up at 4 a.m. for these morning hits. So shout out Laura. Hopefully her husband heard that. But while driving in, I said, okay, what is success? What is success for Brian Schottenheimer's first year? We have this injection of optimism thanks to Schottenheimer's personality and the George Pickens move and the draft. 3 recent things that I am at least very optimistic about when it comes to heading to California in training camp. Stephen Jones was asked what success would look like this year.
Everybody, I'm sure, has a similar definition, is to compete for a championship. And obviously, the frustrating thing for our organization and our fans, who we are just who think we got the best fans in the world, is we just hadn't been able to have, the success in the playoffs. We put together, multiple, we had a run there with Mike of 3 12-win seasons. Last year, we don't want to make excuses, but by the end of the year, I think 55% of our salary cap was on IR. So we had, one of those years where, the injury guides weren't working in our favor. But, if we can stay healthy and have these guys step up that we've brought into the fold here, and I think we've got the right staff to get the most out of our players, then we can have the success we want to have, which is get in the tournament and go have success and compete for a championship.
So that's Steven's schedule release and all that stuff. Since they have kind of tampered it and ruined it, watered it down with the leaks here and there, the most interesting thing for me is these videos that the entire league has gotten behind, and I hope this guy's responsible for it because I just had a great conversation and time with him in Frisco last week. Going out there, and the Cowboys release video was pretty weak.
What's your point?
They spent a lot. I assume they spent a lot of money when they did the Taylor Sheridan one with Yellowstone a couple years ago. That was a long, drawn out video. Some teams, I think, just realize that it's just not worth it.
I think their creative team wants to do it. I think every creative team in the league wants to do it well, and wants to not. But they're all trying to find 32 unique ideas every single year.
It's tough,
and it's tough. But
So yesterday's was basically what? They were out on the golf course for an event?
Yeah, the Cowboys were at the golf course yesterday for a sponsor event. And
you were playing in that, right, Chuck?
Yeah, I was playing in that. Thanks, guys.
You shot a 0, I believe.
0, yeah.
It's a hell of a day.
Yeah,
literally.
No, so they were out there doing this event. It was this bizarre thing where they had a 4-hour live stream leading up to the schedule release of Micah, CD, Tyler Smith, and Osa, and they were all out there on the golf course and doing different things and had the camera following them around and had a podcast discussion. It was this just odd 4-hour stream of discussion leading up to the schedule release, and I guess they just throughout the video had done little moments where it's we're tipping off or
Easter
we're hinting
eggs.
at what it is, and then at the end of it, it's here's the collection of Easter eggs, and some of them were off camera that you didn't see. So it's okay, week 2 and Tyler Smith right now is eating an apple on the second hole or something because it's 18 holes or something like that. So they did that.
The 18 aspect is clever because you're on a golf course, 18 weeks, 18. So that's clever from that. But the Colts are the one that really they're in the crosshairs right now. So they did a Minecraft video. 2 teams did Minecraft.
2 teams.
Chargers and Colts. They did Minecraft, right? And one of the ones, the Colts one, they had to get deleted because when they were playing the Dolphins, they had a number 10 jersey on the back, which is Tyreek Hill. And the Dolphin was obviously swimming in the water, and it got detained by the Coast Guard.
Why do you have to delete that?
Well, because Tyreek got detained by the police on the way to a game, I guess.
Why do you have to delete that? That's fantastic. I love it.
2025, that's why.
Soft.
Maybe you shouldn't have put the number on it.
There you go. The number obviously was the week.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, the number was the week.
Right,
Okay,
the week
not
that
Tyreek.
they're playing, I assume.
Yeah.
It is, but...
What's Tyreek's number? Does anyone know?
10.
Isn't it 10?
10.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's just coincidental. Now, the Chargers Minecraft video was great, though, with Ian Rappaport and Jordan Schultz, little Minecraft characters slapping each other.
Yes.
It was good. And they had the
Those are
Fire
life-size,
Nico
though.
on the Cowboys week. They had the Fire Nico fan on the Jumbotron in AT&T Stadium
For what team?
for Dallas.
No, but...
The Chargers did it for their Minecraft video. So when they show AT&T Stadium, you see the Fire Nico guy from the Jumbotron.
Well done. 877-881-1053. I love the Bills one. Josh Allen said, just get AI to do it. And they got Allen Iverson to do it. And at the end, though, they're like, can I get a go Bills? And he's like, no, go Josh Allen. And I wonder, he wasn't going to cross the Eagle fans in Philly, right? But I wonder if the Bills fans are going to be a little bit like upset about that, even though AI did participate. So somehow they tied Josh Allen and Allen Iverson together. Just get AI to do it. I thought that was really, really good. It's the Thursday edition, absolutely loaded. Glad you're waking up with us as we try to get you to the weekend as quickly as possible. The Dallas Stars opponent is set and awaits. And do we already have the signing of the Texas Rangers season? Some Chris Young brilliance after the Brooms, against the Rockies. That's next on the home of the Rangers, 105.3.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What are you? Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal and jewelers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
He'll get it all the way across to Draisaitl to the middle. The shot saved by Hill. The rebound, they're jamming away. Scores! The Edmonton Oilers pour off the bench. They win it 1-0 in overtime and win the series 4-1.
And the opponent is set again for the Western Conference Finals for the second straight year. Edmonton advances. That was the call on Oilers radio. Hopefully the Stars put away things tonight with the 8:30, really 8:50 puck drop. We'll have the full recap tomorrow morning here on Sean and RJ. Glad you're waking up with us here on 105.3 The Fan, but Edmonton awaits.
It is Edmonton rematch. Let's go. Let's give it to them this year. But Edmonton really did a great job in this series against Vegas. These were three really solid road games that they played in this series. They won all three of them. They won all three road games. They were up 2-0 in this series in games where Vegas really got up to hot starts in game 1 and game 2. They were up 2-0 in game 1. They were up 1-0 in game 2. And here comes Edmonton, and they just basically run roughshod over them the rest of the way in those first two road games. They split them at home, and they win in overtime last night. But, I mean, look, you've got the two, or arguably the two best players in the sport, in McDavid and Draisaitl, and they have their weaknesses, they have their holes because they've got two guys that are so great they can't, the salary cap can't afford anybody else. And then their goalie he's not Ottinger. Otter's way better than Skinner is, but I mean he does enough a lot of times to get wins.
So he's not Ottinger, but he's not Hellebuck.
He's not Hellebuck either. I think you'd rather go against Hellebuck in a playoff game.
How stunned were you guys yesterday in reacting and all the Tolos over the way that the Stars won the other night for the 3-1 series lead in the hat trick?
I mean, Granlund isn't a hat trick kind of player.
I was like,
except when it's going against Hellebuck.
That's right.
I was like, who?
Yeah.
Who is this guy?
Well, they just got him around the same time they got Rantanen, right? They got him and CC, and
That was
they were
Bill
all
Simmons' old website, Grantland.
Yeah, they were all mid-season pickups. But look, this is a team that's playing so hot right now, and their goalie is hot. And on the flip side, Winnipeg can't buy a road win. I'd be interested to see if Winnipeg actually shows up in Game 5. Much like Toronto. The gutless, fraudulent Maple Leafs. What a disgrace. They had players throw their hat, the fans Oh, the hats on the
Yeah, we saw it the
ice.
other night.
Yeah, we've heard of that.
Right, we've heard of that, right? Hat trick.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Maple Leaf fans were throwing their jerseys on the ice last night after the 5th goal of the game. They were down 5-zip. They were down 6-zip, and fans started throwing jerseys on the ice. They're like, "I'm done with this franchise." You had a Canadiens fan outside the arena mocking. They didn't even make the playoffs, mocking the Maple Leaf fans.
A game 5 at home and you lose 6-1.
Yeah, and you were getting. I mean, like, it was 6-zip. You got a late goal.
I would love
Gutless.
to see a study done on these types of hockey situations compared to the NBA. Like, for instance, last night, my buddy was texting me, "Oh my gosh, what a heart of a champion. The Boston Celtics showing up and winning with Jason Tatum gone for a long, long time." And I was like, well, not really, because this is what NBA teams do. The Knicks have a 3-1 lead. If I were to bet on that game, I would try to figure out a way to get some Boston covers, because a team in the Knicks situation, they mail it in. They just assume Game 6 is good to go at the Garden. We'll be totally fine.
Right.
It's not like we'll be crapping bricks if we have to go back for a Game 7 where anything can happen. No. Game 6 is ours. It's just written in the stars.
Yeah.
And I wonder how it works in hockey, because if the same thing applies, then tonight would be an easy Winnipeg win with the Stars just saying, we already wrapped this up,
right,
and we'll finish it at the AAC.
You know,
but that is an NBA mentality. That's my biggest problem. Well, I got a lot of problems with the sport. It's not my biggest problem. Load management, season too long, Emirates Cup, all that stuff. But it's amongst my top 5 of this mail-it-in mentality.
Right. And, you know, like, the thing with hockey is, because there are so few scoring chances in a game, there isn't that. When you have a chance to put them away, you got to put them away. It's just like baseball. We've seen teams come from 3-0 down in hockey. We've seen it. It's not regular, but we've seen it. We saw it in baseball. You know, there's a reason why in basketball it just doesn't happen. You know, you might every now and then get a team that forces a Game 7. Boston did a couple years ago. But yeah, this is
now Vegas is not going to account for that mentality, right? Ever.
In basketball?
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't think so. They pretty much stay to their numbers. They get off the computers and their algorithm or whatever. But yeah, I mean, look, in hockey, you're as good as your goalie on that night. You know, if your goalie is letting everything in like Hellebuck is, I mean, you're going to really struggle, because the chances that you're going to be able to keep up with scoring is just slim.
Who do you think is favorite tonight?
I would assume, because Winnipeg's at home.
Yeah, Winnipeg probably.
It is Winnipeg minus 125. The Stars are plus 105.
It's very close.
Yep.
I mean, that's probably 51%. It's very, very close. But that's the Hellebuck factor.
Yeah, it's literally just because they're at home. Like,
Yeah,
if
that's it.
Hellebuck was on the road, it'd be, minus 1,000 Dallas?
Probably not.
Do we already have the best signing of the Texas Rangers season? Yesterday, this was right here on the home of the Rangers.
Here's the pitch to Langford, and there's a high drive well hit to right field. Back goes Bouchard at the wall. That ball is history. An opposite field 2-run homer for Wyatt Langford. A laser beam, line shot, home run. Oppo Taco, and it's 2-0 Rangers.
Eric Nadel with the call. Wyatt with the 2-run homer. Adolis 2 for 3 with a home run, a single and a walk. Josh Young with an RBI and a walk. And the signing of the season. Are you kidding me with this guy and what he's doing? A season high 9 strikeouts. At one point, he struck out 6 in a row as they complete the sweep over the Colorado Rockies, and Chris Young with Corbin has gotten it done.
He has gotten everything out of him. It's been, over the years, the Rangers have found these random pitchers that everyone's thrown away. Kyle Gibson, Lance Lynn, ended their career. They came in here. Nate Eovaldi could have been one of them. Nate Eovaldi could have been one of them, and he was a little bit younger, but he wasn't by any stretch like, oh my God, this is the top dog on the market. You got to get him. But they've done a good job of finding these pitchers, and Corbin has been so good.
It's already a success.
Absolutely.
It's already done.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I thought it was a success just from the fact of, like, that he's going to give you innings. There's value in just being the guy who eats innings and keeps the rotation normal and, allows you to rest guys and different things like that. If you've got a rubber arm, that's a lot. where this is really just coming through in a big way is the fact that he's pitching in a way or pitching at a level that I don't think anybody expected he was even capable of. Like Kyle Gibson, Lance Lynn, guys like that, like Chop was just mentioned. Like we saw them pitch like that before. Like Corbin's not a strikeout guy. He gets 9 strikeouts last night. He's got a 3.3 ERA for a guy who pretty consistently throughout his career is 4.5, 5. Like that's right around where he's at typically. So he's been really, really good and really, really valuable so far.
Yeah, and people saying like it's the Rockies. Yeah, it is the Rockies, but I mean it's not like he's been terrible against other teams either.
No.
You know, I mean, if you go back and look at his numbers, I mean, he went 7 against Detroit. Detroit has been one of the best teams in the league.
A much-needed sweep. They've won 5 in a row now, and they're still third place in the West, but it's a 1-game separation. The Mariners are in first, 1 game up over the Armpit and the Rangers. The Rangers are 2 games over 500. The Athletics are 1.5 games back, and the Angels are 6 back. So the tightest race in baseball right now is the American League West.
And the Rangers scored.
It's not even close.
The Rangers scored more than 6 runs again last night. You know why that matters? Because in the first 34 games without Sean and RJ's very own Brett Boone, they scored 6 runs 5 times. In the 10 games with Brett Boone, they've scored 6 runs 5 times.
I mean, they're going the other way.
He's changed it.
They're going the other way.
He's changed the culture.
They are. He has. He really has.
How was he yesterday?
He was good.
He was very good. Very good. Text with him after the show about some baseball. So some.
Well, you can wait to just
nuggets.
drop that on the air, couldn't you?
Well, listen. I'm relationship. I'm world building over here, Bobby. All right, I'm relationship building over here. Okay.
He had Holland. He lost Holland. He lost Bassick.
I still got Derek.
Oh,
I still got Derek.
Okay.
Yeah, he
Chop
gave me a
is
hat.
just like UCL.
Gave me a hat. I lost Banny.
That's right.
You know,
He
I
sinks his claws into some consistent baseball guest, but it helped get him on every single Wednesday. Nice job.
Hey, I need to get back in touch with Banny. Very, very disappointed in myself.
All
I
right.
let relationships die. I'm a proximity friend.
All right. I do want to touch on the Mavericks real quick, and I want to applaud them.
Why?
I want to give them props for leaking that they're taking flag. That was going to be my PR advice yesterday before I was out with whatever the hell is growing in the grass around here. That was very smart to erase the uneasiness. And 2 things have come to me over the past 48 hours since they won the lottery. Number 1, and this is a topic and conversation for later in the show, my conspiracy theory on it being fixed and given to the Mavs, that's been erased. So I've gone away from that.
Oh, you got Chris Mannixed.
Yeah, I did.
You got Mannix.
I got Mannix and I got Load. And Jay Billis is probably going to come on here and preach how stupid that thought is as well. And Billis could be the smartest person in college basketball. But more importantly, in terms of trading the pick and all the Giannis stuff and trying to get Luka back, no, I settled in over the past 48 hours. You go ahead and you take flag. All right? It's new excitement. You solve your business problem and your window problem all at the same time. All at the same time. Patrick Dumont and Tim McMahon said they're not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. By the way, where did that phrase come from? A gift horse? Is a gift horse secretariat?
It's the
teeth, right?
It's the teeth. So the teeth reveals the age of the horse. So the idea is like, if somebody's giving you a free horse, don't nitpick and go like, well, how old is he? And like look for flaws. Just take the horse and be happy with it.
Okay. I just thought it was smart. Erase the uneasiness. Let us know if that was the decision that you were going to make. And I want to applaud them for a positive piece of PR in leaking that to Tim McMahon.
Yeah.
I'm happy.
Look, I'm happy with just taking Cooper Flag, too. I had a lot of people send some, trade ideas over the last, the day after it happened. And some were like, well, this, and this for Giannis. This, and this with the San Antonio Spurs. We'll get you 4 first-round draft picks, all right? And it was just like, all right, I mean, yeah, you can take your 4 first-round draft picks and maybe get 3 or 4 guys that are quality players that have a deep roster. Let's say with those 4 first-round draft picks, you get Gafford, you get Lively, or someone of that ilk, and P.J. Washington. Or would you rather have 1 Cooper Flag? And we know that the NBA is a stars league.
So there it is. Stars, Rangers, Mavericks, all in one for the 6 a.m. club here on Sean and RJ. It's Thursday at 6:40. That means Peyton Phillip Russell takes over with his segment. Be careful of your Amazon packages, and what's the rudest way that you could propose and mess up someone else's moment. It's The Payload next on The Fan.
Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
test drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. It is the Payload every Thursday at this very time. And gentlemen, we have controversy at a wedding. Not between the bride and groom, but from the guests. Now, all three of you guys have had a wedding before. I, in a little over a year, will be going through a wedding myself. And I hope this never happens to anyone here because it is a complete violation of everything that is known to man. A wedding should all be about the two people getting married, but it wasn't at this wedding. And I want to know from you three how you would react if someone did this during your wedding. A guy proposed to his girlfriend at someone else's wedding right there on the dance floor, stole the show at the very end.
What?
Yep. Decided to take the moment, and I'm not sure if he was a part of the wedding. Doesn't matter. He could just be a guest of someone, but he decided to take the moment, propose to his girlfriend in front of the dance floor, in front of everyone,
dude,
and steal the show. I would cuss this guy out. Maybe not immediately because I'm not that kind of guy, but eventually I would, and I probably would not be his friend ever again because that is one thing you cannot do at someone else's wedding.
So on one of my favorite shows, Vanderpump Rules. I think it wasn't Scandival, but someone was getting married at some remote location. It was James and Raquel.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And another couple went and did a photo shoot, went and did a proposal. The guy was planning it, but not on the grounds. It was somewhere else. So he was doing it during their weekend, not on the grounds. And I thought that was bad enough. As you sit there and you steal some of the spotlight, but to do it right there, so I almost don't believe it. I'm like, is this a prank? Is this a friend just trying to have some fun? This is an all-time bad move. I don't know how long it would take me to get over this.
I don't know anybody who's in favor of it. Everybody says it's awful, but yet I hear about it happening. So it's like, where are all these people that think this is a good idea because they don't speak up in society?
They don't care. That's the thing. We all know it's a bad idea. Some people are just so self-absorbed they don't care. They don't care. Well, so like with Sean's example, let's say you're going to a destination wedding, like to Mexico or something.
Yeah.
Somebody be like, well, I'm not going to go. I'm not going to be here again.
Right.
So I'm going to go do it. And I'm going to take advantage of it and
go on the beach.
And that's like, even that's not cool. Like, it's not your weekend.
It's not cool.
Is this worse than the girl?
And if I'm the girl, I'm furious.
Oh, yeah.
Because there's no originality in it. Like, forget about just being the bride. The girl's getting proposed to. It's like, that's all you could come up with? That's all you could do?
It's lazy. You're taking advantage of the moment. You're taking advantage of her being dressed up, myself being dressed up. If I was the guy, everyone being there, all the lights, everything, the stage. It's just lazy.
All right, here we go. This is from the 817 on the Franklin Injury Attorneys fan text. My girlfriend and I went to a family member's wedding in Portugal. We were there for 10 days. They got married on day 3. I proposed on day 8. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Well, Rietma, the grim Rietma over there is giving the thumbs up on that one.
They got married on day 3.
So 5 days later?
Yeah, he proposed on day 8.
But it's not the actual wedding itself, though. It's just because they were there. It was a vacation.
Right,
basically.
and it's not like the entire wedding party is there because it's a weekend destination in Mexico.
If anything,
you're there 10 days, I think you're fine.
You got to ask permission at least. At the very least, you have to ask permission of something. You can't do this under your own power, man.
Yeah, how many people have to leave on day 8 by day 8? For you to do it.
Yeah, like if you're,
some people are like, we're going to stay behind. We're going to make, 10-day trip of it or 2 weeks. How many people have to leave for that?
I think is, and also, like if you're doing Portugal, my assumption is you're going in other cities in Europe. Like what if it was like the wedding was in Portugal, but you proposed in Madrid?
Yeah.
You're fine. I think you're fine there.
There's a zip code.
Zip code rule, yeah. But you can't, if you're going to go to Mexico, you can't like say, that wedding was in Cancun, but Playa del Carmen is where I proposed.
So I think Reitman just gave the green light for someone to do it at his wedding.
Yeah.
No, that's the clearance. That's the thumbs up. Is this worse than the...
Well, you won't be there, Bobby, but maybe I can redo my vows. I can redo my 5-year vows.
Is this worse than the girl who will wear like a wedding dress to a wedding?
Oh, this is worse. This is definitely worse.
Yeah.
But oh man, the women who are like, why is that biatch wearing white?
At least on this one though, I think you can claim maybe some level of guy ignorance. Like, whereas with that one, a girl knows what she's doing when she shows up in a wedding dress.
I mean, you talk about Bridezilla here. Oh, my goodness. I mean, I was reading the story to Mackenzie last night, and she said I would have been furious at that very moment. And it would have ruined her night for sure. And in this story, this guy did not ask for permission. So it's a huge no-no. The bride wasn't going to let it ruin her night, though. She was acting, and it was a TikTok video that you could kind of hear her mouth. Oh, I say yes. She was trying to act happy. She didn't want it to ruin her night, but I could tell deep down she was not happy about the situation. This guy was getting tons of criticism online, as he should. But yeah, guys, if you're out there proposing, or thinking about it,
I hope his marriage falls apart. I hope it never even happens.
Yeah, get a divorce. Okay, so next story here, guys. Amazon. We're all ordering packages for Amazon. And obviously the saying is nothing good happens in California. That's a quote by RJ Choppy. Very bad people there.
Very bad.
It all starts in California and should end in California. But a couple in Los Angeles woke up to different smells around their front porch. They're wondering, what is this? We're trying to check for a package. And they realized someone had pooped right by their front door. I'm wondering, okay, well, who would have done that? Was someone just, going on a morning jog and needed to pop a squat? No, this was an Amazon delivery driver. She was caught on security footage from the home. She pulled down her pants, took a dump there, and walked off. And not in just one area, in two areas.
I'm glad you threw in that she pulled down her pants.
Well, I mean, some people.
The alternative.
Well, because what? Do you get in trouble if it just, if you do it with the pants on? Because that could just be an accident,
An accident, yeah.
That's a loophole there. But yeah, this was caught at not one, but two residence homes in the Los Angeles area by the same driver as well.
My first thought is, what did those houses do to that woman? That's what I think. They must have done something to make her angry on her
I
out.
remember there was a video, I think it was around Christmas time. It was an Amazon driver, some delivery driver, got so mad they started throwing the packages. And she was like, you guys order like 11 packages a day. I'm so that's what they did to her. They ordered so many dang packages.
I think the positive way to look at this, and no one is a master of trying to get the delivery refund more than me. Hope that your package was something really, really expensive. So that way you get the refund for it. They'll be like, we're so sorry. Here's the money back. Amazon's gotten bad. They're not as efficient and as good as they used to be, in my opinion.
No.
They used to be locked in on the exact delivery date, when it's coming. I get a lot of things a day late now. They're usually still good with the return policy. So that's what I would hope, that I ordered like a $500 thing, $300, $400 thing. So, and this is so egregious that they give you the money back on the delivery.
Unethical life hacks. Get the delivery driver to dump on your porch. Yeah. That's right. Your money back.
And in case you were wondering, she was wiping after number 2, so she did not just.
Was not wondering.
If you were just, some people were asking, did she just go throughout her day with poo in her pants? I don't know.
So
who is that?
So where on the fan text is that question?
No, the story, social media. All right, social media.
I order $1,000 item. I pay PP $200
to come poop in my yard
to come do it. And everyone makes out.
Yeah.
There you go.
Bam.
But you can't show any security footage of me. You got to because then I'd probably get in trouble with the law there.
Okay. That's true.
Yeah, this obviously crosses the line for me totally. But look.
So is that a poop pirate?
It is a poop pirate.
It is a poop pirate. Because she didn't like open the package or anything and take it. She really had to go, I guess. But would you, if you were home and someone really had to go number 2 and they knocked on your door, it's a stranger, would you let them in? Or would you risk them
Amazon
going
driver?
outside?
Is it an Amazon driver? If an Amazon driver came and knocked on my door and said, I really got to go to the bathroom, I'd be like, yeah, come on.
Yes. If it's just a random stranger, no. I think that's what I've seen enough on social media that makes me think, that's one of those setups where they're friends behind the door and they're going to come in and rob me. And
okay, I got you. So Amazon,
Pepe, you're saying you'd rather let in the stranger than have this happen, obviously, right?
Yeah. Now, obviously, if Amazon driver, they have the identification there.
The truck.
They're valid.
You can see the truck right there.
They're valid. Any delivery service I would allow in. But yeah, strangers I would kind of have to hesitate. Background check them a little bit here. But all right, it's the Payload every Thursday at this time. Last story here, speeding tickets. I'm sure all of us have had one. I have not. Knock on wood.
Sure, never had one. I haven't.
Never. I've been pulled over twice for speeding. Both I should have gotten a ticket, but I was let go for both of them.
Wow.
Yeah. So hopefully that continues throughout the rest of my life. But a former hockey player.
I don't think my Jeep can get up to the required speed to get one. I can't remember the last speeding ticket I've got.
It's funny you say that because I was driving in today and I was a little bit later than normal, and I've come to realize that I leave the same time. If I take the car, I get here X amount of time. I have to add like 8 minutes when taking the truck. I don't know why.
It's weird.
It's very weird. Like I just can't keep my speed in that.
Yeah.
The way I can in the maximum.
Peyton, how far over the speed limit were you going when you had your affluenza case where you knew the cop and he let you off?
That was, I believe, I was going 45 over at that point. That was nearly double the speed limit. But yeah, so a former hockey player has set record numbers, not on the ice, but instead the streets. This is Ilya Kovalchuk, a former New Jersey Devil in the NHL. He was caught speeding, not one, not twice, but 115 times in the last 18 months in Russia. All this taking place in Russia, but he's been pulled over, given a speeding ticket 115 times. He was also caught not complying with street signs 46 times and parking illegal 24 times. So the quick math on that is 185 infractions in less than 2 years. I have no idea why this guy's still able to drive. He's a danger to society.
It's Russia, that's why.
I mean,
this guy's a menace.
I don't know the rules in Russia, but how after maybe the first 75 times is his license not suspended? And in less than 2 years. This is like over the course of 20 years. This is less than 2 years. 115 times he's been speeding.
How fast? Like, because how many times do you speed and you don't get caught?
Yeah.
Like you've got to be going.
And what are the speed limits there?
Right, yeah. Are they that low? Is it 2 miles over you get nabbed?
Because they always talk about in Germany, it's like 80 or no speed limit.
Right, on the Autobahn?
Yeah, exactly. All right, it's the poo load. Poo-poo.
Poo-poo in the morning.
Poo-poo in the morning with the payload with Peyton Phillip Russell every Thursday at this time. We have a Rangers ticket giveaway during the Expressway. The great Jay Billis will join us to talk about Cooper Flag at 7:20. Neighborhood Watch as well. But RJ figures out if the Dallas Cowboys were disrespected with their schedule release last night on the home of America's team after this.
To remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Singing Sisters?
Those are those.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sapphire Squad?
105.3 The Fan.
Jay Billis coming up at 7:20. Pepe with the Monster Whale booking here on Sean and RJ. Brad Sham to talk about the Dallas Cowboys schedule at 8. We got a Rangers ticket giveaway coming up this hour for you. Turning it on, leaving it on. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Bell back together. Again, Jay Billis talking about Cooper Flagg to the Mavericks in 20 minutes. But RJ, you love combing through these schedules where the Dallas Cowboys disrespected with 6 primetime games, 4 Thursday night games, and everything else that goes into the schedule release.
5 noon games. Mike North is the guy, not the Chicago radio guy who had that crazy voice. Now, Mike North is the vice president of NFL broadcast planning and scheduling. So he's the one that is kind of in charge of all this. He has told us that the Cowboys are in contention for the NFC East, in my opinion. They will play the Giants on Week 18. If they thought they were in contention for the NFC East, they put them against the Eagles. But no, they put the Commanders there. The Manders. So the Manders and Eagles will be playing on Week 18. Which, well, I assume that's when I saw this initially, I was like, all right, Cowboys, Giants, Week 18. That's a throwaway game. It's a throwaway game. Look, the NFL likes to pit the best matchups they possibly can. It might just be random, whatever. Also, they will play on Netflix this year. They will play 5 noon games. And the Netflix is not a big deal, but it's the early game. The Cowboys game on Netflix on Christmas Day is the early game. Then you get Lions, Vikings, and then you got your Chiefs game later on. So, do we not think that the early game is the worst of the 3 theoretically? It will be the throwaway game, especially on Christmas Day. People are still in church, crying out loud, hanging out with family. And then you have the Cowboys Washington is a noon game. That's a noon game as well. I just thought with 5 noon games, that's not something the Cowboys oftentimes have. How many times can we go back and look at the schedule like, oh, there's like 2 noon games? This is also the lowest win total Vegas has had for this team since 2018. 2018, they had 8. This is 7.5, so it's actually lower. So it's before then, probably pre-Romo. I don't know. I think the NFL just kind of told us that they're not really totally sold on this Cowboy team this year.
This is the first time they'll play the final game against Philly in November, so before December, January stretch. It's the first time they'll play Philly.
Is that when November is, before December or January? Thanks, Pepe.
Okay. So, this is the first time since 2015 that they'll do that. It's been 10 years since they've played Philly, had their last game with Philly this early in the season. Now, 2015, though, heading into it, Philly and Dallas were the overwhelming favorites to win the division.
Yes, they were.
And they still put them against each other. Now, that was the year that it all fell apart as soon as Romo broke his collarbone against Philly in week 2.
Right. So, I don't know. I just looked at it. I was like, it's 5 noon games, and you got some... you're going against the Giants in Week 18. That's telling. And then in some other games like that Christmas Day where you're getting the noon tilt, and Detroit, Minnesota is after you, and the Chiefs later on that night. And I assume the Chiefs are going to be the night game every year now on Christmas. I know they want to play on Christmas Day every year, but I don't know. That just struck me as a little bit disappointing.
In case you did miss the schedule release, I'll just fly through it real quick. I think they have to be 4-2 after the first 6 weeks. Of course, you're going to get filthy on the road as they drop the banner. Then you get the Giants, Bears, Packers, Jets, Panthers. Then the Commanders at Denver, and sandwiched around your bye right there in the middle of the season is Arizona before, the Raiders after. So that's a nice little sandwich. You can feel real good for about a 3-week stretch with a win over the Cardinals, bye, and then beating the Raiders, and then the gauntlet, and then the stretch. Eagles, Chiefs, Lions, Vikings, Chargers, Commanders before that giant finale. As Bobby pointed out on social media, the average record of those 6 playoff teams between weeks 12 to 17 is 13-4.
Wow.
Whoa.
Yeah, I mean, it's you knew these guys were going to be on your schedule. You knew you were going to have these lineups, but man, to just go straight through a gauntlet of like, all right, here it all is. I mean, that's going to be likely where your season's made. You feel like you've got a pretty decent shot to come out with a decent record throughout weeks 1 through 11, and then when you tack on 18 against the Giants. But how you perform those 6 games will likely teeter whether you're a playoff team or not.
Looks like they'll get Romo twice. They get him against Denver and get him against the Chiefs.
Yeah, that was also like 2015. Right.
Derrick Henry continues to make me look bad. Here I was thinking he'll be the next 30-year-old to get run right into the ground, and he's getting a second deal with the Baltimore Ravens of $15 million a year.
Man, this is odd. Like, not odd. It's odd from the standpoint that nobody gives a 30-year-old running back an extension, like ever. But here we are. Derrick Henry's getting a 30-year-old getting an extension, and the Ravens are trying to squeeze every ounce out of the Derrick Henry rock. They're trying to squeeze every ounce out of this core rock. This is a team and an organization that's generally made very smart moves. This one worked. It worked with Derrick Henry last year. At some point,
someone wrote me on Twitter and said they didn't make it to the Super Bowl. They didn't win it. Bad move. Are you kidding? That's your standard.
No.
That's your qualification for a good or bad move. That's really stupid.
Yeah, they. I'll be honest. I don't think Baltimore had any clue he was going to be as good as he was last year. I think they thought he was going to be good, and they added him. But there's a reason they signed him for what they did, and why they're now going, oh yeah, okay, we'll pay you $15 million a year because of how you performed and the level of play that you gave. He was as good as he's ever been, and he did it when everybody thought he was on the decline.
Like, I do wonder, like, are they pulling a 2015-ish Rangers? Remember, they kept trading everybody away. We wanted to hang on to this run we were on. They wanted to hang on and try to keep the run going as long as possible, and it sent them into a tailspin. Now, that's not going to happen here because Lamar's a good player. Lamar's he's going to be able to elevate you. But they are like, a move like this is like, hey, we are all in, but we don't care if he's too old. We don't care if it's not wise to sign a 30-year-old running back to a 2-year extension.
So I was looking up something yesterday. He's turning 31. Derrick Henry will be 31 this season. So in the Super Bowl era, how many running backs have rushed for 4.5 yards per carry at 31 or older?
In the Super Bowl era?
Yeah, and this is only qualifying running back. So 250 carries, which is basically 15 carries a game. That's it.
Frank Gore.
Frank Gore was the first one I was going to think of.
Nope.
No.
Emmett?
In fact, it hasn't been done in 20 years.
Wow.
It's been done 4 times. Tiki Barber did it in 06 at 5.1 yards per game. That was actually worse than he had played the year before, though. He was declining still. 04, Curtis Martin. 2000, Ricky Waters. 1985, Walter Payton. That's it. And even still, the Curtis Martin was 4.6. Ricky Waters was 4.5. You're not in all likelihood going to see Derrick Henry go 5.9 again next year.
The Dallas Mavericks have made the decision to draft Cooper Flagg. I'm happy about it. I think that's the right call. What else are they going to do with the Kyrie Irving injury question? This was Shams talking about what they're looking at in the offseason on ESPN.
They do have tradable contract. I think they are going to look to add to that team in a very meaningful way. Two things going into this offseason, though. One, the big one is the free agency of Kyrie Irving potentially. He's got a $43.9 million player option for next season. Do you have him opt in? Do you reach a new 2 or 3 year contract extension? That's the big conversation that Nico Harris, their general manager, and Kyrie Irving will have. But another thing is their roster. What are they going to prioritize? I'm told the Mavericks will be pursuing a point guard, whether that's in the trade market, in free agency. That is a big priority for them because we know Kyrie Irving, he's targeting potentially sometime in January making his return. So we'll see which point guard they could have as a plug-in player for them.
All right. So now I get to go point guard shopping. We get to have those discussions and topics. Mavs_FFL said here's some that they could target. Drew Holiday, we know it's getting broken up in Boston, even though they won last night. Marcus Smart, Trey Jones, Colin Sexton, TJ McConnell, Bruce Brown. These are some free agents and other options on other teams that this Mavs account just threw out there.
Yeah, I'd say Marcus Smart because he's a Marcus High School alum, and we might be able to lean into that connection for me. And then I could have a Brett Boone-like relationship that Choppy's got, and I'm texting Marcus Smart after the show. We could do that. Look, they're gonna have to find somebody to
stem the tide.
To actually, they're gonna have somebody to run the point while Kyrie's recovering. Now, there's a good chance that Cooper Flagg's going to do a lot of that, I would imagine. I mean, the whole point forward thought with Giannis was something Kidd tried to do. And so, I mean, he may have, Flagg bring the ball up and kind of run the offense for a little bit. But Kyrie ultimately, when he gets back, you hope would be doing that more consistently, but they're going to have to figure out depth there at point guard.
So I love these over-unders that got sent on over to me from Vegas for Cooper Flagg and the rookie season. Over-under 16 points a game.
Over.
Man, that's a lot for a rookie.
I agree.
I would take the under.
I would take the under. Cooper Flagg rebounds per game, 6.5.
Under.
I was going to say over, but now you gave me a pause for some reason. I'll say over.
But you disagree with him on the points.
That's true.
Because Kyrie's going to be out till February. It's going to be Anthony Davis and Cooper Flagg scoring for you.
That's true. I just think, if he's getting enough minutes, 6 rebounds, I mean, he should be able to get 6 rebounds.
I'd probably slightly take the under. And then Cooper Flagg assists per game, over-under is 3.5.
It's pretty good. Just because my thought, honestly, was 17-5-4. That's what I thought. That's kind of the target in my head.
Yeah, if he hits those numbers, that's a hell of a rookie season.
After the Mavs let it be known that they're drafting Cooper Flagg through Tim McMahon, the Mavericks dropped on the Giannis odds. Favored to get him, San Antonio 5-2. Then the Rockets at 4-1, the Pelicans at 6-1, the Grizzlies, Nets, Cavaliers are tied with the Mavericks at 9-1, OKC at 12-1.
This is our out. This is our out.
What is?
This is our out for Nico, baby. Oh yeah. This is skewing the market. This is skewed. Let's say they leaked this, and then all of a sudden they placed a wager as the lines dropped. We're going to get Giannis.
For a guy who says
Insider
he doesn't like conspiracy
baby.
theories,
Insider trading, baby. This is the out.
Really quick.
This is the out.
And look at his vote too. Jay Billis live at 7:20 this morning. Choppy set us up for a golf major starting today.
It starts. They're on the course. They're on the course at Quail Hollow. It is the second of 4 majors. It's the PGA Championship. Obviously, a couple storylines here. One, Jordan Spieth going for the career Grand Slam. He's got the British Open. He's at the U.S. Open. He's got the Masters. He does not have the PGA. We saw yesterday Scotty Scheffler out there in an orange shirt, kind of reminiscent of last year getting arrested, kind of mocking the orange jumpsuit.
That's good.
That he was wearing. But also, Brooks Koepka, can he get it back? He's got 3 PGA titles already. He hasn't won on this course, but he does have the course record. But he has not been great the last few majors. Hasn't even been in the top 15 in the last 7. Spieth, meanwhile, he's been outside the top 14 in 8 straight majors, and he's been bad at the PGA, outside the top 29 in 5 straight. So that's not tremendous from Jordan. And then it's going to see with Rory, who has won 4 times at this golf course. He owns this golf course, Quail Hollow, which Hunter Mahan has compared to a Kardashian. He said it's like a Kardashian. It's perfectly kept, manicured, well-maintained, but it's got no soul and lacks character.
Rory has no shot.
Huh?
Rory has no shot. The Pinehurst tragedy, it's too close in memory still. I have no idea what I'm saying. I'm just reading something off of a web
from
page.
last year's
I'm reading
US
something off a
Open.
PGA Championship preview. I have no idea what any of this means.
That's from last year.
Well,
What's the Pinehurst tragedy? What is that?
Well, that's what he blew it against
that's
Bryson.
what he did.
Yeah, against Bryson last year at the U.S.
What?
Open. Or it was U.S. Open or PGA?
Just drink your drink. You're as productive as hockey talk.
Like I said,
No,
he's been
much less.
He's played very well at Quail Hollow. So he's and the way it sets up for him, they've got obviously he already won the Masters. The British Open is in Ireland at Portrush, which is, of course, he does very well. So it's already setting up for Rory to maybe be in contention for individual Grand Slam for the season.
Get ready for a loaded Expressway. Choppy will keep you up to date on the golf today and tomorrow throughout the entire weekend, as no one knows it better in the building. We have the Neighborhood Watch, the most local segment in radio at 740. Another Rangers ticket giveaway, a 4-pack, as they've caught some fire here after the sweep of the Rockies. But a monster whale that's must-listen radio. Jay Billis on the Mavs and Cooper Flagg next.
Let's get you over to QC Kinetics. Get your help.
forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts, and the HOV lane of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
We have new basketball life in DFW. Paige Beckers, and now what happened with the NBA Draft Lottery. The Mavs have let it be known through Tim McMahon, ESPN. They are taking Cooper Flagg. Let's celebrate and get even more hype about it with the guy that I don't even think should be the commissioner of college basketball, just college sports in general. Jay Billis joining us live here on Sean and RJ, your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Jay. How are you?
I'm doing great, guys. How are you?
Doing well. Thank you for joining us. What was it like in the building as this was playing out? We've heard from Zach Lowe and Chris Mannix and people in the room with the lottery balls. You're right there on set every year. What were you thinking as this thing was slowly developing?
It was the most interesting and surprising lottery I've ever been a part of in broadcasting it, because usually it's pretty boring. I still don't know exactly how the lottery works, and I've heard it every year because I'm like, just tell us who it is. So I don't really care about all the ping pong balls, but I know there are all these different combinations and all that stuff and how it works. But when you go through the 14 and there's a change, you go, wait a minute, this one's in the top 4. And we even had some confusion because Philly could have lost its pick. If it wasn't top 6, it loses its pick to Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
And then we thought, okay, well, they lost their pick. And it turned out, no, they're top 4. I mean, it was ridiculous. It was so crazy. And then with Dallas, just the swing of, the Luka Doncic trade and all the criticism and the injury to Kyrie Irving, and then getting Cooper Flagg. What a roller coaster ride for Dallas. It was really kind of amazing.
What do you say to all the conspiracy theories?
That think it was rigged?
Yes.
It's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. But if I don't want to get in anybody's way of a good conspiracy theory. So if they don't think, I think what probably happened is the same person that rigged it was the one who faked the moon landing.
Right. Kubrick. Okay.
There we go.
And then, Jay, you usually have a lot of solutions to all these college issues. The other thing before we get into Cooper is that the lottery is not working. The lottery is a problem, and it isn't working for the worst teams, or this teaches the bad teams not to tank. You don't get rewarded. Where do you stand on the system?
Well, I don't know that it's not working. It's just that to me, if you give the top pick to the worst record, you're promoting the race to the bottom. It is difficult in any league to be in the middle, but to me, I'm sure there's some sort of tweaks they could make, but the thing's interesting and it's kind of exciting. After the other night where Dallas won the lottery, you even saw people saying the NFL needs a lottery.
Yeah.
The NFL does. If anyone's successful in any way, the NFL does it. Even though they're the biggest behemoth in U.S. sports right now, the NBA had been dominating Christmas Day. Now the NFL wants to do Christmas Day, stuff like that. So that doesn't tell me there's anything wrong with it by itself. That's not that big of a deal to me. I used to think, I'm not sure whether this is right or would work, because a lot of times you're just throwing something at the wall when you're having this discussion.
Yeah.
But I used to think, hey, do the draft order based on the non-playoff teams, base it on what your record was the last month of the season. So there's no incentive to tank. But I don't know. The lottery seems to work just fine for me. It's unfortunate that the teams that seem to need it the most didn't get anything this year. But they're protected at least to get 4, 5, and 6, and that's what they happen to get this year. But I don't know what else you can do about it. Don't suck, maybe.
Jay Billis, ESPN.
Don't suck.
Jay Billis, ESPN, joined us here, 105 through the Fan. If you go back in the last 20 or so years, I'll leave guys like Wemby out of it because we didn't see them, in college. But if you were to go, you look at Anthony Davis, we knew Derrick Rose and Melo and KD, they're all going to be great. Would you put Cooper on that level of sure things? And I hate to use the term sure thing, but you know what I mean.
Yes, I would. Would I take him ahead of Anthony Davis? That would be a tough decision. KD was a different cat. You knew that he was going to lead the league in scoring, but he didn't go number one his year. Greg Oden did because we were above Ohio State, because we were still, I think, hung up on big men, and maybe we're slow to realize, hey, the game's changing, or the game has changed even. But Flag is sort of the modern chess piece in a basketball game. You know, there's nothing he can't do on the offensive end. You know, he's got size, skill, unbelievable basketball IQ, and then he impacts the game in a big way on the defensive end as well, with his defensive versatility, his motor, blocking shots, getting steals, and he's got this acumen for the game, and this I don't want to say insatiable, but he's got a desire to get better, like kind of every day. And people say that, but he actually does it. And his competitive nature is on the highest tier of players I've seen at this age. It doesn't like he's the best freshman Duke's ever had. It's not a close call to say that. It doesn't mean there weren't others that weren't really, you know, right with him or not far off. But to me, I can say that without reservation. He's just 18. I mean, he turned 18 in December. It's absurd what he's capable of doing at this age. And I'm not saying that he's going to be better than Grant Hill or Kyrie Irving or Jason Tatum, but at that age, they weren't as good as him. They were not. And I don't see anything that would limit him from being a truly great player in the NBA for a long time, as long as he stays healthy.
Jay, you mentioned Grant Hill there. We've heard a lot of just various comparisons here for Cooper Flag, and a lot of them sound like point forward comparisons, whether it's Pippen or Grant Hill or however you want to look at it. Is that the best fit you think for him immediately here in Dallas? Is, hey, bring him in while Kyrie's rehab and let him be kind of a point forward, maybe run the offense a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, in the NBA, you don't really have to have a setup guy, point guard. Denver, Jokic brings the ball up. You know, it's not that big of a deal. I think with Dallas, you can have a number of different guys, if they grab a rebound, can initiate something. But Flag's capable of doing that, and he's not going to come in. Like, he can come in and be a star caliber player without being a star caliber usage guy from a shot perspective. Like, he's not going to gobble up a bunch of shots and people are going to go, hey, what's this? You know, he's not a volume shooter. He's a right playmaker. He's a playmaker, but he makes the right play. And like early on in the season, there were people saying, okay, it looks like Konkanipple is going to be the leading scorer. And it wasn't that Flag was kind of settling in. It was that he kept making the right play, and it didn't mean scoring early on against some of the poorer teams that Duke was playing. But later on in the season, you know, he gets 42 against Notre Dame and 30 against Arizona and all this stuff. You're going, okay, this guy's the real deal. I mean, it's ridiculous. I saw it in high school, but it's crazy how advanced he is at such a young age. Like, you just don't. I've never seen a player at Duke like that. And honestly, going through like a catalog of players, I can't think of anybody. I'm going, well, this dude was ahead of him at this stage at 18. Or maybe LeBron, but that's going back a ways, and you know, you're on a pretty high tier of players when you're talking about that.
The great Jay Billis joining us here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Is there a close number 2 prospect, Jay, or is this just a gigantic gap? Is there any decision to think about here? Is there a close number 2, or it's a no-brainer?
It's a no-brainer at 1. I don't think any team in the league would take anyone. If they're keeping the pick, they wouldn't take anyone other than Cooper Flag. No team in the league. Number 2, probably Dylan Harper of Rutgers. Ron Harper's son, a 6'6" lefty that is a very good pick-and-roll decision maker and scorer. And, he plays at his own pace. He's a really good player. He's not Cooper Flag. He's not as good as Flag. And look, there are a number of really good players in this draft, and we're going to look back and say, wait a minute, the guy that was taken 10th should have been taken 2nd, or so. That's possible. But I can't imagine that we're not going to look back and go, Flag was the prize here. The NBA scouting is never perfect, and it's not perfect in the NFL. They look at them for 5 years and they make mistakes. The NBA makes mistakes, but they know what they're looking at. And sometimes you can't gauge what's, the heart a guy has or the drive, things like that. Will it turn out to be what you think? You believe certain things based on information and data and intelligence gathering. But there's no doubt with this guy, he's the real thing.
Jay, we are still a little shell-shocked because we didn't think it was possible that somebody would trade Luka for, a 32-year-old. But would you even entertain the Flag for Giannis type deal?
Well, it depends on it wouldn't be Flag for Giannis straight up, so it would have to be more. I don't think that Milwaukee, they need more than one player. They're in a hole, and they don't have any, and they'd be in a big hole if they let Giannis go, and they don't have any assets for future drafts, and that's a big problem. So you'd have to give up a lot to get him, and I don't think Dallas is in a position where they need to do that. And because the way I look at it, and I'm not a GM, but you don't want to be giving up your future. And Flag is the future of the Dallas Mavericks. He can also be the present, but he's the future. And before I was in Dallas for the Christmas Day game where Doncic got hurt. And I think I actually said on the air, I thought that the Dallas roster was better this year than it was last year when they went to the NBA Finals. And I thought Nico Harrison did a great job. Bringing in Gafford last year was, I thought, a great stroke.
Yeah. And
then I thought Najee Marshall was a great get this year. They had a really good roster and a really good chance in the West. Now, what would have happened had Kyrie remained healthy with a healthy Anthony Davis down the stretch? I don't know. Nobody knows. But I liked it. I thought that was a good group, but I don't think I just didn't anticipate that trade being made. I don't know who did. But let's see how it works out. It's going to be a lot better. The whole thing's going to look a lot better with Cooper Flag in the mix. That's a pretty nice ingredient to the mix they have there. And then if Kyrie Irving comes back healthy from the ACL, who knows what happens at the end of next year. But Dallas is in a good position now.
Jay, where did you stand on the trade? You're calling NBA games. Did you kind of understand and see where Nico was coming from? I don't know how much you actually know him, but everyone who knows him kind of echoes his beliefs. Like, this is the type of, fundamentals he believes in. This is the type of guy he wants. We all know the Kobe ties. Did you kind of see where Nico was coming from, or you joined the rest of the Metroplex who wanted to burn the arena down?
I was a little bit of both. I absolutely saw where he was coming from. That Doncic in the future, like if you look at his body now versus when he was early seasons, he had a lot more bounce. He was in better condition, and he was better, even better defensively. Like, he wasn't a good defender, but he wasn't like he is now, where he's a target. And so I absolutely understood that. The burn down the Metroplex part, I didn't really think that they got enough, honestly. But I don't know all the ins and outs of the trade. Like, if it were a little bit more open to other teams being involved, maybe they get more. That was my belief. But I certainly understood the trade. And certainly understood the motivation and the thought behind it, and don't necessarily disagree with it. I didn't, the fact that Dallas fans were upset, and maybe if it's true what they were saying, that, well, maybe we didn't anticipate how upset they would be, that I would say, no, you had to know that. Like that's the most popular player. So when you do that, you have to be willing to take the blowback. And but I think this reduces it now and gives everybody some hope that that things are gonna be better, and I think they will be better.
Is Cooper a right away step in? Not a project at all. Is he ready right away to be maybe the number 2 on a playoff team?
Yes. He's ready for just about anything. He's not afraid of anything. He picks things up quickly. He doesn't need to come in and be the man, but he's not afraid of being the man. So, and he's not afraid of the moment. So that I'm not worried about that. Everybody, look, there's a learning curve for every player that comes into the league. I don't care who it is, whether it was LeBron or Kobe Bryant or Kareem Abdul-Jabbar or whatever it is. There's a learning curve, but he's going to be good right away. And he'll continue to get better. Like what he is as a rookie will not be what he is as a third, fourth year player. He'll continue to rise.
Jay Billis, ESPN here on The Fan. Last one for you, Jay. Just with Nick Saban meeting with the president and all the NIL talk, and we need to kind of harness this a little bit and adjust it. Where do you stand on NIL right now and where it could be going or where it should be going?
Well, it is going to be going a certain way as soon as the House settlement is approved by the court in the House case. So when that's approved, then the NCAA is going to basically have a cap with revenue sharing. So schools are going to be able to share, I can't remember the exact number, 22%, which is going to be over $20 million a year. They're going to be able to share that with their athletes. So the consequence of that, or the result of that, is that schools are going to be able to sign players to contracts. And when they sign them to contracts, they're going to put buyouts in those contracts. So players aren't going to be moving like they are now. The NCAA has mismanaged this for, 100 years. So there's only one, entity to blame, and that's the NCAA for the rules that we have now. I don't like them. I know Nick Saban doesn't like them, but like the solutions you hear from coaches and all that is we need to do this, this, and this. All of the solutions they're advocating are illegal. They're illegal. And so that's why the NCAA hasn't made a move to do anything like put a cap in yet. What is going to happen when this cap comes in from the court, I think it's going to be antitrust proof for the most part. But what the NCAA will do is they'll take that to Congress and say, look at what we did. We finally done taking care of our own business. So help us by making this law. And then they're not going to need a presidential commission. I don't no disrespect to presidential commissions, but I can't remember the last one that did anything positive. So it's not necessary, and it won't do anything anyway. So I think this will really, really help, and it'll reduce the amount of transfers, and there'll still be a third-party NIL, but it'll have to be market-based. So I think things will get a lot better once this settlement is approved.
Jay, thank you so much. Made our entire show this morning. We appreciate you, man, and keep killing it. We hope to have you on moving forward. Thank you.
Well, if that made your show, you must have a very crappy show.
Well, we have Brad Shamity, the voice of the Cowboys, so that's why I said that, yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. The great Jay Billis from ESPN on the D&M Leasing Hotline.
Look,
good job, Pepe.
Yeah, very good.
Poo-poo.
Duke doesn't generally exude likability. He's likable.
Well,
and in a very to the point way.
Yeah. Well, he isn't likable to everyone, right? He's still got the Duke thing. He's very smart. Sometimes that turns people off. He's a lawyer. And then
but to have all the strikes against him, smart lawyer Duke.
I just view him as one of those guys who's just 1,000,000,000% credible.
Yeah.
Like when Jay Billis speaks, I listen.
I
don't care what it's about.
Amen.
Especially when he's talking about legislating the NCAA and NIL. He's just smart. He's just very, very smart. He says that Cooper Flagg is a no doubt best freshman in the history of Duke, and this thing is, I'm trying to think of something else that's not a corny cliche besides this pick is a slam dunk.
It's a slam dunk, man. It really is. I'm trying to think. The other dude, like Elton Brand, was really a tremendous freshman, and
Zion was pretty big.
Zion was big, absolutely.
Literally,
Grant Hill. So to say he's the best freshman, Grant Hill.
Yeah.
Grant Hill, as a freshman, ask Coach K. He will tell you the reason that he knew they were going to beat UNLV. They had the best player on the floor. There was the only thing different between that year and the year before was they had Grant Hill.
And Billis was on that staff that had Grant Hill as a freshman, so he knows.
Let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on the expressway every day.
All right, Tolos, right now. That's right. Call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see the Texas Rangers and Toronto Blue Jays Tuesday, May 27th at Globe Life Field in Arlington. And you'll want to get there early, Tolos, because the first 15,000 fans in the gate will also receive a Bruce Bochy World Series Parade bobblehead. That's call number 10 at 877-881-1053.
The Monster Thursday edition continues. Brad Sham taking an initial look at the Cowboys' schedule, and what does he think of this offseason so far, which I believe in the last month has all of a sudden got really exciting. The voice of the Cowboys at 8. Right now, we go local.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
Well, you are never going to please everybody, and Mesquite just proved that. So Mesquite has decided to take advantage of some vacated space in Town East Mall. And what did they get in return? Straight roasted by people on social media from around the Metroplex in the comments of this Facebook post announcing the move. So they are going to put in for those who don't know Town East Mall, there's like a Sears section over there that's been vacated, dead, whatever, for a couple years now. So the city council...
A man that goes shopping over there all the time.
So
way too often.
Mesquite City Council has given the green light for a main event to be established in the former Sears building located at Town East Mall. So they're going to put a main event in there, something for the family, something for the kids.
That's the one.
And what is main event?
Main event, you don't know what main event? It's like an arcade. It's like a family arcade kind of thing.
Bowling.
Yeah, so
tag.
Dave and Buster's. So think of like a more family friendly Dave and Buster's. Like Dave and Buster's is going to be the more adult focused kind of one. Main event is like that middle ground between Chuck E. Cheese and Dave and Buster's, between like adult and kid, where it's just it's family friendly.
Pool tables, it's great.
So this 58,000 square foot venue will have escape rooms, a restaurant, bowling alleys, and arcade games. It's expected to employ over 200 people. So that sounds like great for the community. That's not far from where you're at. That sounds like that'd be an awesome thing.
Like my Friday night.
I know, it sounds great. Well, people,
you're gonna love it.
Not according to the people on Facebook. The wonderful people from around the Metroplex, the comedian joke writers from around the Metroplex that saw this news on Facebook decided that, all right, we're going to take our swings at Mesquite here now. Just because Mesquite to them is an easy target. These are some of the zingers from Facebook users in reply to this. The dream of the 90s is alive in Mesquite. Who's running security is my question. F around and become the main event. Somebody's shoes are definitely getting stepped on there. Shooting games are going to get too real.
Wow.
Take turns bowling while you and your friends go outside every 15 minutes to make sure you still have your catalytic converters. They're going to have to rename it Main War Zone. Wow, they have the internet in Mesquite now? And then that's going to be ghetto before it even opens. So they're just getting, everybody's, oh, what joke can I write? What? And there's a lot of people from Mesquite who were jumping in on the comments of this post, and it's become they're getting a little defensive, rightfully so.
They're calling us ghetto.
You're going after.
They calling us hood.
You're going after their community. I get it. I liked this clapback though on the Facebook comments from Elizabeth Ross Rodriguez. She's the council member from District 3 in Mesquite. She's the one who helped push this through, and she jumped in the comments on it and said, we want more entertainment places. We want more things to do. We want more places to go with the kids or for kids to hang out. And she goes, we then approve entertainment places and get called the laughing stock. # tough crowd.
Yeah.
It's like, there does got to be a little bit of like, all right, well, what do you want here? If you want the community to change or if you want things to become a little different,
you got to start somewhere.
Put that in. Now, is Town East Town East Mall is the...
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. That's...
I make sure Amanda keeps texting me every 30 minutes when she's there.
So Kristen grew up pretty close to there. And so we went to, this was 12 years ago. We were Black Friday shopping at Town East Mall. And I think we saw 3 different incidents that police had to arrest people. So look,
I'll put Irving Mall up against anybody else in the no-go zone department.
Which one?
Irving Mall.
Oh yeah.
That's not a good one. But they've done a nice job. They had basically a carnival set up outside. They've rearranged a lot of the store. They've put new stores in. They got It looks like they're trying to do something with it.
It's like Anacostia when I was in D.C. Anacostia, Marion Barry, all that stuff. The most dangerous neighborhood in Washington. And they're like, you're putting the Nationals' new stadium there? Are you freaking insane? Well, to Bobby's point,
you got to start somewhere, man.
You got to start somewhere. March 2024, most dangerous Dallas neighborhoods. Number 1, South Boulevard Park Row. 28 violent crimes per 1,000 residents. Then Cedar Crest, South Dallas, Convention Center District, Cockrell Hill, Northwest Dallas, Wolf Creek, Oak Cliff, Parkdale, Eagle Ford. So there you go.
Oh, look, I still think, you like we're talking
Your
about.
face, Garland.
You need to start somewhere. Like change that area. Is that the greatest area? No, it's not.
Yeah, there's going to be incidents.
But I mean, there's bad parts of every little sector, and you gotta change it up. In fact, here's my thought: when Main Event opens, and so you'd have a nice short drive. We should do a show from there to show people like, look, we're fine over here at the new Main Event.
Well, yeah, 7 a.m. in the morning may be different from 7 p.m. Well, you maybe a night show.
Yeah,
a Friday night show.
Oh my gosh, I'll go. That's what I'll do. I'll go out there and
we got the muscle with Fred. He can come with his Tim Collins
barbed wire tattoos.
shirtless tank and his barbed wire tattoos, and nobody will step to us.
I like it. I want to do a. We should do like a Sean and RJ uncensored
I'll be living there.
Live recording there. No, it's like
your kids are gonna love it, and there's a bar, so it's perfect.
Yeah, I think I've been to one. Jimmy, Elizabeth, if you're listening, text me if that was the place. It was a facility, and I was like, oh, okay. Like I've never seen one of these around here.
Bowling, arcade, laser tag, pool, bar.
Yeah.
The works.
My kids love it. Like they love Main Event, and it's a good. All right, they got food and all the games.
Let's get
and
that
everything
sponsorship.
else.
Let's get that sponsorship working.
Exactly. We're here for you, Mesquite and Main Event. No matter what the funny Facebook comments had to say. All right, Carmelo Anthony, not the basketball Carmelo Anthony, the Carmelo Anthony in Frisco that has been the focus of the very controversial story involving the stabbing death of Austin Metcalf. He will receive a diploma for graduating from Centennial High School, but it was announced yesterday he will not be allowed to participate in the graduation ceremony while he's free on bail. And this is, again, it's kind of stirring up a lot of different responses where people are saying he hasn't been convicted of anything yet, and he has a certain side of the story. And then there are others who are saying, he definitively stabbed the guy. He's told everyone he did. Like, there's no question about that. In fact, he said, it's not alleged. I did it. It doesn't really matter the motivation. You can't have him there. Well, Frisco announced yesterday in a note that was sent out. It was an email to Centennial High School parents. Frisco ISD Superintendent Mike Waldrop said that, quote, no student who commits a serious criminal offense is permitted to participate in the graduation ceremony. Fox 4 writes that additionally, he said, to anyone that trespasses on district property, they are subject to immediate removal and possible arrest. And this is something where I don't know if this is directly tied to it, but I just saw a story this morning that said Frisco is now hiring, like Frisco ISD is also hiring like former police officers for every level of the schools. So middle school, high school, elementary, they're going to have former police officers there. But this is something where now you're getting some debate and some pushback of like, okay, well, if this isn't settled, can you really say he's banished from being there?
The RJ Choppy rule.
I follow the courts. Whatever the courts say, I'm down with. And since the courts have said nothing, then he has to be given the same rights and freedoms as anybody else. Like if he's out on bail or bond or whatever they call it, and he's not in jail, he's not in custody.
So what happened?
And sorry,
yeah,
yes, he admitted to doing it, not alleged, but he's claiming self-defense. Whether that's ridiculous or not,
I'm saying
it doesn't matter. He hasn't been convicted of anything. If it's just self-defense, and that's eventually what the courts decide, then he didn't commit a criminal act.
This is interesting too. The whole Carmelo Anthony story has been fascinating to follow from the perspective of, I remember the first day it happened and we talked about it. It was like, oh man, this is going to be a really intense, strong reaction.
Yeah.
And I felt like it became that, but it wasn't initially. I felt like it just built slowly and became more, honestly, like a lot of it became more racially charged and has become more divided along lines of just like, all right, who are the haves and the have-nots in Frisco, and who is being treated fairly and who isn't. And that's like that expectation that we had initially that was just going to be there right away it arrived, but man, it was like this slow buildup that it just continues to, I think that story every single day, it seems like, gets more intense and divided reaction instead of calming down. It's actually bubbling up and getting more intense. One of the things we heard as we wrap up here, the Neighborhood Watch on 105.3 The Fan, one of the things we heard from folks on the survey that we did, heard of several people mention is that they wanted more mention and more love for some high school area sports in DFW. So we're going to include some of that moving forward in every edition of Neighborhood Watch.
Can't let Pat Doney hog it all.
Exactly. Pat can't just have the spotlight. We want to get in on some of this too. I had a lot of folks yesterday. I said, hey, send me teams you want me to spotlight, athletes, people you think, stories that you think are out there that are really interesting about DFW high school sports. And we got a lot, so we're going to save them up for the next few weeks. So just to start off, we're going to shout out some people. Shout out to Grapevine Colleyville ISD. RJ Choppy, as both Grapevine High School and Colleyville Heritage High School. The varsity teams are getting ready to play tonight in the regional semifinals of the UIL 5A state playoffs. In baseball, Grapevine is in Young County tonight. They're playing Abilene Wiley at Graham High School, and then Colleyville Heritage made the trek to Odessa to square off against El Paso. And then shout out to a couple of area high school softball teams. And I put this in my prep, and then I feel like I jinxed it. So Wednesday, most of the softball playoffs are Thursday, Friday, Saturday weekend best of 3 series. They started last night, Wednesday, a number of the series. And so the two teams that I was going to shout out, first one, Marcus High School, the home high school that did end up defeating Keller in that 3-game series. They won 2-1.
With Josh Hamilton in attendance.
Josh Hamilton was there. But Keller ended up losing that series to Marcus. Every game, I think, was like a 1-run game. It was like 4-3, 5-4, and then 8-7 was the final game. But Marcus won, and they moved on, so they are now right on the doorstep of state. They lost yesterday to Denton Geyer, who Denton Geyer's still not big fans of mine.
Not a fan of
the
you
softball
at all.
team over there, still not big fans of me over there. They beat Marcus last night 9-4. But Melissa High School is the one that we got a lot of people saying, hey, you need to talk about what they're doing. What they're doing is really special. Heading into last night, they were 34-0. They are the number 1 ranked high school softball team in the country. They had hit a national record. It's the high school record for any team nationally. They hit 112 home runs this year. They're averaging 13 runs per game. They are just a unit of a softball team. Well, they went in last night to play Lake Belton in the regional finals, and they are now 34-1.
Oh, no.
They were shut out 2-0 last night. Right after I put them in the prep, I feel like, Melissa, if you're listening, like I might have done this. This might have been my fault because I jinxed it because I was like, oh, I've got all these great notes. They're still a juggernaut, and it's a best-of-3 series. They've got the 2 games against Lake Belton, which is a really good high school softball team from Temple. But yeah, they were 34-0 going in last night, 112 home runs. That's like 3.5-4 home runs a game.
Jeez.
That they're hitting. They are just a unit.
Brett
in
Boone
Melissa.
coaching them too.
Little PSA for those youth sports, because Melissa Sports Complex hosts a ton of youth baseball tournaments throughout the year and softball. Beware of third-degree burns. They don't have a stitch of shade at that park, and there are metal bleachers everywhere. It's you sit down on a noon game on a July day. I mean, you will singe your buttocks.
I feel like setting up your own seating at these youth sports events is like number 1 on the list of getting your own setup.
Yeah, you got to have your own little. People buy those
fans,
umbrellas.
coolers, drinks. It's like you're freaking tailgating.
Yeah, and in the cold days, they'll bring those like kind of indoor. They have like these canopies that go over you to keep you warm. But you got to get a tent.
Not us in Mesquite.
You got to get a tent.
It's the Neighborhood Watch every Thursday what an expressway. Pay getting us Jay Billis. We got the Rangers ticket giveaway. Bobby going local here on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station. Cowboys schedule is out. What does Brad Sham think of it? And what does he also think of this offseason so far? The voice of America's team joins us next. But I'm really excited.
that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Things happening. Thursday edition of Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on your official home of the Dallas Cowboys, so you know this voice very well. One of those things was the release of the Dallas Cowboys schedule. Let's talk about that and the offseason with Brad Sham back on the morning show via the D&M Leasing Hotline on DFW Sports Station. What fun things have you been doing in the offseason so far? Where have you gone?
I've gone to New York. Took about a week, saw 4 shows in 48 hours.
Oh, the best one, the best two.
Well, they were all so different from each other. I saw Clooney's show, Good Night and Good Luck. That one made a big impression on me. It was really well done and very true to Edward R. Murrow. And I saw the one that got maybe happy ending, got 10 Tony nominations. It was really good, extremely unique. One of my favorites, though, was Glengarry Glen Ross, which I've seen, know the movie, but I went for the actors to see Odin Kirk and Kieran Culkin and Bill Burr, and they were fantastic.
I love how cultured you are. Bringing some culture
very cultured
to the morning show. Your thoughts.
You brought it up.
Yeah, but I didn't have anything to follow with. I don't have any culture to relay. Your thoughts on the Cowboys' schedule initially?
It's really hard. And, I looked first at weather things. And I want to know, besides Dallas, Kansas City, and Detroit, how many teams have 2 short weeks? I think there are a couple, but I think that's really punitive, really unfair. And I will tell you, Sean, that when I got a chance to sit down and look at it, and I realized that they had 2 Monday night games in a row separated by the bye week, the very first reaction I had was to say 2 words, one of which I can't say, and the second of which is me.
So when you're looking at the 4 Thursday night games, you're really looking to see if it's coming off a short week.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's just really hard for players.
Yeah,
really, really hard. The first one, although actually they won't be on a 7-day schedule because they play on the last preseason game on Friday, but that kind of doesn't count because none of those players will play.
Right.
So the first one, that doesn't matter. And Thanksgiving, I'll give them Thanksgiving because the Cowboys have done that for 50 years, 60 years, and that's part of the tradition here. The other 2 now, that's really, really hard. And one of them, of course, they got to travel on Christmas, and then the other one, they got to go to Detroit. They've got 3 primetime road games, and when the schedule comes out like it did yesterday, people don't realize what a toll that means. You're getting back, depending on where it is, sometime between 3 and 6 a.m. Now, fair enough, you may have a few extra days, but when you're doing it in the last half of the schedule, their bodies are not healed. They're not healthy. It's physically really a difficult schedule, I think.
Brad, I think the Chicago road game is kind of like one of those games you look back, it's like a tipping point game, considering it's, the first two games, maybe you split them, and then you got Green Bay the next week. If you lose that game in Chicago, you could be staring 1-3 in the face. Is that what are some of the other? What is the other tipping point game if there isn't one besides Chicago?
Yeah, I mean, and that is absolutely fair, RJ. Although I will point out that although a lot of people would not expect it sitting here in mid-May, what if they beat the Eagles? Then that changes the way you feel about a lot of things. But I think I'm going to say, depending on, I'm going to give you two, and they're coming into and going out of the bye. I mean, that Cardinals game going into the bye, Washington's going to have been tough. Denver's going to have been tough out in Denver. And so that's a big one. Arizona going into the bye and then coming out, and we have no idea right now if the Raiders are going to be any good or not. But when you look at what they've got coming up, I would say that Raiders game could be one of those, because those next 6 games, that I don't even know how many wins to say you better get out of those. I think if you split those, just sitting here right now knowing what we know about the teams, which is nothing, I would say that those 6 games, if you split those, that would impress me based on right today.
Brad Sham, the voice of the Cowboys, joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Okay, Brad, obviously you're right. We don't know what these teams are exactly yet, but when you got to look at the schedule and just said, all right, here's the way it stacks up, at what point in the season do you look at it and say, I think I'll have a good idea of who this team is by that point, given what they've gone through?
Bobby, I think my experience tells me that regardless of who the opponents are, you get about 6 weeks in, and you'll start to develop some trends, and there will be things that maybe 1 or 2 weeks in look like something, and then give it another month, and you get some injuries and film study, and those things were not such a big deal. But besides that, I would say, when you get into the middle of October, if they're, I would say this, coming off the Jets and the Panthers, if they are not in decent shape with their record coming out of October 12, then things could get a little grim.
Brad, when you look at the Week 10 bye week, obviously Brian Schottenheimer's a first-time head coach. Is that something, do you think, is an instance where you might rather have an earlier bye week with a first-time head coach? Like, hey, maybe it'd be good to get him a reset after 5 weeks instead of having to go 9 straight weeks with a process that he's going trial and error with.
Yeah, I mean, I think I know him well enough to say that he would say it doesn't make any difference. They don't ask me. I don't get that choice. So the closer you get to the middle of the season, for me, the closer you get to the middle of the season, to have your bye and balance out the physical toll, the better off you are. I don't think I'd want to bye after 5 weeks here. They've got some experience on that coaching staff, including him. So I think that might be a deal. I'd tell you, I would almost rather have it where it is, knowing what's coming up, than to move it earlier.
Brad Sham, voice of the Cowboys, joins here 105 through the Fan. Do you like being the opening Thursday night football game?
I don't know. If your team's good, sure. I don't know if it really matters that much, RJ. What I like is you've got a weekend off. You can watch everybody else, and you get a little extra time to prepare for the next game, which I don't know how much more time they would need. It's a division team, but it's kind of an honor, I guess. I don't really think it matters much one way or the other, frankly.
Let's talk about.
There are other teams who would get excited about it. As you guys know very well, it's just different here.
Yep. Brad Sham here on 105 through the Fan, voice of the Cowboys. Let's talk about the rest of the offseason. I'm getting excited. Schottenheimer's personality, the draft, the Pickens deal. Give us your overall thoughts on the Cowboys offseason.
Have you gotten to spend much time with him, Schottenheimer?
No. I mean, Bobby's supposed to be setting up this lunch I'm still waiting on, but it's coming supposedly.
Yeah. I'm really very positively impressed. I spent about a half an hour in his office a couple of weeks ago, and I'm going to spend a little bit more time with him individually before we go to camp. I really, as I've thought about it, Sean, one of the things about him that I think underwhelmed people so much was simply that for the last 10 years or so, you just didn't hear his name a lot in pursuit of head coaching jobs. He did go after some earlier than that, and I don't know why that is, that he wasn't pursuing them or wasn't considered for them. But I think that I'm not sure he's even hit a foul ball. The questions that he answers from the podium, I really think this. If you think back and got to hear any of his stuff at the podium as the offensive coordinator, there were a lot of words, and it seemed like not necessarily a lot of meat. And I even had the feeling then, okay, this is McCarthy's guy, loyal to him, friends with him, and he's not going to say anything that is not going to make Mike McCarthy look like the boss and look good. And he doesn't have, and I haven't asked him if that's the case, but that was my impression. He doesn't have to do that now. And as a result, listen closely when he's got a press conference. He'll have a couple next week. He answers questions. As you guys know better than me, they don't do that in this business very much.
Yeah.
He actually answers questions, and he's honest, and the people thing, the relationship thing, that's real. And so the most important thing a coach has to be, besides, smart and know football, is authentic, because players will see through it. And he's really, I think he's really authentic. I'm very intrigued with the staff. I think that's got a chance to be a bigger plus than people realize, just because of the enthusiasm and the atmosphere. Some people have seen it already. I haven't had a chance to be out amongst it yet, but with OTAs will start next week, and so we'll do that. What was the second thing you said before Pickens?
Draft.
It would have been great to have the receiver, but look, I think they got players that will help them. They may have gotten, everyone is saying this, and I don't know how to say anything otherwise, they may have gotten 3 starters right off the bat. And if you get contributors from, the defensive tackles from UCLA or some of those other ones down the road a little bit, both of the running backs, that could be huge. So I think they did well in the draft, and I am intrigued a little bit by the off-season veteran signings. They weren't going to spend a lot of money and get a lot of high-value, big-name players. But it's such a departure from what they did a year ago. 1 year ago, there was no reason, and I didn't have one, to think, boy, they've gone out and made this team better. I just didn't believe it. And I don't know how good this team is, but it's better than it was last year. The one guy I'm really kind of interested to see is the linebacker that they signed from the Bears, because all I can think of is the guy the Eagles signed last year, Bond, from the Saints. Nobody ever heard of him. Now he's an all-pro because they had an idea about how to use him, and maybe Eberflus has got an idea about how to use this guy. I'm interested to see how he fits in with everybody else. Pickens, he's next question. He's a great player. I'll say this: he's a physically great player, and I think he's smart, and I think that therefore there's a chance that he will understand that this is the one time in his entire career that he's going to get a chance to hit a long home run with a contract. Because if he goes out and misbehaves and acts a fool like he has for many times the last few years, then that's going to affect how. I don't care how much money he gets. That's going to affect how much he gets as a free agent when he leaves here. I look at it as a rental, a one-year thing. I know there are some people who don't, but I guess I've read that if he does well enough, they got a chance to get a third-round compensatory, which would almost be like a free rental. If he has an all-pro year, then clearly it's going to help them, and he has that ability. The thing that is, I don't want to call it a concern, but I think it bears watching. You know, Lunda Wells is really, besides Schottenheimer, who's got things to do, Lunda Wells is really the only veteran presence, and I don't mean to diminish the offensive coordinator who has been in Arizona with the Cardinals the last several years as an offensive line coach. I'm talking about someone that I think a guy like Pickens will listen to and be influenced by. Lunda Wells is the tight ends coach, the only real veteran presence on the offensive coaching staff, which means that it's going to be up, as far as I can tell, it's going to be up to Dak and CD and maybe a little bit of Tyler Smith to make sure that he stays in line and focused and doing what everybody.
Did the Rangers just sweep the worst team of all time? Wait till you hear some of these hilarious numbers next. But
answer. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady?
Cinnamon sisters?
Those are those.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Here's the 2-1. Swing, and that's not on the ground. It's deep out into right center field. This one is gone into the Rangers bullpen. An opposite field shot for Adolis Garcia, his 6th home run of the season. And the Rangers lead at 8-3.
Hixie with the call right here on your home for Rangers baseball. You want Cowboys? You want Rangers? We're the flagships. In case you did not know, this is Sean and RJ featuring Cowboys insider Bobby Bell on 105.3 The Fan. The good news is you sweep the Rockies. You've won 5 in a row. The bad news is Corey Seager again.
They're the Rockies? Oh.
No. It'll be at least 2 weeks on Seager, according to Bruce Bochy with the KNC Masterpiece. Could it be 3 or 4? Yeah. Stress they want to get this thing right and reevaluate after 2 weeks. The offense, stunner, has suffered without Seager during his last absence when they lost 8-10. Besides the anomaly, the 15-2 beatdown of the Athletics at the end of April, Rangers scored only 14 runs in the other 9 games. 1.5 per game, and slashed 201, 235, and 299.
That's the way baseball goes.
And I tried to troll Sandler yesterday and get under his skin on the text, and I said, "Your boy is annoying. This has gotten. I'll probably catch a lot of hate and heat for this.
That's not cool, guys.
This is annoying with this is annoying now with Seager, and maybe it's been annoying.
I mean, he's been an injured player.
Yeah.
For a lot of his career. Now, the thing is that when he is, and the reason why teams wanted to sign him leaving LA, and the reason why the Rangers did sign him is that when he is healthy, he is one of the 10, 12, 15 best hitters in the sport.
Yep.
And he is a guy, as we saw, can carry you to a World Series championship in a series, right? He had you could argue he had the biggest home run in the history of this franchise.
No, it's not an argument. It is.
That's
the biggest.
Yeah, I mean, it's fair, right? I mean, like, Josh Hamilton's would have been, you know, but
they screwed it up.
You could make now. Josh would have won the World Series in totality
Yeah.
Right. But you can make the argument, and it probably is the biggest home run this franchise has ever had. He's a World Series MVP with 2 franchises. There's only 4 guys to ever do that. There's only 2 hitters that have ever done that. So, there's a reason why he was wanted. But there was also a reason why some teams were like, do we want to throw $300 million at him?
Yeah. The follow-up question I was asking myself is, can I get frustrated? How frustrated and angry can I get after what he delivered?
That's the ultimate.
Can I just isolate that, put it in a vacuum, and say, cool, World Series, but what about the rest of the deal? Or do I just have to live off of the past?
Man, see, that's stable fan versus Yankee fan.
Yeah, Yankee fan would want to trade him right now.
Yankee fan's like, I don't care what you did last year. That was last year, right?
Yeah.
They would want to trade him right now. Stable fan is like...
And more desperate fan.
And more desperate fan, for sure. And look
at Mavs fans. Mavs fans said they don't even give a crap if you win a champ. If you took this post-Luka mentality to New York or Boston or Philly, they would think that we're so soft when we sat here and said, we don't even care if you win a championship. We just want you to stay here. We just want to root for our guy for 10 or 15 years. It doesn't matter if it comes with rings or not.
Right.
That's the way DFW was. That would be looked upon in other East Coast markets as soft.
It would. But look, make no mistake about it. The Rangers at the time, when the Rangers got that final out of the World Series, prior to that, this was one of the 5 most desperate fan bases in the sport. No fan base. There's only a handful of teams that have never won a World Series.
Yeah.
That's it, right? Only a handful. And we were of the we were more desperate than the Marlins.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was worth it. And if you have to sell your soul, if you're a fan, I want to win a World Series, you want to sell your soul. This is part of it.
I'm curious. I'm looking it up right now. So how many games do you think he's missed during his time in Texas?
86.
He's been here for 3 and what? How deep in the season are we now? A quarter?
Yeah.
70.
So, no, he has missed
111.
No, he has missed it's 100 and pretty close. It's 110. Ooh. So you're pretty close. But and I mean, it's when you look at go to Fox Sports, and if you just look at his injury history on the Fox Sports page that has every player card, this is since he got to Texas. July 29th, 2022, leg injury. September 27th, 22, arm injury. Hamstring in April of 23. Thumb in July of 23. Hamstring, they don't even have in here the core muscle injury at the start of last season. June of 24, he had 2 separate hamstring injuries. June of 24, a wrist injury. September of 24, the hip injury. April of 25, the hamstring. And then now May of 25, again, the hamstring.
All right, let's make fun of the Rockies.
Real quick.
While we can.
Real quick. He's played in 375 of the 486 possible games. Well, that was leading into this year. Just take this year out because it's only been 35, 40 games. I mean, that's almost 4. That's almost 80% of the game.
He's become the Sean Lee question.
Yeah.
Of just how much is it worth it for you to be hurt? You're awesome when you're in there, but can we bank on this?
I mean, are you guys annoyed like I am? I know it's a scary thing to admit publicly, but people don't want to say it after a ring. But it's annoying. I'm annoyed.
It's irritating. Now, how much of this can he help it or whatever? I mean, 5 hamstring injuries are on this injury list in the last 3 years. There's something not right about the hamstring, and they got to figure it out.
Let's get Casey Smith on the line. All right, let's make fun of the Rockies while we can. These numbers from Bet Online. Will the Rockies break the White Sox record of losses in a season, 121?
So when the Rangers started this series, they were 5 games ahead or behind, how you want to look at it. They were 5 games worse than the White Sox were last year. So, yes.
No.
Did you read my email?
No.
No.
Did I read your emails?
No is minus 200. They're currently on pace to finish 27 and 135, which would shatter the loss record, but Vegas is still saying no. There's a 33% likelihood of breaking the record. The guy who sent this, Jimmy Shapiro, said, I respectfully disagree with those odds, which is rare for me.
I got to tell you, they're in the NL West. Dodgers, Padres, Diamondbacks, all good teams. The White Sox were in the AL Central, right? There was some, that was obviously
weaker.
Kansas City and Cleveland were good last year, but Minnesota had their ups and downs. It's not a tremendous division.
Yeah, Arizona is second to last in the NL West, and they would be right on the Mariners' heels for first in the AL West.
Well, I'm glad you brought up the division. The next odd you can bet on, how many games back will the Rockies finish in the West? The over-under, you want to guess what the over-under is?
I'll say it's 48.
It's 50.
It's 57.5.
Jeez.
The over-under for how many games they'll finish back is 57.5. Right now, they're 21 games back.
All right, so back, I just went for reference. So in 1998, the Yankees won 114 games. The last place team was 51 back. That's a 114-win team.
It's like you read my email, but I know you did not.
No.
They're 21 games back right now. The top 5 highest games out of first since division started in 1969.
Nice.
The Orioles by 61 in 2018. The Diamondbacks were 55 back in 2021. The Tigers 53.5 in 2019. The Marlins 52 back in 98. The White Sox 51.5 in 2024. Here are how many games the Rockies lost the division by in each of the last 4 seasons: 37, 41, 43, and 32.5. Will the Rockies break the negative run differential this season? Will they break the?
Do you know what the record is? Or does it have what the record is?
The record is the 2023 Athletics minus 339.
Oh, God.
They were at minus 132 as of the other day.
No.
So they average minus 3 runs per game.
Oh, my God.
No is the favorite at minus 400.
So
the highest negative run differentials in a 162-game season, the 23 Athletics, the 03 Tigers were minus 337, and the 19 Tigers were minus 333.
Wow. So they went. This is obviously modern era. They used that stat for after 1900,
and right now they're minus 137.
1899. The Cleveland Spiders had a minus 723 run differential. 1899.
Those Spiders, man.
When will the Rockies win a series in 2025? Before or after June 15th? After June 15th is the favorite at minus 300. They've yet to win a series. Their next 10 series: Arizona, Philly, Yankees, Cubs, Mets, Miami, Mets, San Fran, Atlanta, and Washington. The most realistic series win is at home against the White Sox starting on July 4th. What will the lowest ERA for any starting pitcher for the Rockies be? The over-under is 4.50.
I will
that's
take.
bad.
I think it's
for your best starter.
That's Jack Leiter.
That's Jack Leiter.
That's Jack Leiter right now.
Chase Dollander will get somewhere around there.
Dawson was right. So there it is. Some of the numbers and odds to make fun of the Colorado Rockies after the Rangers pull off the sweep on this radio station.
A lot of people in the fan text are suggesting that they eventually have to move Seager to first to get back to him, to keep him healthy. That's not
don't ever run hard.
Yeah, I mean,
don't ever
Dak rules.
Don't
for
ever
Seager.
register a double again.
Yeah, I mean, that honestly, like that is. I'm sure that's a conversation that they're going to have. And we'll see with some shortstops, if moving them or coming up through the pipeline. But yeah, moving to first may not be the worst idea.
So what do you get tonight? You get 6:30 pregame on the station, and then the Armpit coming to Arlington at 7. Then a couple hours later, you get Game 5 where the Stars hopefully close it out. Choppy will have a little preview at 9 o'clock this morning during the packed Thursday edition. But next on the home of the Cowboys with the schedule release, did the worldwide leader disrespect the Cowboys for the first time in history? That's next in Below
the Belt
on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's get you over to Platinum Ford in.
remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So, Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your hair. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Anyone else, all price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
All right, you're out. You're out, Field Yates.
I'm out tomorrow.
No, are you out tomorrow again? Another baby? Is it
Corey
Ava's,
Seager of the Fan?
Ava's 18th? Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, no, we're out on Field Yates from ESPN.
Really?
moving forward.
Very short.
Yeah, look, he's a nice guy, I'm sure. Like every interaction I've ever had with him, he's nice, whatever. But let's stay in the fantasy football world.
Hollywood has not punished height as much as it should. These short people have gotten a free ride. They don't have to deal with the discrimination that other short people in society have to deal with. It is amazing. All these famous people, actors.
It's like you're punching a little person.
Yeah. And you don't know because the stupid camera.
The camera angle, they go from below.
Yeah.
Like there was like the old Lenny Kravitz. He would only take a photo if the camera was below.
Oh.
So he looked big.
Is he short, Lenny Kravitz?
5'5". Yeah, he's like Tom Cruise.
That's wild, yeah, because you got the Bruno Mars of the world, Tom Cruise, Zac Efron. They're all like 5'8" or under, or 5'7" and under, something like that.
Getting away with it.
It's wild. Well, Field Yates, is Field Yates that small? I hadn't noticed before that he was a short guy.
He seemed pretty small.
Most of the NFL insiders, it seems like, are. But Field Yates is off of our list of analysis names. If he says something, I'm not listening moving forward. After he had an article over at ESPN ranking the 2025 NFL rookie impact for non-first round draft picks. So it's like, oh, okay, all right. Well, Dallas had what was considered a pretty strong draft, especially, second and third round picks, the day two guys. They were pretty strong picks. So surely these guys are going to make an appearance here, or at least you would think one of them would. Donovan Ezeraku, a guy who's going to be rushing across from Micah Parsons, is probably the highest, like most pro-ready pass rush traits of anybody in the draft right now, is going to be getting a lot of one-on-one looks and is going to be asked to do a lot on passing downs. So you would think that would be a significant impact. Well, Field Yates decided to take a look at the guys that he thinks are going to make a big impact from rounds 2 and on. We'll start with the offensive side of the football. Tyler Shuck is his number 1 on this list for the New Orleans Saints, as with Derek Carr retiring after that having already been hurt. It looks like Tyler Shuck might be thrust into play very early on. You've got running back R.J. Harvey from the Broncos. You've got Quinshon Judkins from the Browns, who the Cowboys were absolutely in love with and would have loved to have him if he would have fallen to them at pick 44. He got picked by the Browns at 36. Travion Henderson, the other Ohio State running back, to the Patriots at 38. A lot of running backs end up on these lists because running backs have an opportunity to be impact players right away and do things right away. Perhaps slightly interesting, I don't know. Would you qualify that on a list like this? You think Jaden Blue would at least be a name you would consider if he might end up getting opportunities to carry the ball consistently? I'm not picking a fight that he didn't put Jaden Blue on his list of 14 names here.
Yeah.
But if you're looking at running backs who are going to have opportunity right away, he's going to be high on the list.
Should be very high on the list.
You tell me, Mr. Longhorn. Kinda.
No, I like Jaden Blue. I wonder just how much you're going to see. We're coming to do a 3-headed monster. That's the only reason why I wouldn't put him up there.
If Jaden Blue got the same carries as Rico Dowdle last year, the numbers would compare how?
Oh, I don't think Jaden Blue's going to. I mean, unless Booker is just Zach Martin as a rookie and you see massive growth from Guyton and different things like that, I don't think you're going to put up what Dowdle did. Dowdle was a really good running back for you last year.
Yeah.
Like, he put up pretty efficient numbers overall. But yeah, I mean, to me, if you're just trying to pair opportunity with what's going to, what opportunities they would get, what the offense is capable of, the upside on a guy like Jaden Blue, I at least could see an argument for it, especially when you put on this list Brashard Smith, who, shout out SMU, love SMU, but you threw a guy who was picked 228 in there, so it's clearly not like you're staying away from day 3 picks. Here's where I have the issue, though. He lists a bunch of guys on the defensive side of the ball. Carson Schwessinger, the linebacker from the Browns, is his number 1. You've got Will Johnson, the corner from Michigan, who went to the Cardinals. Nick Martin, the Oklahoma State linebacker for the 49ers. He goes down the list over and over. Jacob Parrish with the Buccaneers, a guy I really like, the corner who I thought could be a Jordan Lewis prototype. You go down the list, he has 13 different players named here. How in the world you come away from this and say that Ezeraku isn't near the top of this list is wild to me. And it's wild enough,
Bobby,
that here's what I'm willing to say.
Oh, is this what I wrote down a couple days ago?
It is.
Peyton, mark this.
Barring injury, okay? Because obviously the injury can factor into all of this. But barring injury, if Ezeraku doesn't pick up a minimum of 6 sacks as a rookie, minimum, that's like the very baseline. That would be, all right, he kind of met expectations, to me anyway. If he doesn't pick up a minimum of 6 sacks as a rookie, I'm going to shave my head bald.
No!
And whenever I've put the bald head bet on the line, this has been money before. It's always come through for me. It was close last year at the end of the year, but it's always come through for me. And so I'm saying this is my my stone cold lead pipe lock, like Mike and Mike used to do. I'm locking this one in. It's ridiculous. That to me just says Field Yates either.
Well, Bobby, he's naming 14 people. And
I know 14 people
out of
like
250.
Right, and none of them are first rounders. he found 14 impact defensive players on days 2 and 3, and Ezeraku, who was a projected first-round pick and is going to be seeing one-on-one rushes with Micah Parsons on the other side, isn't like kind of in the conversation.
So he only did defensive players on there?
He had it split up. So there were 14 offensive players, 14 defensive players.
Now, if you want,
I like it.
Was he looking at it from that's too easy because he's a first-round grade. That's too easy.
No, because he put Will Johnson in there. Will Johnson was thought to be a first-round player for most of the time.
Randy Gregory, in his first year, that was 2 games played, but a second year, in 14 games played, had 6 sacks. And then in 2021, in 12 games, had 6 sacks. So I love the number. Ezeraku, 6 sacks, or even more baldness for Roberto.
And look, more baldness. See, that's the thing. It's I'm just finishing off what got started.
You got to get that UCLA PP 405 or whatever it is.
See, this is the thing about the number of 6 sacks, though, is because typically pass rushers have not come in and been like impact guys right away. That's literally just speaking to the fact that his ability to affect the game as a pass rusher right now, how pro-ready those traits are just going to be so valuable. And you've got Dante Fowler on this roster, Sam Williams on this roster. So it's not like he's going to be playing 80% of the time. But I'm telling you, he's going to do it.
I'm getting a Gavin 2.0 feeling.
And I'm going to dunk all over Field Yates with this one if I end up being right.
Well, he won't be able to block you with how short he is.
No, he can't.
It's good hair, though.
Watch, he'll be the exact same height as me, and I'm talking all this smack. I'm going to take you back to the 12th floor in this building when we wanted Gavin Spittle.
Listed at 5'11".
Is he?
That's what he's listed at.
Oh, he's too thin.
He is 200.
When we wanted Gavin Spittle, how does someone have the height and weight for Field Yates out there? Like
Wikipedia, man. I don't know.
Like he played something.
I have no idea.
We wanted Gavin Spittle to place the over-under bet. Now, it's a good thing that he said he didn't have enough money in the account, or he didn't want to have the ATM transaction fee in Vegas, because we're like, hammer the Cowboys over. But if this over-under is still 7.5, I may have to go into the kids' college fund because I'm getting an itch. If it's 7.5 over-under, I'm getting ready to hammer that thing on the over.
You know, it was
find it for me, Chop.
The under was the favorite initially because they had minus 120, and now after the Pickens deal, it flipped to the over as minus 120. So yeah, I mean, I think the over 7.5. This is the, since you go back to the beginning of Romo's times, they have not had an under over to this low. I mean, it was 8 in 2018 or whatever.
But 7.5. So all that flipped was which was the favorite on the over or the under. Right. It didn't shift the number.
The number didn't shift. Just the favorite.
So is that Vegas telling you they don't know what Dak's going to be coming back?
Yes.
So that's strictly a Dak number of just we have no idea what Dak is and we can't bet on that.
For the most part, almost all their
because you would think Pickens, Booker, you would think these things would move it at least enough to go all right, maybe that's another game. That just to me says, well, no, because the thing we're worried about, we still don't have an answer on, which is what is Dak.
For the most part, anybody other than a quarterback doesn't really move anything.
And I would get it, but when you're talking about Booker and Pickens contributing to the quarterback and what he's trying to do, then you would think that would be part of it. Stephen Jones talked with Adam Shine. What's he say? You always love to do his Shine on Sports.
Shine on Sports.
The most annoying voice in broadcasting.
I went and tracked. This was an interview. How much of this interview do you think was filled time-wise with Adam Shine's questions?
How long was the interview?
Probably half or 3/4. It's like Cowherd. You can't.
15 minutes.
I would say 6 minutes were Shine questions.
Got it. He had a 62-second question in here. There was 47-second question. Just
Stephen, I've been saying for years that this.
He went to the Chiafalo School of Broadcasting.
It's exactly what it was. So because he'd ask the question in the first 10 seconds, and then he'd spend the next 50 telling you why he thinks it and why he's asking you. But this was an interesting clip here from Stephen Jones. This is going to be cut 9, Peyton. We've talked about the George Pickens acquisition and about the attitude questions, because they were talking about, man, we hear competitor-wise, he's like Dez. We played that clip the other day. All right, what about this question, though, of is he a bit of a diva? Is he a bit of a clubhouse cancer? Is that a concern? So this was Stephen Jones with Adam Shine talking about the concerns potentially about George Pickens' attitude.
He's an uber competitor, and we had one in Des Bryant who was the same way. I mean, he just couldn't get enough, and boy, when the lights came on and his cleats hit the turf, he was a different guy, and it feels like George is going to be that way. He certainly sometimes plays with high emotion, and that can, as we all know, when you're playing sports and you're competing and you're playing with a lot of emotion, sometimes you can make a wrong decision here and there, but we had that with Des, but certainly he knows he wants to continue to get his hands around that, just like Des worked at it all the time, and we feel like that it's certainly worth what comes with that in terms of what he's doing to continue to get better when he's out there competing week in and week out. And I know, all the homework we did, he's well loved by his teammates. They want him on their team, and we felt the same way about Des. And we just feel like he's going to bring something here to our organization that we need in terms of an edge and bringing that energy of competition to the field day in, day out, week in, week out.
Boy, that Dez comparison keeps coming up, and it keeps shifting the way that they're comparing it, because it's like the play style, but it's like the competitiveness. They're like, yeah, look, sometimes you got to deal with some Dez moments a little bit.
How about Brad Sham? He was very hesitant.
Yes, he was.
He's like, I'm looking at this possibly as a 1 year. I'm glad it's not 3 right now. I'm glad it's not 5. It's a 1 year, cheap, maybe free rental if you get that comp pick. So, because I know if we interviewed Brad before the Pickens deal, he'd be like, you don't want that. That's not happening.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm glad to see he didn't totally basic it up there after the deal.
Like a lot of the conversations been had about Pickens, though, with the idea of just, well, what's your culture supposed to be? If you're all about culture, why are you bringing Pickens in here? The thought process from the Cowboys is, if the culture is what Shoddy's claiming the culture is, that's supposed to give us the advantage to be able to get Pickens, is that Pickens is supposed to be able to survive it here. And so that's kind of the idea I think they have.
By the way, I'm just busting Mike's balls. He's been lighting me up with hoops. And
really?
He was the press. He did call it the Rangers offense. He was the press the other day. Oh, yeah. Talking to me. I said, I thought you were out. He's like, well, I'm back unless they trade the pick, but my son is still out. My 17-year-old is still out.
Yeah, he said he was like, his heart will never be back in it as much.
We'll see.
As much as it was once.
Well, what have I told you that they're about to draft?
I told you.
The next Kevin Garnett. Someone says that's what they are getting at number 1, and Choppy gets you set for hopefully the Stars close out tonight. Next, final hour with Sean and RJ 105.3.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Was it Singing Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Free Club?
No.
Nutmeg.
I just said that. Is it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sapphire Squad?
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
They get it all the way across the Draisaitl to the middle. The shot saved by Hill. The rebound, they're jamming away. Scores! The Edmonton Oilers pour off the bench. They win it 1-0 in overtime and win the series 4-1.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt back together again. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back. We are live on all of the listening and viewing devices as we get you set for Game 5 tonight, and hopefully this thing ends. Oilers radio with the call, and Edmonton is waiting again in the conference finals for the second straight year.
Yep, they are, and they are waiting because obviously they beat Vegas 4-1, but they really did it on the backs of being on the road and dominating on the road. They were 3-0 in the series away from home. They won the first 2 games despite Vegas taking early leads in both of them. First 10 minutes, Vegas was up in both games, but Edmonton came back. They split at home, and they wind up going back on the road and winning in Game 5. And now Edmonton is the second favorite to win the Cup.
Oh.
The Stars are the favorite right now, plus 260.
Dallas Stars.
Edmonton, plus 275. The Stars, even money to win the West. Edmonton, plus 120, so barely, right? So barely.
Does that surprise you?
They're pretty even. So not totally surprised. And then look, Edmonton won last year.
Yeah.
They beat the Stars last year. So they're a tremendous team. They are the rarity in this case in this postseason where and look, I mean, Mikko's been better than anybody else's playoff, but Connor McDavid is the best player on the ice, regardless of who he's playing against.
And Stars would have home ice.
I have to go back and check this.
50 wins. Yes, Edmonton had 48.
Yeah, it was they're like 1 point different, 2 point different. But so for having said that,
5 point difference.
5 point. So having said that, it's very difficult to find a series where Mikko would not be the best player on the ice, like in totality. Like there are games where he'll be better, and there's been playoff, like he's been better this playoff. But for all intents and purposes, Connor McDavid is the best player in the world, and that's something that the Stars haven't seen this year, where he's not the best player on the ice.
So that's Oilers radio. Hopefully tonight we can play this radio. It's the Riepma cast. This is Jake Riepma. In case you miss him at 7 a.m., I mean, really bringing the energy to these Stars recaps while going to all the games at the AAC.
Listen, he's the most electrifying man in DFW sports radio. There's no doubt about that.
Oh, my. Well, the other day, he was doing some play-by-play of the Stars, and I wanted to wait for Bobby to get back to play it in its entirety. Bobby, hold your breakfast down.
Hintz carries over the blue line into the jet zone. Right circle to Rantanen. To Harley on the point. Back to Rantanen. One-timer. Scores! Mikko Rantanen puts the Stars up 1-0. Say it with me. Dallas Stars! Suck it, Hollebuck. Study that one. Where were your eyes exercising on that one, Hollebuck? Stars lead it 1-0. Dallas Stars.
Well, there you go.
What time is this?
Riepma cast.
It doesn't matter what time
it does.
that was.
It does matter.
It doesn't matter
because he started with a lot more intensity, and then by the end, I felt like there was like almost like a whole back, like he had to whisper, like somebody was like it was like 12 o'clock and somebody's sleeping.
I know the answer to this because I've done this. He got embarrassed midway through as to what he was doing, and
I don't think that man gets embarrassed.
I don't know if he does.
You embarrassed?
Yeah. So we'll have Riepma in at 7, no matter what happens tonight. But hopefully we get that type of audio.
Get in there with the kids.
Do you guys?
You guys got to get him, Byron. You got to invite him to.
Oh my God! To the Tarleton game,
Bobby will just walk off the set.
Do y'all get?
I love the intensity. I love the passion.
So, like, uncomfortable scenes in movies, like, do y'all like that, or does he like?
No,
I can't stand it.
Don't
I
like
get
it.
so uncomfortable in certain spots. That made me uncomfortable.
Oh, it did.
It made me very.
Which part?
The entire thing.
I thought you
the
loved
way
it.
I loved it because I was what I was going to do to you, but it actually did the same thing to me. The way he said Rantanen, it just made me.
Play it one more time.
No.
Come on.
Play it.
Hintz carries over the blue line into the jet zone. Right circle to Rantanen. To Harley on the point. Back to Rantanen. One-timer. Stars! Mikko Rantanen puts the Stars up 1-0. Say it with me. Dallas Stars! Suck it, Hollebuck. Study that one. Where were your eyes exercising on that one, Hollebuck? Stars lead it 1-0. Dallas Stars.
He does have some particular emphasis, like Rantanen.
Yeah.
And then when he's walking around the studios here, he's got that one word he says where he goes, ick. Like the last syllable of that word that he uses.
Rantanen!
Where he says so the CK. Yeah.
All right, so there it is. That's your setup for Game 5 tonight. The full recap tomorrow morning right here on DFW Sports Station.
You mean the full preview of Game 1 tomorrow morning?
Oh! Calling it?
It's over. They are gonna mail this thing in the way Toronto gutlessly mailed it in last night.
Mailed in the terrace.
Yeah, I'm gonna need Bobby's help here. On this one because I don't know how to make memes or I don't know how to superimpose things.
Yep.
But this is what my buddy said. Those are the guys who hold the Stanley Cup.
Oh.
And that's the Toronto Maple Leafs logo on a golf bag.
Oh.
So we needed somebody to make this with Winnipeg. A Winnipeg.
Oh,
So
yeah.
those are the two guys. Those are the keepers of the cup. So
That's pretty good.
Get them out there on the PGA Championship.
You know what's the common theme there, though, just in general? It's always Canadian teams. They're always going home early.
Yeah.
All right, I want to get even more hype for Cooper Flagg. Props to the Mavericks for leaking it and getting rid of the uneasiness that they were going to screw this up and letting it be known to Tim McMahon they're taking Flagg. If you missed Jay Billis earlier, my God. What a whale. What a beast. Pepe was able to book him during the Expressway. He absolutely crushed it. Do you want John Shire or do you want the Kevin Garnett comparison?
Let's go with Kevin Garnett comparison.
All right, because we've heard Kawhi. We had on Jeremy Woo, draft analyst, talk about Scottie Pippen, talk about Jason Tatum. Here's Kendrick Perkins on ESPN on Cooper Flagg.
When you're talking about Cooper Flagg, you're talking about a different type of competitor, right? Like everyone in the league is a competitor because you don't get to the NBA without competing. Well, when I'm talking about a different level of competition and competing, I'm looking at this man, I'm talking about like KG type competing. And when I say that is that he don't like to lose at nothing. Everything he does is a competition. In the weight room, it's a competition. Molly, UD, J. Will, one of my best friends is an assistant college coach. Right now, he's at Arizona. He was at Texas last year.
Well,
he went and looked at Cooper Flagg, and he went to a few of his practices when he was in high school 2 years ago. And he said, man, everybody was blown away about his practice and not because of the scrimmage. I said, what? He was like, when it was time for them to line up and it was time for them to run suicides, it was a competition with a first down and back. And it's not a front. He wasn't fronting. This is who he is.
Love it. Falling for it. All in. KG mentality. If you throw that out there, you catch my attention because that man, as we know, was a psychopath. As Paul Pierce told us, made up racial accusations coming out of the mouth of Dirk Nowitzki. Dirk was killing him, and KG starts going at him, and Paul's like, calm down, dude. What's your problem? He goes, he called me the M-word. And Paul's like, no, he didn't. I've been standing there the whole time. That's a bunch of a lunatic nut job. But if you're going to compare someone to Kevin Garnett from a competitive standpoint, I melt. I love it.
Yeah, he loved to compete. Unless he was playing against Dirk, then he rolled over like he was on fire. Dirk owned him.
Dirk crushed him. That's why he had to say he called me that is because Paul Pierce was like, he was getting cooked by Dirk and had to like motivate himself to lock in. So he's like making up lies to himself.
Now that the Mavericks have let it be known they're taking Flagg, they have dropped down the Giannis board from Bet Online in Vegas. Spurs are the favorites, then the Rockets. Pelicans, Grizzlies, Nets, Cavaliers, and Mavs are tied at 9-1. And Kendrick Perkins said, Giannis, he don't want to go to the West anyway.
I don't believe Giannis, like the Dallas Mavericks, are a team that is on Giannis' wish list. Like, he's not trying to get down to Dallas. And I'm going to tell you this. Giannis want to go to a team that Giannis can control, right? Like the Dallas Mavericks, yeah, you could have Kyrie may have a little say-so, AD may have a little say-so, but Nico's running the ship. And what I'm saying is that I don't believe Giannis wants to go to Dallas.
Where do you think he wants to go?
I believe that Giannis he wants to stay on the East Coast. Giannis wants to stay in the Eastern Conference. Yeah. Like he's not trying to go out west. He wants to stay in the Eastern Conference. I know this for a fact.
Okay, I know this for a fact. Number one, I hope that's the case. And number two, that would make an absolute ton of sense. You want to get to the finals, stay in the East. The West, just one of the big losers the other night in the draft lottery was the rest of the Western Conference because it's stupid.
Oh, yeah.
It's absolutely stupid, and the East is a joke in comparison.
It really is. But now there was that, I think it was Wendy that had the report that he liked the idea of going to one of the Texas teams. Giannis did because of the tax issue, which San Antonio and Houston, obviously, and there's proposed trades left and right. So, yeah, I mean, now obviously no Texas team is in the Eastern Conference, but and there are a handful of states out there where he can get the no tax thing, but, I mean, San Antonio, they've got a ton to offer. They have a ton of picks to offer.
They have Giannis and Wemby on the court at the same time. That'll just be stupid. That'll be irritating.
Or would you rather have Anthony Davis?
Anthony Davis or Cooper Flagg?
Anthony Davis and...
Would I rather have Anthony Davis and Cooper Flagg or
Giannis and
Wemby and Giannis?
Anthony Davis and Giannis.
No, I'd rather just trade Anthony Davis for Giannis, and then I can have Cooper Flagg and Giannis in my dream world.
Oh, man.
Great. Yeah, I'm sure they'll accept that. But who knows? After what we already
I don't know. We
saw.
accepted AD for Luka, so.
You want to get even more hype about Flagg? The great Josh Clark sent me the day one NBA draft lottery observations. Jonathan Givony, is it Givony?
I think it's Givony.
Givony, who is one of their ESPN draft experts, had the Flagg recap. Flagg looked every bit the part of a franchise NBA player and surefire number one pick in his 75 minutes on the court Tuesday. I was on the floor, standing face-to-face with him and every other projected lottery pick, and was blown away by the energy, charisma, and spirit Flagg brought to everything he did. He dominates every drill with his voice, cheering on teammates, lifting up the energy in the building, and pushing players to be the best version of themselves, especially himself. He measured 6'7" 3/4", so not 6'8", not 6'9", 6'7" 3/4", and 221, an inch taller than at the Nike Hoop Summit a year ago, 12 pounds heavier, with dimensions comparable to Scottie Pippen coming out of Central Arkansas.
Could you imagine growing at 18 years old?
Flagg shot the ball well in drills, catching fire in stretches, showing significant improvement over the past year. And though he initially looked shocked by the results of Monday's draft lottery, which we talked about here on the show, sources told ESPN his camp realized how fortunate he is to land in Dallas, said to be thrilled by the idea of joining a playoff caliber roster with strong veterans and a team that has a void at the small forward position. Let's go, Dallas Mavericks! No, Mavs, Bobby.
He's an infectious player. Like we are gonna love watching like how much joy he takes in playing this game. Like it really is. It really is fun. And from him, I mean, most overall number one picks go to forgotten outposts of the NBA, right? Washington, Atlanta, wherever. I mean, to come to a massive, not a small market, huge market, a team that was in the finals not even 12 months ago. I mean, you couldn't ask for more.
Some are saying that the Cowboys are no longer America's team after last night. Let's see what the ticket prices have to say about that. Cowboys schedule release. It's the Red Zone with all the football you can handle. Next on Sean and
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking out.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
ForKids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
It's the Red Zone every day at this time here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys, with last night the schedule release taking place. By the way, RJ, I need you to go and check out Jacksonville's schedule release video. More on that in a second. Crosstalk with the K and C masterpiece at 9:40 on 105.3 The Fan. The schedule, in case you did not know, it's the 11th toughest in the NFL. So how did the Giants get the toughest?
Well, it's obviously you're set, right? You're set with the amount, and then you factor in road games. But then I guess it would have to be their 9th road or 9th home game.
Well, I mean, also, so Dallas finished ahead of the Giants. They're going to have largely similar schedules, but Dallas was better than the Giants last year. So the Giants having to play Dallas is also going to skew it.
So you're facing, right now, the 3 toughest divisions in football. You're the Cowboys, and you're in the East. You got the East, you got the NFC North, and then you have the AFC West. Here's the schedule in case you did.
You think the NFC East is tougher than the AFC North?
AFC North is Baltimore, Cincy, and then Cleveland, Pittsburgh. That's a good question. What do you guys think? NFC East versus AFC North. Let's put the teams all in order. Let's go Philly 1.
So we're comparing East and North here?
Yes.
Okay.
Who's the second best team of all?
Baltimore.
Okay.
I mean, you can make the case that Baltimore would be better than Philly this year, I suppose.
You could. Let's keep Baltimore 2. Is it Cincy or Dallas 3?
Ahead of Washington?
Ahead of Washington?
Oh, Washington.
Yeah.
I would go Washington next, and then I would say, I don't know. Cincinnati's so weird.
Yeah.
Because, Burrow was so great last year. Their defense was terrible.
Yeah.
I would probably slightly take Cincinnati right now.
Okay.
And then Dallas.
All right.
And then Pitt. And then...
And then it'd be...
Cleveland or the Giants. I'll say Cleveland. Oh, well, I mean, I like Jackson Dart.
I would go Cleveland, then the Giants.
Yeah.
All right, so...
It's tough. That's close.
So it literally goes back and forth until you get to Cleveland and New York. Philly, East, Baltimore, North, Washington, East, Cincy, North, Dallas, East, Pittsburgh, North, Cleveland, Giants. I just created a tie. So that's a good question. Okay, but let's get to the actual schedule now. And I think we're all pretty much in agreement on the outlook on it. You start with the Eagles, and then I think you got to win 4 of your next 5. You got the Giants. RJ thinks a huge swing game early is Chicago. Then the Packers come to town. Then Jets, Panthers. So you've got to take advantage of Giants, Bears, Jets, Panthers before Washington, Denver, and then you get a nice bye week sandwich. You get Arizona before the bye, then the Raiders. Capitalize. Beat Arizona for once, for God's sake. Then the gauntlet. Eagles, Chiefs, Lions, Vikings, Chargers, Commanders before the New York Giants finale.
Such a brutal schedule.
Brutal stretch.
Brutal stretch.
Yes.
It's how you stack. This is why the schedule release still has some interest to it, even though you know who you're going to play. Is just because how are they going to stack this up, and what kind of gauntlet are you going to go through? And that week 12 through 17, that'll be where either they're going to be a playoff team or not.
81-21 for the combined record for those teams, weeks 12 through 17. 81-21.
Come on.
So there you go.
I mean, you're getting the best teams in the NFL basically right there. The worst team you're playing is the Chargers, and they were 11-6. I mean, that's a really tough stretch. And you don't know leading into that, obviously right now, what are potentially the Cardinals going to be, or what are the Raiders going to be? Are the Raiders going to do anything to improve their standing? So it's going to set up from where the season will be made.
Chase Daniel and others, trying to create the little buzz headline saying the Chiefs, they're America's team, and they have the moniker. I love how Shereen Williams just shut Chase's ass down. Settle down just a little bit. 4 Thursday night games for the Cowboys, first time ever. 6 still in prime time. And what about them seat prices, Roberto?
Okay, so Adam Schefter had tweeted this morning the most in-demand games per Vivid Seats. Vivid Seats had given him the data. So this is the most high in-demand games from 5 to 1. Number 5, Jets at Bills, Week 18. Why is that?
Jets at Bills.
Why is that going to be so in demand?
Oh, it's the last game at the stadium.
Oh, is that why?
That's why. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Right? Is that next year's the new stadium?
I would assume so. Average ticket price right now is $1,100, $1,169 to be exact. Then it's Baltimore at Buffalo on September 7th, Sunday Night Football. That's $1,183. And then the top 3. Number 3, the Packers at the Cowboys for Sunday Night Football on September 28th. The average ticket price is $1,295. Number 2, the Chiefs at the Cowboys for Thanksgiving Day. That is $1,491 is the average ticket price.
I heard it was $400 for the, what are those tickets where you just stand?
Oh, the party pass.
Yeah,
party
pass.
$400 for Thanksgiving.
And then the most expensive ticket going right now, the most in-demand ticket, what do you think it is?
Most in the whole league.
Mm-hmm.
Did the Chiefs face the Bills again?
I don't know. I'll give you a hint. It is your Dallas Cowboys are involved.
Lions.
Is it Cowboys-Eagles opener?
It's the Cowboys-Eagles opener. $1,743 is the average ticket price. So pretty substantial. I mean, that's
1,000.
They're still America's team. Don't listen to them.
Oh, they are.
Don't listen to Chase Daniel. Come on, you forgot your South Lake roots already, buddy?
877-881-1053 to hit us up on the Franco LaFranco Injury Attorney text line.
We do have the alternate schedule audio if you'd like it.
Oh, yeah, because I was disappointed, man. The Cowboys, the best part of last night is no longer the looking at the order of the games because we already know who they're facing. It's what these teams are doing on social media. Cowboys was pretty weak. I got to say. It was pretty weak.
I thought this was pretty funny, the one they put up yesterday. So they had various players.
So this is a second one?
Yeah, this is like a second video they put out this morning. It's not technically a release. It's more, I guess, just a game around the schedule.
It's an alternate.
Yeah, so this is, and I trimmed it down a little bit. Some of this is visual, and so we just basically cut it in about half. But this is players like Jake Ferguson is making sounds standing behind like Brevin Spanford, and Brevin Spanford has to guess who the opponent is based on the noise Ferg is making, or the noise Maris Leofau or Sam Williams is making. So this is a portion of their new release video that they put out today with players. Jake Ferguson.
Bears.
Sam Williams.
Hang on, stop
New York
it.
Giants.
All right, what was that?
I thought it was pterodactyls. I don't think there's
That
a
was
team,
Eagles. That was Eagles. That
Was the first one the Bears?
Yes, that was just a. They didn't give the answer on that one, but that's what he was doing.
Okay.
Duh. Bears. The British are coming. The British are coming. The Patriots. No. Is it Commanders? Paul Revere. Yeah, there Commanders.
Denver Broncos.
Stop.
Vegas
Stop.
Raiders.
Ah! That was a casino, the cash machine.
That was Trent Sieg, the long snapper.
That's clever. That's clever because I would have thought there was
Ding, ding, ding for the coins,
Yeah,
right?
but I would think it had to be some kind of like AT.
Yeah, don't worry about giving the names, Bobby. We don't care. I just want to hear the sound.
Vegas Raiders. Yeah.
The Eagles.
Mm-hmm. Hey, I'm the sheriff around here. I'm the chief of this police station.
What?
They call me Chief Big Sam. Kansas City Chiefs. Okay.
Can you do that? You're gonna get that taken down like the Dolphins.
The Dolphins one did, yeah, with the Tyreek Hill video.
It wasn't the Dolphins that got taken down.
No, it was the Colts. It was the Colts schedule release video.
If you're gonna make a noise for Chiefs, man, I think Sam Williams would about as safe as you can go to say, I'm the chief of this police station here.
Yeah, I wouldn't have let Sam done any of the impressions to start off. That's a little dangerous. And the other release videos that got a lot of hype.
The Chargers one did. That was very clever. They took a shot at Pete Carroll. They had a Pete Carroll shirtless photo in there. They took a dig at Harrison Butker. They took a dig at the Cowboys with the Fire Nico sign right in their video. It was all Minecraft theme.
But they had something else really hilarious in there you were showing me. I'm trying to remember what it was. It was something even better than Pete Carroll.
Wasn't the Schultz one, was it? Schultz and Rappaport?
No, would they have them fighting
smacking each other in the face? Yeah.
The Jaguars one you told me to watch.
Yeah.
Man.
Is that what this is?
Yes. It's the dude who they're rewarding him for a fake. It was fake. What he did was fake. That's not his life. He doesn't do that.
I don't know. Okay, TMZ said Jaguars used Sabrina Carpenter sex positions to announce the schedule.
Oh, no. They used
Remember? Did you see this? Did you see?
No, I saw this one with the guy who does the dunking his face in the water, and he goes, "I think we got to get you to 10,000."
Okay.
Like that. It's like he's suspended in midair for 4 minutes on his dive. I mean, that's not his real life. He doesn't do that.
Okay. So there's not Sabrina Carpenter.
I haven't seen that one.
I've seen them. Yeah, they're at a concert. She does a lot of them.
No, but on the NFL account, Dip.
He's not even listening.
He's listening. His mind just got stuck.
Yeah. So I don't know.
He's definitely not standing after that.
Right. I don't know if that was the real thing or not.
But then the Colts got in trouble for Tyreek.
Yeah. So they did a Minecraft one as well. And they got in trouble because when they played the Dolphins, they had a dolphin swimming in the ocean with a number 10 jersey on, which is Tyreek's number. And then over top of him, it said Hill. It said Hill. And a Coast Guard ship pulls up alongside and arrests him.
This is soft. Why do you have to apologize for that or get rid of it or whatever else? That's good. No, that's good ball busting. Come on, like it happened. Like everybody, there are a lot worse things you could have made funny.
Issue. You can't have that as NFL PR.
There were a lot worse things with Tyreek Hill you could make fun of.
I think that's the last job you could ever have on earth. Is they should let you head up a. You may have done a worse PR job than the Mavericks after the Luka trade.
Oof.
You running a PR agency would be a nightmare.
With what? Wait, what did I do worse at? The post Luka trade? I thought you were saying I did worse post Luka. I was like, no way. Nico definitely was the worst.
No, just running PR, just absolute last job.
I crush it.
That you could actually absolutely have.
We're not having any snowflakes around here. We're gonna crush it. Okay,
not anymore. Red Zone every day at 9:20. Did Kevin Hagelin tease a prediction?
What was it? He said
the Rangers were going to sweep the Rockies.
Yeah, he
said
did
it yesterday.
Can he make it 4 for 4? Let's hear more from Kevin Hagelin and the KNC Masterpiece next.
Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out.
Dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All prices sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Here's the pitch to Langford. And there's a high drive well hit to right field. Back goes Bouchard at the wall. That ball is history. An opposite field two-run homer for Wyatt Langford. A laser beam, line shot, home run. Oppo Taco, and it's 2-0 Rangers.
Sweep! 5 wins in a row. Still third place in the American League West. But let's see what happens against the Astros starting tonight at 6:30 on this station. And the G-Bag Nation will be doing their show out there live. This is Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece. Good morning.
You're back!
Yes. Choppy got me right. He said Sudafed. Got to get Sudafed. I had to get more Zyrtec.
That's what the 99 Stars did.
The nose spray, and then...
Are you surprised he wasn't like, I got a guy. Take these pills in like this unmarked little can. The Super Bowl, wasn't he like going through his baggie of all his drugs?
That's the surprise that he didn't have it in the bag. I'm surprised he didn't have the Sudafed in the bag.
No, I don't. As a matter of fact, I think we are out of it.
Yeah.
I think we're out of it.
But then the most disgusting thing is I've been putting this Vicks like deodorant looking rub on my like upper lip.
Yeah.
Oh no.
That's been like, you know, a really
at home you put it on the chest, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And I can't at home I put it on my lip.
Okay.
Out in public I have to put it on my chest.
Which do you prefer? Like on a consistent basis.
You got to show off the chest for the
Yeah.
ladies. I got you. I understand.
Yeah, do you like it on your chest or your lip?
Yeah, that's what Kevin's joke was.
I know. I want to know.
Way to top it. What's coming up on the show?
He's been so effing sour all day today.
No, I'm really. You think I've been sour?
he's been fine.
Yeah.
All right, fine. Screw both y'all.
Top of the hour, we do get into the Rangers sweep, and we do ask the question, is the confidence really high, or was it just Colorado? So we'll get into that conversation. At noon today, we will be the first ever show for the 14th consecutive year to go through the entire schedule and pick game by game. Nobody ever does this except for us. So we will do this at noon today. It's the first thing anybody's ever done. And after that, everybody started copying it. But we got to give the Cowboys a lot of credit for that video, man. That was a really amazing release video.
The second video.
Oh, they had a second one?
Yeah.
I only know of that one that I love so much. So that was the one that I care about. And then at 1:30 today, Rolando Blackman will join the show.
Oh,
good luck charm,
yeah,
baby.
our good luck charm. So maybe the Mavs will be back in the finals.
Did the schedule release change your opinion? I'm not asking you to spoil your segment. Your one of a kind, never been done before segment.
Exactly. Thank you.
But did it make you change your mind at all?
Not really, but what I would love just one time is a faux schedule release, because as you can guess, a lot of Cowboys fans are jaded, and it's just nothing but the worst teams in the NFL. If you would still get people who are like, oh, looks tough, 6-11, because that's kind of what I think. Because people are like, oh, this schedule's brutal. The first part of the schedule is easy as hell.
And then 12 through 17 are pretty tough.
Yeah.
Or seemingly, I mean, we never know.
Yeah, you never know.
Some years you think, oh, man, that's a brutal one. And then all of a sudden, those teams stink this year.
Well, that's my question. Do you pick the record based upon the actual schedule, or do you pick it based upon what you think the team is? And you're like, that's a 10-win team. That's an 11-win team. Or do you really go game by game?
But I think it has to be both, because there's Galloway used to call them scheduled losses.
Yeah.
So like if you're let's say you're at San Francisco on a night game, and then you come home and you face the Chiefs,
chalk it up.
Right, that's a scheduled loss.
And do you ever get to the end of it if you went game by game and you're like 12-5, and then you step back and you're like, I don't really feel like that is the way I view this team.
Right, yes.
And then you have to like reverse engineer your thinking for certain things.
Well, the other part too is I don't know what a shoddy team is yet. I have no clue what their real, like what they're really going to be. Are they going to be a run a lot team, or what is their team?
Do you know what a shoddy is?
Do you know what a shoddy is?
It's Tito's, water, 3 lemons.
Look at that.
Well done, Corey.
Yeah,
he's all over it.
You do love
I don't know that
Derek
I've ever heard of
Eagleton.
that.
What's that?
I don't know if I've ever heard of that.
A shoddy?
Yeah.
The
It's
first time we
literally-
ever heard of it was yesterday.
Yeah, he did it yesterday. He was drinking out of a cup, and they said, "What's that?" He said, "It's a shoddy. It's Tito's, water, and 3 lemons."
We knew a couple years when he became the offensive installer. We knew then when we interviewed him out in Oxnard, we were like, likable, super likable guy, and he is. What's the rest of the thing going to be, though? We don't know that.
Brad Sham said he has not even hit a foul tip yet.
Nice.
Everything's been square on the nose, like Brett Boone was coaching him.
Good.
Oh,
And it's built up goodwill, and then people will be excited by the time week 1 rolls around, and then if they lose to the Eagles and they scrape by against the Giants, people immediately go, "See, I told you," and they'll be done with it.
Do you think
they're a
going to be
7-point dog? I mean, I think we can put that one.
You think they're going to be a continued pass first, Dak everything, or are they going to try and be play action team to really help Dak?
I mean, Shoddy
out?
does like play action more than I think McCarthy did, and he likes using boots and different things like that. But I don't know, they're gonna run the ball more than I think people necessarily want them to.
I
on the
hope so.
surface.
I mean, that helps
When
Dak
are they
the
going to
most.
get that player?
Are we? Yeah.
They got 3 of them. They got 3.
12 running backs.
Is it
bro.
like when you've got 3, you've got none?
Yeah. Well, no.
You said the same thing about Rico last year.
When they do the here we go this year? Because that was a McCarthy thing too, right?
I mean, I did too.
I would imagine that cadence probably stays the same. They're going to try and keep as much the same as possible.
Okay, 3 for 3 with teases.
That's right.
You're on fire.
That's right.
Do
The tease king.
we have Tolos listen throughout the day to hear the next prediction? Or
I
do
hope
we-
so. It's in there.
Yeah, it's in the tease for tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Or do we do it now? We just let them listen, turn it on, leave it on throughout the day. Or do you want to?
And I would love for them to listen to our show, even if they don't like our show, just because they love you guys and they want to hear that too.
Yeah.
All right, let's save it. We'll save it then. Hopefully, Kevin Hagelin does not go 4 for 4. That's my tease for it.
Oh, wow.
Are you going to start making bolder predictions that aren't about sports if you keep this up? Like, if you go 5 for 5, you're just going to start predicting things about the world or politics or geopolitical conflicts
and stuff. Yeah, sure. I can do that.
Let's hear what yesterday's tease was since I wasn't here.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ. Is Sean back? We get you set for Stars Jets Game 5. We got the NFL schedule release, the payload, the neighborhood watch,
and the Rangers swept the Rockies.
That's right, baby. It's a Thursday morning on the Fan.
Well done.
So this is Cooper Flag, Rangers, and what was the other one?
Stars would win Game 4.
Strong.
PGA update, round 1.
All right, so we have a new leader. We had 11 guys tied for the lead at 3 under. We had 17 players within one shot.
What time did they start this thing?
7.
Okay.
11 at -3?
At -3. But Ryan Fox, who you've never heard of, he's 4 under.
He's not wrong.
What's that?
I said you're not wrong.
No,
I've
you're
never
not wrong,
heard
not wrong at all. 4 through 14. You got nobody really are at -3 that you've really heard of. The most people, John Rahm, Tommy Fleetwood, they're 2 strokes back. So
where is this?
Quill Hollow in Charlotte.
Okay.
And then they go to the U.S. Open, I think is in Oakmont, and then Royal Port Rush in Ireland.
The update I'm really interested in, though, would be the Diddy update.
Oh, dear.
Inside the courtroom with Ralph James Choppy. Have you all been following this and updating it?
Not.
I've been keeping an eye on it. On the, as we're doing show prep, it's popping up, but I've not been tracking it.
Don't tell me you're not interested.
How long is this going to take?
Who cares?
I mean, hopefully months. We need content, man.
Getting salacious.
It's summertime.
Like Johnny Depp stuff out of it? Are you kidding me? We're already getting it, apparently.
I'm sorry, Sean. I'm just saying I haven't been locked in. It's not like a reflection
It
against
just started.
you.
It just started.
Okay.
Just started.
So the day 1 of the trial was earlier this week, and they had a male escort that said that Diddy hired him to have relations with this girl. While Diddy would be sitting in the chair in the corner of the room. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we know what you mean.
And then Diddy would be like, use more baby oil. Like he wanted him to use more baby oil.
Mark.
And,
he's a producer.
Yeah, rub more baby oil. You haven't had enough. Not enough baby oil.
Oh, oil.
But what is evident here...
And you don't love this, Kevin?
This is
No,
amazing.
actually, from now on, I would like it if every crosstalk was just his recounts of the trial.
Now,
I just want to listen to that.
Have Choppy and Peyton read the transcript of the prosecutor and the witness.
Oh, we can do this. Now, the escort said he was paid $6,000 a pop for these sessions.
What do you mean by a pop? Huh? Does that mean by appearance, or does that mean?
I don't know. I don't know what his Peter North credentials are here or not.
Oh man,
he looks old.
This is Diddy. Supposedly, what he looks like. How much is aging?
Yeah, he can't get that dye
aging
anymore.
So they went on for a few years.
Peanut butter ski.
And they would last as long as 10 hours at a time.
That's
good God,
some of the
too
stuff,
long.
That's too long.
Some of the stuff from Cassie, her testimony is really bad.
Yes.
Like it's not fun to read. She had said like he had wanted, like Diddy used to apparently say he literally wanted her covered in so much baby oil. He says, I need to see you glistening. He's like, if you're not glistening, you don't have enough on. And she said that he would have like a kiddie pool filled with baby oil that he would make her get into and cover herself in.
I just find that so doesn't.
Is that the lady that he like hit or threw down in that video too?
This trial has revealed that was she was getting away from one of those. He was pulling her back into one of those.
There was a girl doing a stand-up appearance outside, like a news setup, and some guy behind her was like ripped his shirt off and was like cussing at everyone, going nuts.
Oh yeah, I sent you guys that.
There are people reportedly earning about $30 an hour to hold spots in line outside of the courthouse so people can get goods they can get into the courtroom or wherever. Also, it's evident, based on what we've seen the first couple of days, that Diddy's entire defense is that we were swingers. And it's all consent. That's his entire... It seems that's
like he
what we're
might
talking
need
about.
a little bit more.
He might need a little bit more of a defense.
Yeah, he also said the full unedited video of him and Cassie in the hotel would like clear up everything, and they did the whole video, and they're like, it looks like the same video, dude.
Worse,
I
actually,
don't know what you were doing. This doesn't help you at all.
Yeah.
So
like
there you
have
go.
lively.
Have all made. Okay, what's going on with her thing?
No, I just remember when she put out that video and she's like, this will show everything.
Yeah.
And then she was like whispering in his ear and like unscripted doing stuff. And I was like, didn't that kind of prove his point?
Sam, there's two heroes crumbling with Blake Lively and
Is
Corey
Diddy
Seager.
one of his heroes?
No,
Oh,
Corey
I thought you were
Seager.
talking about Diddy too.
Hey, have all radio stations banned playing his music?
I mean, you guys were just playing it under
Yeah,
RJ.
That was Mace.
That was my request.
That was
to
Biggie,
Paige.
actually. More money, more problems.
Yeah. But
Mason
off
Diddy.
everywhere? Can you play it and not get in trouble?
I mean,
You
like,
can play Michael Jackson music.
people kept playing R.
He's a
Kelly.
pedophile.
It wasn't common, but I mean, people kept playing it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a whole. You went to Vegas. There was
Not
a whole Michael
allegedly,
Jackson
just
thing.
changed it to was. Yeah. I agree. What'd you say, Corey?
There's a whole thing at Michael Jackson in Vegas. They're celebrating
Yeah, they have a
even
Cirque
more.
show.
Yeah,
I didn't go
Did
to
you
that.
go to that
I did not
too?
go to that one.
Walking in with one white glove on the streets.
You're afraid, like, if you brought a kid in there,
Yeah.
he'd run off the stage.
What if
Stop
Kevin,
it.
I'm just
Hey, you walking in there?
I'm
Going,
sure Kevin Moon, everyone moon walks into their seat. All right, find out if he goes 4 for 4 throughout the day. Hopefully he does not. The KNC Masterpiece is next on The Fan. Go Stars.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, Saffron Swamp?
On 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland. You got, Corey Majors and the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck we doing today?
I'm doing great today, Kevin. Thank you for asking. Get here to work. Drive wasn't too bad today. For anybody that's stuck heading north on 75 right now, we're sorry for you, but thanks for being with us on this terrible moment that you're dealing with. But the drive into work was nice. Kids are almost done with school. Summertime's about to hit. The heat yesterday was the hottest it's going to be for the rest of the year, I hope.
Oh, I doubt that. What do we top out? 102, 103? I mean, I would love to tell you, yeah.
What's the hottest you think it's going to get this year? Or do you think it's just going to be like very hot? Or
108.
108?
Yeah.
Because we got 113 one year, and that was I went for a walk that day.
It's ridiculous.
But I'm kind of curious if it's going to, it's going to be one of those like really hot, or just like it's 100 for 70 straight days. One of those kind of things.
Look, it all sounds awful. It's going to be hot. Like, if you ever talk to somebody, just leave the conversation, and they don't have anything to talk about, and they're like, oh, do you think it's going to be hot this summer? No, I think this is going to be the first Texas summer in, I don't know, forever that's not super duper hot. Of course, I think it's going to be hot. Now, you guys brought up something just before this, and then we're going to get to the Rangers. How many people have had like a credit card or their identity stolen and only used to a very low degree? Because like I think about like you got your identity stolen and they try to buy a car or whatever, like a big purchase, lots of furniture and stuff. But then you guys were telling stories about like they used it at the McDonald's and that was it. Like, not that that's not inconvenient, because it definitely is. But is that a big thing where people steal an identity and they're like, I'm going to use it very judicious?
So the reason this pops up, Alec, is because my Netflix account got hacked the other day. And I was like, hold on, what's happening here? So I went around the house asking every person in the house, did you change the password? And I really want to threaten them. And everybody was like, no, I didn't. And I believed all of them because of their faces. And then out of nowhere, my Hotmail account, I still use Hotmail.
Me too.
Was like, hey, you've been compromised. And I was like, oh, no. So I went and changed, lots of different passwords and stuff. And that's tough. Changing passwords is ridiculous.
No, I agree.
It's the most complicated thing. But then, as Alec was talking, I realized Adrian's her credit card got compromised because of AT&T. There was a big break in AT&T, and so her credit card was one of them. And the people that stole it, they bought something in Whataburger in Houston, and then they bought something at Gator Bowl in Louisiana, and then at that point it was stopped. But she's been hit a couple different times since then, thanks to AT&T. So AT&T, help me out, please.
This is the weirdest thing. Because you get worried, you're like, oh no, they're gonna load up my credit card. They're gonna buy a bunch of furniture. And luckily, I haven't had that happen to me yet. I know it'll happen eventually, but it's happened to my dad a few times. And the most recent time I remember, it was literally his McDonald's app that he never uses.
The McDonald's app?
Yeah, he rarely uses it. Somebody got into his account and he had a payment method in there. It was in New York. Of all places, they go to a McDonald's there and they placed a mobile order for like a cheeseburger and a medium Sprite. And like, that is it. They did not make any other
Not even a large
purchases.
Sprite?
No, like they didn't even say, hey, let's get a combo meal or something. No side of fries, nothing. It was like a $4 charge. And he was like, I'm not even mad at this person. I feel bad for them that they stole my info and they said, I'm still only going to get $4 worth of stuff. I still have a soul, I guess.
See, from the 254, the reason why they use it in those small amounts is hoping you don't catch it. And from the 214, just happened to me this weekend. Somebody spent $150 on my Amazon card. Yeah, that's fascinating. I'm sure there are some people who wouldn't even notice it. And then there are other people who are like, no, I'll absolutely be all over that.
The police are on their way, mofos.
Yeah, they are. From the 806, my buddy's wife had her credit card stolen. They would make reasonable Target purchases in Walmart. It took forever to notice because Adrian shops at Target all the time. I'd be like, would you get at Target? She'd be like, man, I don't know. It's probably just a couple shirts. Well, was it 75, 77? Like, is that how much it cost? I don't remember. You need to keep track of this stuff.
Did you get a receipt? No.
Because back in the day, if you wanted to return something, you needed the receipt. Now you just need the credit card. You don't even need the receipt anymore.
And then depending on which employee you get, you might not need anything. They might be like, that's fine.
Yeah, sure. Go get another one.
I'm just going to get you a gift card. Is that good? And you're like, I feel like in some of those occasions, if you'll accept a gift card, then you can return whatever the hell you want. They're like, we take a gift card? Yeah, I got these 4 things.
Yeah.
No problem.
These diapers already have doo-doo in them.
Oh, my God.
I think that's
Too far,
Corey.
That's
a Rodney Carrington joke.
Too
I don't want to steal that.
far. I'm going to transition out of that by saying, give me cut number 2. That's what we should do. Open the show every time with something fun until Corey says something. They're like, all right, well, we're done with that.
That'll be pretty quick.
Give me cut number 2, and let's talk about them Texas Rangers.
Here's the 2-1. Swing, and that's not on the ground. It's deep out into right center field. This one is gone into the Rangers bullpen. An opposite field shot for Adolis Garcia, his 6th home run of the season, and the Rangers lead it 8-3.
And the Rangers would go ahead and finish out that sweep. I know it's tough to sweep any team, but we go back to the beginning of the series, and I absolutely felt like you had to sweep this series, not just to get back momentum in the standings, but because I'm not sure everybody fully realizes just quite yet how terrible the Rockies are.
Well, and for your own confidence purposes,
I could see that.
Having 3 straight wins against a team and knowing that they couldn't beat you, even when you started off, the series started off slow for them. 2-1 was not a fast start for that.
True.
But they slowly...
You were looking like you were going to lose that
Yeah,
game.
Dollander looked like he was the Jacob deGrom out there. But slowly you started to gain confidence, and that's what Bochy really wants to see in his team. And last night, I think it was Jake Berger's double late in the game that I was like, all right, yeah, they're back. That was a double into the gaps. And that's what you're looking for. I know Adolis, why they had home runs, like. And by the way, Adolis' home run was a rocket. That reminded me of like a Juan Gonzalez home run.
Oh, yeah, where it was out like that.
Yeah, it's like 10 feet high the whole way, and it just whoom. But doubles into the gaps, those shots that are opposite field. All the home runs were opposite field last night. Like hey, take what the pitch is. Don't go up there and just try and uncork every time and try and pull one down the line. And Simeon, that's his approach. That's his at-bat. He feels comfortable with that. But Boone is saying, we're not doing that. We're taking what the pitch is. If it's outside and away, drive it outside and away. You have enough power to send it opposite field home run too.
One of the things that I was impressed with, and if you want to give credit to Brett Boone, that certainly makes sense. If you think this has been an evolving process throughout the year, is I think the Rangers have done a significantly better job with plate discipline.
Yes,
whether that
1,000%.
Whether that ends up in a walk or just ends up like taking that pitch that you normally were going to swing at. We talked about how their chase rate was the outside of the zone was the highest in all of Major League Baseball. And it is still a small sample size, but you've started to see that move into a more reasonable direction with either longer counts or more walks.
Kevin, I like this Evan Grant article on the Morning News about Josh Young specifically. And I've been very adamant that Josh Young goes up there and tries to get his best swing off every time, even if it's 3-0. He's like, oh, that's a strike. I'm parking this one. And here's the line from the piece. Even took a 3-0 heater right down the middle. Nobody could have blamed him for swinging at that one. Borrowing from a Boone story he told last week, Edgar Martinez is unselfish in its ability to rub off on teammates. Well, if Josh Young takes a walk, everybody can take one. Turns out almost everybody did. The Rangers walked 7 times with 2 of them scoring and Young forcing another run with his. We've talked about Josh Young's leadership and importance on this team. Yeah. And over the last 2 seasons, we've seen when he's not there, they're not the same team. And then he comes back and they're a little different. I don't know what it is. I don't know what his personality, the fact that he just loves all his teammates the way that he does and he supports them that way and they all see him as that leader. But you see it. He's taking walks. Everybody else in the room's like, hold on, I can be more patient at the plate, and it's going to pay. I think it's going to pay off every game. One of the things, Kevin, I was in the clubhouse one day, and Ian Kinsler was walking through. This is a long time ago. Ian Kinsler was walking through, and the Yankees and Red Sox are playing, and they're kind of watching the game and paying attention to it, and Ian Kinsler goes, doesn't it feel like every one of these at-bats is 10 minutes long?
Yeah.
And I don't care. I'm fine with that. Make them all 10 minutes long. Work a pitcher over. Get yourself into a better position to hit.
Now, I'm really intrigued. I just want to read this one going back to what we started with, and we'll bounce back to the Rangers. My wife had her identity stolen, and they charged $6,000 on a credit card, but then started paying it off.
Oh. They started paying off the credit card?
I would love for you to follow up with any more details.
Did they find out that they were like using other money to pay it off? Because they were like, we gotta pay it off because otherwise we can't keep using it.
I definitely want to know more about that entire situation. So the Texas Rangers get the sweep. They also won the series against the Detroit Tigers. They start today against the Houston Astros, which you can hear all of those games right here on 105.3 The Fan. I wanted to throw in the power rankings.
Okay.
Where would you put the Rangers in the power rankings right now? Because they have won 5 in a row, 2 against a really good team, 3 against probably the worst team in the history of baseball. And I'm not exaggerating about that.
So I feel like they were in the 2021 range last week.
Okay.
I'll bump them up 3 spots. I'll give them to the 18 spot.
Okay.
I'm going to go with 17.
Ooh.
I'm going to hedge my bet here.
Usually we pick and there's one in between and we nail it. That's the one. Kevin's like, oh, y'all were both so close.
This time you didn't because it's just 1 apart. So they're not 17 and a half. So Colorado is still 30th. You can go ahead and black out that spot for the rest of the year. Just put a bar there. You don't need
Colorado
to change it.
So
they
much.
suck. They are the worst team in baseball, and they might be the worst modern baseball team we've ever seen.
Then do you walk away from this series going, hey, man, it's the Rockies?
Yes.
Even though you swept
100%.
them like you said you had to.
100%.
So they take down Hunter Brown, and you're feeling a little different?
Then it's a different deal. And look, and I do put a lot of credence in beating Detroit. We talked about going into that. Detroit was on freaking fire rolling into that series. So for me, it was just you won 3 games that you damn sure should have won those 3 games to help your overall record. But if you hang in there and topple Houston or New York, even in these series, then I think you can look at it and be like, look at the last 4 series, 3 of them against good teams, and we have been fine in these scenarios, even without Corey Seager. And then I think you're definitely moving in the right direction. All right, so let's go to the top of the list. It is the Los Angeles Dodgers that are number 1, followed by the Mets, followed by the team we just mentioned, the Detroit
Rangers.
Tigers.
Oh.
I'm sorry, they're not that high.
Okay.
The Detroit Tigers are third on this list. Like I said, they have been on a roll. I put a lot of stock in beating them. Do you know in their last 10 games, the Detroit Tigers are 8-2. Those 2 losses were against the Texas Rangers.
Can't flip off the...
I mean, you can.
You've done it.
That's for sure. Then you go Padres and Yankees to round out the top 5. This is what's interesting to me. Seattle is number 9. All right, when I tell you Seattle's number 9, you see how close the Rangers are. Does that do anything to change your predictions, or do you guys want to stay?
No, because they were so far down for me, and they still have so much room to climb. So I'm not just going to launch them up in the top 10 because they've had a few good games.
And right now, they're in the midst of it. They're marinering it up. That's what I'm going to go with. I should have said Seattling it up. But yeah, they're starting to fall back down to earth. Yeah.
I'm proud of you.
Thank you. So the Mariners are 9th. Then you move down a bit, and you get into the 17, 18, 19 grouping. And that's where I think ESPN, maybe they looked at the play. They might have also looked at the records. And they're like, I don't know. Let's just stick them all together. And that is exactly what they did. So the A's are 19th, the Rangers are 18th, and the Astros are 17th. So the Rangers moved up 1 spot. They were 19th last week. Now they're 18, which is kind of weird if you think about it. They moved Detroit up 2 spots. And so, like, in that...
After their losses to the Rangers.
In that last week...
It's the most ridiculous claim in the history of baseball.
This time I'm with you on John Smoltz. I am with you on that. But yeah, so 17 for the Astros, 18 for the Rangers, and 19 for the A's. And I like it because not all power rankings should be dictated strictly by record. So you see they're like, hey, let's put all those 3 teams together and let's put a giant amount of space between the Mariners. So ESPN still thinks the Mariners are far and away the best team in this division for now, even though you've seen the standings get very compacted.
Kevin has been just crapping on the Mariners since last year is when I really saw it start to pick up.
Look, man, I'll believe it when it happens. The Mariners are the regular season Cowboys of baseball.
Oh, dude.
So look, for the Cowboys, usually they wait to let you down until the playoffs, usually the first round.
So they get there.
Sometimes the second, but they get there. And so they're better than the Mariners. The Mariners are like, don't worry, we'll let you down in the regular season. Occasionally, they'll wait till the postseason to let you down, but usually they'll do it in the regular season.
That's what I'm hearing.
I respect that consistency.
I like this from the 469. Why doesn't Texas pretend every team is Colorado? It's easy as that, guys. Head out there against Houston, baby.
I just don't think you'll see all of the Houston players walking into the stadium like they were just on the Oregon Trail, already defeated.
Malnutrition.
Yes, exactly. They lost their manager to dysentery, and just like that's what I think.
Yeah, he gets to do his true desire, fish and ski.
I think the Rockies just walk into the stadium like dragging a bat behind them, and they're just like, I don't care.
Like that kid in Meet the Robinsons, the one that couldn't sleep all the time because of his breath. Did you remember this movie?
I don't know if I've seen that.
Go check him out. I'll pull up a picture. He looks exactly like what you're describing.
See, but the death blow for Colorado was on Monday because they fired their manager and they won the game, and they were like, hey, we can do this. Then they had a potential no-hitter going, and then Wyatt Langford, that is what the Colorado Rockies look like. And then Wyatt Langford hit a home run for their first hit, and that was the game-winning run, and they're like, that's it, we're done. We are done.
That's it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, puck around and find out Game 5 tonight. And what is one word you would use to describe the Stars' playoff run thus far?
Fun.
We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
They're getting it all the way across to Draisaitl to the middle. The shot saved by Hill. The rebound, they're jamming away. Scores! The Edmonton Oilers pour off the bench. They win it 1-0 in overtime and win the series 4-1.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Edmonton advances to the Western Conference Finals, which means if the Stars win tonight or win any of the next 3 games, hopefully tonight though, they will get a rematch with Edmonton in the Western Conference Finals. Were you guys, because we're going to talk about the Stars here, give me one word to describe the Dallas Stars playoff run thus far. Were y'all invested in this series at all, knowing that like this would be your next opponent?
Yeah, keeping an eye on what Draisaitl and McDavid are doing, knowing that Skinner kind of got pulled and then all of a sudden comes back and has
stepped it up for sure.
Pitches 2 shutouts was kind of concerning. So, yeah, I was keeping an eye on it. But honestly, Kevin, I was kind of anticipating it this whole run because it was the matchup last year.
Yeah.
And so I kind of want revenge for that. And I keep saying this. Now I feel like you're evenly matched and better matched because now you have Mikko. When last year you had a very balanced team, but everybody was kind of looking around the room going, who's going to be the guy tonight? And now everybody knows Mikko will take it. He will be the guy that says, guys, I'll do it for you. And he'll take double teams. If it comes down to it and it's a battle, he's going to try and fight and win for the goal. So I was keeping up with it, knowing that now this is a really fun matchup of McDavid versus Mikko, and then the rest of the Stars group together. And I think we're just as talented, if not more talented and balanced.
Ooh, okay, I like that. If hopefully Skinner goes back to earth, comes back to earth too, because
but
these last 2
hopefully
games.
Otter doesn't.
Yes, agreed. All right, so Game 5 tonight. I also want to know if you guys think the Stars will close things out tonight. But what's one word to describe the Dallas Stars playoff run thus far? If you guys don't mind, I would love to throw out a word to start.
Fine.
Thanks. And that's not my word. Fine. Gritty. All right. So we go back to earlier in the Winnipeg series. What was everybody talking about? Oh, the Stars have only led 17.4% of the time and blah, blah, blah. And like you could view that as a negative, although we've clearly seen that shift over the last couple of games. I viewed it as a positive, especially in the Colorado series. There was times when it looked like you were definitively not the best team on the ice. And then as the game went along, they're like, the hell we're not.
Right.
And they would end up getting the win.
They wear you down by the third period.
Yes, absolutely.
For sure.
Now, I think you look at this Winnipeg series and you can say, okay, I think we are definitively the best team on the ice. But one of the reasons you've been able to prove that is because of the toughness. So I get like toughness, physicality. I'm going to go with gritty because I think if you include the Colorado series, they were able to pull out a couple of wins that maybe they probably should not have won.
I'm going to go with exhausting.
Because we're not even halfway done.
No, we're not even Are we halfway done? Yeah, we're halfway done with this series. But like barely, and it just
hopefully not.
It feels like we've crawled to this. Yeah, hopefully it's done. That run against Colorado felt like it was 2 months long.
Yeah.
And I know the hockey playoffs are the biggest grind in all of playoffs, but this one has just felt like it's been exhausting. And every night is kind of exhausting too. That being said, they're willing to go through it. Those guys on the ice are willing to put themselves through every moment of it, and I'm very happy with that. I'm exhausted for them. And you know what? You know what, Stars? If y'all want me to be exhausted for you and have these 8:30 puck drops or 8:50 puck drops all the time and be exhausted in the morning, I'm fine with it. I'm perfectly okay with it. The exhausting part isn't a negative. This is a positive thing because, again, as you said, Kevin, they exhaust the opponent by the third period too. And if they have to get into an overtime, they feel pretty confident there.
Now, and this is fair, and we'll deal with this if the Stars win tonight or in Game 6 or whenever. I guess Game 7 would be the next one. I still have PTSD from hearing Draisaitl so many times last year from the 469. That makes sense to me. Here's some of the words, and then, Alec, I want to get yours. From the 972, fantastic. I like that a lot. From the 214, supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
I don't even know what it means, but if you say it fast enough, you get a little nauseous.
And do I have any idea if they spelled it right? No, but I was able to figure out exactly what word they were going for. From the 682, dominant. From the 903, confident. Alec, what say you?
I want to say late because of all these puck drops, but I think the word I would use is responsive.
Okay,
I like that.
And I think that's a game-by-game basis that they've proven that to be a fact, where you can see it sometimes within the game. Maybe they give up a power play goal. What do you see instantly? Then they find ways to be physical without getting themselves put back in the box. They just score early and often after giving up an easy goal like that. Something that sticks out to me is that it feels like they've had an answer for almost everything compared to the last few playoff runs where, kind of like Corey was saying, last year it was who's going to be that guy. Now it feels like they have a guy in any situation, whether it has to be Granlund if Mikko is getting, double and triple teamed, if he's just not getting any shots, any good looks. They have a response to every loss.
Yeah.
It feels like they come out of the gates firing after every loss. And it might not be on the stat sheet. It might not be actual shots on goal, but it might be Leon Bichel out there laying people out flat on their back right out of the gates, smiling at people while he's chirping at them and they're grabbing on his jersey. Like, it feels like there's a response to every single negative thing that comes their way so far. And that's something that I haven't really felt in some of the past playoff runs, like namely the Vegas series a couple years ago. It feels like, that was like, well, we can see the writing on the wall. This is going to end soon. Now it feels like, hey, game 1 loss, game 2 loss, it doesn't matter. I feel like they have, whether it's Pete DeBoer, whether it's the team themselves getting together, they have a response for everything.
Yep.
This is a really interesting question.
Ask it.
From the 214, can y'all make it easier for someone like me? Are the Stars the Knicks, Nuggets, Thunder, or Pacers of hockey? So I've kind of already changed my mind while thinking about this question, because originally I was going to say the Knicks, all right? In the midst of a long championship drought and a whole lot of very good players, but maybe not the dude.
But the Knicks haven't been that close, right? In recent history, it feels like they've been very far from it.
It has been a minute since they've been that close. But the roster makeup kind of reminds me of the Stars. But then as the playoffs have gone along, you've absolutely seen Mikko be the dude.
Yeah.
And so that's what makes me kind of wonder, are they the Thunder? They're loaded. They have a front and center person, and they're the favorite to take it down.
Mm-hmm.
So if that helps.
It's pretty close. It's still kind of missing because the Thunder have been not that close either, but I see what you're saying about the roster.
It's not an absolute comparison because there are elements of the Nuggets in there as well.
I like the Thunder in that conversation.
Yeah.
And I was trying to see if it was the T-Wolves, but I feel like Edmonton is more that. But I might be wrong about that too. So
because Edmonton has the flash.
Yeah.
They just do. Hopefully that's not going to matter, but it is going to have some similarities.
That's a good one. That's a good question.
If you play Edmonton, if you advance, hopefully it's going to have a lot of similarities to Colorado in terms of you're like, hey, do they have 2 of the best 4 or 5 players on the face of planet Earth? And you're like, I don't know, probably.
From the 972, taking a word from Daryl Ray's dictionary. Larceny. I love it.
Look, I said in the Colorado series, I absolutely agree with that.
Larceny is a great word.
From the 214, heart. The Stars have miles of heart, and you have to have that if you're going to make it through the Stanley Cup playoffs. Outstanding.
I think DeBoer would agree with the miles of heart thought on that for sure.
Yeah.
He loves this team.
No, I agree with that for sure. All right, in terms of tonight's game.
Fergalicious.
Fergalicious.
I love that
Man,
word.
how long did that come out? Was that like 15 years ago that came out?
Gosh,
it feels like it's been a long time.
He is old.
So I'm going to go back to this because I think this has been the defining characteristic of this series outside of the home and road splits. That's the reason why I think Winnipeg's got a shot in this game. I think if it goes to game 6, hopefully it doesn't. I think the Stars are going to run them, man.
I go with the idea, just watching Mark Messier's response when he was like, I'm trying to go with the sounds.
That time, that was the audio, I believe.
Yeah, and he's a player that's seen it. And these guys know, and these guys that have been in the game and been in these series, they understand. It goes back and forth, and when you go home, it does have a major advantage. And the desperate team that popped in the conversation, he was like, they're going to be desperate when they get back there. I think we're going to see game 6 in Dallas. And so I'm with you on that, in that I think that you're going to get everything you got from the Winter Pigs tonight. Yeah, I think you're definitely going to get everything you got from them. And that's what I'm calling them. But that's an advantage to DeBoer, because DeBoer is such a genius. When he's watching it, he's like, okay, I'm picking up on that. They did this, this, and this. They're going to try it again in game 6, and we're going to have something to match it.
Yeah.
And so I think a loss tonight wouldn't be a bad thing. It would be an advantage for the Stars, actually.
As opposed to a win?
Win would be amazing. Like, that would be awesome. I'd love it. But I'm not looking at it as if they lose, that was a big problem for us.
Okay.
I don't think it's going to, because you're getting everything they got. And you're probably looking at it going, I don't have to adjust. I'm doing what I've done for 3 games right now.
I'm gonna go back to the special teams. It has been probably the deciding factor in this series, and I think you're going to see it again tonight. I think this game is.
I didn't realize it was such an advantage for us until yesterday when you pointed all that out.
Absolutely, and I think the game is going to tilt one way or another. Hopefully, the Stars' way. Based on special teams, because you go back to Winnipeg, they have been dreadful on the power play in this series. 1 for 16.
Gross.
All right, so you're converting at about a 7% clip, or you can just be like, or they did it one time. Now, that wasn't a home game, and I will point that out, but you have seen the Stars be significantly better on the power play, obviously significantly better on the penalty kill, and I wonder if that's going to make the difference. I wonder if you could get that early power play goal again, or have that early penalty kill that would set the tone for you still can't score with a man advantage on us, and we can. I'll be
awesome
really
thing.
curious, to see if that can tilt the balance, because you're right. Desperate team. I agree with that. I wonder if you could find let's go to first intermission with a 2-0 lead. If Winnipeg's
yes, they would quit. I didn't see the quit in the last game. They looked like they were battling up until the last second. I didn't see that quit on their face. That's why I think they're going back home going, okay, we're giving everything we got in game 5. Because I didn't see them quit. But yeah, you're right. You're up 2-0 at the end of the first period. That's a team that goes, we're broken. Sorry, guys, we can't do it tonight. Mike used to say that all the time. Guys, we can't do it. We might as well go ahead and quit. And I was like, what? But that would be the mindset
He
of.
really did.
Yeah, that would be the mindset of them at down 2-0 in that period. I go back to Utah whenever the Mavs made them quit. And Donovan Mitchell was like, I don't even want to play in this game. And then the team broke apart.
It's good to see that that's carried over to a new location. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here. Sorry, Donovan. On 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. Will the reinstatement of Pete Rose impact the Hall of Fame cases of the steroid users? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Here's the pitch to Langford, and there's a high drive well hit to right field. Back goes Bouchard at the wall. That ball is history. An opposite field two-run homer for Wyatt Langford. A laser beam, line shot, home run. Oppo Taco, and it's 2-0 Rangers.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for Baseball Nuggets. We're going to get to more historical context in just a minute, but let's start with current baseball things. The Twins, they swept the Orioles, extended their winning streak to 10. They swept a doubleheader, against the Orioles. They were 13-20. Now they're 23-20. So not out of the woods by any stretch of the imagination, but that is an amazing turnaround where people early on.
10 games.
Yeah, they were probably like, our team sucks.
In a row.
Yes.
The Rockies could do that at any point.
No.
All right.
They can't.
Okay.
They can't. I was about to make.
The Twins did?
I was about to make one of those stupid one-sided bets where there's nothing in it for me if I win.
I almost did that the other night with the Cooper Flag thing. I literally, Kevin, we were sitting here and you were like, we're going to get Cooper Flag. And I was like, it could happen, but it won't.
Yeah.
And then I was going to say, I'll shave my eyebrows if we do.
Oh.
And I remembered a long time ago, Kevin told me, all right, y'all should listen to Kevin. Don't make a bet where you don't have something on the line in return.
Yeah.
And one of our friends, Sterling.
Or else you're just saying things.
Shaved his eyebrow.
Yeah, for nothing.
For nothing. So make sure you might get something in return.
Man, that could be a fun segment. Which retroactive bet do you wish you could have made or had made? Like it was on the table, but you were like, I'm going to pass on that. And then you're like, son of a gun. I wish that would happen. By the way, go out of your way last night to see the alley-oop over the fence catch with the Red Sox. So Abreu, who has already crushed the Rangers into submission, he ends up getting a catch off of Rafaela. I think it's Rafaela who jumps up at the wall and pulls the ball back in, and then the other one is right there to catch it. It is super cool. And I just wanted to mention that. Sorry I didn't ask for the audio, but if you get the opportunity to see the combination home run saving catch, it really is something to see.
Your description was amazing. I mean, I relived it.
Could have done better. You know what? You know why I ran into problems there? I knew exactly what happened, but I was like, crap, I forgot which one scooped it out and which one caught it.
It's okay.
And so I was like
I said, your description really took me to the place.
That's right. Like Jodie Foster in Contact. All right. Let's go to Pete Rose. So he got reinstated by baseball. We talked about that yesterday. But
what?
You were here. But Corey, you brought up something that was intriguing.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think this sets precedent for A-Rod, Barry Bonds, people who have like otherwise kind of been blacklisted by Major League Baseball, even if they weren't officially like on the ineligible list? So I'm going to start with you.
That's interesting. You go ahead, finish.
Do you think that like, hey, this was unforgivable, but then he died, so it was fine, and so maybe you can put him in the Hall of Fame? Do you think that will equate to people who are still alive and be like, hey, we could put you in the Hall of Fame while you're alive?
So this is a little bit different because the writers are the ones that have been keeping him out.
That's true.
Not baseball. And I say him, Barry Bonds, Roger Clemens, Mark McGuire. I'm trying to think of all the names that are kind of blacklisted here.
Yeah, those are the four I think of: A-Rod, Bonds, McGuire, and Clemens. I know some people will say Sammy Sosa as well.
And so that's really the writers. I don't think this decision by Rob Manfred affects the writers that much. They're still going to have the bias against these guys.
Okay.
And that's where I'm kind of curious, because Bochy told us yesterday, he was like, look, they have a committee. They have this committee for a purpose.
And he also said he was surprised that this got reversed.
I'm with him because he's a manager, and he's like, hold on, I can do that?
Yeah.
He would never because of his legacy. Like that makes a lot of sense. But it's not the same thing, because those writers have the bias of we don't want to let cheaters in. And at that time, and that's why I'm kind of curious on Pete Rose, there's no guarantee he's going to get in. He's just eligible now.
Yeah.
It's more likely that Shoeless Joe Jackson gets in and Pete Rose stays out.
Do you think that's because there's question about whether or not Shoeless Joe Jackson actually did
What
this?
did Shoeless Joe Jackson do? He basically got punished for snitching, all right? Or not snitching. He was like, I'm not going to tell on anybody. Deal with it. And they were like, all right.
But there does seem to be some contention about whether or not he was actually involved in anything.
I watched 8 Men Out, Kevin. John Cusack proved to me
that he was
and so did Ray Liotta. That they had nothing to do with it.
Okay, well,
in Field of Dreams.
Whereas Pete Rose, he's like, oh yeah, definitely. Did you want me to autograph your baseball that said I bet on baseball?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And so that's where for me, it just feels like the writer's bias and current bias. Again, 20 years down the road, 50 years down the road, 100 years down the road, they may look at Pete Rose and go, oh, no, that's actually more like we look at Shoeless Joe Jackson.
Yeah.
No, dude, he deserved it. He deserved to be in. Damn all that other stuff. But with the Barry Bonds thing, I've still stand by this. They were famous and big in the game. And they're a big story, a big portion of the game. Just because the game doesn't like the story that was told doesn't mean that the story shouldn't be told.
You know what? That's a great point, because I'm going to read this to you from the Baseball Writers of America. These are the guidelines that they have for voting. Voting shall be based upon the player's record, playing ability, integrity, sportsmanship, character, and contributions to the teams on which the player played. All right. Okay. Are you retroactively going back and taking Ty Cobb out of the Hall of Fame?
Yeah.
Because by every account, whether it was sexism, racism, he was a miserable son of a bitch.
Mickey Mantle was a drunk.
So if we're retroactively judging the morals of these people, that's one thing. And if you're like, but that morals didn't impact the game like Pete Rose did, or maybe Shoeless Joe Jackson, I hear you, but that's not totally what the bylines say about how you should vote.
Yeah, just because you didn't like a guy and the way he treated you,
yes,
doesn't mean. But that being said, they're like, you can't tell me how to vote.
Yeah, I mean, look.
So
I'm going to be really intrigued in 2027, 2028, 2027.
So we got to wait 2 years before Kevin's intrigued.
No, well, just for this specifically, I'm intrigued about if the Stars win tonight. I just want to see how that vote goes when the screening committee meets in December of 2027, because I think a lot of people just assume this is a rubber stamp, and maybe it will be. Maybe we'll look at the voting and be like 98%. Okay, he's good. But I don't know. I honestly can't say for sure that I think he's just going to be a lock into the Hall of Fame.
I'm also very surprised I've had this much of a hot take on all this, considering I had very little to deal with this whenever I was growing up. I just read books about it, but the feeling I get from it is a lot of this hasn't been right. And I'm hoping, they recognize what the game has been.
Yeah.
Warts and all, man.
From the 8-1-2, gambling was illegal, PEDs were not simple. But I hear what you're saying. And if that's your worldview, I totally get it. But look at all facets of society. Doesn't a lot of society judge based off of modern ideals versus like the way it used to be? Like, there are lots of things that people have gotten in trouble for. You're like, nobody cared back then. And so I think that's what some people are doing. They're like, how could you use steroids, you bastard?
And not all illegal things are problematic right now.
Yes, that's true. But like, you cheated the game, and they could be like, but it wasn't illegal at the time. Yeah, but now I know. What about all the players who use greenies or amphetamines? Oh, that's different. Is it? Tell me more about that.
Yeah. What about this torpedo bat thing?
Yeah, that really...
Whenever they make those illegal.
Doesn't it seem like that fad went away really quick? Not that saying that people don't...
It still exists,
I'm not saying people don't use the torpedo bat. But didn't it feel like we were going to have to halt baseball for like 2 weeks and have a big summit about whether or not you could use these bats?
All companies were just going to start making those bats.
Yeah. They were like, why would we make a regular bat? That's stupid.
This is a ridiculous thought.
It looked like it was going to go the way of the donut with the cronuts, but that is not what came to pass.
Yeah, since Mike went to TV, that really lost some steam, didn't it?
No comprende.
Thanks,
okay,
Mike.
well, he's changing that. I think you guys should be able to get this. MLB.com listed a power ranking of their hitters. Who do you think is the number one hitter? I believe in you guys.
Aaron Judge.
I think he can do this. Yes, Aaron Judge is number one. Last week, number one.
Yeah.
Probably every week, number one. because he's still putting up the most ridiculous statistics we have seen probably since that Bonds season, but maybe in a really long time.
I'm sorry, Kevin. I just saw this at the end of our Pete Rose conversation. Did you see Trevor Bauer's post?
I did not. I'm guessing it's let me back into baseball or something.
Since Pete's welcome back now, does that go for everyone who's been blackballed, or do you actually have to be guilty of something to qualify for that?
And that's the thing. Like, that actually fits in with our conversation. He died. That's the weird thing. The reason why Pete Rose is eligible now is because he's dead.
Yep.
And like all the other people that we mentioned, Bonds,
You can't benefit
Sosa,
off of it, but we can.
McGuire, Clemens, A-Rod, it still feels like they're blacklisted, or at least the Hall of Fame voting would say that they're blacklisted. Do you think that, like, if he ever, I don't know, went about things a different way, that maybe Trevor Bauer would have a better shot? Like, I get it, and I understand that he feels like his career was taken away.
Hand?
Yeah, if he like came up and goes, "Hey,
humble,
I'm so glad to see about Pete Rose. I also feel, as though things were taken away from me. I would love the opportunity to show that whatever, instead of being like, yeah, what's up, bitches? Did you just see I struck out 17 people in this league game that you've never heard about before?" Just a thought. Sorry, I used that word twice.
The 817, doing adult films isn't illegal, but still frowned upon.
Yes.
By some.
From the 817. Oh, good point. Yeah, Corey, like Kevin wanting to do drugs all of a sudden.
Yeah, this weird situation just popped up out of nowhere. He's like, hey, bring me the drugs.
Just one. I'll take one drug, please. For the KNC Masterpiece. That's probably
they're
not
like,
how that
we only
works.
sell in bulk.
Yeah,
and you're
that's
like,
probably not how that
today,
works.
then.
Oh, man. Is there a Costco for drugs? Because you get a better deal, but you just have to buy like a lot of it. I don't know. I have lots of questions.
Yeah,
Coming up next, though.
You got to go to Mexico.
Okay. Is George Pickens getting a clean slate with the organization and the Cowboys fan base? Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
Products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, in the next hour, that is the noon o'clock hour, we will have our Shakira ticket giveaway. But right now, I wanted to talk some more about George Pickens. Now, we've been meaning to do this segment all week, but then Mavericks got Cooper Flag, and I flipped out, and it got away from us just a little bit.
You did lose your mind about that.
Yes, absolutely. And I let a bunch of kids smash my sunglasses. Well worth it. Is George Pickens getting a clean slate with the organization and the Cowboys fan base? So one of the reasons that I thought about this was, earlier this week, I think it was a tweet, maybe it was an Instagram story, where Pickens was talking about how the front office for the Steelers was the cheapest front office in the world. And then there was articles of people like, see, he's up to his same old nonsense already. And there's already been articles from Steelers players, some named, some not, that were like, hey, we felt like our team would be better off without him. So there is like a lot of baggage that comes along with this player. And so my question for you guys, and we could even throw to Stephen Jones for part of this, is do you think you get to wipe the slate clean and you're like, hey, that was the other organization, this is us? Or do you think at the first sign of trouble, like let's say he just says some offhand thing about like, well, I really wish we cared more about winning. Do you think that's just going to be like, see, trash, always wrecking teams? Or do you think people are like, whoa, That was surprising to hear him speak out.
Yeah, I mean, let's go to Stephen Jones for sure and get some of his thoughts on. Let's go cut 9 here.
Okay,
thoughts on his attitude.
He's an uber competitor, and we had one in Des Bryant who was the same way. I mean, he just couldn't get enough, and boy, when the lights came on and his cleats hit the turf, he was a different guy, and it feels like George is going to be that way. He certainly sometimes plays with high emotion, and that can, as we all know, when you're playing sports and you're competing and you're playing with a lot of emotion, sometimes you can make a wrong decision here and there, but we had that with Des, but certainly he knows he wants to continue to get his hands around that, just like Des worked at it all the time. And we feel like that it's certainly worth what comes with that in terms of what he's doing to continue to get better when he's out there competing week in and week out. And I know, all the homework we did, he's well loved by his teammates. They want him on their team, and we felt the same way about Des. And we just feel like he's going to bring something here to our organization that we need in terms of an edge and bringing that energy of competition to the field day in, day out, week in, week out.
Yeah, so that's the line, Kevin, that you constantly refer to. How good are you versus how much you'll deal with? How pretty is she versus how much you'll deal with from her? And that's where they felt. He just said it. We felt like he's good enough for us to say we can work with these and navigate this. And they did deal with Des. They did go through Dez's outbursts, which were emotional. And they said, we never really got it, but we were always told it's not a distraction, it's competitiveness. And while I think sometimes it can be a distraction because you're having those, but you have outbursts in the middle of things. Hopefully you can stay focused on it. Now, when you ask the question about clean slate, it sounds like they're willing to give him the clean slate.
It does.
However, as you pointed out, the first time something is said or goes wrong, then that's strike 2. Not just strike 1, that's strike 2, because what you did in the NFL was already seen. If you did it somewhere and nobody saw it, then that's probably clean slate for you. But if you do it and people see it, and which they did, they saw it in the NFL already, then it's strike 2 immediately. So I'm willing to definitely give him as clean of a slate as I can, but I know things that have already happened. The types of when he grabbed Jordan Lewis's face mask and threw him to ground for whatever because of the competition. It got too heated for him. I need him to, and Mike Tomlin said he's going to have to grow up fast. Yeah, that line sticks with me, man. Whenever a Mike Tomlin says something like that, so I believe that he has to grow up and show and prove through this season that he's willing to be that kind of guy. I still want that competitive fire. I still want that competitive edge that he comes with, without being something that causes problems and rifts for the team as they're trying to focus on something bigger.
Now, there's a couple of things with that. For Des Bryant, I feel like a lot of the fan base really loved him, but there was definitely...
Because he was a beast.
Yeah, but there was definitely a group that would just microscopically analyze every single thing, and so it kind of feels like maybe we're in the same direction with George Pickens. As to what Steven said, and I think I made an audible, when he said that, was his teammates like him. That has kind of proven to not be overwhelmingly the case coming out of Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I haven't heard.
Because
so you have?
Yes, there are multiple people from the Steelers locker room. Now, again, this is going to be a thing where the players are not identified. And I know some people, that really bothers them about unnamed sources. And they're like, hey, put your name with it if you really mean it. Well, there are multiple Steelers players that said they got fed up with Pickens' quote, antics, and quickly got turned off by him for multiple reasons. And some felt it would be counterproductive to keep him around, even with his talent, because he could make the locker room toxic. And so this is from people that were in the Steelers locker room. And so I'm not saying there are not plenty of examples of teammates that you can find for George Pickens. They're like, oh yeah, he's the best. Love that guy. But here's an example right here of people who are on the team he was just on. And we're like, no, we needed to move on with him. And word is from the organization, not that many people were broken up when he got traded.
I know the media, I heard plenty of people from the Pittsburgh media that were like, he treated us as if we were not even humans. You know, like that's
yikes.
so I know that the opinions out of the media in Pittsburgh are going to come out in that manner. And that's, I mean, clean slate's another thing too. Doesn't it seem weird that like Dak will go into a season and he's like, why are y'all mad? Last year was last year.
Yeah.
No, dude, this is not each year does not present a clean slate.
Yeah.
Your
For the fans.
Yeah, your 8-year history is built with us. You're actually, unfortunately, carrying the 30-year history of failure that we've had. And that's unfortunate for you.
I agree.
But don't be mad at us because you're failing. And we're not going to give you a clean slate whenever last year the playoffs, you expected this team to be so good and then you collapsed in the playoffs and then you start the season rough. That's where that clean slate doesn't exist for you. So don't just expect that we're going to give you that each season. The successes as you go along and the promise of good future is what we're looking for.
From the 682, because there are very divisive opinions about this. From the 682, Tigers don't change their stripes. He will be a locker room problem. And then from the 806, I hope being a contract year, he'll be on good behavior.
That's where I land.
Especially since because like, I'll admit, when I first heard the trade, I was like, oh no, does he want to get paid too? And so when you heard like, hey, no, I'm going to let the season play out because he thinks he has the talent. And at times he shows it.
This team.
Yeah. At times he shows he has the talent to absolutely be a number one wide receiver. Now, not on a consistent basis, but I think he's like, I think I can show that. I think I can show that I'm not a problem and then I can get paid accordingly. So that is an intriguing philosophy about while he'll be on his best behavior. But if you think it's intrinsically inside of him, sometimes that's a hard pattern to break.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can tell yourself, just be quiet, be quiet, be quiet. It doesn't always work.
It comes out on that play.
Yes.
I will say the Mavericks with Dirk, didn't they always seem to be like, it doesn't matter who the character is, they all kind of fall into the fold whenever they get here with Dirk for whatever reason.
It does not feel like that is the case here.
And that felt like the Mavericks at the time, Donnie Nelson he knew I can go get a troubled player and put him in this room and he's going to be just fine because we do have the infrastructure. And for whatever reason, Dirk has the leadership in that locker room and they all respect him. And so that was a positive thing. I'm hopeful that as players get brought in, they have that same respect for the leadership in the Cowboys locker room.
Yeah.
But when winning is a key factor to that, and when you're not winning, so that's going to be a big deal. You have to win, and people will continue to be, hey, I'm on this train. I'm happy with it until things go wrong. So I'm hopeful that the leadership that they have in that locker room is able to carry wins and that everybody that could be a potential problem is like, nah, we're good right now.
Because especially on the offensive end of things, obviously, it's Dak. Like, I know there's been a discussion for the last several years and now going into this season about, DeMarcus Lawrence and Micah, and now it being the Micah show and everything. But for somebody that it seems like everybody respects, he does all kinds of great things in the community. I would love it if the locker room leadership of Dak is one of the reasons that Pickens got in line and was like, now you can just see my talent and none of the other crap that goes along with it.
I like this from the 903. Hasn't Kyrie been a prime example of players changing? Was he considered toxic?
That's intriguing.
Well, yes, it's intriguing, but wasn't this kind of considered his last chance?
Sure.
Because when he got traded here, we had that conversation of he got traded here. The Nets didn't want to trade him to LA.
Yeah.
Like that was the one thing, but other teams didn't want to trade for Kyrie. And so he lands here and it was, hey man, if you don't do it here, you might not have another chance to prove it anywhere else.
And so that's an interesting, man, I really like that example because, some people will argue as like toxic can mean just misunderstood and I'm sure from Kyrie's perspective, because I'm not going to lie, sometimes I feel like that. Sometimes people think I'm a certain way and I'm like, I'm not, I just don't think you're totally understanding me. I wonder if Kyrie felt that way. I wonder if George Pickens can come into this situation.
Unwilling to try to understand you.
Exactly. And I wonder if George Pickens, that is a good point, can come into this situation and maybe the Cowboys are more open to understanding who he is as a person. Maybe George Pickens is more open and that's how things fall into place. Or maybe he's just here for 1 year, gets all of the money somewhere else, but balls out along the way. Then are you going to be like, that's fine. Thank you for letting us have a great season, depending on where it ends.
And anybody that says we're not giving him credit for the receiver that he is because of the quarterbacks he played with before. We talked extensively about that. And that's where we do have the hope that Dak is a difference maker for him.
Yes, absolutely.
I don't know it, but I'm hopeful.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. If you can, Alec, please give me cut number 4, because we talked about the NHL playoffs. I want to go to the NBA playoffs right now.
7 seconds left, 6 seconds left. The Warriors will not foul. That is going to do it. The horn sounds here at Target Center, and the Wolves have captured Game 5, 121 to 110.
I'm glad they didn't foul because there was 7 seconds left and it was an 11-point game. So I'm really glad that did not happen. All right. Minnesota advances to the Western Conference Finals. They're in the Western Conference Finals in back-to-back seasons for the first time in franchise history.
Wow.
So you go back, and I know he moved on and won a championship with Boston, but you think about how in really high regard Kevin Garnett is held. He never did this. So if you love Anthony Edwards, or maybe if you don't love him, this is a pretty big step for him. Now he needs to make the next step or two. But go ahead.
I know you love the Nuggets.
I do.
This is one of the things, though, where I hope, because he already took down Jokic last year.
Yep.
This is where I hope that he gets to square off against the Thunder, and it's Shea versus Anthony Edwards.
I bet the NBA would enjoy that as well.
Absolutely. Two rising stars that they could probably sit on for 3 or 4 years down the road here, maybe even 7. And this is me just kind of being an Anthony Edwards fan, hoping that he overcomes Shea in this run. And I don't know how the NBA would want either one of these versus I still think it's the Knicks they want them to play, obviously.
Oh, absolutely.
But this is where I'm kind of hoping that the Thunder get this win over the Nuggets so that we can see that young star back and forth.
And I do think it's going to happen. Maybe the Nuggets can pull it off tonight. They are still underdog, but if Jokic plays anywhere near the way he did in Game 5, maybe they can pull it off. But I still would think Oklahoma City would win that series. So Oklahoma City against Minnesota on one side. On the other side, it's going to be the Pacers against, I still think, the Knicks. And they're going back to Madison Square Garden. But that first game without Tatum, holy crap, did they get destroyed. Derek White was unbelievable. Brown was playing fantastically. And they just deconstructed the Knicks. And so I wonder if the Knicks are we better win this series in Game 6. But you've got no Tatum for the rest of the season, probably for most, if not all, of next season as well. But I still think you'll end up getting Thunder, T-Wolves, Pacers, Knicks as your 2 conference championships.
Jaylen Brown's we are not going home.
Okay, I mean, he doesn't quite sound
not done yet.
like Dobby, but, or Dobie. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus I might be a genius. And so is Brian Schottenheimer. Next on The Fan. This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Got Shakira ticket giveaway coming up in the noon o'clock hour, plus Corey's revolutionary segment predicting the 2025 Cowboys record. I believe this is the 14th year we've done that. Don't know if
we're the first
else...
ones to ever do it. Everybody's been copying us since.
Is that right?
Appreciate it.
Okay. And then at coming up at 122.
Game by game, by the way.
Okay.
Each game we'll pick wins and losses.
Just
how many games into the season do you think I'll forget what my record is?
3.
Dude, give me some credit.
All right,
okay,
4.
4, yeah, that's probably right.
All right. And then also coming up at 122, we will talk with Mavericks legend and good luck charm, Rolando Blackman. But right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas. 877-881-1053, the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus Twitch and YouTube. Want to hear from you. And I think me and Brian Schottenheimer, I think we're just geniuses. I'm going to tell you why here in just a little bit. But gentlemen, I look at the National Day calendar. I see that today is National Chocolate Chip Day. So, what is the best chocolate-based food? 877-881-1053. There's a lot of different directions you can go there. It doesn't just have to be a candy. It could be a baked good. It can be whatever. If it involves chocolate, let's hear it.
Man, that is a tough decision. I think it's a really excellently made, and to me, that means still soft and chewy in the middle chocolate chip cookie. Like that's tough to beat, especially if it's piping hot. That's tough to beat.
Yeah, I love brownies.
Okay, yeah.
But I don't like the crunchy brownie edge. I like the middle gooey brownie.
Oh,
good man.
Loves the crunchy brownie.
Yeah, and if you like the crunchy edge, you're wrong.
That's right.
That's there's only one option here, Brad Sham. That's a conversation he and I had on Twitter. No, but serious, like I do love a good brownie, and I sometimes can't resist them.
Okay.
But the Lindt chocolate ball with caramel inside
Ooh.
is my favorite. Did I get you a bag of those, Kevin?
I think you did, yes.
Dude, I love those. They just melt in your mouth, and I love that so much. I will take that over a brownie.
Okay.
But a good brownie is phenomenal.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I can't even tell you the last time I had a brownie. Like,
really?
Growing up, we used to make them almost weekly. The family would be like after Dad gets home from work, we'd be like, okay, on a Friday, let's make something for the weekend. It ended up being cookies or brownies. Ever since then, I don't go out of my way to find them. I don't go out of my way to make them. But when they are presented to me, I know how to party. I have a great time.
Okay.
I have a great time with a brownie, man. It's how about
I want that as a drop.
How about no? Corey, I need your opinion on the combination cookie brownie.
Oh, the brookie?
Yeah, I'll take that for sure. Yeah, that's because cookies are fantastic. Listen, man, father-in-law just came in town. Every time he comes into town, he bakes a batch of like 36 cookies.
Okay, how many dozen is that?
3. I think he does 4 dozen, but he eats the first dozen. He's retired. He's fine. But they're good. They're really good cookies, and I always look forward to it. And then my kids try to eat them all, so I have to hide some. But I actually like the. I like the. Did you call it a crookie?
It's a brookie.
A brookie?
I didn't make that up. That's what they're called. Brownie cookie. It's a brookie.
I've never heard that before.
I haven't either, but I like it.
You can place bets with it.
No, that's a bookie.
Gotcha.
Huh.
But I'm in on that too, man. I'm not, but I don't love. So I'm not a huge fan of like the chocolate chip cookies.
Yeah.
Like the all. It's just a.
The triple chocolate or what? Yeah.
Or chocolate cakes. Like I'm out on the. Adrian loves the chocolate cakes, and I'm like, I love a good like a creme brulee, or a tiramisu or a tres leches cake. I'm more into those like creamy kind of eatery things.
Is creme brulee one of the like ice cream soup looking things where they burn it on the top?
It's a custard, yes. That then on the top is a sugar layer that they do burn. Yes.
Hey, so see, I got like elements of that correct.
Ice cream soup.
I will tell you that that's what it looks like to me.
I like that description better.
That's what it looks like to me. I will tell you this.
Custard is a weird word.
Yeah.
If you're going with like just the box product you would buy at the store, I think that the brownies, they do a great job with the box product. Like you can buy that for $2.50 or whatever, and you're like, hey, good job.
Let's see, from the 817, they said that's also a wrestler, Booker T. Washington. I think you mean Booker T.
I love it. He's our friend, by the way.
Text.
He's our friend. We get to spend some time with him.
One of my favorite moments in the history of life, and certainly while working here, is we were running behind, and somebody goes, hey, we're running behind.
It was Spittle. Spittle came to you and was like, hey, I need your help.
Can you go chat and hang out with Booker T for like 10 minutes? And I was like, definitely.
He picked the right person, too. He knew. He was looking, he's a wrestling fan. He was looking around at this crew going, who is the... Kevin.
Yeah.
Kevin is the one.
Yeah.
If you guys want to have him on again, I have a weird connection to him that might actually work.
Oh.
So I could look into that.
I mean, I'm just going to tell you my answer is yes.
I kind of want to know the weird connection, like if it's that weird.
I'll write it down. I've got a prediction.
Okay.
I want to know what this prediction is.
I bet
if
you
you're
can figure
writing
it out. I bet you can figure it out, Alec.
I hate where this is going. Anyways,
we love you.
Back to sure. Yeah. Let's see how many more jokes get made until 2 p.m. today. Oh, and we're staying late today too, so you got more time to make jokes. There you go. You guys are lucky. I'm not. From the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line, 877-881-1053. Someone said crowny is the real term.
See, I can understand that.
No, it's not. It's a brookie.
Okay.
I didn't invent that. That's what it's called.
You can die on that
Are you
hill.
sure?
Crowny.
Where did you hear that?
I don't know.
That's your ice cream soup definition book?
Urban
I
Dictionary.
like this from the 817. One ice cream soup, please. Pinky out.
That's a fair point. And no, we're not going to ask Booker T about Spring Stampede 1997. I saw it too. So it is a fair point. I probably can't take the high ground of it's called a brookie, just trust me, when I said, is it the ice cream soup that you set on fire or burn on the top? That's a fair point. I will back down on this.
Corey, I'm not, like you said, I'm not big on like the triple chocolate. You know who has a really good all chocolate cake? Portillo's. Their cake is amazing.
Yeah.
If you,
all right.
If you get out to, because it seems like they're popping up everywhere now.
Yeah, we saw them in Arizona this year.
Yes, we did.
Yeah, and there's one right by my house now, which is detrimental to my macros. But hey, that cake and the cake shake is amazing. The cake shake might be the best dessert I've ever had.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
What is a cake shake?
It's it's a shake that they will take a slice of cake, put it in the cup, and they will mix it up so you get chunks of cake as you consume the shake. So it's not just like it's cake flavored. You're getting a real chunk of a real slice of cake.
So I did this. I told Lucy we would go get frozen custard. Little did I know, there's not much frozen custard around. All right, so like you have to drive. So we had to drive to Richardson to Andy's Frozen Custard. That was the closest one over in Addison.
Really good.
And they have one over in Dallas too, next to Vector Brewing. We drove over there and they had a custard. It was one of their concretes, is what it's called, with apple pie. A whole slice of apple pie shoved into their concrete thing. And Kevin, this thing was ridiculous. It was over the holidays that I had it. It was so good. But like you said, a whole thing just thrown in there, broke it into pieces, mix it. It's like the perfect bite every time because you get some custard, you get some pie.
I got one of those because there's one in Mansfield right down the street from my house, and it was my buddy Anthony who showed me. He was like, this one will change your life, because I would just get like something simple. He's like, spend the extra couple dollars to get something stupid.
Yeah.
And it just has an entire brownie in the middle, and they blend it up, and it's amazing. It's got hot fudge in the center too, so you get the hot and cold. Oh my gosh. Like, I'm not a big sugar guy anymore, but you could lure me to any place you need to with something from Andy's. It's amazing. But lots of brownie love here from the 817, the Costco chocolate chip cookie. It's always the places that you don't really
I've ever
expect.
had a chocolate chip cookie from there.
I have. Long time ago when I used to go with my grandparents when I was younger, but really, really good. And before I worked here, I worked at Market Street, the Mansfield location. Their bakery, amazing, top tier. I know when we did the Brew Crew tour thing that Sean and RJ was doing a while back, they stopped there a few times, and I would always tell the morning show guys, I'd be like, hey, you need to go try this giant, like probably the size of your face, chocolate chip cookie that they had.
Neat.
And Kevin, like you said, piping hot and just absolutely melty dough in the middle, but it had like enough integrity on the outside to where you can pick it up and hold it. So it was amazing. And I had the employee discount there. So every Friday that I worked, I'd be like, one day a week, don't want to eat too many of these. I'd get one of those. It was amazing. So keep those coming in, 877-881-1053, your favorite chocolate-based foods. Got a couple things we can get to here. This might have been my favorite thing to come from Cowboys Social yesterday. Was you guys probably saw it all by now, the schedule reveal, the little live stream thing that they did with Micah Parsons and players. Well, there was a moment that was captured by the Social team where it was CeeDee Lamb and Micah Parsons hanging out in the golf cart together, and Brian Schottenheimer walks up to them, your new head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. He's got a cup in his hand. And naturally, the guys want to know what's in his cup, and this is how it went.
They said, what's in the cup?
It's a shotty.
Yo!
Tito's,
Little T?
water, 3 lemons.
Okay. Shotty.
Yeah, it's a shotty.
Shotty McLovin.
Yeah, I like it.
Hey,
You hydrate while you have a good time.
Yeah, we got to hydrate and heat up because it's hot. It's about 100 degrees out here.
It's so hot.
Called it a shotty. He did have a drink in his hand, and I just wanted to be known. I think he's a genius, but so am I, because the day that the Cowboys hired Brian Schottenheimer, I tweeted, and I said, every DFW bar needs to have something on the menu called the shotty or the Schottenheimer, some sort of blue curacao mixed shot or something, or a drink that is just absolutely blue. Like Smurf blue.
The Schottenheimer, doesn't it sound like, though, it's going to blow up? Like it's
exactly
like the A-bomb?
Yeah, make it like a Jaeger bomb that's somehow blue. I don't know how you pull that off with how dark Jaeger is, but hey, like make it some sort of like Red Bull mixed shot or something.
Yep.
And I tweeted that out, and I was like, somebody needs to do that. I got a couple of DMs from bartenders that said, hey, I'm working on this right now. I'll let you know if it comes to fruition.
Oh, nice.
So I think that me and Brian Schottenheimer are just geniuses, and also the people of Harvard are too.
I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah, because, it takes a lot to get in there, and usually smart people are produced there. But this is a wild story, just one of those kind of like, you love those stories, at least I do, where people go to Goodwill and they find something, they're like, oh, that's cool, I'll pay $20 for it. It ends up being a multi-$1,000 piece of history.
Right.
So Harvard University wanted to get a reproduction copy of the Magna Carta, which was published back in 1215. It's one of the first ever real governmental documents that we know of, that we have proof of. And so they bought a $27 reproduction copy of it.
Oh, no.
After actually investigating it, they traced it back to be one of the 14th century real copies of the Magna Carta. And they bought it for $27 online. And this is now a multi-million-dollar piece of history because it's a real copy of it.
That's why they don't need all that money.
They really don't. They got so lucky.
They can find things for cheap.
That's so true. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Would you want to see an NFL draft lottery? Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next...
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where Corey has learned of the heartbreaking news that the Fox and the Hound in Richardson has closed.
Oh!
My friends actually told me that last week. Shout out to Bill and Matt, because that's where we watched so many UFCs. Yes. And so I guess it is closed.
Dude, that's where we do our fantasy draft every year. Now, where am I going to do my fantasy draft? Andy's Frozen Custard. Here we come, baby.
Oh, really feels like you rebounded from that loss quickly.
Sorry, Fox and Hound Richardson.
Yeah. Well, that's fine. I found a different place. Man.
They don't even serve drinks at Andy's, Kevin. It's not going to be the same. They have amazing frozen custard, though.
If you're having a fantasy draft and not drinking, are you even having a draft?
Probably. You're not.
I'm not. Yeah, that's why.
Because you don't do fantasy football either, though.
Exactly. I'm the most boring person you know. All right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL.
You said it.
And if it is some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
I'm aware. My boringness.
Dude, you're the life of the party.
Right. All right, so
You will force your way into the party.
Look, it just really depends. If you invited me to a party, do I care or not? Because if I don't, you'll forget I was even there. If I do,
yeah, I think you showed up at my party, my first housewarming party.
Yes.
I invited you. You said I'll be there. You didn't know anybody there.
Yeah.
And you sat down and held court just like always. So that's my anticipation is whenever you're around, you're going to hold court, bro.
You know what, Alec? I know we're supposed to do gridiron.
Oh, no.
But is it time for something that I've been carrying for, how old are you now, Corey?
43.
All right. I've been carrying this for almost 4 years. Is it time to just really quickly disparage Reggie and Mike for something?
Oh, no. But yes.
Oh, no.
It's Corey Major's 40th birthday party.
Oh, yeah.
It's a surprise birthday party. Several of his friends are there. A video game truck is there.
It was a video game truck, yeah. I don't even think I went inside of it.
I'm there. But where? I ask you, where are the other members of the then KNC Masterpiece? Well, they're nowhere to be found. Take out your phone.
All right.
No, I took out my phone.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I was very confused.
Texted Mike. Texted Reggie. Very similar responses of, holy crap, I forgot that was today.
Oh, I didn't even know. It was a surprise.
I'm getting in my car and I'm on my way. And so I just want you to know.
Thanks, man.
I was disappointed. Whenever you joke about having a phone call, I definitely had a conversation with everybody else from the show. And I was like, what the hell?
Well,
you all forgot?
I will say this. I was so happy to see Mike because I never would have expected him to show up at all. And he did. He kindly showed up. Reggie being there, it was like, that was one of the coolest things, too, because it's Reggie, dude. Like, just being around Reggie is a fun night. And then he ended up racing both of my sons in the street.
Yes.
So that was fun, too.
That's a real thing that happened. But, yeah, we definitely had a conversation about what the hell.
Look at you. That's what he cared about that party.
That's right. All right. A couple of other schedule notes for you. Let's start with this, because people went back and forth about why this is. So Yahoo, for example, thought that the Colts deleted their Minecraft-inspired schedule release because the Chargers did the same thing. They're like, Chargers got there first, and they did it better. But other people, including Mike Florio...
Should they coordinate it? Like, should the NFL go, guys, we need to coordinate what our bits are going to be?
That's a fair point.
Yeah.
Because I could see how Minecraft would be what you would want to go after this time.
For sure.
But Mike Florio was one of the people who's like, no. That's not why they deleted it. They deleted it because they had some kind of inflammatory stuff in there. So week 1, they depicted Tyreek Hill as a dolphin who got arrested by the Coast Guard. I'm not going to admit, did not totally know that the Coast Guard could arrest people. Also, I'm just kidding. Also, they dubbed Kyler Murray a chicken jockey. I don't think I've ever heard that phrase in my life.
Yes, you have. Chicken jockey. Everybody goes nuts in the theater for Minecraft movie?
Yes. I'm sorry. That's true.
Who was it that they dubbed that, though?
Kyler Murray.
Okay, I can understand how that. I can understand a little bit.
And then they showed Patrick Mahomes as a frog jumping into a boxing ring to stop the fight between John Rocker and Patrick Mahomes Sr. But it's the first one
You're right, man.
that seems to have caught people's attention. And the Colts did, in fact, apologize to Tyreek Hill. And Tyreek Hill, he just kind of laughed it off. He's like, it's fine. Like, I don't really care.
Oh, well, that's nice.
But I just thought it was an interesting development during the day because there were some sites that's like, oh, that's embarrassing. They copied theirs. That's why they deleted it. And then there were other people who are like, if you've seen the video, I don't think that's why they deleted it. All right. For Monday Night Football, we've talked about this in the past. There are 5 doubleheaders. Personally, I like the Monday Night Football doubleheader, but I know there are some people who don't because there can be some crossover and you can miss like certain parts of certain games. Sorry, that was inadvertent. I need something to fidget with at all times.
I got you. I don't mind the doubleheader. Like I'm not going to see all of every game. I try to see all of every game that I can, but I don't mind I actually do like it, like you, Kevin. It's the nights when my kid's playing football that I'm like, oh man, how am I going to watch all 3 of these football games?
Yes.
And usually what ends up happening is I get to watch my kid's game and then I get to pick up on the second game. And that's how that happens. But because it's a little later. And so
Yes.
I'm cool with that.
From the 575, take notes, Medford. If you miss any of Corey's parties, it's your ass.
Facts.
Yeah, I'm scared now.
Definitely.
You just playing a party, I guess.
All right. Sunday Night Football is going to kick off with the Ravens and the Bills. We talked about how the Cowboys and Chiefs will happen on Thanksgiving. Also on Thanksgiving, Lions and the Packers, Bengals and the Ravens. So there's a lot.
Dude, that's a fun. That's a fun
slates
game right there.
Now,
Trey Hendrickson's going to be furious.
Man, where's he going to be?
Probably Baltimore.
Oh, man, that would, oh my gosh, that'd be amazing. Then you go to underdog, you make your play, whatever, it's going to be like over under half a sack. You take
the over.
You go higher. All right, definitely.
He's out for blood.
So my favorite schedule release video, because the people put their money where their mouth is, was the Vikings.
Okay.
Did you see the Vikings
I
schedule
haven't
release?
seen all the schedule releases yet.
It was everybody getting tattoos. And so they would be like, here's the week 1 matchup. And somebody got one of the tattoos they got in their lip, like inside their lower lip. That looked super painful. But yeah, the video is all of these Vikings fans.
Oh, fans. I thought like the players were getting.
I'm sorry. Vikings fans being asked if they would do it and then getting the tattoos that showed off like different matchups. And it would be like, ooh, look at this tattoo, week 2 versus Atlanta. And so it's really
that
fun.
Is wild to have that actually tattooed on your body.
So just the video showed the week 2 part, but they all got tattoos of different like variations of the Vikings kind of dominating certain things or just being the Vikings doing
cool.
things. And yeah,
that is pretty cool.
I thought that was very impressive. Like one of them, it's a picture of a battery dying for the Chargers. And so it's got a battery with an open mouth and a tongue sticking out, and it's clearly dying. And so that was for the Chargers. Yes. I just thought that was super duper fun. By the way, Eagles-Chiefs rematch in week 2, if you care about that. What I wanted to also talk about today, do you ever think, because I don't think we will, do you ever think, and would you be intrigued by the concept of the NFL draft lottery? This is something that we talked about years ago. And now with the Mavericks shocking the world and getting Cooper Flagg, I've seen some people bring it back up and they're like, oh, hold on. What if that meant the Dallas Cowboys, who were in about that same spot as the Mavericks were, what if they would have won the draft lottery and got the number 1 pick? Do you ever think we'll see an NFL draft lottery?
So this is really interesting. I don't necessarily love the draft lottery already.
Okay.
Because, man, let's say my team had just terrible luck this year. And there I am. And you know what? Because of this terrible luck, I'm at number 4.
Yeah.
And now somehow I get bounced out of that. And I'm like
the Wizards.
Yeah, exactly. And so like that's very frustrating. Now, tanking is a different thing.
Yes.
And we have a topic for that later. Tanking is a completely different thing, and I hate that it exists, but I see the benefit of it. But I don't love the draft lottery already. So the way that it is in the NFL, I mean, dude, the way they have it, look at it, dude. It's probably more televised than most other sports regular season and playoff games.
I could see that.
So, no.
All right, Alec, would you be pro or against the NFL draft lottery?
I'd be against it.
Carter's against it as well.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Corey. I just don't love the concept of it already. And I feel like it does kind of inadvertently punish teams who aren't trying to be bad. They just are bad. Like, it felt like that happened in this year's NBA draft lottery where there was a few teams where it was like, you were the second worst team in the league. Here's the 8th pick. It's punishing other teams for just trying. And I hate that. And it's rewarding other teams for not trying.
Now, a couple more quick things for you guys. There's 3 teams that have no primetime games.
Name them. I dare you.
You guys tell me, who are 3 irrelevant or nondescript teams?
The Carolina Panthers.
That is a good guess. Believe it or not, no. One of these I was surprised by for sure.
The Saints.
The Saints are on the list of nondescript teams who do not get a primetime game. One of these will hurt Derek Collins' feelings.
Oh, the Browns.
The Browns. The other one is the Titans.
I can't believe the Browns, honestly. With Shador as their quarterback, potentially.
Look, if that becomes the case...
the Titans make a lot of sense. They're very boring.
But they did have the number 1 pick, so I would have thought...
That's cool and all. Tennessee...
Hold on. So Shador's already starting in Cleveland, but for Tennessee, you're like, I don't care.
We saw the headlines. No, seriously, the Titans for the entirety of their existence have bored me to death. And mostly it's Jeff Fisher's fault.
Yeah.
Because of his 500 career. They've just always been boring. Hopefully they're better though, but they don't deserve it yet.
By the way, next week at the spring meeting for NFL owners, they're going to consider the resolution to allow NFL players in flag football for the 2028 Olympics. So hopefully we will get some insight into that.
I'm interested to know what the punishment would be if they just say, screw it, I want to do it.
Yeah, because wouldn't you argue you'd violate the collective bargaining agreement, thus your contract potentially voiding out your contract? Like, I'm not 100% on that, but that would be my guess. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the NFL schedule is out, so it's time for the ridiculous but fun exercise of predicting the 2025 Cowboys record. We will do it next right here on The Fan.
V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking out.
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. In this hour, we will do our Shakira ticket giveaway right now on the sports front. Sports! The NFL schedule, it is out. So it's time for the ridiculous but fun exercise of predicting the Dallas Cowboys 2023 record. Now, you want to go ahead and just text us 877-881-1053, Franklin Injury Attorney text line, or hit us up on the Twitch or the YouTube what you think the record will be for the season. Great. If you just want to be typing in wins and losses as we go along, I'm definitely here for that as well.
Are we starting in the preseason, Kevin?
No.
All right. I just want to let you know I intentionally did not look at the schedule at all.
Great.
Last night and today, so that I would have a clean slate,
okay,
like George Pickens, for this exercise. Every year we do this exercise. We've done this for now 14 years.
It's the only exercise I'll get today.
We've been on radio for 14 years now.
True.
Congratulations to us. Thank you, Tolos. And we started this back when we were just a weekend show, Kevin.
So true.
Many people have followed since then, and we are the ones who have set the standard for picking games in the NFL.
All right, so I want both of y'all's feedback here. Cowboys open the season on the road, first game of the NFL season against Philadelphia.
All right, we're 0-1, gentlemen.
Agreed. That feels like a loss to me.
That's unfortunate, too.
Because they lost?
Well, I mean, again, I don't know what a Schottenheimer team is yet. And so maybe that's the benefit. You can catch them by surprise. Maybe you can catch the Eagles off guard here. And maybe they have a little bit of a slumber party from last year, a little hangover from last year, so they're still slumbering away.
Okay.
But I think the Eagles are going to want to come out and make a statement with all the talent they have.
Host the Giants in week 2.
We are 1-1.
Eat a W.
Next week on my birthday, on the road against the Chicago Bears. That's a win.
I will give them a win. It is going to be close.
Okay.
Ben Johnson is going to be very prepared, and I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't try and do a tackle eligible 7 times in that game just to prove a point.
From the 214, Cowboys will go 7-7-3. That would be amazing. All right, Alec, what say you for the Bears?
I want to think of a weird way to make that record happen now, but you know what? Give me a win there. I think they're still going to be figuring out that offense. It's going to look rough at first, but I think it'll be pretty by the end of the season, just not then.
I'll just warn you, my accusations of being a homer are going to come up in the next 4 weeks on the schedule. At home against Green Bay.
L.
Oh, I think that's.
When was the
another
last time Green Bay lost here? When was the last time the Cowboys beat the Packers?
Ooh, I would have to go check. I have no idea.
And it seems like Jordan Love just feasts on this team based on a couple of games.
Okay. Alec, I say we win. What say you?
I don't know how much better Green Bay got this offseason, so I'm going to take a shot in the dark. I'm going to say win.
You don't think Matthew Golden is going to come in here and say, they passed on me. I'll show them 3 touchdowns, 183 yards.
No, I don't, because he'll play 2.5 quarters, and they'll use him the same way they did at Texas. And they're like, now it's time for you to sit on the bench.
Dude, we forgot you existed, bro.
Next week, week 5, on the road against the Jets. Alec, you feeling confident in that one as well? Because the Jets suck, and that's another win.
Yeah, that better be a win. We got a lot of problems if it isn't.
Corey?
We are now 3-2.
Okay, I like it. The winning ways continue for me because you play on the road at Carolina, and Carolina sucks too. So I've got us at 5-1 just to anger people.
We are at 4-2 in my book here.
Alec?
Yeah, give me a win there.
5-1. Then things get more difficult, at least for a week. You host Washington in week 7. Right now, Corey's at 4-2. Alec and I are both at 5-1. Now, the schedule gets significantly more difficult down the stretch, at least in theory. But I think the beginning part of this schedule is a cakewalk. But will the Cowboys actually be good?
We're at 4-3 after our week against the Commanders, Kevin.
Man.
I feel like the Commanders. Now, you could see a slump this year from Jaden Daniels. The sophomore slump could exist.
Yes.
But I think Dan Quinn is going to continue keeping his team in it, and that offense is going to continue to grow a little bit.
Okay. Alec, what say you? This is the one I'm going to get crushed on, I think.
I hate it, but I'm going to say this is a loss.
I say it's a win. I say you start the season 6-1 to fully engage the Cowboys hype train, even though you'll look at their schedule and be like, a lot of these teams aren't very good. And I think if you don't start the season close to 6-1, I think you're in for a world of hurt.
Ugh.
All right, on the road against Denver.
It's tough.
Cowboys will eat the cheese, and they lose.
I got them losing this one, too. They're at 4-4.
Alec, what say you?
They pull out the too high shell coverage again, and yeah, we're going to lose this game.
Then, last game before the bye, you move into week number 9. Host the Arizona Pope Leo Cardinals. What say you guys?
This is unfortunate.
Oh, no.
Oh,
when was the last time Kyler Murray lost at AT&T Stadium?
This is going to be the time.
For some reason,
Undertaker lost a streak at WrestleMania. Kyler Murray, loses a streak at AT&T.
It's just, for some reason, we don't beat the Cardinals. I don't get it. It just seems like the Cardinals in weird seasons have us. I have them at 4-5, at 9 games in.
We go to the bye. You've got them at 4-5. I've got them at 7-2. Alec, what say you?
Yeah, I think you win that game. I think you end Kyler Murray's reign of terror inside of this building.
All right, so that's 6-3 for Alec. Now, on the other side of the bye, so week 10, you get a bye. So between November 3rd and November 17th, plan your life accordingly. Do something else if you want. All right. Corey, I'm going to start with you on probably all of these because I'm really curious if this season goes absolutely in the trash and we're picking in the top 6 or 7, or if we're going to turn it around. At Las Vegas.
W, baby.
Okay.
5-5.
I like it. Alec, what say you?
I'm going to say a win there, too. I think Ashton Genty's going to have a bazillion yards against us, but we'll win.
I also think that's a win. Now it's time for the holiday blues. Right before Thanksgiving, you host Philadelphia. What say you guys?
I say loss.
I'm going to go weird here and say win.
Oh, I like it. I also think they're going to lose, which would have them getting swept by the Eagles, which I know normally Dak Prescott is fantastic in division. So
I know.
If people disagree with that, I understand.
I get it.
Hosting Kansas City on Thanksgiving. Put me down for a big fat loss there.
I got them winning that one, Kevin.
Wow. Wow.
It's short week. Chiefs have to, like last year, it was they barely got by on the Black Friday game against the Raiders. It was a lucky draw. And I think the short week, the Cowboys playing smartly for it every year. So I think that they're going to get the win on this one.
I'm going to assume that Patrick Mahomes' ankle has not fallen off by this point, like it seems like it happens every year. And I'm going to say that you will lose this game.
This is where the sadness really creeps in for the Cowboys for me. On the road against Detroit, that is another loss. So I have 3 straight losses there, and now they're at 8-5.
I got them beating the Lions, Kevin.
Wow!
Ben Johnson is no longer with that team. Dan Campbell's struggling to get his offense back to what it used to be, and the Cowboys are kind of on a little bit of a roll after that win over the Chiefs. They're feeling themselves.
A Dan Campbell 4th down call is going to cost them this game. Cowboys win.
Woo! So Alex up to, I believe, 9-4 now. All right. Let's go to back-to-back home games. Week 15 and Week 16. Minnesota and the Chargers.
I got them beating the Minnesota Vikings, Kevin, at home.
Okay.
And then losing to the Chargers the next week. 3 straight wins is a big plus for the Cowboys. But the Chargers, I know Justin Herbert has yet to do it, has yet to prove it. But I feel like this is going to be that one where Harbaugh finally gets him rolling.
I have them splitting as well. Alec, what say you?
I have them losing both games.
Ooh. All right, so now we're all pulling closer together. Alec, 9-6. Me, 9-6. Corey, 8-7. Christmas Day, noon o'clock. So open the presents early and then be ready to go. Noon o'clock against Washington. I had them beat Washington at home, so I say that they lose this one on the road, which I've got them down to 9-7.
I got them at 8-8 right now. A loss against the Commanders, and that's unfortunate.
Alec, what say you? He wants to say when. I can see it on his face.
I want to, but I can't. I'm going to go loss here on the road.
Okay, 9-7 it is, which leads us to the last game, which obviously could feel like it's consequentially for a playoff spot. I have the Cowboys defeating the New York Giants and finishing at 10-7. So I've got them finishing up the regular season at 10-7. What say you guys?
Should be an easy win, right? I
On
hope.
the road in the cold for Dak. Dak has struggled in the cold before, multiple times. However, I do have them winning this game against the Giants. The talent just isn't there yet for them.
All right.
And they're still trying. This is going to be when we see Jackson Dart against us for the first time.
Okay, now, this is what makes it...
They're 9-8. That's what I got.
Okay.
9-8.
But then 3-2-1. Kevin not being a hater is weird. Okay. From the 8-1-7, I got them at 8-9. From the 9-7-2, I got them at 5-12. And from the 3-6-1, y'all are all Delulu. Tell me how old you are, because you might need to stop saying that. And 6-11, maybe 7-10. So Corey's got them 9-8. Alec and I both have them at 10-7, which is pretty much in line with what other people are predicting. So I wanted to throw this out there. Bleacher Report has them going 9-8. Same for Fox Sports. Sports Illustrated has them going 11-6. And Calvin Watkins from the Dallas Morning News has them going 8-9. So everybody in that mix is in the 8-11 range, and I kind of feel like that's where you'll see a lot of predictions. But I know people are concerned about the schedule, and the strength of the schedule for the Cowboys is the 5th toughest. I think the beginning of their schedule looks very easy, and the back half of their schedule looks brutal. So if they don't build up a cushion early on with that schedule, they could be in trouble. Or the NFL could totally change like it does sometimes year over year. And you're like, well, crap, that team's not good anymore. And I thought they would be. But I think they have the opportunity to build up a cushion before they get pulled back down to earth.
Kevin, I'm making a spreadsheet.
Oh.
I will make a spreadsheet of our selections for this season. At the end of it, we will go through and see who was the most correct about the most games.
Ooh,
the person who is the least correct has to jump off the roof of the building without a parachute into a pool of Jell-O. Your thoughts?
You're going to die. And I'm not going to do it because I'm going to die if I jump off. I thought you were going to say, and you have one of those squirrel suits on or something like that, which I also don't want to do that either.
I would totally do a squirrel suit thing. That would be so much fun.
We got these texts within seconds of one another. 2 and 15, and then 12 and 5. And from the 561, they'll be lucky to go 8 and 9. I'm highly skeptical. And can Dak stay healthy for
9
a
and
full
8
season?
would be a great season for Schottenheimer to start. Like that would be spectacular.
Improvement.
To not start his career as the coach with a losing record would be phenomenal.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially with some of the replacements they've had to go through and the youth that they're working with.
From the 469, I think the Cowboys go 11 and 6. I think we'll have a top 10 offense and top 10 defense. And from the 817, I think Kevin started smoking a little of the weed that Corey gave him early. And that's how he came up with that record. I do want to point out that it ends up at what I feel like is a reasonable record prediction. Like I said, local and national, it goes between 8 and 11 wins. So I don't think 10 and 7 is insane. For the person that's skeptical either about the team or Dak staying healthy for the season, that is totally fair. Because you have seen both were a struggle last year. And for Dak, he's had injury problems for several years now. And so I don't know if he will be able to stay healthy either.
I'm hopeful that he does.
Oh, me too.
I want him to make it through a full season with these weapons. And again, I go back to the best way to do that is to have a really solid run game for him. I know he's a $60 million a year quarterback and everything, but hey, like you don't have to have him go do all that stuff. If the best way to protect him is by to be a play action team, let the run game take care of it. You got to be better at running back and offensive line for sure. You do have weapons that can do some things, but you need to protect him just a little bit. And then over the season, let him open things up as things go along. But I wouldn't try to rely on him from day one. Hey, dude, you got to go out there and set records this year, man. No, get wins.
From the 972, I don't think the record matters if we don't win in the playoffs. And I'll just tell you, at 10 and 7, I have them making the playoffs. This team has first-round playoff loss written all over them. I hope I'm wrong by about 4 wins in the positive, and we win the Super Bowl, and everyone has to admit that Dak is the best, and we party forever. That's not what I see based on the moves that have been made thus far.
They're not there yet, but I think this has been a promising offseason to add back to what they want to do.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, our Shakira ticket giveaway, NFL overreaction or reality, plus the random sports report. Could you be Luka's strength and conditioning coach? We'll get into it next right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for some NFL overreaction or reality. And we've got the random sports report coming up, which will include a couple of really fun things. But also, do you think you could be Luka's strength and conditioning coach? And what would be the other worst jobs in sports?
I saw this last night, and I kind of tried to start this. Are we starting there, Kevin?
Oh, let's do an overreaction reality.
All right, let's
first
roll with that.
and give people a chance to ponder what they think about the other part. All right, NFL overreaction or reality. The Cowboys were foolish not to do more at running back.
I will say overreaction.
Okay.
Because I really don't know what Jaden Blue can be in the NFL. Like, I know he has some growth but he can be a game breaker. And I do feel like if you have two running backs that can have two different styles, if you don't have one that's everything, then you can use that very well. David Montgomery and
one of our buddies is in Los Angeles right now at the
awesome
rookie premiere event, and he was showing us the first ever autograph card from Jaden Blue, a Pen Pals.
Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery are a great example of that. And we've seen that over history of if you have two different styles, you can use them the right way. So, and I think Aaron Jones and there have been a number of them, so I think you can use it that way. I even saw Schottenheimer do this with the Jets.
Yeah.
Where he had multiple running backs, and they used them in rotation. So I think that's going to be the approach with it. My question is the offensive line going to be good enough for them? So that's what I'm really hoping for, and that's why they invested there in the first round.
Alec, Cowboys were foolish to not do more running back.
I wouldn't go foolish. I'd just say disappointing. Like that's my reaction to it. I would have loved if they would have kind of put a emphasis on it day 2 in the draft. That would have been cool if you sign a real veteran that has some skins on the wall to pair up with a 4th, 5th, 6th round draft pick. Cool. That makes a lot of sense. I think it's a little bit disappointing, but just considering what was available in free agency, not too much there. Unless they want to make that kind of like Texans Joe Mixon trade, where it's like there's a guy that's on the fringe of getting cut for salary cap reasons, and they say, how about a 7th?
Right.
2 years from now. If they want to do that during camp, cool. But, I'm excited about Jaden Blue. I don't have high expectations, but I'm excited to see what he can do because of that. And like Corey said, if they have a few capable guys, I'm hoping that the passing attack, now that they added another wide receiver, is going to do a lot of the workload.
The next one might be my most controversial question of the day. NFL overreaction or reality? The Steelers just don't really care who their starting quarterback is. So they moved on from Russell Wilson and Justin Fields, and they drafted somebody late and then signed Skylar Thompson and might still want Aaron Rodgers. So they're telling us, either way.
I'm a huge Steelers fan.
Oh, apparently not.
This is maybe they're hoping they can get one in the draft if they get a high enough pick, but Mike Tomlin is a good enough coach that they won't ever get a high enough pick. They won't get one of those top 4 picks. So I will say I agree with you, Kevin. Which is the incorrect way to approach it, considering what's happened since Ben Roethlisberger left.
Yeah,
like since he's left, they've not been good at the position, and you've seen that has helped them suffer a little bit, or not get them to the elite level that they were whenever they had an elite quarterback during the times that he was elite.
Alec, what say you?
I don't think they care. I think it's a reality.
I don't either.
There's too many question marks with what they do have on the roster. I mean, is it going to be Mason Rudolph to start the season? Is he going to be a bridge guy? Does he end up being so much better than everybody behind him that he has to start the whole year? I don't think they really care. I think they say, we've got guys in the room. We're hoping that our defense is really good since we prioritize that every offseason. Mm-hmm. If we're allowing our opponents to score 6 points, hopefully we score 9.
NFL overreaction to reality. Ladd McConkey is a true number 1 wide receiver. No, it's only been 1 year.
Yeah.
But 1,149 yards, 7 touchdowns. Big thumbs up.
Yeah, reality. And I'm very interested to see how that continues to grow there. But yeah, I thought he was a good receiver coming out. I didn't expect what we got last year, though.
Alec?
A true wide receiver 1-to-1 man is not necessarily 1 to the rest of the league, which is what I love. I do love that because, I mean, the obvious comp for multiple different reasons. You think of Brady and Edelman, that connection. Like, Edelman probably wouldn't have been that same guy on many other teams, but that connection is real, and that's how I feel about Herbert and McConkey here. Because, like, if you're out there in your rookie year putting up over 1,000 yards, and it seems like it's almost automatic that you're going to move the chains anytime you get a lick of separation. That's how I felt watching him. It felt like anytime he ran a route and he had a head of steam, it was, he's going to get separation. He's going to get the ball here, even though he's not the giant X receiver.
NFL overreaction or reality, the Commanders will make one of the next 3 Super Bowls. Because there's a lot of people who think the ascension of the Commanders will not be stopped with Jaden Daniels. They had tons of money. They had an opportunity to do stuff. So I say one of the next 3 Super Bowls the Commanders make. Overreaction or reality?
Reality.
Ooh.
Dan Quinn's been there before, so he knows how. He's been there multiple times. He knows how to get there. And you have the quarterback to do it. Your defense lacked a little bit last year.
Can we take a quick step back? I don't disagree with you at all. How confident are you that they have the quarterback to get there?
Extremely confident.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, did I trade for Lamar Jackson instead of Jaden Daniels last year in fantasy? Yes.
But fantasy is not necessarily.
But like whenever I watch the guy play, he has now the one thing that I do have a curiosity about is he's still wiry, and last year you saw his ribs were a little problematic, even though he still played through it and was effective. But I think that he's got the game. He sees it so well. Can the defense limit the opponent enough where they can keep leads? That's the question I still have.
This is a reality, and so much so for me to where I think it's disappointing if they don't.
Wow.
And I say that because the NFC is just so wide open right now, and it feels like it has been for a couple of years now, and I don't think that's going to change, especially if the Commanders weren't to evolve into what I think they can be. It's going to continue to be wide open for a long time, and heck, the division they play in, like if the Eagles, we've talked about it literally since the day after they won the Super Bowl, they're going to pay for that roster soon. You know, it's not going to be this year. It might not even be next year. They're going to have to make some tough decisions coming up. And within that 3-year window, there's enough wiggle room for them to keep adding while the other teams in the NFC are subtracting and paying their bills. So I think that's a reality.
NFL overreaction or reality, you believe Dak Prescott can take full advantage of George Pickens' skill set?
Full advantage?
Full advantage.
No. Overreaction.
Mostly
Dak is very good at things. They're also still, I mean, he's limited in a lot of respects too. I'm not saying that as a knock on him. I'm just saying that trying to be as realistic as possible as I can about this team. And now, do I think that he can make Dak better? Yes. I think that trio between him, CeeDee Lamb, and Dak can work very well together. I want to see a better version of Ferguson to help that out as well. So I think that George Pickens has opportunities to make elite plays downfield. Can Dak be accurate enough to hit him in the area that he needs to be hit in, or does it matter? You know, like if Dak just puts it up there and trusts him and he makes the play, then that's just going to build for Dak and for Pickens as well.
I'm kind of going towards the latter of what Corey said. I think that's going to be the reality of the situation with Pickens on this team, is going to be some desperation throws where it might take a few weeks, but they build that trust to where he says, okay, I'm under pressure, but you have one-on-one coverage because CD is doubled over the middle or something. I'm going to throw it up to you and see what happens. And we've talked about a 50-50 ball with George Pickens. Oftentimes, if he's locked in and focused on the game, that's more like a 70-30 ball against a lot of NFL defenders right now. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say reality. Am I super rooted in that belief? Not really, but I do think that Dak has the tools to do that. I think the offense allows for that to happen. And I think we'll see some good things.
NFL overreaction or reality, The Falcons made a mistake not moving on from Kirk Cousins.
Overreaction.
And that's what I think, too. These questions are not always my opinion.
They don't have to. They don't have to move on from him for just anything. Now, would you like to see them get something? Would they like to see something be, really nicely offered to them? Absolutely, they would. But I think the rest of the league knows what Kirk Cousins is right now. They have some concern. Well, if he's so good, why aren't you starting him?
Yeah.
Because our guy's even better.
Yeah.
All right, we saw what happened last year. The other thing too, though, is like they have him in case something does happen to Penix. And so that's a good option there.
Don't say it like that.
So yeah, I think that's
Michael Penix Jr.
All right.
Back to you.
Whatever you say, bro.
Oh man, I lost all my train of thought. But I'm gonna say the same thing as Corey. I like what he was saying about the simple fact that they don't have to. Like, there's nothing that says they need to. They've already paid out all of this money to him, and they're allowed to wait until they're wowed by a deal. The only reason I'd say I could lean either way is because, man, the coaching staff and the GM, they're going to get so tired of every week being asked by people like us, so how's Kirk doing? What's he up to? Penix has one bad game. So, you got another vet on the roster. We going to see him? It's going to be annoying. It's going to be a headache, but no, they're not in the wrong for that.
NFL overreaction or reality? The Cowboys and Lions playing on Christmas is stupid because they already play on Thanksgiving.
No, that's overreaction for whoever wrote that dumb one. This is honestly, I think the Cowboys should do Thanksgiving and Christmas every year. That's one of my mind. Just take advantage of everybody sitting around enjoying Cowboys or being in misery. Whatever way you want to look at it. Mm-hmm. Just sit around and be part of that. Yeah, I think that I like it. I like it a lot, actually. And I'm surprised. Is it only the fifth time they've played on Christmas?
I'm honestly not sure.
I'm surprised that the Cowboys getting that few that's very surprising to me, considering they want to get them out there as much as possible.
I think it's stupid for the sole fact that I don't get to enjoy my Christmas now. Because I'm going to be so, invested into this because and probably, with who they're playing and where they're playing. But I already, Thanksgiving has turned into almost a work day, even though you're sitting at home, because I'm just so invested. Everybody's chatting, sipping on their drinks, having a great time. I feel like that gamer that's, sucking at the video game right now, so they lean forward to try to lock in. That's me sitting on the couch by myself, just lean forward watching this game. So personally, I think it's stupid, but from a league sense, it's going to do stupid numbers. It's so smart on the league's part, so good for them.
NFL overreaction or reality? The Rams and Matthew Stafford have one more run left in them. I mean, like a real run where you're like, I can make some noise in the playoffs.
I absolutely think that's reality. I absolutely think it is. As long as Stafford's health holds up, I think the dude has the brain to play this game at a very high level. And his arm looked last year. I really thought his arm was going to fall off going into last year. And his arm did not, in fact, fall off, which was obviously a huge surprise to me.
Yeah.
But I love how serious Kevin was when he said, yeah, there. But I'm
always locked in.
The fact that his arm, he looked really good with his throws. They didn't have what it took health-wise with Puka and Kupp to beat Philadelphia late in that season. They just never were right all year long. And they were obviously still trying to figure out some things defensively. They got better as the season went on, but I think McVay always puts you in a good position.
It's a reality because I keep forgetting this team added Devontae Adams.
Yeah, they did.
It feels like that went so under the radar just because of, one, how early it happened in the offseason, and two, just because of some of the other storylines that we were waiting on, like Aaron Rodgers, so on and so forth. I keep forgetting how really loaded that team is in terms of just raw talent on paper. They're super talented. Their scouting department of 12 people and 4 computers figures out how to draft amazing every single year. That team is super talented. They have an amazing head coach, a great offensive coordinator. Brenda Song is now their new mascot, and who can hate Brenda Song? So if she's their spirit animal, I think they're going to win.
That was. I enjoyed that one because I like Brenda Song. I think she's fantastic.
NFL overreaction or reality? Minnesota Vikings are actually diabolical geniuses for how their schedule is set up. And more specifically, what I mean by that is the back-to-back international series game. Consider this. They're supposed to have 9 road games this year. Both of those games count as road games. So in the States, they were supposed to have 8 home and 9 road. Now they're going to have 8 home and 7 road and essentially 2 neutral site games. Plus they play them back to back and will clearly be less travel fatigued in week 2.
Yeah, and we learned yesterday that London and Ireland are essentially as far as Waco and Dallas from each other. So like there's virtually no travel for them once they get overseas.
How weird is that when you hear like the stretch from, not totally, but like when you hear far east Texas versus far west Texas, and they'll be like, oh yeah, that's this many countries
38
apart.
hours.
Yeah, and you're like, we're in the same state. And they're like, oh yeah, this is like 4 countries apart in Europe. Yeah. Like, how can that even be?
Or like when you go up on the East Coast and they're like, yeah, you can hit 4 different states in like an hour and a half.
I will tell you, for my quest to get to all 50 states, that has been useful multiple times. All right, what say you guys? This is a diabolically genius schedule for the Vikings.
Kevin, this is a rare occasion. I will push on this one and wait to see. I have no clue how it's going to affect them. I don't know what J.J. McCarthy, like this might really mess up his meditation plan.
Huh.
He's a big meditator.
Boo.
I'm pushing on this one, dude. I don't know.
Alec, that means you have to have an opinion.
No, I'm kidding. I do think this is pretty diabolical, and I think it's pretty smart. I think it's a reality. You know, if it's essentially neutral field, I don't care who is the home team and who's not. It depends, though. Those international crowds, it seems like after a couple of games, they know who they want to root for.
Yeah.
It seems like it takes a little bit of time, but once they do, they show up and show out for one team. So if they can get some actual fans to kind of fly out for these first couple trips out there across the pond, then I think they're going to be in a good spot.
You guys want one more?
Yes.
Okay. NFL overreaction or reality? If Malik Neighbors ever gets a real quarterback, and maybe even if he doesn't, he's going to be a stud for a long time.
Somebody did point out the last game for the Cowboys against the Giants. I said that will be the first time we see Jackson Dart against the Cowboys. And they said, you do realize Jackson Dart's throwing to Malik Neighbors. Yeah. And I also saw Malik Neighbors go against the Cowboys and have, 19 catches in the game, and they still lost. So I still feel like they're not a good enough team yet, but that combination, I do think, Kevin, is going to be lethal for a bit of time if they can really get on the same page.
Alec, what say you?
I hate to say it, but it's a reality. He's so good, and he
makes the margin of error better for quarterbacks.
Oh yeah, he makes their jobs and their lives easier. And for a guy like Jackson Dart, who isn't stepping into the greatest situation. It's not as bad as it used to be the past few years, but not the greatest situation. It takes a lot of pressure off of him. And a guy that has a cannon arm, just say, hey, I'm going to run as fast as I can on this route.
Yeah.
Throw it as far as you can. And there's an 85% chance I'm coming down with that football and we're moving the chains. He's so good, and he's got the mentality for it, too. He's such a dog, and I hate it.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. NFL overreaction or reality. And
Alec hates dogs.
Oh, my gosh.
I have 2 of them.
Like Chandler? Right now... Yeah, that's how you know I'm super white. I can recite Friends trivia to you. Right now, I feel like it's about that.
Let's give something away!
Caller number 10, 877-881-1053.
Now
will win a pair of tickets to watch Shakira as part of her world tour when she stops by Globe Life Field on June 11th. You can go buy tickets or you can win them for free today. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053. Now, wanted to kind of do a little bit of a random sports report.
I dare you.
Okay. And we're going to start with the answer to the question, what would be the worst job in sports to have? Because this might feel harsh to say that it's the Lakers taking public applications for their strength and conditioning coach. I already saw somebody who said it would be picking up all the jock straps. They would hate that. And so what do you think? You've probably seen it. Did you see the pay for this job?
Oh, no, I did not.
Okay,
it needs to be outrageous because how am I going to get Luka in shape otherwise?
What do you think it should be?
$275,000 a year.
Okay, head strength and conditioning coach, $200,000 to $250,000.
Okay.
Annually. And it's just fun because you can find this on the Workforce Now website.
Really?
And you can apply.
It wasn't on LinkedIn?
Now, I didn't see it there, but you can apply to be the Lakers head strength and conditioning coach if you want. The strength part I get. I know people are worried about the conditioning part with some of the players, mostly Luka.
Yeah, it is definitely the Luka part of that is the conversation. The Mavericks clearly felt that they could never get him in shape again. You know, that's why they gave up on him because
Yeah, but then didn't they fire their staff?
Don't worry about that.
Okay.
So they said we gotta move on because, and granted, Kevin, when was the last time we truly saw Luka show up in shape? Like this year, this year
I don't know.
He looked trim, and then something weird happened like immediately where he was not prepared for the season. Mike was very convinced that he was not prepared for the season.
Yeah.
So they faked was it a hand injury or something? That's what he suggested.
Yeah, I don't know if I think that is inaccurate.
And so that was every year we've been like, okay, we thought after a finals run, when he had a bad knee during that finals run, he's going to come back and be even better. And he came back. He was good, but he still was not in the same, in that Michael Jordan shape that he was like, you know what? I got to be stronger to beat the Pistons.
Now, part of the job description is must be able to work well in a team, work irregular hours, and travel overnight for extensive periods of time.
Okay. Overnight for extensive periods of time.
Yeah,
why do I have to work overnight? They need to sleep. All right.
Okay,
the athletes need to sleep while I'm working.
I think what they're saying is you'd be potentially on call overnight. Not that you'll be doing all these weird 3 a.m. meetups. Like, I don't think that's what they're saying.
Weird 3 a.m. meetups in LA, huh? Is what you're saying?
Look, we've all been there, and then you're like, that was a mistake.
Why did I even do that? Now I'm going to be tired all day today.
Yeah, or other things.
Kevin, I made suggestions.
Okay.
And these are some of the most outrageous ones.
Okay.
Draymond Green's anger management counselor.
Man.
That would be the most difficult job.
See, I think I could do that job.
Colorado Avalanche trade analyst. They made a miserable trade.
And because that one guy yelled at our post, and he was like, he got traded from Colorado, you idiot. And you're like, no, it's still Carolina.
It was Carolina, buddy. Deion Sanders crisis management.
Oh, dang.
Actually, that team seems like it's very good at what they do. Like they don't care. They're just like, look, we can throw up a shield if we want to. We're just going to open the doors up and be like, yeah, whatever. See how it happens on the field.
Somebody sent this in and said, worst job as social media manager for the Mavericks.
That's a fact.
I disagree.
What?
That was the old worst job. Now, what are you going to do? Do a worse job? I doubt it. So, yeah, you can come in and be a freaking hero if you do average at your job.
Just all you got to do is be average.
Yeah, like I know people are like, oh, you're going to have a tough path to follow because we left a lot of problems. Great. Then they're like, that last guy sucked. This person is pretty good. It's the person that retired after 50 years of dominating excellent service with the company. People are going to be like, well, you're not Brad.
Of course, Brad was the best. From the 817 Rockies media team / hype team, how do you make a hype video about that dumpster fire?
Dude, I'm saying it's going to be an unending string of like bases empty singles and like clutch defensive plays when you're down by 6 runs. That's got to be so depressing.
Yeah, that was something. My buddy, I love David Murphy. Okay, I just want to point this out. I love David Murphy. My friend, we were watching a game one day, and he was like, David Murphy's the king of hitting a home run when it doesn't matter.
Oh, that was Bassick.
No, it wasn't Bassick. It was another friend of mine. And at that moment, Rangers were up 6-1 in the 8th inning, and David Murphy hit a home run. And I was like, you got to be kidding me right now. Like, it's perfect timing for him. from the 682, Corey and Kevin, the worst job had to be dealing with Mike Bassick. No,
Look.
no.
10% of the time, you're right. And I just want you to know, I absolutely told Mike that as well. And that's been my consistent stance. 90% of the time, I'm sad that he's not here. Then there's 10% of the time, I'm like, well, that probably worked out best.
Look, Bobby Belt is fantastic. Stop saying mean things about Bobby.
Man, he pisses Sean off so much, doesn't he?
Yeah.
It's phenomenal.
And Sean, is ruthless with him, too. And Bobby just laughs it off, even though emotionally he's got to be crying inside.
Is it weird that it's gotten to the point, and I know it's because he has the edgiest of humor.
And he's very trolly.
It is so weird that Bobby's mom being dead is just an open category
Hilarious
that people can make jokes about.
She's dead.
Yeah, and I'm like, that still feels too far. And Bobby's like, too far in the ground. That's what he would say. That's what he would say.
The first time I ever made a joke about his mom, I felt bad. I felt miserable when I said it. And he just laughed and was like, that's a really good one. I was like,
Mom, will see you soon.
God,
he said it.
What about the Cowboys run-stopping coordinator? Or run-stopping management?
This is the year, right? This is the year
What is that based on?
the Cowboys will stop the run. This is the year.
Tell me, because they loaded up on defensive tackles?
Who's the one that Wolchuk asked?
The Haka question about.
Yeah. He's gonna be furious with Wolchuk, and he's
Is
gonna
that
make
the
a big
toughest job, getting interviewed by Wolchuk? Maybe they'll interrupt. Maybe they'll ask a
question that's
culturally
already been
insensitive
asked.
question. Maybe they'll ask a question somebody else.
Maybe he won't know who you are, even though your name is Trey Lance.
I'm just kidding, Wolchuk. You're the
We
best.
love you, buddy.
By the way, you can see the G-Bag Nation at Globe Life Field today.
Go high five him, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially if you're famous. Go start a conversation with him if you're a famous athlete and see if he knows who you are. Oh, what do you do? I play baseball. Oh, no way. Really? Who for? Rangers. I'm Corey Seager.
And he's like, I know a Corey.
Yeah.
He works with me at the station.
Yeah. Are you him? So I think that would be, I actually think that would be super fun.
Are you him?
Yeah. All right.
Corey, and Seager's like, I am. Remember the World Series? And he's like,
oh, yeah.
I had to
then
leave
you get to
during one of
tell
those-
him that you left.
I left during that game.
Before the two most iconic moments in Rangers baseball history. Oh, my God. I just want Zach to interview Corey Seager and be like, hey, what is your reaction to the fact that I left before you hit the game-tying home run in the ninth in
And
game
Corey
one of the World
Seager
Series?
cusses and throws his headphones down and walks off.
Why did you leave? We really wanted to beat the traffic.
Well, granted, though, that was on Broadus. Broadus still claims that.
Oh, my God. Delightful. By the way, Paige Beckers is now DoorDash's creative director. And this probably could have been a segment for another day, but the hell with it. Let's just mention it real quick. She said, I've been a fan of DoorDash, been using DoorDash for a really long time, spent a lot of money on the app. So to be able to partner with them has been really cool. Can you imagine if you could pick out one thing in your life? You're like, I spent a lot of money on that. Now I'm their ambassador. Obviously, I'm Platinum Chevrolet's ambassador.
Yeah, Adrian's been wanting to work with Target for a long time.
Ooh, I could see that.
And because she spends a lot at Target. So that's probably the place where most of my money's gone.
So now she has partnerships with Nike, Gatorade, Verizon, Panini, Dunkin', and now DoorDash.
Good for her, man.
Absolutely. With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Which line tonight gives you a goal other than the first scoring line? Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, great.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. The Stars do go on the road tonight against the Winter Pigs, and we're looking forward to them taking them down, hopefully.
You're going to stick with that, huh?
I am going to stick with it, dude. I think it's hilarious, the Winter Pigs. The thing, though, is it's felt like Mikko has been dominating, obviously, these playoffs, and then Granlund gets his hat trick. Which other line will get a hat trick tonight? Hey, it doesn't have to be a hat trick, but
Robo.
It is kind of that, man, Wyatt Johnston throws in an occasional goal.
Yeah.
What other line do you think is going to be a force in tonight's game against the Winter Pigs? And then pick a player off that line that might actually, because ultimately, Kevin, if your other three lines can neutralize their other three lines, and your top scoring line can outscore their best scoring line, you're feeling pretty good about your team. You're feeling like, man, we did our job tonight. Our goalie was set up for success. Our top line was the better top line, but the rest of the team, again, neutralized, kept them from doing much, and really helped us out. And obviously tonight, with the different line changes for Pete DeBoer, he's going to have an adjustment there. If they come back home, he'll have the advantage, which I'd always trust him with that. But what is it? What is the line to tonight's game that you think, no, not a line of cocaine? Somebody texted that in. Which one will be
you'll think a lot of people scored goals.
The one that steps up tonight in Game 5.
So, and you just mentioned one of the people in the combination is, I would think, and you could move this around, but Robertson and Wyatt Johnston, I think that combination, if we're sticking with that, can come alive.
So what is it about Robertson? He's had a lot of chances. Right. Actually, he's honestly had more chances than I expected. I expected him to come back in and still try and find his legs. And in the first game, obviously, there were some moments where he got thrown up against the wall, or he just didn't look right. There have been moments, though, in the last few games where he has swooped in, and I was like, where did he come from?
Yeah.
And then, it was so close.
I need you to convert on that.
And you can see it on his face, too, right? Like, you can see that, you can see him looking to the gods, and, I was so close on that.
Yeah.
But it also, doesn't it look like the Jets are trying to get underneath his skin? That he and the Jets have had back and forth a lot, and I've thought that was really interesting. They're trying to get underneath Robertson's skin and get into his head, because they don't think that he's prepared for this.
I mean, look, there have been arguments over the years that perhaps Robertson is a little soft. But I think those arguments came in cooperation with the ideas that the Stars were soft and he was one of their marquee players. And so I kind of get that. Obviously, and I don't want to get into a situation where I'm just naming the whole team, but Sagan and Ben, I would love to see an offensive contribution. I don't just mean they're playing better on offense. I would like them to be involved in the finish of a goal tonight. In addition to
the finish that's our top
true.
line, Kevin.
No, I mean, in addition to Ben dropping hits on people, I would like to see, whether it's an assist or a goal, I'll even take a secondary assist, I would like to see one of them be part of a goal realized.
From the 254, I grew up in Manitoba, even lived in Winter Pig. I've never called it that, but I guarantee you my buddies up there are going to love it. So
nice.
I appreciate that. Yeah, with Robertson, I go back to what Madonna said about Austin Matthews on the Spittin' Chicklets podcast. And he was talking about time and space just gets smaller in the playoffs. Jason Robertson during the regular season a lot of times has more time and space, but guys are a little bit faster. You're playing against the best teams in the playoffs, obviously. But so what happens is that extra half second that you had to get a shot off, not there anymore. Now you have to get it almost as soon as it hits your puck. Or like Granlund, you got to give him the no-looker, which is practiced. Like they practice that all over the place. So that is something with Robertson, is that as much as that computer does work in his head, that's something that our friend Slim Scotty used to say all the time.
Yeah.
Was
we need to talk to him.
He's got a computer in his head, the way he sees hockey, and that computer just needs to process a little bit faster tonight. And somebody said he's just not aggressive enough for playoff hockey.
I think that can be fair at times.
I've said that for the last couple of years, for sure. I've seen him be more physical than I've ever seen him be in the playoffs, and I've appreciated that out of him. Now, if we can just take that next step, he's not the fastest skater on the ice. He's just not, but he has a fantastic stick, and hopefully that'll pay off for him tonight. Now, I'm hoping that it's Duchesne. Duchesne has been, dude, he hit the post on that one, and I was so, every one of these shots has been, man, I can't believe he got that shot off, honestly.
Yeah.
And the way that he skates, he's so crisp and he's so sharp with everything, and it's just been missing a little bit. And that's what he's, well known for with this team, setting dudes up and letting them bury one and then taking advantage of that at times too. So I've been hopeful that Matt Duchesne on that second line, hopefully tonight, is contributing at another level, because I just can't say let's rely on line one all the time.
For sure. I mean, and even the Stars, Mikko's been so on fire, they're like, hey, let's go and drop you in line 4 as well at times. And so clearly they understand where their bread has been buttered in the playoffs.
And I'd love to see Sam Steele get himself one of those empty netters tonight. That would be awesome. I felt like he should have had 2 or 3 the other night.
Okay, quick philosophy hockey question for you. I know the overwhelming answer is that's stupid. You would, of course, not do that. Just a question.
Okay.
Last night during the Vegas-Edmonton game, so you're already down in the series 3-1. You're on your home ice. I realize the overwhelmingly logical thing to do is just stay the course. Do you think a team has ever pulled their goalie in a tie game? The hell with this. We do not have the legs for overtime. We're injured.
I feel like it probably has happened.
Okay, because I was I knew it wasn't going to happen, but there's part of me that was hoping that Vegas was the hell with it. They pulled their goalie, and they're like, we're going to finish this game right now. Send it back to Edmonton. Keep the series going. Has that thought ever crossed your mind? I realize strategically, probably not.
No, not necessarily in the playoffs, Kevin, because my team has fortunately been pretty good.
Sure.
So I've been hopeful that they didn't need to do something like that. But when desperation calls, you got to answer, right?
Yeah.
And the desperate team theory is definitely there. And I do realize what I said. My apologies for the stick thing that I said there.
I thought that was tremendous.
877-881-1053. Go ahead.
One of these questions from the 469. When is the Wings' first game? And Ariel going to keep us updated throughout the season to try to get us into it. The Dallas Wings first game tomorrow. Tomorrow on the show, we'll have Enrique.
Yes,
on the show.
We'll be talking with her for sure, and that is a good, Kevin. That's a good call from the 469 there. Also from the 469, where did it go?
A lot of text. I'm sorry,
man. There were a lot of texts. All right, 877-881-1053. What is the oddly satisfying thing that you love? And I got multiple reasons for having this discussion.
Ooh, yeah, walk me through that.
Today, my wife, she has a few days off, and she said, I'm going to do some relaxing things. I do know that she likes to have her head scratched, and she loves her hair being washed.
Aww.
So she went to a hair spa today, and I didn't know this existed.
A hair spa?
A hair spa. Evidently, you lay down under some rubber mat, and they take this ring that they put over your head, and it shoots water out, and it rinses your hair, and they scrub your hair, and here was the text that I got back from her. All right, I texted and said, "How is your hair?" Because what? Why are you laughing like that? And she said, "I'm a new person. That was the best experience.
Neat.
Aside from getting soap in her eye just one time." And so I was like, oh man, she loves that. It is so satisfying. And I, again, did not know there was a place where you can go just to get your hair washed. Kevin, obviously you didn't either. Because of the shock on your face when I said it. That's why I'm saying
Also, because I don't have any hair.
The other day, I was at the dentist. And as the hygienist was cleaning my teeth.
Oh, yeah.
Ever so gently.
Please tell that story.
Ever so gently, she was cleaning my teeth. I was like, anyway, I was thinking to myself.
No, tell what happened next.
Can I tell that at the end of this segment?
No deal.
All right. After she got done. Hold on. But this is in the middle of I'm getting my teeth cleaned. This is what I'm thinking. All right, I'm setting it here. I'll tell the story.
Plus, it's your segment. I have no leverage here.
I'll tell the story here. All right. As I'm getting my teeth cleaned and the scraping is happening and they're poking your gums and they're telling you, hey, of course, like you're bleeding from the gum because you just poked me with a sharp pokey thing.
That'll actually kind of tie into the story.
As she is cleaning my teeth, I started thinking, are there people out there that love this? That it is a satisfying feeling for them to go to the dentist, lay back in that seat, and just fall asleep while they're cleaning your teeth. And then, because she was so gentle, she was so good. And I did good too. Like she was like, "You're perfect. Your teeth are great." I was like, "Oh, thank you very much."
You can't open your mouth too wide, or else they'll be like, "That's not good."
Yeah, until the dentist came in and was like, "You might need a root canal." And I was like, "What are you talking about?" And they were like, "Oh, never mind. X-ray shows you don't."
Hold on. Dental question. Do you think it's because the dentist is just trying to upsell everybody, or do you think
Did you
that's
like beef in your queso?
Yeah, or do you think that's why the person is just a hygienist? Is like they can only see so many problems, and you need the dentist to be like, yeah, she still needs to get better.
So I don't know the answer to that question. Okay. I've always thought hygienists are in training to be dentists, but my friend's mom has been a hygienist her whole career, and she's awesome at it. So I don't know. That being said, Kevin and Alec have been waiting for me to say this on air. After the hygienist was done, I did say, "You're the best I've ever had in my mouth." And then I wanted to jump out of the window as it got very awkward and very quiet. She didn't even go, She just turned around and started working on other things. And fortunately I had those sunglasses on and oh my gosh, it was so embarrassing.
I'm not going to tell it right here and right now, but our next live event, come up to me and ask if there's a more embarrassing mouth-based Corey Major story that included a high school athlete, and the answer is yes.
Oh my gosh,
definitely. And I will tell you that story because it's amazing.
It is hilarious and unfortunate. But yeah, that was the thing. I started thinking, do people like getting their teeth cleaned? Is it relaxing?
There are actually multiple people.
What's the odd thing that you like? So anyway, go ahead, Kevin.
From the 817, people that would like a teeth cleaning are future serial killers.
I agree.
But then somebody said from the 469, my wife loves the dentist. I've called her a psychopath on multiple occasions.
Yeah, I feel like you have to be that. The scraping is bad enough.
Yeah.
Let alone the poking.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
And they can't have a friendlier sound for that drill. Yeah. It starts up and it goes, sunshine, lollipops, and you're like, oh, okay, well, maybe I could get down with this. But instead you're like, oh no, they're going to drill on me.
Where is this hair spa I want to send my wife? OMG, Corey, what is this magical hair washing place called? I love getting my hair washed, scratched, braided. It's in Frisco. I'll find out what the name of the place is. I didn't even know this thing existed until today.
And it's probably not what I think, right? Where she sits in a chair.
You lay down like you're getting a massage.
Okay. But see, that's where I run into problems in my head because I envision them laying her hair out and kind of just chopping her hair and doing that. And they're like, we're going to relax your follicles and everything like that.
They're really like spoon feeding the hair honey or something like that.
Exactly. And that's why I was like, that's probably not.
From the 682, I can relate to Corey's wife. I love getting my hair cut because the woman who washes my hair has the softest hands I've ever felt. I do. I go to Sports Clips. Or is it Sports Clips? Yeah, I go to Sports Clips. I do like the wash. I will say every once in a while, I'll say, as long as I'm not going straight home to take a shower. If I'm going straight home and take a shower, I don't need you to wash my hair. But if I got other things to do, I'm like, yeah, go ahead and wash that. And they have a little vibrating chair that you can sit in while you're doing it too. From the 817, love the dentist cleaning. I love how my teeth. I like how my teeth feel afterward.
Yeah, but the process
of it is terrifying. They're stabbing you. It's not fun.
Alec?
From the 817, I like to push on a bruise. Interesting. See, this is what I'm talking about here. These are weird things.
Now I want to. Dang it. Alec, why don't you give your answer?
I just like the. I like the after.
Real quick. Halo Head Spa is the name of the place that
I'm
Adrian
writing that
went to
down.
today. Somebody just texted that in.
I could probably benefit from that.
You have hair.
Yeah, I do. I have a lot of it. I was going to say something crazy, but I do like the result of going to the dentist. I hate the process because it's the most random specific thing. The toothpaste is so like crusty. I don't like it. The toothpaste that they use.
Oh, it's like baking soda.
Yeah,
you know, it's like flavored
chunky.
baking soda.
I don't like it. It's gross.
And I'm sure it's just an economics issue, but do you ever feel like the dentist doesn't trust us with that full tube of toothpaste? They're like, no.
The sample that they give you?
No, but they're like, that's all you get. We're going to give you the
Because
toothpaste
you need
like
to go
you're
buy the
4
rest.
years old.
You got to go buy the
okay.
tube.
What are they, like drug dealers? All right, you got to check out some of this Crest. Winter Fresh is the new hot thing.
Got
But
that,
come
Reggie?
on.
Got that pandemic. That's from The Wire.
Y'all are making me wish I had hair again.
There were 41 different names for the drugs in The Wire, by the way.
Yeah.
Dirk Nowitzki.
What happened to Wallace? With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with Dallas Mavericks legend and good luck charm Rolando Blackman next right here on The Fan.
Has low V product? You gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Same play now. Here comes Flag. Two-man pick and roll. The roll.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Hopefully we're going to chat with Rondo Blackman in just a few minutes. Tomorrow we will talk with Dallas Wing star Arike Ogunbowale as we lead into their season opener against the Lynx and another Shakira ticket giveaway. Right now, though, I've seen this suggestion from a couple places. We kind of kicked it around in the crosstalk just a little bit, but I wanted to go through it with you and see if this is what you think.
Okay.
We can't say, and this is from Matolo, we can't say it's time to move on from the Luka trade until the Mavs draft Cooper Flag, the pick is official, and Nico is out. And so, I think we all agree that those first two things will happen. Like, Tim McMahon put us all at ease and was like, hey, they're not taking offers. They're not chopping the pick. The Mavericks are going to draft Cooper Flag. The pick's going to be official. He's going to be on the team. It's the other part. I just don't think it's going to happen. But then I've seen multiple people jump in and be like, you make that pick and Nico is out. That's the only way you can really turn the page on the Luka trade. What do you think about that concept?
I don't know that I think Nico or Dumont agree.
Okay.
And because they made that trade, they can say they didn't know how much the people cared.
You think they're BSing about that?
How do you not know?
I'm with you on that.
That doesn't make any. Then you're completely out of touch with your fan base. Again, maybe it doesn't matter to them.
Yeah.
Look, sometimes it gets contentious between GM's ownership and fans. The reason being, fans are entitled. We are. Look, man, I put my heart and soul into this team. I think about them all the time. I'm constantly wanting them to win. I watch all their games. I pay to go to their games. I am entitled to something here, and my opinion should mean something. Well, in the grand scheme of things, those guys, it's their job, and you're not entitled to tell them how to do their job. So they're going to do their job the way they think is best fit. Now, Nico thinks this is the best route.
Yeah.
And he put together what he thinks is a really good team. Granted, they could be.
Yeah.
They could be a very good team. Oft injured, yes. But they could be very good. Add a point guard to this thing during this offseason, obviously a Duke point guard, because
that's
Kyrie, Derek Lively, Cooper Flag, those things.
Jones when we had the shot.
Yeah, so add a point guard to this thing, and you're probably feeling pretty good. And maybe they feel Brandon Williams is the point guard that they can rock with because everybody else is talented enough, and he's a good scorer and a distributor.
He did feel like kind of a revelation last year.
But I think that in his opinion, I've done the right thing. Y'all did not know it. Y'all don't like it. Y'all don't agree with it. It's not popular. But for me, I think it's the right thing, and I think it's going to lead us back to wins.
See, I think, and because
I'm not arguing that for him, by the way, Kevin.
Yeah.
I think that's what he's thinking.
And I think the Mavericks already let us know when he did his presser at the end of the season that he's not going anywhere. I don't think Nico's leaving. For me, this is how I'm going to turn the page. Now, that doesn't mean I'm going to stop paying attention to Luka. I'll definitely still care. But to me, you got gifted a basketball miracle. And I'm going to take advantage of it, and that's how I'm going to turn the page. Right now, the man who helped us get Cooper Flag, Mavericks legend, Rolando Blackman. Good afternoon, sir.
It is a good afternoon. I wish I was feeling better. I'm feeling kind of down now. Just a terrible virus or something happening. But I tell you what, the draft is going to be something special. That'll make anybody feel good coming on up for sure next week.
See,
that is Mr. Positive right there.
I love that. I love that. Now, I'm curious your nerves in general or your nerves on the stage, because I know when we watched you playing for the Mavs, it didn't seem like you ever had any nerves. But how were you feeling up there on the stage, especially when it got to the last four?
No, it wasn't. Something I don't usually have nerves, anything like that. Especially when I have time to prepare in anticipation of understanding what I'm going up against. So there's no time for nerves. There's just time for thought and thinking. But when there are lottery balls, I'm looking at the stage and I'm going to myself, well, I'm gonna try to bring a hard, fantastic, positive spirit to this whole thing that we're going to be number one. We're going to be number one. We're going to be number one. And that's what I was thinking the whole time as far as that's concerned. And I tell you what, when we got to that number 4, all of a sudden the top 4, I was looking at those guys like, man, we are going to be number one. And they kept calling all the way down to, and the second pick goes to San Antonio. That means the Dallas Mavericks. Oh, my God. My brain was busting. I was so happy for our franchise, for our fans. I was feeling so good for the renewal program, the program now where we can all be happy again and to move forward on a regular basis. 25-26, let's go.
Do you, because we've gotten a lot of feedback from fans, and I'm sure you've heard it for a long time, or at least the last several months. Do you think a lot of fans will be able to kind of have that sense of renewal? It's like, hey, I still miss Luka, I love Luka, but now we got new team, new season, Cooper Flag, let's go.
Well, it's sports, and it's an open opportunity to being able now to have a renewal, to being able to move forward on what is done has been done. Now, the important factor is that, we haven't seen Nico's dream come through yet, simply because everybody got busted away. Everybody was unhealthy last year and wasn't able to put the team together. So we'll see exactly what happens in another year or two to see if he was right or if he was wrong. But the idea is to come at this whole thing with enthusiasm of building a team, which I know Nico did that in the idea of building the team and helping the team move forward. It's just, when you trade away as someone who's internal to everybody's spirit, everyone's favorite son, that makes it very, very difficult to move forward. But hopefully with this opportunity, we'll get a chance to, he'll get a chance as well as the rest of the coaching staff, get a chance to rebuild and to move forward and to see if we can build a winning team to being able to move forward. Everybody's still going to miss Luka, but hopefully that'll subside as time goes on.
You mentioned it. Do you think that most of the people within the organization know the vision that he wants and that can be pulled off?
Well, the thing about it is that they know it now, and the important factor is that, they have the team that has that kind of vision. That's why they made all those moves to being able to have an offensive and defensive team, guys that could put the ball in the hole and guys that could defend the position, which is very, very important, because as you'll be watching the league now and you're watching all over the place, they're going at all the star players that not necessarily have a defensive quotient to them. So like you'll watch them going up against Brunson, you'll see them going up against a lot of players now who can't hold a position, and therefore they're the breakdown. And so you just have to go with the philosophy of what needs to get done. But Nico's idea of having an offense and a defensive balance, we'll see if that comes through as far as that's concerned. But I tell you what, in truth and in harmony, it's very, very difficult as far, of course, to being able to talk about moving away from a son who was born here at 18 and is an international superstar in what he can do. But he can do that on the offensive end. Now we'll see if we can't see what Nico's dream is on the defensive end and put both of them together. But that's yet to be seen. So we'll have to see what we can do with this draft to make that happen for our Maverick fans.
Now, the report is that the Mavericks, with that number 1 overall pick that you were there for, will be going with Cooper Flag. I'm curious, have you met him? Did you get a chance to talk to him while you were up there? And what are your thoughts on him as a player in general?
No, I didn't get a chance to meet him. Our president, Rick Welch, got a chance to talk to him and have a chance to see him. But I've seen him play. I've seen him play over 14, 15 times during this year, as far as that's concerned. And I think he's a tremendous player. The important factor is that he's a different player than what Luka would be, because Luka is the surefire scoring phenom in putting that ball in the hole against anybody. One-on-one, he cannot be guarded, period. That's all there is to say, period. Now, the other side is that this guy is a Swiss Army knife. Now, he's going to be able to play defense, offense. He's going to be able to put the ball in the hole, guards another person's best offensive player, that kind of a thing too. More of a I forgot a guy by the name of, used to play in Utah, called Andre Karolinko. I think as time goes on, we'll be able to go back to that name and see how he was a Russian player who could play all the positions and do those types of things. I don't think he's going to be as explosive as Luka on the offensive end, but we'll have to wait and see how that all boils down to as to what his value is and where he's implemented as far as the team is concerned. But he's going to have to be on the floor. He's going to have to play.
Now, we're talking with Rolando Blackman, as if you didn't know, right here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm curious how invested you are in the Knicks in the playoffs. They've gone a long time without winning a title. Obviously, you were part of the team that got as close as possible. Have you been invested in the Knicks playoff run?
I haven't been invested at all. Not even a nickel out of a dollar. So the important factor with that is I'm here in New York. I'm here in Dallas.
Get them.
I'm here in Dallas, and I want those guys to do well and to come through. This is a team. This is the place that I helped build. Going out to Athens, Texas, Waxahachie, running all around different places, sending out pamphlets and brochures, and making sure that they knew a new team was here and a new opportunity was here, and help build this whole thing. So I want to see the Mavs win and the Mavs continue to flow forward to another championship in that era. So the important fact is that I've been watching all the playoffs, but I haven't been invested in anything except for what the Mavs do. So I'm hopeful that 25-26 can be something very special where all the fans and I can come back in and really have a chance to watch a team format into something special. That's what I want, and that's the truth.
I'm with you.
I love that answer. I really do. Now, I hope you enjoy this story. I asked Chris Arnold if he thought you would think it's funny, and he said, yeah, go for it. So our former co-host, Mike Bassick, Major League pitcher, now broadcasting for the Rangers, he told us a story years and years ago when he was playing in Major League Baseball that him and all of his teammates went to a strip club. An adult dance club. And this one lady was trying to convince him to get a dance, and she said, I'm from Panama. And Mike's response was, did you know that Rolando Blackman was also from Panama? And he said at that moment, the dancer looked at him and decided it was time to move on to somebody else.
How interesting that is, because I was hoping the story would be something. I was hoping the story would be something more valuable than that. Just like anything else, sometimes we have the low point of the show, and we can all move on to know that the important factor with Mike. I hope that the next dancer fulfills his wishes, and the last part of that is that I'm glad that everybody knows that I wasn't the one at the damn dance club.
That's true. That's true. Very true.
What's all important is that the hoop time is here for our Mavs fans. We're hoping and wishing and know that Nico and the rest of the group knows that this is a great opportunity for us to fulfill the dreams and wishes of our fans, our area here, the Dallas Mavericks. So it's great to have this finite point of just a super time now to have everybody enthusiastic, as I am also. So let's keep it that way and move forward and stay focused on what we got to be able to accomplish, because we got to wait till Kyrie gets back in February, maybe March. He'll be back as far as the team is concerned, and then have the opportunity to really go and fill the positions that we need, like a point guard, and having the opportunity to bring in a great player. It could be Flag, but we'll see what they do. But the important thing is to be able to move this team forward and get our fans back into an enthusiastic level.
Yeah, that defensive front part of it, I know regarding point guard for this season is important until Kyrie gets back. Do you have an idea of what you would like to see from that position, aside from their defensive part? More distributor, high scorer? What are you wanting from the point guard that could step in there?
Well, the point guard has to have a duality. In today's game, you have to have a duality. You cannot be throwing players out there that are stubs. You can't do that. The person has to be able to have an opportunity to put the ball in the hole from outside. And it doesn't have to be from three, but they have to be able to shoot the basketball, and they have to be able to penetrate and distribute and have some stewardship in them. So I don't know how many more point guards there are in the league in that realm, but we've got to get some experience and all those things too, because that's where Lively comes alive. That's where Gafford becomes alive. That's where now you have an opportunity for Washington, who can play the game and lead, can do his job. Najee Marshall now can catch the basketball with a great rotation and penetrate and put himself in a place to being able to do a great job in that too. Young Christie can have an opportunity to have more open shots without putting the ball on the floor and aid in his development, and really have the opportunity for our team to be successful from someone with a heady thought process and knowing what to do, not learning on the job at the point guard position, because that's disaster. And as the time goes on, you got to have somebody that knows what's happening. And with that, we'll have a team to move forward, as well as having a new young player. Hopefully it'll be flagged, but we'll see what they do down there. But we've got to level up on the experience. Now, you see the Western Conference, how tough it is. You see that. And then when you go up against an Eastern Conference team, they'll be the most ready team at the end. But to go through the Western Conference gauntlet, you have got to come ready. You cannot be over there putting your ingredients in the soup and tasting it. You got to know exactly how much the ingredients are and be able to put it together for something that's going to come out just the way you want it.
The last thing I want to mention, since you talked about helping spread the word about the Mavericks being here and being new to town, we've had multiple people mention that they went to your basketball camp every year or every other year and said, thank you for helping build this city.
The best camps in town when I was running them, for sure. You know, it's just, and I say that humbly, but I'm just telling you the truth, period.
Yep.
The important factor with it is that it was a time when I was going through my all-star times, running around, working out hard in the mornings, and getting up at 5 and doing my thing, and then coming to the camp at 8 o'clock, meeting all the parents as they came in with their kids, spending all day with the kids all through, and then staying after to be with the parents as they picked them up. It wasn't a star camp. It was a camp of having an opportunity to ingrain myself inside of the Dallas fabric and letting those kids know exactly how to make it. Because remember, I got cut in the 7th grade. I got cut in the 8th grade. I got cut in the 9th grade. I made the 10th grade JV team. Then the JV team moved up to my junior year, and then my senior year. But by my senior year, I was top 5 in New York City. So please understand that there's a journey for everything that you want to attain. The important factor is to have focus. The important factor is to have the implementation of what your fire is inside, and to know and understand that it's going to take time, but never, never quit.
Man, thank you so
Always love
much.
it, man.
You're always great on our show. We really appreciate it. And thanks for getting us the number 1 pick as well.
Hey, listen, I was happy to be there and happy to be part of the Luck format and happy to help bring it to Dallas. And it's just a great situation now. Now let's go Mavs.
That's right. That's right.
Love it.
Feel
There you
better,
go,
Ro.
everybody.
Feel better, man.
Rolando Blackman
Take
right
care.
here.
Enjoy the time.
Absolutely, on 105.3 The Fan. I want to call him Ro, but I don't feel comfortable.
Okay.
Like, I want to call him that, but I don't know him well enough, I think.
Dude, you
to
hung
say
out
that.
with him in a suite.
I know.
You and y'all were best friends that night. He let you
know.
talk his ear off.
And what I learned is he gave me his real phone number.
That is true.
That was exciting. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's go to Globe Life Field and chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. If you're still looking for a place to watch the Stars game tonight, Cosm. There's going to be a Stars watch party at Cosm tomorrow if you want to make it happen.
Dude, you'll feel like you're right there in the middle of the game. It'll be right there in your face.
Corey, would you possibly allow a shout out? This is a pretty sweet one.
Today's Thursday, but it's
true.
the end of Thursday, so I will allow it.
All right. They said, hey guys, Brandon here. I know it's not Friday. That's how I like it when they're like, hey, I know this is against the rules, but can I please get a shout out? I don't know if I can listen tomorrow because we're leaving for Hawaii with my girlfriend, and I'm going to propose to her while we're there. Wish me luck.
Odyssey app travels all over the world, so
that's a great point, Corey. Even on the plane.
Oh yeah, good luck also on your future engagement.
Right now, let's turn our attention to Globe Life Field, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It's time for our chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is ya?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I am doing excellent. I wanted to get y'all's one take about a specific thing in the schedule that I thought was fascinating. The Eagles and Commanders play twice in the span of 3 weeks. I know we've seen this before. This is not new in and of itself, but I was curious if y'all like that, and brought us, if you went through that and you had to prepare for the same team twice in 3 weeks, if you enjoyed that.
Man, I wouldn't enjoy that. I think that, to me, that there's things that you might want to work on. Maybe you're trying to get somebody back from injury. Like maybe you lose a guy for 2-3 weeks. Now all of a sudden, instead of maybe only losing him the one game, you've lost him for both games. So that would bother me in that way for sure.
Brings luck and injury luck into it too lopsided.
I'll tell you something, Hagee, real quick. I know it's on the schedule, and I've never seen this before in all the years I worked in the National Football League. How close those Monday night games were for the Cowboys.
Yeah.
When it goes Arizona, bye, and then the Raiders. I don't think I've ever seen that done that way, in working league. I'm sure there's somebody on the text will say, oh, no, Broadus in 1995, they did it, but I don't ever remember seeing a schedule where it was Monday night game, bye, and then Monday night game again.
Yeah, that is really strange. By the way, if you look past the first 8 weeks, so starting with the Arizona game, the Cowboys have more non-Sunday games than they do Sunday games. I believe they have 3 Sunday games, 5 non-Sunday games, and then the flex game against New York, which I would guess probably ends up on that Sunday as well. That does feel a little weird.
Really opens up the Sunday. I think that's a good schedule for youth sports parents, to be honest with you.
I can see that. I
I love
see that.
From a pre and post standpoint, we actually get to enjoy like the Red Zone Sunday experience,
there you go. Yes.
which is not something we get to do as much of anymore.
Well, from a post standpoint, it's kind of awful for us. It's like the Thursday and Monday night games.
Yeah.
But yes, the glass half full look is like, okay, we get to red zone our balls off on Sunday, which is awesome.
I got a date with Scott Hansen for 7 straight borderline commercial-free hours.
All right. As long as it's that, Hanson, I think you're fine. Now, how are you guys feeling about the Stars game tonight? Is the series going to get closed out?
Man, I kind of anticipated this would be 3-1 Stars. Winnipeg just goes all out, and they have their best game tonight, and the series goes back to Dallas in Game 6. But you might just have a broken Winnipeg Jets team. And especially now that the Oilers wrap this thing up, maybe for the Stars there's even added motivation. We don't want to keep this thing playing to give Edmonton some more extra rest. With them closing out Vegas in surprising fashion with how easily they dispatched the Golden Knights, that should have been a sweep. I think maybe the Stars are able to just wrap this thing up tonight.
I've been going back and forth with this myself, Wolchuk, so I understand your plight right now. I like the down-a-peg theory, that they came here a team that was, brought back to life by that shutout, but now you've knocked them down a peg and they're ready to go home and die. But I haven't seen that from this team. I think we trust the pattern, which is they're terrible on the road. You get them in Game 6.
Are you guys concerned? You mentioned Edmonton, sorry, and I want to go back to the Stars game. At this Stuart Skinner, like if you win this series and you start getting shutout Stuart Skinner, that is kind of terrifying for an already scary Edmonton team.
Yes, but you have a couple of things in your favor, and that the previous opponent there did not have, and that would be the finish factor, and what Jim Nill did for you at the deadline. You also have a superstar factor that other teams, might not be able to fully harness right now. Mikko Rantanen, fully dominant. I would say, that is a game-changing factor. When you're in a good, like a tug of war with an equal opponent, you look for guys like Rantanen. The other night, Granlund, that just have the ability to push you over the top here in these big moments. And I think the front office here, the coaching staff, it's all coming together to make me confident here no matter what the opponent is right now. The Stars are clearly the best team, Hagee.
Yeah, I think you can match them now stars for stars, if you want to say that.
Yeah.
The ice isn't clearly shifted into, say, Edmonton's favor with Draisaitl and McDavid in that. You have superstars on your own end that can match that. Besides that, too, I think you have one of the best goalies now in the Western Conference.
Agreed. In the penalty kill, right? I mean, like last year.
Oh, my God.
That's clearly what switched the series. The Stars were on the verge of going up what seemed like 3-1, and then all of a sudden here comes Edmonton, and McDavid in the power play couldn't be stopped. The Stars' penalty kill has been absolutely phenomenal, and you just got Miro back, so it should get even better.
I'm absolutely with you. Remind everybody where you guys are at today and what's coming up with the program.
We are at the Globe here, Comerica Backyard, suite level, center field, basically. If you're coming to the game, please come say hi as we get the Silver Boots started tonight. Astros in town. Leah Asimakopoulos is going to join us at 2:40, Stars beat writer. Sporsie's actually going to join us at 4, and Tim McMahon at 4:20. So it's a loaded, thirsty Thursday here in the nation, Hagee.
Ooh, I love it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. Go see them at Globe Life Field. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. We'll be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, go get Rangers, Kevin.
Go get Rangers.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's Hour 1, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. We are live, Comerica backyard at the Globe today. DeGrom on the hill. Welcome in. It's a Game 6 Thursday. Yes, we have 4.5 hours to talk about all these big sports items with you. General at your service at ease. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy Scout Super Bowl champion. Lucius Alexander is back home in the Pimp Cup at Master Control 75 in Fitzhugh. Fixing to go 4.5 flawless. You got Wolchuk and Chiafalo here. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. Ruben Portillo, remote engineering. As gentlemen, this is an enchanted evening here with DeGrom on the hill, silver boot time. We rekindle this series, and it just brings up so many memories. Mostly just how much of a stranglehold the Astros had on the Rangers right up until that fateful 2023 ALCS. You thought you had them. They go up 3-2, but they couldn't win at home, and they didn't have any lefties. Yeah. So you win Game 6, you win Game 7, and I think as of now, you have bragging rights on these Astros, and it's sort of a wrestling match to see who is going to reign at the top here this year. They're tied right now, aren't they? In the West, how the Astros do last night? They're either tied or within a half game.
Yeah, they're up a half game, I believe it is. Second in the AL West right now is Houston at 22-20, and the Rangers at third and 23-21. It's a big game when you look at you're past the first quarter mark. And now you're kind of, you're jockeying for position in that American League West, and it's time to bring the silver boot back home. I just watched one of the pump-up videos the Texas Rangers put out on social media.
That's why you're so pumped up right now.
Dude, I'm freaking fired up. Like, not only do I think I could drop the gloves and really start going at somebody right now, tonight, just being here inside the Globe, it's a DeGrom night, and then they're going with their best, and Hunter Brown, who's had a tremendous start to the season for Houston. I'm fired up, dude. It's a Stars playoff hockey night. Can we wrap it up? And then it's Game 1 of the Silver Boot Series. You can't ask for much more.
My goodness. You have Wolchuk with his fastball plus right now.
I thought he was dipping back into the Mountain Dew Jack D situation, but this is just sports craze.
I'm just freaking horny.
And it's flowing through his body right now. I can tell. I
might have heard a hint of Bully Melrose there a few sentences ago
as
well.
What? Drop the gloves. Sometimes it's tough. I'm trying to weave it in and out. Now it's just kind of becoming a part of me.
Yeah,
You're a thespian.
I love it. Well, I also love that it's First Responders Day here, presented by Globe Life. That includes a custom First Responder cap. These are those special theme night tickets. You when you buy one of those, you go home with the limited edition item. And Brian, speaking of theme night, it's LSU night on Tuesday, May 27th in the game against the Blue Jays. There's an LSU Rangers jersey, and then the Red Raiders aren't left out because May 30th is Texas Tech night.
Yes,
that has a Texas Tech Rangers jersey.
Wreck 'em.
I'll tell you what, man.
They do these things nice.
Would it be odd just to buy the tickets, give them away, and just get the jersey?
I think it'd be a cool bit.
You think it'd be worth it to me to do that? I'm debating right now to buying a couple of premium seats, maybe giving them away, but to make sure I get the jersey.
Can you click an option where they mail you the item, or are you planning to give these to friends who will then bring you the item?
I'm hopeful that maybe I could get the friend to bring me the item.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
What if we did a show deal with it? We got a G-Bag National.
Yeah.
Ended up getting the tickets, but the one caveat is they got to make sure that they get you that jersey.
Well, Chick, let me ask you a question real quick.
Yep.
Do you think they have a jersey that fits me?
No. I run into this problem all the time.
That's what I worry about. I think it's going to be a beautiful LSU Ranger themed jersey. Because every time we do a show out here, someone's got one of those jerseys on, and I'm going, that's cool.
Yeah. Maybe if you had a game room, you could frame it, next to your pool table.
Yeah.
Next to your Papa shot.
This is why Bennett ends up getting everything.
Yeah.
Because Bennett will fit in. But usually I think XL is kind of the biggest they'll go.
I don't think Bennett would wear the LSU thing, though.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah, he probably wouldn't.
You throw that thing up on the wall. I mean, you got that whole podcast background studio deal. Just add it to the cool sports stuff in your background.
Studio background.
That's a really good idea. I would like to I'd like to wear it, though, because I see people walking around with them, and I'm like, man, that's cool. Those theme nights when they do the jerseys,
they're awesome.
They do them great around here. And I'm kind of thinking like, okay, if I do this, if I commit to it, it's probably going to cost me a couple $100, which is okay. It goes to the Rangers, hopefully pay players. But, I'm not going to be able to benefit from walking around unless I just lose like 100 pounds.
Yeah, you won't get to flex. I get it.
Yeah.
I would say if you really wanted to go for it, you could find maybe one of those ladies down there in the Rangers Women's Club. I saw them on TV the other night. There's probably one in there that could open that thing up a little bit for you. You know what I'm saying?
Oh.
Get some nice. I know my mom could for sure.
Take the material and make it a little
take
wider?
the material, open that thing up a little bit down the sides.
That's exactly where I thought he was going the whole time.
I thought we were showing some stuff off.
No, you know what? So to maybe tailor the jersey.
Yeah, you
so
need to
this
tailor.
turns into like maybe a $300 jersey.
I think so.
Right?
It'd be customized. She'd probably stitch your name on there for you while she's at it.
I wouldn't stitch my own name on there. Now, I you guys have seen my car. I do have license plates with my initials and my jersey number, my LSU license plates.
Yeah.
That's about as far as I go. I don't know if I'm going to. Now, I do remember the last time I let somebody wear one of my game jerseys.
Yeah.
Hellman at the national championship game, against Clemson.
Yeah.
He had on my 1985 Sugar Bowl jersey.
And he was acting up, wasn't
And
he?
he was acting up, and people were probably thinking, who's this Jack?
All those Clemson
Broadus
fans
is shrinking.
They're Googling that last name afterwards.
Like, this dude played? Tiny Jim?
That guy have a long snapper jersey on from the 80s.
Yeah.
He was wearing it as a dress.
It was, man. That thing for poor Dave, it was a dress. But he wanted to do it. But Dave also wanted to fight everybody in the state of South Carolina that night, too.
I do think, though, these jerseys are nice, though. And you would have like a lifetime game day Rangers representing LSU.
I'm kind of thinking that maybe the $300 might be worth it to have that experience.
I like the nice touch they threw in for Texas Tech night, though, with the calamine lotion as part of the giveaway.
Yeah,
I thought that's a Rangers organization that knows that school.
Penicillin coupon.
Fellow teammate texting in here, Baskey. He said he'll get you one of these LSU Ranger jerseys, and Mike's got the poll.
Yeah.
Mike, I tell you what, Mike. You know what? I'll do something. If Mike's listening, I'll do something.
Oh, he's
nice.
listening.
I'll do something back nice for Mike if it helps.
Mike's done a lot of nice things for us out here over the years.
Mike is. How about
incredible.
How about
dude.
when Mike was on TV in the early days, and we'd walk by and just start yelling his name, and he would just kind of smile, and
smiling.
He wouldn't like. It wouldn't be like everybody's kind of, what are these fools doing?
Yeah.
Like, go get him, Baskey. Yeah, you're the man. All that stuff like that. So.
Yeah, that was second favorite to when he would just bring us trays of Hurtado. I mean, he's got the hookup anywhere
he's
you
got
go
it.
around here.
He's kind of the mayor of this place.
The
right
famous
now.
Mike Bassick.
He's the mayor.
And congratulations, the numbers for RSN. They're through the roof.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Unbelievable.
Yeah,
I mean,
I've heard
the
that.
job Jared and Mike and Dave and everybody's
That's
doing.
great,
They're
man.
crushing it, man. The broadcast has been outstanding, and it's carried over here to the pregame on 105 through the fan. Of course, Eric and Hicksy, they're the best, but it's really been cool. Like, it's worked out really well.
Team
the vision,
playing better, too. That's great.
no doubt.
Yeah.
Get this winning streak rolling.
I'm just waiting for my first Bassick viral moment. I felt like during that losing streak, we might have been getting close, to an eruption. You hear some of these guys around the big leagues. They've been on the job for decades. They got a little bit of, wiggle room, a little bit of elbow room or something. They're firing off takes. They're doing jokes. It's just a matter of time.
I thought it was hilarious the other day. You talk about, Lucius played John Kruk.
Yeah.
Telling his broadcast partner,
Yeah.
I hope your son chokes, but I hope it's not fatal.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
When you have that kind of longevity, you can get away with saying stuff like that.
He overcame a huge hurdle already when it comes to the Little League walk-off from the Giants game.
That was one that I thought was really good.
Oh, you thought that was going to set him off?
I thought that was the moment where, but he
Yeah.
kept his wits about him. He really did.
Yeah.
Did you guys see the Red Sox play last night? I've got the audio for it for around the bases.
Alley-oop or something?
Yeah, it was like, so you have one outfielder go up, it doinks off of him, but it was alley-oop style right into the glove of the other outfielder for a home run robbing out. It was an unbelievably crazy play.
That's
I think
chemistry.
The last time something like that's ever happened was 2003, so it wasn't a first, but a 9-8 flyout. It was unreal.
Is this the Boston call of this then?
Yes, this one will be a positive call.
So this will be the second day because we got the Baez walk-off homer where they had to have 7 sponsors before they went off the air.
Yeah, that's hilarious, dude.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification, and then they went on and on and on and on.
F this team.
We do have a Game 6 situation tonight, Stars and Jets.
5.
My bad, Game 5, yes.
I'm looking out for you here.
Hopefully we're avoiding the Game 6.
Right.
Very difficult to eliminate a team on their home ice in general. I'm confident in the Stars, but I think we have to give the Jets their respect, and Winnipeg's been one of the most difficult places to win all year. Last time out, it was a shutout. So I'm going to end up picking Winnipeg tonight here, guys. I'm just trying to be objective, non-homer guy. As much as I believe in the Stars, could happen. Can't pick it. How about you, Brian?
I'm going to pick the Stars tonight. I like what Wolchuk in the crosstalk was kind of offering there about Edmonton and rest. Dawson, I think you're on to something. Winnipeg only lost 7 games all year at home.
Dang.
Dallas did beat them there in Winnipeg, so I think that's something that you can kind of maybe hang your hat on a little bit. But I think Dallas, as much as Winnipeg is going to be desperate, I think Dallas is going to be even more desperate to end this thing tonight if they can.
I mean, last year we saw at points in the Thunder and T-Wolves series that at some point the Mavs had just neutralized everything and you broke them, right?
You break them, yeah.
Are the Jets broken? Maybe?
Yeah. I think I keep talking about this. I think they look out there on the ice and they see their goalie and they're thinking like, man, we don't know if the home dude's going to show up or the road dude's going to show up. He's had moments where, he's been really, really good and then other times just terrible. And I think that is, the one thing that Dallas can look at their netminder and say is, we know our guy's going to be there for us no matter what. If we take terrible penalties, give up odd man rushes, our guy's going to be there to have our back.
Oof. Okay, now with the Mavs, we have Tim McMahon coming up. I think the most interesting thing is what moves do you make to optimize this deal now?
Yeah.
I like the Kobe White talk with the Bulls, 20-point score. I'm seeing some Lonzo Ball talk.
Yeah, Mark Stein. That's interesting.
I mean,
Stein would know.
I mean,
if you want to tell me he's healthy.
The hurt players.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
But there's going to be a number of players out there, and I just think at this point you have so many trade chips, the future picks. I mean, assuming you're not going to trade Cooper Flagg.
Have we just completely pivoted now on this basketball team?
Yeah, that's what getting the number 1 overall pick and a gift from the basketball gods does for you.
Especially in a year where you have one of the best prospects that we've seen in a long time.
So everybody's feeling crotch first right now that Nico's back in good graces with everybody.
Oh, that no. I wouldn't go that far.
I mean, Nico's going to have to make this deal. Nico's going to have to make the deal. You guys are all poo-pooing it right now.
No.
But he's going to have to make the call with the relationships and stuff. Did he pull himself out of the ditch?
Oh, for the guard?
Did the basketball gods save him here today?
I don't know. We got to see signs that Dumont trusts him. I think these next 6 weeks are very key. And, if they do decide that, Nico's going to be their GM moving forward, then I would trust him. Yes. I think the Luka trade was one massive mistake in an otherwise good resume. Like he's done a hell of a job finding the right kind of centers, the right kind of 3-and-D guys. The team that he built was tremendous. Went to the finals with Luka. Lakers with LeBron couldn't even get out of the first round. So, I love this. You got Anthony Simons, Cole Anthony, CJ McCollum. Like, I think the key is to find a guard that's going to play well with Kyrie once he gets back. So I don't really want a little guy who can only be a point guard.
So you want like a combo guard.
Boy, that'd be good if Brunson was still here, right?
Isn't Colin Sexton a guy that they've been linked to a bunch through the years?
Yeah.
That'd be another name that I'd monitor.
Rozier has been linked to the Mavs a couple of times.
You guys are telling me there's a lot of quality guards out there then.
Well, the dream is Drew Holiday. Like if Boston really decided, okay, the Knicks finally knock him out, and Boston's like, okay, we can't financially keep all of this together, and Drew Holiday was a name that you could possibly pry away, I think that's the dream target.
East playoffs got interesting last night, though, didn't they? I know Chiefs
Boston
got a
won't
rim
quit.
session coming up, and we'll talk more basketball a little bit later on in the show. But Boston loses Tatum, benched Porzingis, insert Cornet, and they hold New York to 102. Had just 26 points in the paint, and now you're looking at a situation where they're down 3-2, and if they can get Game 6 in New York, then maybe they would at that point suddenly appear to be the favorite to go ahead and win that series. I do think there's some chemistry issues there. I still think there's enough with Boston. They don't need Tatum to be amazing to be dominant. We saw that last year in the finals. He wasn't great, but they were. So there's that. The Warriors are out of the playoffs right as Steph Curry could have got healthy enough. That's tough. He's 37 years old, called it a gut punch. They were 23-8 after the trade for Butler. And I was rooting for them. I don't know who I'm rooting for now.
I don't know either.
To win this NBA, I
It's
guess.
so tough.
Indiana.
I guess, yeah.
I'm just me.
Indiana,
I mean,
like Rickard Brunson.
I'm Carlisle guy.
And Halliburton's a local kid.
Yeah, I'm a Carlisle guy. I mean, he's always been cool to me. I'm just pulling for him.
I would have no
If I don't
issue
have a
with
team in
Indiana.
the fight, I'm going to pull for him. You know.
All righty. We'll replay the G-Bag of the Day champ. Have a new champ. There was a vote-off last night. It went to a vote-off. Who was it? We'll replay that for you, then get to the top 10 coming up next. Chuck, what's the subject matter?
Have we quietly had a passing of the torch with the Dallas Cowboys? We've got the top 10 primetime and revenge games of the upcoming 2025 season. Do you have a game you're most pumped for? That's next.
That's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper lady. Razor blades. Nutmeg maybe? No. You said that.
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at the Globe. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Every day at 5:30, we deliver the G-Bag of the day. We all vote, all 5 of us. And if there is a deadlock, it goes to a vote-off at G-Bag Nation, at G-Bag Nation. You can follow us all when you get there. All of our handles are in the bio. And yesterday, Lucius truck driver won that vote off 59-41.
Yeah, the truck driver was not a fan of how this young dude backed his car into a parking spot, which I'm always a big fan of, backing my car into a parking spot. If you see anything floating out there that you think we should be playing for G-Bag of the day, hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. Lucius Alexander on Facebook, or like Dawson said, follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Here's our guy. Yeah, the truck driver jumped out of his truck to go confront this young dude for backing into a parking spot.
So let's see what you done. You passed the parking place and backed in.
That's how you back into one.
No, you don't back in a parking place. That's illegal. I have a CDL Class A. I'm a driver for a living.
You need to get back in your car, buddy.
And if I don't, what the
well, like I'm going inside.
If I don't, what the you gonna do?
What are you gonna do?
Say what?
What are you gonna do? Like it's a
I'll
parking
beat
spot.
your ass, punk ass bitch. Yeah, and your mama's a hoe.
Oh, we got to throw in the mama's a hoe.
Mama's a hoe.
Come on.
That
got
is
him.
Man, there's some great trash talk. I would say just let us back in, okay? You know, backing in's nice. You know, maybe you should give it a shot, you know? I think
I backed in today here at my parking spot.
The problem here is the people with the issue of us backing in, not the backing in. It's time to get Wolchuk's top 10 at 220. Here he is, Zach with an H. Your Wooly Bully.
Thank you so much. A lot of fallout from the NFL schedule release. As the Cowboys schedule is out, we've got a new Love of the Star podcast that Brian and I put out today. We went through and did our win-losses. So go ahead, listen to that.
How many did you get?
Well, you know, you got to listen to the show to find out.
We try not to homer it up, Dawson.
It's a good tease.
We really did try not to homer
You
it.
tried not to
You hit
homer
8.
it
Hey,
up.
I'll tell you what, we even put a loss
After-
at the Meadowlands against the Jets. So there was no homering up in this.
You guys got him over under the 7.5?
Over. And honestly, I think that's a stone cold lead pipe lock bet.
Oh, wow.
I'd go over the 7.5 on this. That's just disrespectful.
No, here's the thing, though. Here's the
They
thing.
won 7 games without Dak Prescott last year.
After Wolchuk calling the pop-up year for the Commandos, I feel like you got this one. He's just as confident in this Cowboys pick right now. He just went stone cold lead pipe lock on.
I'm confident in it.
On our faces.
There is going to be a 3-week stretch where the Cowboy postgame show probably won't be very good to listen to.
Yeah, that 3 weeks.
And why is that?
You got Eagles, Chiefs, Lions. Those were all L's.
Okay, there you go. There's some honesty in there.
Little tease for 320. I think health could play a significant factor, and I think Vegas knows it.
Okay. Well, maybe this thing is scripted then if Vegas is projecting ahead on the health here, because that could be a big problem.
I don't think they're
scripting.
scripting.
Problem.
I think they're knowing.
They're knowing?
Yep.
They're knowing. They've seen it.
Yep.
They've read it.
Mm-hmm.
Fellas, though, I think that I'm just kind of reading between the lines on some stuff here. Yesterday, the Cowboys, and shout out to Derek Eagleton and the whole media team there with DallasCowboys.com. They streamed from, it was like 1 o'clock until 7. CeeDee Lamb, Micah Parsons, Osa Odigizua, Tyler Smith, and then Stephen Jones making an appearance. Here was Stephen basically learning what a chat was for the first time on social media. If you're a streamer, this is the new thing, like chat. What's up, chat? Hey, chat. CeeDee's all about this, but here was Stephen Jones with a couple of the Cowboys players.
Chat, what y'all gotta tell our man? Come on. Who is this? This is chat. This all your fans. All your fans.
Hey, appreciate you guys following these guys. How blessed are we to have these 4 men on our team?
Grown men, fine men.
Hey, and we got them all running mates this offseason.
I'm here.
A dog. Also dog. You get a dog. On the other side.
It's a homie on the other side.
You get a dog.
You get a meal.
Got them all running mates. He got Pickens for CD. He went ahead and got my guy Joe Toia for
JT.
JT? Yeah, we'll just call him JT. That's fine with me.
Yeah.
The Haka man himself.
Yeah.
He's going to be playing there alongside next to Osa. You got Donovan Ezeraku across from Micah. You got Booker along with Tyler Smith. But I just think, our buddy Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star-Telegram, he put this out after the Pickens trade that really Stephen Jones' fingerprints has been all over this offseason.
Mm-hmm.
And Jerry, who's listening here on the home of the Cowboys, and he drives around, he's probably going to, maybe he calls in and he says, well, Chuck, you're a dumb A. Shut the hell up. But
he's done that before.
He has, many times.
Not since Mike left the show, but
I think this is the Cowboys are never going to officially come out and say anything. We've been kind of long considering how much is Jerry really doing. And I still think Jerry has say. But this is now Stephen Jones, Dallas Cowboys, in my opinion.
I think that, honestly, Zach, I think this has been done for a while. But I think we're starting to see, Stephen being out front more. You had some of the press conferences, the pre-draft. Jerry's always going to be involved. Post-draft, he's going to be involved in those. I think the day-to-day operations really has been in Stephen's pocket. And I think Will's now taken an even bigger role. Of course, Charlotte, Jerry Jr. are going to be involved the way they are. But this is something that maybe that we're starting to see that, hey, Stephen is going to handle more of the out front stuff, even though that Jerry, there's some staples that he's always going to cover.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe we're going to start to see even more now with Stephen. But I think that it's kind of been this way for a little bit. But it's just now people are catching up with it.
All right, let's get into some of the top 10s here. We've got the top 10 best revenge games on the 2025 NFL schedule and primetime games. The Chiefs did tie a record with most primetime games awarded to a team. They're going to be playing a bunch, as they should. I do think the NFL wants to see their stars, Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid, and maybe it's the last year of Travis Kelce. We're kind of going, year to year on that right
There's
now.
going to be some situations that come up that are going to deal our sponsors some bad games in these primetime moments.
Yeah.
So I like the idea of going into the season. Let's put our prime properties here as much as we can to maximize revenue. And I think, it might be tough for the other teams, right? Because I'd be like, wow, the Chiefs and Cowboys and Patriots, everybody loves them, and now we got to have them more. But this is the reality of sort of the dog-eat-dog world of television programming. Everybody's in a fight. We might have just seen the NBA rig a trade of Luka to the Lakers to save their TV package, guys. It's no time for, if equal opportunity for all of our partners. It's time for maximizing TV ratings.
It's ratings, absolutely.
Yeah.
8 primetime games for the Chiefs. We know about the Cowboys playing on Thanksgiving and Christmas Day. They got 2 Monday night games. They've got the season opener, and they've got a couple other more Sunday nighters. They're littered throughout this thing when it comes to primetime. And then the 325, like America's Game of the Week window, they'll, of course, be there. But in terms of NFL.com, Jeremy Bergman, he said these are the top 10 primetime games. The honorable mention was Packers-Steelers, because that could be Aaron Rodgers, and that is right now a Sunday night game. And that game is in Pittsburgh. It is not in Lambeau. But it would be the Green Bay Packers going to Pittsburgh to take on potentially Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers, the one and only time he will ever face his former team in the Green Bay Packers. That's Sunday, October 26th. Right now, Sunday Night Football.
I feel like that being on the schedule is the biggest thing that is making him want to return and play.
Yeah, I could see that, absolutely. And tomorrow, we're not going to have time for it today, but maybe we'll get to Jim Nantz, who is literally pleading for an Aaron Rodgers return, because I guess CBS Sports' schedule is littered with a back half a lot of Steeler games. He's like, man, if Rodgers isn't a Steeler, these are probably going to stink. So please, God, show up and play and give us something to talk about. Number 10 is the opener. You've got Cowboys at the Eagles. I thought this would be a little bit higher. 9, you've got Chiefs and Jags Monday night game. I don't know really why that would be ahead of Cowboys and Eagles, but it is.
Travis Hunter, probably. Yeah,
I guess
Travis Hunter.
Sure. And it's early in the season, so maybe Jacksonville is a competitive football team. Monday night, October 6th. But yeah, I guess it's the Travis Hunter effect, which is fair. I'm interested to see what Travis Hunter's doing, but that's not over Eagles Cowboys. Come on, dudes.
No, the ratings will say very few things are going to beat Eagles Cowboys, but maybe for fan interest, for folks that are really into the NFL. these things are of more interest going into the season.
Monday night, Bengals and Broncos. That could be a really good one. This is early in the season, too, so hopefully, like, Joe Burrow is ready to rock.
Sometimes Cincinnati isn't ready to play football the first 3 or 4 weeks of the season.
They have had some slow starts. This is Monday night, September 29th, week 4. So maybe they've knocked the rust off, but that's a good point. They have started slow. Eagles at Packers. That is week 10, Monday Night Football. We got Broncos at Chiefs.
Was that, let me circle back, that Brazil game of Eagles-Packers. Anything stand out about that one for anybody? I mean, I'm just asking. I don't know. I'm not trying to lead the witness here, but why did I feel like that wasn't really a great game?
Oh, it ended up being pretty good. I think the Packers kind of pooped themselves a little bit. They were turning the ball over. But then again, didn't they lose in the wild card round to Green Bay or to Philadelphia this past year? Didn't they just play in the playoffs again?
Yeah, okay.
So there's a little bit of history there between the teams. But Denver and Kansas City, that's really become the big rivalry. Like, I know Kansas City and the Chargers, they've kind of wanted that, and they've had some good games. But Denver now seems like with that defense, with Sean Payton, those are the two right now.
Yeah.
And Denver has had some upsets over Kansas City. So I'm excited for that. That'll be Thursday on Christmas Day. You've got Bears and Commanders. That's the rematch of the Hail Mary game. Chargers and Raiders. Pete Carroll, Harbaugh, the old 49er-Seahawk rivalry. Now you've got that, plus the new-look Raiders with Genti and Geno Smith. Washington and Kansas City. Jaden Daniels versus Patrick Mahomes. That is going to be fun.
Ooh, yes, please.
Is that game played in Kansas City?
Yes, it is.
Wow.
Monday night, October 27th. Then you got Lions-Eagles, who we thought would be the NFC Championship game last year. It didn't happen. That's Sunday night in November. But number one primetime game, Ravens-Bills, Sunday Night Football to open the season. That is absolutely juicy.
An absolute home run of his schedule and a top 10 there. Back to that Stephen Jones topic, when I first started covering the Cowboys in 2010, Stephen was like first starting to pop up when they do the State of the Cowboys press conferences, end of the season, start training camp or whatever. And I remember asking CA, like, hey, is Stephen somebody we should think about having on the show?
Yeah.
And he's like, well, he doesn't do it that much. And when he does, it's really generic, like he's trying not to make any mistakes. So Stephen at that point was not, and I would say, more of what Brian said is that it seems like every year it's just been a little bit more incremental.
Sure.
And I think maybe it was last year or the year before it that Jerry hadn't made a public appearance in like 6 weeks at one point.
Right.
But this particular offseason, I would say it's a ramp up in spending than the last year. And when I think of Stephen Jones, I think of we're afraid to spend money. We are super, super cap conscious. And I don't know. It still wasn't a lot this year. What was it, $39 million? They were third to last in the league.
But at least they tried to do things where he always says, we're 24/7 player personnel. No, you're really not. You're more like 2 days when you only do draft and that kind of thing. They actually tried to trade this year, and they got it done. They tried to sign some guys. Yeah, it wasn't $50 million in players and all that, but they made some wise decisions so they wouldn't go in to the season just completely like, well, they had a draft, but they still got 6 spots that they got to fill. I kind of felt like that they went in with the attitude of like, hey, we got some guys, let's draft our board, and if we can wait for some June 1 guys, we might do that too.
It's drastically better than last year. Last year, I don't think they made the team any better in the offseason.
I don't know how you could compete in a division where the guy at the top of the division is always doing it, and you're going to sit there and just kind of paddle around in circles.
Yeah, well, the answer is you can't compete. They have to be more aggressive.
You can't. You've got to be just as – maybe you have to take the same approach he does, but you can't just sit there and think that doing it just one way is going to work. You've got to be more aggressive than even he is.
I do feel like it sucks that he's doing that, the way as aggressive as Roseman is. It's not only a problem for the Cowboys, though. It's most of the league. If Roseman continues and Lurie wants to be committed like this and, creating extra revenue streams to pay for players and, depend on the cap going up in the future to sort of give you that cushion, it's a very unique strategy and it's working very well for them.
Howie just lost his right-hand guy to the Raiders.
That's right, his draft guy.
His like assistant GM type guy that was really kind of maybe the Will McClade. Howie's the aggressive, but Howie's got guys that know personnel, that know the players. He just lost his top lieutenant to the Raiders.
Literally today, right?
Well, no, this was probably a week ago.
Oh, okay.
They maybe
happened
made
last
an
week.
announcement,
Ooh.
but there were there was that his guy left to go to the Raiders.
It's like one last draft, and then on he goes.
And on he goes, and that's So we'll see if the Eagles are able to maintain their level up. They probably got some young guy like John Snyder was for us in Green Bay, sitting there grinding on tape, and the next thing you know,
a good point.
You put him in there, and he's a star at evaluating players.
But there's another NFC team that's been an Achilles heel to the Cowboys. The 49ers now are also getting into this minority selling of the ownership stake. So they're going to sell 6% of the team. The evaluation now is worth over $8.5 billion for the San Francisco 49ers. But you've got three families.
So they're going to get $500 million cash.
Yeah, between three families that are all coming together now to buy that 6% of the Niners.
And then you use that money to pay for signing bonuses and contracts and then push the salary cap hit into the future, and it gives you a temporary massive advantage.
Yeah.
So why were they so tight with their budget this offseason? They're clearing the decks and getting Purdy under contract and then deploying the cash once they have a couple of good drafts.
Yeah.
Man, I would love to see or believe the Cowboys might have a chance of doing something like that, but the way that they love this brand and what they've grown into an empire, I can't imagine them entertaining even selling a single % of it.
Yeah.
Not as long as they have the ability to draw from Blue Star stuff.
Yeah.
Not there's some of their other, they're able to take the cash from some of their other businesses that's made them have the ability to pay out the signing bonuses. I know back in the day, the DeBarlo family, when Eddie DeBarlo and the team, they were a big, malls and stuff like that. They had a lot of real estate stuff. I don't know if the DeBarlos now have turned into more, the sister has turned into more of just a football operation. If you're just the football operation, you just don't have a lot of that extra cash laying around like the Cowboys do.
All right, we got to run. Leah Asimakopoulos, Stars beat writer, joins us next here. It's the G-Bag Nation and the Fan.
Coming up Friday.
Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, right. Yeah, a little bit.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it cinnamon biscuit?
Razor Babes.
Saffron squash?
Nutmeg Maisons? No.
Nutmeg mason.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade, if you upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Just got delivered from one of the Rangers ushers here, some kind of pecan bread. Excited about that. Excited about Leah Asimakopoulos joining us here in just a second from the Morning News. She's live in Winnipeg. It's the G-Bag Nation on The Fan. Rangers Astros tonight. Pregame coming up at 6:30. Sporzy's going to join us. Sporzy's about to throw a bullpen down there for the first time in a while. You know, he's coming back from the shoulder, and that would be amazing to see him in a Rangers uniform out here soon. But let's talk Stars Jets Game 5 tonight in Winnipeg, and Leah joins us now here on The Fan. And a good evening. How the heck are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Doing wonderful. How's Winnipeg? Are they keeping the faith alive there around the town, or what kind of a vibe are you getting from them?
Yeah, it's been a little quiet this morning. It was raining here, so their big white party that they have outside might be getting rained out, which I'm sure they're not going to be too happy about. But you know, this fan base has gone through a lot here, so I think they're hopeful to at least get one more win this season.
Yeah, if I'm the Jets, I'm pretty confident, right? Things are going to normalize back at home. It's just our road situation, and we'll think about that here in a couple of days. So we just got to win a road game, and things should be fine. Would you find confidence in that if you're objectively analyzing here the Jets' outlook?
Yeah, I mean they've been great at home all year, and you know they do just need to win a road game, but. It's obviously they have a big climb to come out of a 3-1 hole. I mean, the Stars, I think, should feel pretty good in the position that they're at. That Game 4 the other night, just given their position in the series, was a critical one, and you know to go up 3-1, you got to feel pretty good. But obviously, you know, Game 6 if it goes to that, is going to be the one that matters the most for them. But you know, knowing that Edmonton is done now, they're advancing to the Western Conference Finals. I'm sure the Stars would like to get out of this round as quickly as possible.
That was my thoughts exactly there, Leah. Like with Edmonton now, you don't want to give them added rest. But with the Stars and how amazing that home ice has been, the AAC, the fan base has just been exceptional. Even from the TV, you can just hear how loud it is in that building. How does it compare to Winnipeg, who also it does seem pretty electrifying? I mean, they do the white out there. They don't know how to do a pump-up song, Leah. but I
Yeah.
imagine the experience there in Winnipeg's pretty badass.
It is. I mean, it's hard to compare. It kind of feels like apples and oranges a little bit. I mean, yes, American Airlines Center has been unbelievable, and it always does really ramp up for the Stars playoffs. And the environment was awesome the past couple of games, but I've compared the Winnipeg environment a lot to a kind of college football feel, whiteout, Penn State kind of feel to it. It's, that's what they have here. This is their everything, and you can really tell. And it's been kind of a tortured fan base in the playoffs, and you could just see how much they want, something to root for. And I think the home ice advantage helps them, and that's probably why it's so impressive the Stars were able to at least steal one game here, and we'll see if they can do another one tonight.
Leah, which team has to survive the first 10 minutes better, do you think? Because I just feel like that if Winnipeg looks at the other end of the ice and they look at their netminder, they're kind of thinking like, man, we really don't know what game we might get from him tonight. And where on the other end, I think the Stars are kind of like, listen, our guy can withstand whatever mistakes we might make, but which team has to withstand the first 10 minutes of this game?
That's an interesting question. I mean, I think the Stars do. I think, we saw the response that Winnipeg had after going down 1-0 and losing a game at home in the series, how they responded early in game 2. I mean, 7 minutes into that game, they were up 2-0 after a costly penalty 17 seconds in, and then a shot that went off Ethel Lindell's skate and in. So, the Stars can't find themselves in another early hole like that, and they know that, Winnipeg is going to push early, and their entire season is on the line at this point. So, yes, I think the goaltending situation is interesting, and the Stars can definitely rely on Jake Ottinger, and he's bailed them out a lot. But, they need to play just a solid road game, few mistakes, and the first 10 minutes are going to be pretty important.
Getting you set for Game 5 tonight in Luzapeg, Jets and the Stars with Leah Simakopoulos, the Dallas Morning News. So I saw you put out they're running with the same line tonight. So we're going 11-7 again, and do you anticipate with Miro kind of getting his legs back, is that going to be a long-term thing for the rest of the postseason, or is this just until he's ready to rock for a full 30 minutes of ice time or whatever it is?
Yeah, I don't anticipate it to be the rest of the postseason. I mean, maybe the rest of this round, as long as it goes. Maybe, if it ends tonight, a game or two against Edmonton. I mean, they liked how he looked in the first game. Obviously, he wasn't his total normal self, but for the most part, he did what he needed to do in his 15 minutes. And Pete DeBoer said this morning, he felt great after 15 minutes. So we'll give him a little more tonight and go from there. And hopefully within 3 games from now, he's back to his 25+ minutes a night.
You have an article out now about the increased contributions from a couple other Stars. The line that's really stood out to me, and I wonder your thoughts, is Marchment, Duchesne, and Sagan. And there were moments early in the season where it seemed like Duchesne and Marchment stepped up as the best players at times. Yeah. They've been taking some bad penalties, whether it was Sagan the other night, Marchment throughout the playoffs at times. But Duchesne just seems so close, just doinking right off the post there. What do you think about that line getting it going?
Yeah, I mean, that I think could be a huge game changer for them. I think all three of those players have kind of another level to find. And as you mentioned, we saw it earlier in the regular season. They were not only the best line on the team, but one of the best lines in the entire league before Sagan had his hip surgery. So, they obviously have a lot of chemistry, a lot of history. Duchesne has been a factor. I mean, he set up the game-winning goal in Game 7 for Wyatt Johnston. He's had his moments, and Pete DeBoer was asked about it, and he said, he's not too concerned about Matt Duchesne. He feels like he's had a presence, but yeah, he's right there, and he scored over 30 goals in the regular season, so they could certainly use a few from him, and I think it's just a matter of time before that line really gets going too.
Leah, how impressed are you that Zach is able to break into a Canadian accent when he asks you a question?
Love it. I'm not there yet.
I didn't even notice him.
He's pretty good. We got Bully Melrose is who we're dealing with now, if you didn't know this.
It's true.
That's great.
Well, speaking of different countries, Leah Simakopoulos, Morning News with you here in the G-Bag Nation. How prevalent is this Finnish connection? Obviously, we talk about it a lot here. Is this like the official team of Canada now? Give us like the nation, the big view of this.
Oh, I mean, I think Yeah, there's going to forever be just this unspoken bond between the country of Finland and the city of Dallas. I mean, it's been pretty incredible what that group has been able to do. And, as trivial and silly as it sounds, they've attributed a lot of the success that some of those players like Rantanen and Granlund have had to just feeling comfortable in the locker room, coming in and knowing there's other Finns. And it's not just other Finns, but it's Finns that they've played with before in international competition and juniors and all sorts of levels. So, Rantanen comes in and plays on a line with Roope Hintz, and they know each other well, and it's just, you speed up that process a little bit. So I think it does go a long way, and it's not insignificant, and there's a reason that Finnish players want to come play here because it's a great place for them to play, and they have a little group, and they all really love to play with each other. So yeah, I think the whole city of Dallas has the country of Finland to thank right now for sure.
Leah, what do you have to say to a Stars fan who's at the AAC witnessing a hat trick right in front of their eyeballs? They're wearing a hat and they don't throw it. They walk out of the building, they're still wearing their hat. How much judgment do you have for that fan?
I would have judgment if it hadn't happened 3 times this year. I mean, people have probably spent hundreds of dollars in hats at this point. I guess one of them happened here in Winnipeg, but yeah, at this point, it's going to just happen every other night. So you gotta budget for some new hats. That's what I'd say to them.
How much is the storyline? Is this more media driven, or do you think there's really something to this between Ottinger and Hellebuck and the starting goalie for the U.S. team?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely media-driven, but I will say that Ottinger we've asked him a lot about it, and for the most part, he's kind of said, I haven't thought at all about it, but he did a post-game interview with Sportsnet the other night and did say, beyond winning a Stanley Cup, his number one goal is to be the U.S. starter next year. So he's definitely thinking about it. And, I mean, this has, obviously, both teams are playing in this series to, advance in the playoffs to win a Stanley Cup, but Pete DeBoer talked about it yesterday and said if you're, putting Team USA together, he's been on a lot of Team Canada teams before, you're watching the playoffs and you're seeing, how are these players reacting and responding, because, when you're going into the Olympics, you're basically bypassing a regular season. It's immediately showing up to the playoffs. So, what Connor Hellebuck did in the regular season really won't matter as much if the stakes are as high as they are in the Olympics. So I do think this series is going to play a role in that. And, I mean, Ottinger's been the outright better goalie, and I don't think there's much question about it.
How big of a role does it play that it's hard to eliminate a team on their home ice? Is that real?
It's hard to eliminate a team, period, especially the President's Trophy winners, especially on home ice. So, yeah, I think it's definitely real. I mean, the Stars had a chance to do it in Colorado in the first round and weren't able to do it. Kind of similar to last year. They had a chance to do it in Vegas in the first round, didn't, and went to 7. Then the second round, they did do it in Game 6 in Colorado. So hopefully they can learn from what they weren't able to get done in Colorado and turn things around tonight.
Thank you, ma'am. Enjoy your evening, and we look forward to catching up with you soon.
Thanks so much.
Leah Asimakopoulos, Morning News, Dallas Stars writer, live in Winnipeg, where a very anxious Jets fan base hopes to cheer their team on tonight. Stars hope to come on home and get a little rest here before the conference finals. Top stories of the day coming up next here. We'll look at this Rangers matchup, the latest with the Cowboys schedule, and more coming up next here. It's the G-Back Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's Hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at the Globe here, the Comerica backyard. This is suite level center field. Come on by, say hi if you're heading in and you're rooting for the Rangers tonight. It is a Silver Boot series here as the Rangers and Astros resume their rivalry. Excited about that. I am just a few minutes away from describing how the Winnipeg Jets are desperately clinging to hope here this evening, going into Game 5 up there in Winnipeg. I'm about 20 minutes away here from the C-Note and why I believe Vegas believes 7.5 is a fair number. Seems low to me. Looking at them, I'm like, yeah, probably 9 wins, maybe 8, maybe 10, but I don't think like under 7 is realistic at all, considering the gauntlet they just ran. It was a tough schedule, and they were injured already and still won 7. So we're just like 7.5, the healthy team. Anyway, that's a tease for 20 minutes from now, the C-Note, Cowboys News of the evening. How we doing, boys? We good? Excited to be at the yard?
Fantastic, yeah. DeGrom night here.
Yes.
Hunter Brown's pitching his tail off as well.
Yeah, I see that Hunter Brown's like 6-1.
Yeah, he's 6-1. His ERA sub-2. He's been absolutely brilliant. He's their ace right now. He's got a 1.48 ERA. Yeah, he's been really dialed.
I wonder what the total runs are projected for this game, because if you told me this was a 2-1 game, I'd be like, yeah, that makes sense.
Let's bet the under on runs here. It's an ace-off here tonight, and that's fun. I mean, it's got to be DeGrom's 9th or 10th start, right? This is cool that it's just like, it's a DeGrom start, you know?
Yeah, it's starting to feel normal.
Yeah. Every 5 days, he goes out there and, gives you 5-6 innings probably.
Better and better.
Yes, sir. So excited about that for sure. We'll talk more Rangers here with you in a few minutes. Cowboys schedule played out last night. Wolchuk and Broadus had this thing figured out very early in the show. Salute to you guys. Isn't this schedule, looking at it, just so tough that it's really difficult to imagine that the playoffs are any sort of a sure thing. Like, and the rest of the division is locked into this bad boy. Like, I don't know if a wild card team's coming out of this division, if everybody's got to play who they got to play. And the Cowboys, like, they get it really bad. First team in history to have 4 consecutive games against a team with 14 or more wins the year prior. Eagles, Chiefs, Lions, Vikings. One of the most difficult, actually the most difficult gauntlet ever.
Yeah.
If you're looking at it in the preseason terms.
When these guys were breaking it down yesterday and piecing together what it was going to be, I'm going, oh my goodness gracious, dude.
Yeah.
That thing is going to be, that's a gauntlet.
And then you get like the Chargers and Commanders in 2 of the 3 weeks after that gauntlet.
Yeah, those are legit playoff caliber teams for sure.
I mean, we've seen this Cowboys team feast on average and below average regular season opponents for the better part of a decade.
Yes.
Now you're getting the most difficult schedule we have seen in Dak's entire career. So I don't know. I do want to prepare us for that. And I would think if I'm the Cowboys, how are we going into this with our situation in the defensive backfield, at defensive tackle, and at left tackle? Like, if we're really going to go for this, right now our roster leaves you kind of like, I don't know if we're going to make the playoffs. Am I right on that? I'm right on that.
Absolutely, you're right on that.
Yeah.
They like their guys.
Of course, yeah. I mean, it's a team that I do think is going to be a playoff team. Now, it's not a guarantee. It is a really tough schedule.
Yeah.
But when we project the schedule out in May and say this game looks challenging, it also could show up on the schedule when it's time to play, and it's not a challenging game. You don't know if any team underperforms, if a team overperforms, if you got an injury to a quarterback. All that's why the stuff when it's like we're projecting out the hardest and the easiest schedules in the league.
Sure.
There is something to it. It's like, okay, but it's also why you play the game, and year to year this stuff doesn't always carry over. Washington, people weren't considering as a good team. Now we look at the schedule and it's like, damn,
their quarterback
Washington's
makes
a tough out, right?
Yeah.
A lot of it does.
Yeah.
So like New England wasn't okay. You pencil that as a dub. Now New England looks a little bit more tough. Now that's not on the Cowboys schedule, just a team for reference. But like the Commanders, the Cowboys play well. They played them well last year, even without Dak. They beat them once, and they could have beaten them the second time. Marcus Mariota had to come in and save the day there. So Washington, I'm not super scared of. Are you super scared of the Chargers? The Cowboys can beat the Chargers. The Cowboys can beat the Vikings. That stretch,
they're probably
Eagles,
1-3 against them, though, aren't they?
What, Vikings, Chargers,
the
Commanders?
West, the AFC West.
I think the one that they're for sure losing, and it's not even Kansas City, it's Denver. I don't think they're going into Denver and winning.
They never do.
They never. They haven't beat the Broncos since 95.
95.
That's high altitude. Sean Payton is definitely going to want to beat the Dallas Cowboys, and that is a really good defense. Really, really good defense. That's going to give him some problems. So, we talked about that on Love of the Star. What do you think is the hardest game on the schedule? Just to be out of the box. I think it's Denver. That's the one game I'm looking at and saying I'd be stunned if the Cowboys beat the Broncos in Denver.
I could see the Cowboys honestly getting on a roll. I could see them losing the Philadelphia game and then winning 3 games. And then it turns into it was an emotional game against Green Bay, and you had to fight to win, and somehow Brandon Aubrey got a field goal at home, and you got a little beat up. And then the next week, in the next 2 weeks, you've got Jets and Carolina. And I started thinking, all of a sudden, you're a little beat up, your team might not be, it was emotional. I could see them losing to the Jets. I could see the Jets being 1-3, and all of a sudden, the Jets didn't want to move this game to London. They wanted to play this game at MetLife. They were not interested in sending it overseas.
They beat the Cowboys the last 2 times they played them there.
Sam Darnold, and I remember, there was a game where Amari Cooper didn't practice all week. He had the thigh injury, and he played 5 plays.
Yep, and then left.
And they messed around, played with their food, and got beat. I could see maybe we're thinking about the Kansas Cities and the Philadelphias and the Command. We think about those games. Maybe it's the ones against the Jets and Carolina and stuff. But I honestly feel like they could win in a very emotional game against Green Bay and turn around the next week and lose to the Jets.
I look at Green Bay as one of those coin flip-ish games, and then you look at Jets, Raiders, Carolina. If you don't win those games,
then you're not making the playoffs.
Then and a 5 or 6 win season could, I guess, potentially come into focus. Yeah. Okay, following their Game 4 win, the Stars' odds to win the series have gone to minus 1,200. There's greater than a 90% chance, mathematically, historically, and in Vegas. The Jets are now plus 600. That'd just be throwing money away. Here you go. Here's $100. The Stars have gone 13-1 in best-of-7 series when leading 3-1. Their lone series loss came as the North Stars in 92 against Detroit. Must have been a devastating afternoon up there. Rantanen, odds to win the Conn Smythe as the playoff MVP now plus 375. That might be the wager that I would have fun making right now. Certainly trending in that direction. Man's been on fire. But how about this omen for the future? Jake Ottinger became the 3rd goaltender in North Stars /Stars history to win 5 straight home games to begin a postseason, joining Ed Belfour and some other guy.
Cesar Montiago?
Montiago, yes. Cesar Montiago. You nailed it. In 1968.
Yeah, Cesar Montiago.
Dude's on fire in a historic way. It only happens twice a century. That's what Otter's doing.
I think if I had to get a North Stars jersey, I think I would get Cesar Montiago's jersey to wear. He wore a mask, Dawson. He had the plastic mask, but he had this crazy hair that flew over the top of the mask. So when he was moving around, it was always I
got a Cesar Montiago.
Yeah, this guy... Him and Roger Vachon were 2 of my favorite goalies back in the day.
I like watching those old-time hockey highlights.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's
How
amazing.
about the ones when they played without, when they didn't have masks?
Yeah, their hair's flying.
Like the 60s. There was guys like Eddie Bauer, and there's this, they had these various Terry Sawchuk. These dudes, no mask, and they're, kick-saving it, and, there's shots coming, and...
Yeah.
I mean, it's just they're out there.
You don't have time to react. How are you playing?
It is crazy to watch hockey with goalies without the mask, thinking about all the things that go on.
It's the good old day, boys. That's old-time hockey right there, eh?
That's Eddie
Shore, boys.
Eddie Shore, old-time hockey.
Woo! Great toughness and character. Those were the days.
Great toughness and character.
Speaking of that, we go to Paul Friesen. He's slinging hopium here in the Winnipeg newspaper with the headline, "There are reasons to believe in these Winnipeg Jets." I think this is the Winnipeg Sun. I think that's the name of their newspaper. Oh. He says, hey, 3-1's nothing. Okay, we were down 3-1 in the 3rd period, Game 7. We came back and, we won this deal against St. Louis.
Get him, Paul.
that's desperate. That's cute, I guess.
Some
but
damn copium talking there for them, huh?
Yeah, I do believe so. They're 5-1 at home in the playoffs.
They are.
Last home game, Hellebuck had the shutout win. I think that's a little bit of hope. I asked Leah about that. I think if you're a Winnipeg fan right now, you're thinking, hey, this thing's happening tonight. Let's get up for how it goes down on Friday night. This is where the team's really going to need us. They're looking at our top line combined for a league-leading 107 goals. We only have 3 goals out of these guys in 4 games. They're thinking, we are so due.
Oh, boo-hoo.
So due.
We're looking over here. We got the Robo over here. He's not going to score, huh?
Right. We've accepted that reality.
Come on.
Yeah, because we got Amico.
Yeah,
right?
because we got Amico, and who do you have? You got nobody.
They're
Nobody's saving the day for you over there, Louisapeg.
They're pointing to the fact that they have overcome doubters all season, that nobody thought that we could be the number 1 team or allow the fewest goals, and we've been overcoming adversity all year. They got this "We Are Winnipeg" thing going.
I am not going to attempt their power play. I'm not going to say anything about it, but it was one of the best in hockey this season.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't want to be that guy like, oh, they're terrible, but literally. Dallas has taken some of the most stupidest penalties. And
from their vets, too. That's what's
and survived them. And I'm knocking on wood as I say that, because I don't want it to be all of a sudden you take more stupid penalties tonight and it turns into 3 goals. But Dallas has taken some stupid penalties, and Winnipeg has not taken advantage of that. I think that's been big in this series.
It's been massive.
Yeah, and that's what The Athletic wrote about, that, despite, the fact that you're going home, your power play looks broken, your penalty kill is broken, they can't finish chances, and your goaltender is rattled.
Is rattled.
They have a 9-game road losing streak to negotiate if they get past tonight, right? 9-game road losing streak to negotiate, and if you get past that, then you go to Game 7, where it's 9-0 Pete DeBoer to negotiate.
9-0.
Like when you start to stack up,
lose
everything.
This guy doesn't freaking lose.
It's pretty glorious. The fact that last week at this time, we didn't know if the Stars could even finish off Colorado.
I think Colorado so far has been the better team.
Oh, absolutely.
And it might turn into it if you get past Edmonton might be better than both when it's all said and done, which is strange to say.
It's amazing they won so many regular season games, but we see it all the time. There's regular season teams.
Get hot at the end.
The Cowboys' offense has been regular season. Rangers and Astros tonight. You got to be able to get a hold of Hunter Brown a little bit, having a fantastic season. We are thinking Chris Martin is just going to return to pitching. MRI showing no damage on this. This is unbelievable.
Yeah.
The guy's elbow popped.
That's luck.
When you see something like that, I mean, you're just like, holy cow, I guess we'll see you next year, maybe, but at that age, maybe that's it. Brett Boone talking about his concern for the offense, says he's not really into the modern metrics. I think for some fans, they're thinking, oh no, right? The Brett Boone shine's worn off a little bit.
Get him, Krusty.
You almost got shut out twice against the Rockies, but this is exactly what they need. You kidding me?
Yeah.
CY and Boach know that this is exactly what the team needs right now. We don't need an analytics guy. We had an analytics guy. And
you won a championship with an analytics guy, by the way.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, but right now it calls for different measures.
It does.
It's a different year, different team, different measures.
Okay, and different sport here. We go to the PGA Championship. This is at Quail Hollow in Charlotte, North Carolina. Xander Schauffele, your defending champion, but through the first round here, you got Ryan Gerard at 5 under as your leader. Luke Donald, Ryan Fox, Alex Smalley, Steven Yeager, Cam Davis. Very different than the leaderboard at the Masters.
Who the hell are those guys?
Our Dallas guys struggled.
I would hope that you would hear it say that in a Canadian
Who the hell are those guys? I can't tell you. I don't know who the hell those are.
I was hoping that maybe Mike Weir would be up there, a Canadian golfer, that you would get to talk about Mike Weir.
Scheffler was up and down all day long. He eagled 15, but then double bogeyed 16, and he ends up at 2 under there, 4 off the pace.
Where is by the way, this is usually the one tournament that Rory McIlroy always wins when they play at Quail Hollow.
The Quails?
Yeah. Where is he in this? He owns this course.
Is it Spiethy Man even in there?
I don't. Okay.
Has he teed off yet?
Spieth is +1,
Okay.
but he is through 9.
Okay.
DeChambeau +1 through 8. I saw a headline that said Rory McIlroy was struggling, but as I scanned through all the golfers here, I don't see him.
He usually wins that tournament when they play at Quail Hollow.
Do you see any Hunter Mayhans? Because did you see what that guy had to say about Quail Hollow?
No.
No.
He said, how about this for a sports
He
analogy?
used to be good. I don't know what happened. That dude completely fell off the map.
Well, he's dialed at the microphone. He says, I guess I would say Quail Hollow is like a Kardashian. It's very modern, beautiful, and well-kept, but it lacks a soul or character.
It's a hell of a way to put it.
I mean, my gosh, Hunter Mayhem? Hunter Mayhem.
Hunter's trying to get a job on the tower.
He might.
Let's go to 17 and Hunter Mayhem. Yeah.
Okay, you got Rory. He's in +3. Okay.
Oh wow.
Where are you, Hunter?
Mahan score. I couldn't find Hunter Mahan.
Maybe he hasn't teed off yet.
Maybe he's not playing.
He's
in this
too busy
one.
teeing off on the Kardashians.
He might not even.
I don't think he's played a tournament for. I don't know. I haven't seen him forever.
Maybe he is a broadcaster.
Maybe he's
now.
just bitching to be bitching, Broadus. You know how that goes.
Could be. Yeah, people do that.
Okay, we got the C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening, some Stephen Jones audio, and I believe I have found why Vegas believes 7.5 is a fair number for your Cowboys win total for the season. That's coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation of the Fan.
All right, I do want to talk about Collars & Co. If you are unfamiliar, Mark Cuban and Peter Jones have just...
have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Video alerts when they come and go. Monitor doors and windows, even the garage, all from your phone. Get your home or business ready for summer at
dfwsecurity.com.
All right, welcome back, Nation. We're live at the Globe here. Rangers, Astros tonight. Pregame coming up at 6:30. Segments brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Yeah, Cowboys news of the evening every day at this time, and got some Stephen Jones audio. Just something jumped out to me. That made me think, oh, maybe that's what. Oh, okay. Segment's also brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car, truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Yeah, he was on with Adam Shine on Mad Dog Radio. And On the Eagles game here, cut number 1, he was asked about, is this added extra motivation? You're going to play the Eagles. That's their, they're all celebrating here, winning the Super Bowl. What do you say? Is that extra motivation? Here we go.
It certainly motivates our organization, I know, from the players to the coaches. They were so fired up about it this morning. Everybody in the organization is looking forward to that. Certainly a disappointing year for us last year compared to the championship year the Eagles have. As you said, it's a huge, huge rivalry. No love lost, but a lot of respect and for what they've accomplished there. But hopefully both teams will be healthy going into that game and should be interesting.
Hopefully both teams will be healthy going into that game. I thought, why would you say that? Isn't that random? Overshown and Diggs aren't going to be healthy.
Sure.
We're not hoping they're going to be ready for week 1. What other players or player is maybe coming back from an injury that, could be impacted week 1? That Steven might be hoping is healthy by then.
I think Dakota Rain Prescott.
No, I think
ding.
I think so. I think he's talking more about training camp. That you never know what's going to happen in a training camp.
Never know what can happen. All right.
Like you lose Sam Williams.
Yeah, Sam Williams is covering a punt, and next thing you know, or say, for example, Tyler Booker is like one-on-one rep, and then all of a sudden.
Oh, don't.
I'm not. I mean.
Well, Tyron Smith. He got hurt 2 years ago.
Though.
You got any extra wood over there?
Pause.
No,
I got you covered.
But
pull them pants down.
But what?
Dump that.
But I just, to me, I think he's talking more that he does not know what's going to happen.
Okay, which is a good thought, Brian.
Yeah.
But then
I think he knows what guys. I think he knows what guys he's not going to have.
Right. Yeah, I think. Okay. All right. And you think he knows for sure he's going to have Dak, and I think so. That's one possibility. I think Dak, and I trust your gut, Brian. But Vegas has installed the Cowboys at 7.5. How could that possibly make sense?
I think they're looking at the new coach. I think they're not really committed to seeing that. They don't know really the scheme. They don't know really what the running game is going to look like.
There's so many questions.
Yeah.
Is the offensive line going to end up being good? We're hoping. We're projecting that it might be.
I think they're looking at the schedule and they're saying
it is a tougher schedule.
That, we're going to go through it at 340. We're going to do our annual win-lose thing that we do.
Love that. Oh, good. And second time today. This is a party, dude. This is the best day ever.
And so, to me, I kind of look at it as a way that Vegas is probably saying there's more questions about the Cowboys right now that we don't have answers for.
I mean, we just got George Pickens. I'd say that's pretty good. Last year it was 10.5.
No, I asked
and it was a
guys
rookie left tackle
earlier.
with no experience.
I asked you guys this question after the Pickens trade, and I felt like I got good, honest answers from you guys. I was like, how many more wins is Pickens worth? And I kind of got the 1.5.
Yeah.
I didn't get a 3 or 4 or anything like that. Before the Pickens trade, you probably thought they were a 6-win team anyway.
The reason I brought up Pickens, though, is the over-under last year is 10.5. Looking at that group compared to this group.
Well, Dak got hurt. Dak got hurt.
Right, and now he's healthy,
They're also 3 straight 12. But here's the – okay, so I'm not fully buying eating the cheese here with this, but could it be they are accounting for Dak to miss time? Now at this age that he's at, the history
just
in general. Point
just like it's not necessarily to start the season, but they're factoring in there's a likelihood that Dak could miss 4 to 6 games or maybe
that would be wise. That would be wise. Vegas also gets access to information that, Chief, I think very, very few people do in this equation, and that's why these numbers are always so interesting.
And I think the other thing, too, about this year is now going into it, the type of impact that Saquon Barkley has on the Eagles, and what type of impact Jaden Daniels has on the Commanders.
Tough division.
So the division factor of this, where you're talking about MVP caliber dudes sitting right there square in your face. Now, what they're clearly not anticipating is Saquon Barkley maybe not being the freshest version of himself after what was a heavy load he had to carry last year.
Yeah.
And then, does he was super healthy last year. And that's not something that maybe they're expecting in terms of him getting banged up, but that's absolutely on the table.
Look how Golden State completely fell apart when Curry went out.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing that, I think if you want to say that I don't think it's Dak about the early season. Maybe they're saying that Dak is going to now miss games. I think that is legitimate.
Yeah.
I think that part of it, if you would say, well, they're going to play 3 games with Joe Milton, and they're probably going to lose all 3 of those games.
And I think that that's fair. I mean, like, we did go back and look, okay, the years after Dak's been hurt, he's stayed healthy for that next follow-up season, but he's also now north of 30.
Yep.
And in that ankle, and you've talked about it a lot, Dawson, like the recovery, maybe that does lead to other extremity injuries in the lower legs, like with the hammy. You know, the I don't know. I mean, I'm not a doctor when it comes to that, but I do think it would be fair to factor in there's a likelihood Dak could miss a couple games.
And could they also know this avulsion fracture will further take away athleticism, and we don't know how good of a quarterback he's going to be on the other side?
Yes,
I think,
especially because he wasn't playing well when he got hurt last year.
He was not.
Wasn't
he
like he was
good.
dominating, and then crap, he got banged up. Him and CD weren't even on the same page.
Yeah.
Okay, and then also consider the fact, I know you guys do that BetMGM show or BetQL. It's a betting show on the weekends.
BetMGM.
Okay.
Yep.
Bet Nation, a.k.a. the 4-hour fumble.
So you guys are very familiar with the concept that while these numbers are accurate, sometimes they're like taxing the public for betting so hard one way or the other. And with the Cowboys, the over is going to get hammered. So they're setting this thing at 7.5, knowing Cowboys fans are going to look at this like it's a prime ribs plate, and they're going to devour that, and they're going to hammer that. And at the end of the season, if the Cowboys are over 7.5, they're going to pay the most money they've ever paid out on an over-under to Cowboys fans that believed. So they're not dorking around here, right? They know that under 7 is very realistic. They're actually planning on probably reaping quite a reward off this.
It might be actually under 7 with a healthy team. The schedule's
brutal, and it could be that
is,
Shoddy's not a good coach. We don't know about that. I mean, it wasn't an inspiring head coaching hire. He certainly made us all, me, feel better about it with how he's kind of handled the media and the players all like it. But then again, that wasn't ever the question. I mean, even when I went on that rant, it wasn't like, Shoddy's a great dude. We know that. We loved sitting and talking football with him when we got to have him at training camp. That's never an issue, his ability to talk with people and how he is with people. But can he coach on Sundays?
Yeah, I think that's fair. You know, I guess I would assume some baseline level of competency if I'm setting lines. But you're absolutely right that is in the probabilities that this blows up in his face so bad. You never know how a guy's going to react under that level of pressure. We also got an update to the all-in topic, which is pretty offensive. You know, I think he's getting aligned with Dad on this. He said, I don't buy into to all that. Name one person that isn't all in. I'd hate the fans to hear their owners say that people aren't all in. When you're competing in the NFL, it's kind of a joke. Every year we line up, we're moving our chips in. So Steve has created this reality where salary cap management is nothing. Everybody is equal all in. I think he is up against it so bad because of the way that the Eagles are managing the cap. There's no other way for him to spin it.
I would not disagree with you there.
It's an annoying question. Stop asking me about it, please. Yes, we're all in. As much all in as we're going to be. They do have a lot of dead money. They do have a lot of big contracts. You know, to me, I think all in means to hell with the future. We're going to sign deals now, and if they blow up our cap in the future, that's fine. But we cannot have a hole in our roster. And until you have that mindset, then you're not really all in.
Yeah, you nailed it. With they're as all in as they're going to be.
Yeah.
Like the Pickens move to them was like, hey, it works in the parameters of what we want to do. It's not crazy. We're not giving up a 1 or a 2. Maybe we can even recoup this third back a year from now if he goes off and signs somewhere else. But it fits into, okay, we're willing to do this. And it's not financially going to kill us because he's still on his rookie contract. And maybe they probably don't have any chance of really signing him long term. Maybe their vision is like, yeah, we're not even going to do that. We're not going to pay him $25 to $30 million a year, which is what he's going to want.
I did see a story that they have like $30 million in cap space right now. You know, I guess that's eaten away a little bit as this draft class is signing, but not a lot.
Earmarked.
It's probably Mike and money.
They're pointing to Mike on that one. And then they're going to be like also Tyler Smith and also maybe Ferguson, maybe Bland.
Yeah.
We got to keep this mediocre team together forever, guys.
You're right, dude. I keep forgetting about that. Whenever I see the Cowboys have cap space, that they're probably already thinking it's spent. Okay, Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Where are you taking us today, Brian?
Yeah, it's the annual trip of Let's Pick the Schedule. We'll do that next.
Okay, I'm going to chat Men's Tea Clinic with you right here, right now, though. And I just want to ask you,
products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, it's your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, great.
In replacement, here's the king, Brian.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Thank you very much to Reliant for being a part of this as well. Okay. Do you guys remember last year what our prediction record was by any chance?
9-8, right?
9-8.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 9-8.
Yeah. Did you guys feel at the time feel good about that one?
I did. Yeah, I thought way. I
thought it was low.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, you were high on the team last year.
I was.
I just didn't. I was not. They did nothing in the offseason last year outside of Eric Kendricks to get me excited. I think this offseason's been so much better.
All right. Well, let's see if we can do this again. I know Wolchuk mentioned that we did it at Love of the Star this morning, and I kind of wanted to get a show schedule done here is what I was kind of thinking of, because we did it last year, and we like I say, we were a couple games off, but I just want to get a show prediction here of this schedule.
I think we would have hit it if maybe Dak would have got hurt earlier.
Sorry, that was a bad joke. Oh, if you got more Cooper,
yeah.
you are a Cooper Rush fan, my guy.
You are a big Cooper Rush fan.
Big Dak fan too. You know that
as a
it's your
person.
guy.
Oh yeah. No,
yeah,
big Dak fan for sure.
He's a heart. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you can't root for the person.
All right, let's see if we can do this. Let me take a sip of water here to get us going.
All right, there you go. Sippity sip.
Wow, you're drinking water. Got to stay hydrated.
Got to stay hydrated.
And it's not even flavored.
I didn't have to walk. I didn't have to walk all the way across the parking lot today. I feel bad for my
they gave you the senior special.
Don't feel bad. I'm trying to get my steps up again.
Man, is that a senior special, or is that a respect for Brian deal? It's like, oh, there's Broadus.
Maybe a little both.
I think that might be.
But I think the gray hair definitely helps.
Do you think he felt like that I didn't? I might
couldn't handle it.
That I might fall down in the parking lot like I did at Avis.
Yeah, he heard the story. I think our guys at Tolo out there. He heard the story of you falling.
What just happened?
Because not on my watch.
It's like, Broadus, I can't risk you trying to climb over those chains at any point.
You see me like out there walking with my chair, and all of a sudden I'm laying like in a spot out there, and these vultures are overhead, buzzards, and circling.
If he ever doesn't allow that, you should just bring a cane, and then when you get out of the car, like, see this? Then you just cane your way up there.
Knowing how Ray watches the bottom line so closely, I bet they're worried about an insurance claim. Brian, an entire season of Brian making that walk.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
It's a settlement waiting to happen.
I wouldn't blame him, especially after, like you said, you guys saw me at that Avis parking lot. That was not pretty at all.
No.
But yeah, not good at all. All right, here we go. September 4th, we all know, Thursday night against the Philadelphia Eagles.
Win.
Thinking a win.
Now I'll put that one down as an L.
What about you?
Seeing a loss, Brian.
How about you there, Chieftain?
Yeah, it's an L.
Okay. L goes in the books right there, right off the jump. Any reason why, or just
the home opener is going to have a lot of juice and momentum there for the Eagles, and I think they split personally with the Eagles this year. I really do. I think they can get them at home, assuming Dak stays healthy. The road Eagles game is usually the one they'd lose.
Much like 2-3 years ago with the 49ers, your only hope is that Saquon Barkley gets hurt. And I'm not hoping for that,
right,
but that is your only path to victory.
Never hope for hurt.
Week 1, he's going to be fresh, most likely. That's a Turd's victory by at least 3 scores.
Yeah, let's not let that get clipped. He was not saying he wants.
No, he was
the guy.
not. He was just saying
not saying
it's easier to defeat a team without their best player. And I think that's totally fair. I think that's a fair critique as a sports broadcast.
I admire his discipline. He looked in the bag of hope. He saw there was only one hope there, and it was for injury. And he said, no, you can keep that hope.
Yeah. How about this? 10 days later, you got the New York Football Giants at home.
That's a win.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, why not? They're going to get 5 or 6 wins this year. Why not week 2 be one of them?
I got to win.
You're going to be the heel
all right,
here.
Dawson.
You're leaning into the heel
It's really all about.
Someone has to be.
It's really all about the majority here.
Okay.
I know you were thinking about an L.
It wouldn't have mattered.
It wouldn't have mattered.
Yeah, because I would have been voted out, right?
You think about an L to the Giants?
But
Here's the
duly
reason.
noted, it would have been like, well, Dawson didn't
hell.
think we'd win that game.
The only reason why I feel very confident is because they will have a few extra days of rest going into that game. Extra days to prepare.
Yeah, like you need against the Giants.
Hey, dude,
Okay.
you never know.
You never know. All right, September 21st.
Scattaboo's going to run all over this place.
Trip to Chicago on September 21st. Dawson.
I feel like that's still a win.
Wooly.
Yep, that's a dub. You've got Matt Eberflus with the revenge game. You got some guys on the staff that hopefully are able to give you some insight on what they want to do there, although it is Ben Johnson. But Flus has gone up against Ben Johnson before. Give me Caleb Williams to run around and give some interceptions to our guys.
Chieftain?
I will say that's a Bears victory.
Noted. But on the book, it goes as a W.
Goes as a W.
Screw you.
At home, September 28th against the Green Bay Packers.
It's an L.
Chief says L. Wooly.
Yeah, I've got to go with a loss here. I can't pick him to beat Green Bay until I see it with my own eyes.
Dawson?
I think this is a revenge game win for the Cowboys.
Okay. Still goes down as an L.
Okay.
Because we got the 2 to the 1. It's a show bet. Show bet here.
And, hey, love of the star, Brian is going with the dub for this Packers game.
I went with the dub.
And I loved everything you said. I can't do it. They haunt me.
All right. Here's the one that scares me, believe it or not. October 5th against the New York Jets at MetLife. Dawson.
You're winning that game.
Wooly.
Since they lost to the Packers, I'm going the dub here.
How about you there,
Is
Jason?
this Justin Fields?
Yeah.
Beat him last year when he was on the Steelers.
Yeah, and honestly, the Steelers should have just kept him out of the game. They had a better chance of winning.
Chief, what do you think on a duly noted?
Duly noted. I think the Jets get the win.
I said so, too, when we did the Love of the Star podcast. Because I think it's going to be, like I said, an emotional victory against Green Bay.
So you've picked him to beat the Giants?
They're going to beat those Giants. Week 2 is going to be spectacular, Wolchuk.
Carolina Panthers on the schedule. Cowboys go to Carolina. And on October 12th, Carolina, win or loss.
That's a win. Bryce Young doesn't finish the game. Okay.
Oh,
Wooly.
As a Raku breakout party.
Yeah, they've gone to Carolina the last 2 years and beat them pretty good. I think Carolina's going to be better, but the Cowboys are still a better football team than the Panthers. That's a win.
How about you there, Chieftain?
Yeah, no pity for the kitty that week. Cowboys dub.
October 19th, home game against the Commanders. Wooly.
I'm going to say this one's an L. I say they lose at home to Washington. I think they split with them this year, and they're going to get them back on Christmas Day.
All right. How about you there, Chieftain?
L.
Dawson?
It's a horrible loss. Commanders had some problems that you could exploit last year. They probably fixed those.
October 26th at the Broncos. Chief?
That's a guarantee L.
Yeah, that's a stone cold lead pipe lock.
Dawson?
I can't see that going well.
All right, we're on a bad run here, boys. Monday night, come home against the Arizona Cardinals.
The turning point has happened.
November 3rd.
Kyler Murray, if he's still healthy at the time, he's going to be feeling fantastic about his opportunity to extend his winning streak at AT&T Stadium. That's another back-to-back weeks of like the two teams that weirdly are kryptonite for
you haven't been able to beat them. I'm going to say that they do indeed get the win this go-around. Why? Clayton Adams gives you the secret sauce to victory over Arizona.
So we got a win and a loss?
Yes, sir.
What about you, Dawson?
Winsky.
All right. Ooh, that avoided a 3-game losing streak right there.
Well, you got another one coming pretty soon.
We got the bye week, and then we go to the Raiders on November 17th. Dawson.
I'm going to go loss with that one. And I don't know why, but the Cowboys have struggled with the Raiders over the years, and I think that continues. I think you're probably getting players back off of buys. which might change roles, might have some rust factor there with Diggs and Overshown that point in the season, going lost to the Raiders.
Wooly?
If it was at home on Thanksgiving, I'd pick the Raiders.
Yeah.
But it's not. This one's in Vegas, first time. It's going to be rocking. Give me the Cowboys.
I imagine this is actually going to feel like a Cowboys home crowd to some extent.
It is.
Yeah, give me Cowboys dub.
Dawson, noted on your end.
Thank you.
At home, the following week against Philadelphia.
Oh, it's a terrible loss. This team's just too good.
Wooly?
I'm going dub. I think they split with the Eagles, and I picked them to lose the road game earlier.
Chieftain?
Yeah, give me Cowboys victory.
All right.
Yeah!
Look at that.
Woo!
All right, you guys got them on a 3-game heater now.
How many games have we have them winning in total at this point?
I was going to count it at the end of the day.
Okay, no problem. Just count at the end of the day.
I'm going to count at the end of the day.
What a stupid question.
I'm just going to count at the end of the day.
It's a dumb question.
Ask that?
Thanksgiving Day against the Chiefs.
L.
Yeah, I'll go L.
Oh, you just hope Patrick Mahomes puts on a laser show so you can have some sort of entertainment value out of that.
Competitive game, though.
Horrible loss,
but it's a loss.
Hey. This is what I worry about. They're not going to practice at all for this game because of the fact that, coming back after, they've got Philadelphia at home. Next thing you know, it's like, well, we're kind of banged up. It's a walkthrough and all that. There's teams that can't beat Kansas City with full practice.
Do we know how much shot he likes to practice?
I'm guaranteeing that he's not. I think he likes to practice, but I don't think this week it's going to allow him to practice after a tough game against the Eagles. That's what I'm saying.
I think we're going to look back on that game, and we're going to remember it as the Rashard Smith game, the former SMU pony coming back to Dallas and running wild.
Okay, how about this one on December 4th at Detroit?
Ooh, horrible loss.
I wonder how the Lions could be a regress team this year.
They will be to some extent.
Yeah, I think that I don't know how good the Lions are going to be, but I'll go with an L because they want the Cowboys. They want to beat the crap out of them so bad, and this is a tough stretch here. I'll go L against the Lions.
All right,
same here.
All right, that kind of took care of that. At home on December 14th against the Minnesota Vikings.
I think that's a dub. I think the Cowboys have the Vikings number.
Seems like one they can get. I like what you're doing there, Wolchuk. They usually beat them. I'll go Cowboys.
I was going to say that's a loss.
Okay, well, duly noted.
Basically a rookie quarterback, right?
Yeah. And I love Kevin O'Connell, don't get me wrong, but, the Cowboys crapped on him a couple of years ago pretty good.
December 21st against the Los Angeles Chargers.
I like this as a dub because this is a noon kick at AT&T Stadium.
I like it.
That's my reason for victory.
Yeah, it's a tough one, but I'll go win here.
All right, that turns into a W.
You going L?
Dawson,
horrible loss. Amari and Hampton, rookie running back.
Yeah,
physical Harbaugh team in their second year.
No, that's a tough game. I'm with you.
Duly noted. Duly noted. December 25th, after a hard physical game against the Chargers, now you got to go 4 days later to play the Commanders on the road Christmas Day.
Yeah, Jaden Daniels is going to be the Grinch.
They own Washington and Washington. Give me the Cowboys.
Dawson, it's up to you.
Elski.
Oh, no. Elski.
Horrible loss.
Oh, jeez. This is terrible. All right, final game. It might not matter at this point.
Dub against the Giants.
Dub against the Giants?
Yeah.
They're going to sweep the G-Men, huh?
They always do.
What are you saying there? You saying going Dubs?
Yeah, I'm going Cowboy dub.
How about you, Dawson?
Who are they playing?
The Giants.
Win.
All right, as it looks like
Dak owns them.
We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 wins.
Perfect.
Oh my gosh.
10-7 and a
Don't put my name on that.
That's exactly what I think is going to happen.
What I think I'd had him at 7-10 if it was up to me. But I like your guys' optimism here. I'm hoping those things come true. Just got to get Tyler Guyton, maybe. What's the one player that needs to show up for that to be real?
What? It's Guyton.
Yeah.
I think it's this team. If the offensive line ends up being bad and Tyler Booker doesn't end up hitting and Guyton continues to stink, then this team is not going to.
Let me ask you this, though. Who are you more confident in?
Booker
Tyler
or Guyton?
No. Tyler Guyton or Mozzie Smith?
Oh, geez. Guyton.
Because I'm more confident in Guyton. Absolutely.
Yeah. I think Mozzie is what he is, and that's a below-average player.
I mean, Mozzie's job is just so much easier. You know, I think Guyton handling the pass rushers.
I think I'm more confident in Mozzie right now myself.
All right, I think I'm giving some credence. I'm giving some credence to the idea that this new staff is so O-line centric with their backgrounds from the new O-line coach, of course, and then also Clayton Adams.
10-7 playoffs or yes or no?
Yeah, I think you're a wild card team at 10-7.
No, I'd say no. Oh, if they win 10 games?
Yeah.
Oh, then there's probably a pretty fair chance.
But they
you're a
will be
wild
one
card
and
team.
done, right? I mean,
Okay.
I think we forget Dak's a regular season quarterback, boys.
But Dawson, you have him like a 7-10.
Yeah, this schedule is pretty dang tough, and I think maybe 2026 is the year where they come roaring out of this. But I wonder if there's hope that the Eagles lost a pass rusher. You took Fowler from Washington. Like, can Guyton have an easier time out there than the rookie year gauntlet that he had to run those first 8 weeks of the season? I mean, it was like all-pro after all-pro that he had to face. So maybe there's some hope there, and the quality of opponents a little bit less. Where are we going next, Chief?
Around the Rim, Jay Billis gives us the Cooper Flag 411 with the morning show, and things got a little too physical in Boston last night, if you ask me. That's next here in the nation. But first, I got to tell you about my great friends at Greystone Roofing and Construction. You've heard me talk about Greystone for a while now. Family-owned company run by Josh and Alexis Vining, and they've built...
Is it Pepper Lady? Laser Base. Nutmeg Maybes? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it sometimes called?
our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. You're home of the Rangers. Okay, we are live at the Globe, and Rangers pregame is coming up at 6:30. Rangers-Astros right here on The Fan with the first pitch at 7 o'clock. It is going to be Jacob deGrom on the hill for the Rangers against Hunter Brown. Okay, it is time now for a special guest to join us here as the Rangers bullpen has actually been a pleasant surprise this season. It could be better, and the Rangers bullpen will be better when our next guest returns. He is a World Series champion. Pitched 12 innings. Do you remember this? He pitched 12 innings, allowed just 1 run for a .75 ERA in that legendary run. Only allowed 8 base runners. I think that's a .6 whip, which is microscopic. And he joins us now here. Josh Spore's here on 105.3 The Fan. And good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
How's it going?
Man, it's adrenalizing just to kind of relive all that, and I know you have big news here today that we need to talk about here, but man, it's awesome to get a chance to talk to an actual World Series legend here on The Fan.
Yeah, I was excited to be able to do anything for this team because I'm just watching at this point.
So, did you just throw the bullpen? We knew you were scheduled to get that in today.
Yeah, Bradford, Kumar, and I all had bullpens early today. Kind of hit the goal I needed to be at, and so now we start climbing the ladder, start throwing off speed, and the light at the end of the tunnel it's almost there.
So what's the timeline look like? When do you think you'll be out there?
We're looking at probably 6-7 more weeks at least. I got to throw 3 or 4 weeks of bullpen, some lives, and then nothing. We don't live in a perfect world here, so if another arm goes down, it might start picking up the pace. But all I'm focused on is the next step, just trying to stay healthy and get stronger so we don't run into this problem again.
So how's the recovery been? Like, what would have been kind of some of the steps? Like today, we were talking off air. You said 85. What have you had to get to throughout this entire process?
About 5 weeks ago, I was throwing about 69 miles an hour.
Nice.
Slanging it.
Slanging it.
Ready to go for the Little League World Series. And then kind of just push yourself. I think the biggest issue I had was just kind of guarding it. And just trusting that the surgery went well. The discomfort will go away the harder you throw, the more you throw, and so just more of a mental game at this point. It's a long rehab. Could have been worse. So fortunate in that standpoint that I'm not missing 2 years because essentially I missed last year. But just again staying focused on getting healthy, be stronger, and learn from my mistakes.
I bet you were a real problem in Little League. Were you throwing 69 or?
Yeah, I threw hard, hit
Get
hard.
on you quick there.
Yeah, I was definitely a larger individual on the league field. But yeah, I could hit nukes and throw the crap out of the ball.
You're hitting nukes.
I think I was still a better hitter than I was pitcher.
Okay.
Just, having an older brother, being a pitcher, getting drafted pretty high, I think that I kind of just took his footsteps.
Were you upset about the rule change? Like, would you have loved to go to a National League park and be able to hit a bomb?
When you take 6 years off, you kind of lose that edge.
Yeah.
Your wrists get a little soft.
It's not like riding a bicycle where you just hop right back in.
I thought pitching was going to be like riding a bicycle, and it's just not. I mean, I feel like I had to start in Little League again. I threw my first bullpen, and I probably threw 15 pitches, probably 8 strikes. Yeah, I wish I knew where the ball was going.
Yeah.
It's great.
Please.
It's a pretty great feeling when you have no clue.
Yeah.
You're just sending prayers out there.
Josh Spore's here with you on The Fan now. What do you think of these torpedo bats? Is that an intimidation at all? Are you going to be scouting that out, or are you looking for that at all?
Every hitter's going to have their holes still. I don't think it's going to cure their swing. Maybe they can start to cover a certain pitch better, and then it just opens up a new hole. So, I think baseball, hitting and pitching is a chess game. There's adaptations. We turned into the 4-seam ride guys, and then they started changing their swings, and now it's off speed.
Yeah.
And eventually, it's just a cat and mouse game. And so, torpedo bat's the new checker piece or chessboard piece, and we'll adapt.
It's got to be a huge bummer, of course. You want to be playing, but are you able to gain anything being away and watching and observing?
Yeah, just decompress. I mean, the beauty of our bullpen is it's 7 signed guys, so guys that you can always learn from. Having Martin and Luke and Hobie and Webby, all these guys you can just kind of pick their minds off. Garcia, obviously we don't throw the same, but kind of some mental pieces that he has because he tends to bring the energy, hasn't really had a bad game. So, you just try to learn. Obviously, it's a new group, so just trying to learn them as people as well.
Hey, Josh, does everybody in the clubhouse have a nickname? Do you ever call anybody by their real name, or does everybody have a nickname?
It's pretty standard last name.
Oh, is it?
When you have a locker full of Jacobs and Joshes,
There you go. There you go.
You just tend to stick to the last names.
Yeah.
I like Sporzy.
Yeah, Sporzy.
Sporzy,
If it's bad, it turns into Boars. So we contract when we pitch poorly, and we expand when we're pitching well.
It is pretty cool to hear Boach say it's Sporzy. I mean, he's got a legendary voice. This guy could be like cutting movie trailers.
Yeah, for sure. It could be the next Freeman in the Batman movie.
Yes,
the voice of God.
The gravitas is unbelievable with Boach. What about with the old Mad Dog?
Mad Dog is more of a poet, I guess. He's going to say things where you're going to have to read it over and over again to finally interpret. So once you get to know him, it's a little bit easier. But the beginning stages, it was a bit confusing on what he said and what he wanted.
So is it comfortable though when he does put the hand on the shoulder, or is that something like, bro, please don't touch me right now? I'm struggling my ass off. Please don't touch me.
There usually one means you're doing okay. Two is usually the oh shit moment. I'm bad today. But fortunately, my college coach was the same. Always had to put the hands on, it wasn't that big of a deal.
Yeah.
I think Scherzer's the only person that wanted nothing to do with it. Yeah.
Hands off.
Yeah. Besides that, I think everyone else takes it pretty well.
Is that always words of encouragement when they come out there and visit you, or sometimes do they S-talk you a little bit to maybe kind of light a fire under you? Like, what the F are you doing?
For us larger people, usually it's just to catch a breather. The shot clock thing and throwing the ball as hard as you can. It's not too beneficial to recovery. Usually it's just a restart, tell who the next guy is, and just kind of give you a mental break and see if you can figure it out.
I will say though, talk about being gassed on the mound, but you're looking pretty svelte right now.
Well, when all you can do is work out,
lean tree in the
machine. You're at the field for 7 hours. You're going to find something to do, right? So work out, play ping pong, play cards. It's kind of just the same thing.
Right.
Just try not to overeat at this point.
When we got to go into the clubhouse for spring training, one thing was Mad Dog was having one person during the meetings give a joke, tell a joke.
Yeah.
Did you get called upon to do a joke?
I got the first joke last year, and I think Mad Dog tends to like darker jokes, and I think I might have taken it too far.
Oh, too far. So not a joke for air, I assume.
Yeah. I mean, I shot for the stars,
Well, did you hear
Did you get laughs, though? Did you get a bunch of laughs for it, or was it so
I think
dark
it was the first one. I think I launched too early. I didn't ease right into it.
We didn't know what the tone was going to be.
Did you get the flop sweats on that one?
No, it was good enough.
Okay, it was good enough. Nice. Josh Spore's here with you on the fan. So I heard Simeon's the best at ping pong. Is that right?
Yeah, right now he is. I haven't played enough to. I've beaten him once this year, but he's probably got me 5-1 right now.
Do us a favor, get his ass in the cage, okay?
Yeah, I mean, hey, if I have to give him some confidence, like you said, I'm trying to be a value add, so guys aren't hitting well. I'll take a few losses on the table just to get them going.
I like that.
That's
team play.
Very unselfish.
That's glue guy stuff right there.
It is. You're right about that. Now, are you playing with your pitching arm?
I got pretty good with my left hand last year.
Okay.
For the lower ranked individuals, I could handle them pretty well.
Okay.
Marcus is still a struggle with my right. So it's coming back. It's in rehab right now. And I should be at the top of the leaderboard here soon.
I love it. That's confidence. Now, what do you think of, you've been around here a while, when you just think of the Astros who are in town here to reignite this Silver Boot rivalry?
That's why we play baseball, right? I think every game is exciting, but, when you get to play your rivalry team, high school, college, pro, it doesn't matter. It just adds a little extra to it, and, it's more meaningful. I've been here since 21, and for 2.5 years they kind of gave us the boot. So, last year us beating them, this year try to do the same, and I think that's what makes this series so important.
Well, I'm sure you get asked about 2023 all the time, and it is a new season. We're trying to become the 2025 World Series champs. But when you reflect back on that ALCS against Houston, what are some of the things that come to mind?
It was probably the best 7 games of baseball I've ever played. Just the ups and the downs of that series. I mean, we win our first 2 games. We come here, they give it to us the first 2, and then we kind of lose game 5. Now we got to go back to their park and win. So just some crazy circumstances, and we were able to prevail. And I think it's just about the coaching staff, the players we had, that we just stuck together and we had fun. It was just a relaxed group.
Fun fact about that season, Sporzy got the win against the Mariners on that Saturday, I believe, that clinched it. That could, I think, somebody got in trouble a little bit early, so you go in there.
Andrew Heaney.
Okay, yeah, you got the win.
You remember this.
Just how close it was to not being possible.
Yeah, I mean, I think we only had to win 2 games in the last week of the series of the season, and we had the Angels for 4 and Seattle for 3. I think we totally thought we were going to roll on the Angels. We did not. They rolled us. We took 1 out of 3. Going to Seattle, I think we thought we were going to roll on them game 1. Did not. And then game 2, I just came back from getting off the IL with my hamstring. I had a pretty awful September, kind of August already. And, just kind of draw a line in the sand and said, are we
Bleep
allowed to
it.
cuss?
No, it's not. Okay. Not McAfee rules.
I said,
yet.
Screw it. Let's clinch this thing. I got to watch it in the Dodgers, but I never really played. So, Heaney, 4 1/3, bases loaded, top of the lineup.
Ooh.
Yeah. And
how many out?
1 out.
Whew.
Had Julio and Eugenio.
Wow.
And so got 1 to roll over and 1 to pop out.
And that was the turning point for you. And then after that, the epic run.
Yeah. I just got absolutely worn out the first half of the season. And, I thought I was still a 23-year-old spry young man, but I was 29 and starting to feel it. And so I think I honestly just needed a couple weeks off. Like I said, big body needs some time off.
Yeah, the horse.
Do you ever get, you sit down in the bullpen, do you have it's like, we were talking about like Batman said, but Spidey sense, like the phone's going to ring. Are you so locked into a game that the phone is going to ring and it's going to be you?
Yeah, you know your circumstances, and with Bochy and Mad Dog, they never really change.
Sure.
And so certain times come up, you do get that itch. You get the sensation.
You start kind of moving around a little bit and stuff like that?
I tend to always be moving around because the phone calls here are pretty quick.
Yeah.
And so, being unprepared is not something I want to be. And so, I never leave it up to chance. So I might overdo it at sometimes, but yeah, there's definitely times when you just – the phone rings and you're just walking to the mound already.
Right.
What are you zooming on at that point? Are you just filled with coffee? I know you're a coffee guy.
Coffee guy.
Caffeine is just running through you.
I mean, so I used to be crazy and would take it at 8 o'clock, but then I wouldn't sleep. So then a little 6 o'clock coffee, that should get me through the rest of the night. Might struggle to go to sleep a little bit, but it won't be as bad.
And at what point are you putting the Zen pouch in before the call?
Zero.
None
during the game. Can't risk it.
No game day.
That's going to be too jittery?
Yeah.
What is Wyatt going with sometimes Wyatt Langford, dude, I'm seeing his cheek, and we should have asked him about
We're
this the
just
other
big
day.
gum chewers.
Is that what it is? Double bubble?
Yeah.
Okay.
2 pieces, man. That'll fill your entire mouth.
Yeah, that's how it gets.
Because I chew it like a cow. I mean, if you see me pitch, it is just
impressive.
Chomping away.
Well, I think that's one of the lasting images from Game 5. You get the gum sticking out, then you're slamming I mean, did you keep anything from that game? Is there anything that you have still?
Everything but the glove.
Yeah, that's at the Hall of Fame.
The Hall of Fame took it.
That's cool.
I think the funny thing is I always leave my gum in until I'm done, and I finished the 8th inning in Game 5, totally assuming I was done because Pico had closed every single game. I threw my gum out, and I didn't get the handshake, and I said, oh, crap, let me go find that piece of gum because I'm putting that thing back.
Put the same one back in.
That thing had a lot of outs in it.
Oh, that's amazing.
I love it. Well, it's great to see you. Congrats on the rehab and everything and the successful bullpen. And we'll, look forward to watching you give them hell here soon.
Yeah, can't wait to get back out there.
Let's go. And Simeon's on notice in ping pong, right?
Yeah.
Not before too long.
We're gunning for him.
The
He
champ
knows.
is here.
He knows.
There he goes. Josh Spore's back in the globe here and with us in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. That rim sesh hodgepodge?
Yeah, let's hear from Jay Billis on Cooper Flag next year in the Nation.
Uber Eats has a low fee product. I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon sisters.
Basil Babes.
Saffron squad.
Nutmeg Maidens?
krld.
No.
Nutmeg maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan, live at the Globe here. Comerica backyard, suite level, center field here at the Globe. If you're on your way in, please do come say hi. We'll fellowship. Sands is coming up here in about 20 minutes. We'll get his thoughts on Rangers, Astros. What a treat Sporzy is. You know,
dude,
it's a veteran ball player right there.
He is incredible, man.
Yeah.
He's one of the highlights of going into the clubhouse during spring training because he's just a goober and he's just fun.
You just get lost in the blue eyes there.
In the stash.
I think that's the third or fourth time we've had him on, and every time he's been outstanding. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car, truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Here's Chief Sports.
Yes, sir. For the first time at Globe Life Field in the year 2025, we go ahead and cut the lights out. We put the kids to bed, and the G-Bag Nation goes all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
Always a special occasion when Jay Billis hops on the morning show to talk about the newest future Mav, Cooper Flagg, ladies and gentlemen. Jay Billis all over ESPN, college basketball, now doing some NBA stuff too, calling the NBA games. So he's got a better perspective of maybe how this whole fit is going to work with Cooper Flagg and the Mavericks. And he was on with the fellas this morning. A couple of things I found interesting. The first was they asked him how should the Mavs use Cooper Flagg, at least until Kyrie Irving hopefully returns at some point next season.
Yeah, I mean, in the NBA, you don't really have to have a setup guy, point guard. Heck, Denver, Jokic brings the ball up. It's not that big of a deal. I think with Dallas, you can have a number of different guys. If they grab a rebound, can initiate something. But Flagg's capable of doing that, and he's not going to come in. Like, he can come in and be a star-caliber player without being a star-caliber usage guy from a shot perspective. Like, he's not going to gobble up a bunch of shots, and people are going to go, hey, what's this? He's not a volume shooter. He's a right playmaker. He's a playmaker, but he makes the right play. And early on in the season, there were people saying, okay, it looks like Konkanipel's going to be the leading scorer. And it wasn't that Flagg was kind of settling in. It was that he kept making the right play, and it didn't mean scoring early on against some of the poorer teams that Duke was playing. But later on in the season, he gets 42 against Notre Dame and 30 against Arizona and all this stuff. You're going, okay, this guy's the real deal. I mean, it's ridiculous. I saw it in high school, but it's crazy how advanced he is at such a young age. Like, you just don't. I've never seen a player at Duke like that. And honestly, going through like a catalog of players, I can't think of anybody. I'm going, well, this dude was ahead of him at this stage at 18. Or maybe LeBron, but that's going back a ways, and you're on a pretty high tier of players when you're talking about that.
Okay, so obviously some high praise there from Jay Billis on Cooper Flagg. If there were any takeaways from you guys, please feel free. I think the one game that I would be most interested if I was a Mavs fan right now and maybe going back to rewatch was that Sweet 16 matchup versus Arizona. He dropped 30 points. He had 7 assists, 6 boards, 3 blocks. He was just playmaking all over the place on both ends of the floor. And one of the big things in that game, it was, alley-oop city. He's no-look passing. He's finding
great
bigs
ball.
For the alley-oop and then hitting big shots as well. So, he explains it pretty nicely there about the capabilities of Cooper Flagg. And I saw the tweet from our old buddy Skin, and he was like, man, I've been thinking about starting Cooper Flagg in the backcourt and having him bring it up. Kid is the guy that turned Giannis into a point something or other.
Yeah. I like
true.
that. I think they need two guard much more than they need small forward or power forward. So, I would explore that as much as possible. I don't know, how good his handle is. I think he has a couple of go-to moves to create a little bit of space for his step-back jump shot. That's pretty good. But yeah, the thing I like most about Cooper Flagg is he's got a mindset of whatever it takes to make the play on either end of the court. I'm not thinking I need to dominate it. It makes it a very easy star to play with. And ultimately, you need one of these guys, right? You also, I believe, really need the end of game, end of shot clock creator for a high probability look. Like, what happens when you isolate matters, right? And they measure it in points per 100 possessions, right? And we'll just have to see how good he is at that.
Now, here was Billis this morning with Sean and RJ. They asked him if Cooper Flagg can step in right away and compete at a high level.
Yes. He's ready for just about anything. He's not afraid of anything. He picks things up quickly. He doesn't need to come in and be the man, but he's not afraid of being the man. And he's not afraid of the moment. So that I'm not worried about that. Everybody, look, there's a learning curve for every player that comes into the league. I don't care who it is, whether it was LeBron or Kobe Bryant or Kareem Abdul-Jabbar or whatever it is. There's a learning curve, but he's going to be good right away. And he'll continue to get better. Like what he is as a rookie will not be what he is as a third, fourth-year player. He'll continue to rise.
Yeah, he can step in and be the second or third best player on a championship team instantly, And I think, some people on Mavs Twitter are mad at me because I said I think he's more Robin than Batman. We'll see if he becomes a Batman capable of leading a team to a championship. But right now, it's perfect. It's like, LeBron and D. Wade or Magic Johnson and James Worthy, right? You need a guy to be the focal point of the offense that draws all the attention and then throw it to a guy who's attacking a defense that's compromised. I think these roles are just a little bit more clearly defined than they were with Luka and Kyrie. Which one's going to be off the ball? Right now, it's very clear. Will Cooper Flagg eventually become a floor general who's capable of breaking down defense and making a play for himself or others? Maybe. But I know for a fact right now he can step in and at a high level be that weak side guy that catches and attacks at a very high level.
And another part of the game that I think is exciting is the ability with the lobs. Luka was so good. He is a really good passer when it comes to being able to set up for big men to throw it down.
Yes, that Arizona game in the Sweet 16 is the perfect example of that. He has 7 assists in that game, and a lot of them were lobs to the big man. And you think about him and Derek Lively. If Gafford's still here, obviously him and Gafford, and then, him and Anthony Davis.
I mean, he might not be a floor general, but he is not a bad passer.
Right.
He's willing and he's good at it.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Okay, elsewhere around the NBA postseason here, you have the T-Wolves advancing over the Warriors. No Steph. Jimmy Butler can't be that guy. And he certainly wasn't. T-Wolves get the dub. And halftime Red Panda performance. Gosh, how electric is she, dude? Red Panda, the Chinese American acrobat.
Is that the bowl balancer?
She performs. She performs the unicycle. She's on the 7-foot unicycle and she's catching and balancing the bowls and the plates and stuff. She's landing it on her head.
Legend.
I mean, this lady is so impressive. She was getting MVP chants in the arena at halftime last night in Minnesota, and they were riled up. We know that. Why do we know that? Because the Jumbotron that is now taken to the internet showed at least one T-Wolves fan sprinkling some white powdery substance on the back of his thumb and then putting it up to his nosy nose.
So he got caught at the wrong moment?
Wrong time. I wonder what happens to this guy today.
Dude, that's ballsy to be doing that.
This guy is snorting powder off of
Alex Rodriguez? Who was
Well, I mean,
no, it was just a fan.
He's not stupid enough to do it in front of everybody.
I was just wondering. I'm sorry. I thought it was.
There's a Timberwolves fan that's caught on the Jumbotron. Which
doing
the video
blow behind Red Panda?
It's actually just they're standing around the arena like they do where fans get hyped, and he didn't realize it, and he's snorting blow off his hand.
Wow.
So, what happens to that guy now? Because everybody in Minnesota knows about it. It's all over the internet, super viral. This guy wakes up in the morning going, oh, no. Is that, I'm
blow guy.
You're getting a drug test now from whatever job you're at.
Yeah, good luck with the job search.
The world might be okay with it, which is why he might have been just so, free and loose with it, sure.
Well, there was a hockey, one of the playoff games, it might have been in Florida. One fan pulls out a legit bag. Like a full-on bag, and was about to go do a rib ski. And she's like 3 rows behind the bench.
Powder bag?
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Unless it was something else.
World's changing. We need to get this DARE program back up and running. I don't know what these kids are thinking.
That powdered Timberwolves fan still not as offensive as the Cavs fan who was barefoot and reading a book during the game the other night versus the Pacers.
Very wholesome.
Can you believe that? A barefoot, you got bare feet just hanging around
That's
there
not
in
good.
the stands, sitting next to people, and then you're also reading.
Mac
what
Hollins
looked to
was
be a
at the
novel.
game the other night?
Mac Hollins.
Maybe it was a Mac Hollins lookalike of sorts, but that was ridiculous. And then you also had Boston getting the victory last night.
Series on.
Josh Hart bleeding from his face. And you had Jaylen Brown. Did you see Jaylen Brown with the very weird Schwanz grab?
No.
Grabbing the wang of Josh Hart as well?
No.
Wow.
I mean, and it was a hold on tight kind of situation. They get into pushing, it's technicals, and the replay's like, oh my gosh,
He
Jaylen
goes
Brown,
downstairs?
he is grabbing.
It was more of a grabbing than a cupping.
It was
like
a grab.
He was kind of like feeling.
Wow.
He hung tough. So Josh Hart was ticked about it. Josh Hart's wife's on Twitter going like, "What the heck, Jaylen Brown?" And then you see the resurfacing photos of Jaylen Brown hanging out with old Diddy. So it's just like Jaylen Brown's had a tough day.
Wow.
Even though the
what
Celtics
a
got
night.
the dub.
What a night in the association. The rim sesh is complete. Jared Sandler joins you next to talk Silver Boot as the Rangers host the Astros, and we're back here in the Nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, for your hair.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Simmons Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Having fun. Rangers-Astros pregame coming up at 6:30. Jared Sandler joins you now, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. And a good afternoon. Jared, how the heck are you?
Guys, I'm great. It's great to see y'all. Can I quickly ask you guys a question?
Yeah.
Get your thoughts.
Trivia?
Who's that guy over there?
Zero.
We got Zach Rowe.
Zachary Allen Rowe.
I've had the pleasure of working with Zachary Rowe now for 2. Is this going to be the 3rd game? Are you working tonight?
Yeah,
cool.
he's working.
Love Zero. Okay, big fan of Zero.
Me too.
Zero reached out to me. I just kind of want to get a ruling here. Zero reached out to me early April, looking ahead to a maybe late April, early May game. He's like, "Hey, can I get tickets for me and my wife?" Absolutely, Zero. Like, totally cool. Happy to do it. Right.
Right.
May or may not get taxed on these tickets, and it's not like I have an unlimited bucket. But like, yeah. And if any of you guys ask, would probably direct you to Angie Swint, and if she said, no, I'm just kidding, get taken care of. And then, so I Zero's like bugging me, like, hey, am I still good for the tickets? I think I told him, hey, just remind me a week out. Yeah, you're good. You're fine. You're good. And I appreciate it. I'm glad he followed up. Well, then, like, day of, he's like, hey, man, thanks for the tickets. My best man and his wife are going to the game or something. I'm like, what?
I thought these were for you.
Yeah, these are for you. So am I, and I gave him crap about it.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. I wasn't like, I let him know, like, hey, next time just tell me, because, like, I get a certain amount of tickets, and I'm happy to help you with your best man and his wife, but, like, I am also not going to help them over, like, my family or friends.
Cold, heartless.
So I'm going to give him a hard time about it, right? Because that's what we do.
You should,
but,
yeah. I'm still living.
Am I wrong? Like that?
I'm just going to say this. Earlier, he said he puts the box in place so you don't look bad on TV.
Well, Broadus, but here's the thing. He doesn't realize he doesn't have any leverage. I don't look good no matter what.
No,
I've looked in the mirror for 35 years.
He said you're looking phenomenal.
I think you're looking great.
That's very
But
kind.
he said, listen, Sandler flipped me some tickets. I moved him to a buddy. I feel obligated to ask him because I'm the guy that makes him look taller than he really is on TV.
That is not true. Then he is doing a horrible job of that, because I've seen some pictures posted on Twitter of me standing next to some giants.
Yeah, they haven't done you any favors.
Well, it's not fair. You got a bunch of like 6'5", types.
exactly.
Like,
golly, yeah, we need like Tucker Barnhart to have a 3-home run game. Like, he's taller than me, but like it's at least like manageable.
Comparable.
Yeah.
I didn't know Elvis Andrews was like 6'6".
Hey, Elvis is a big guy. That was one of the things when I first in 2015, my first year. I remember like looking at Elvis, being like, wow, like I didn't realize how he's like 6'2". Yeah. Almost 6'3",
wow.
Broad shoulder. Like, he's a lot bigger than I think people realize.
There's a lot of talent in that body.
A lot of talent in that body.
What went so right last night? Sandler, we got offense. We got a 5-game winning streak. What do you think?
Well,
is this
the opponent?
He's going to tell us the Rockies are not very good.
I will use this disclaimer. I don't know if you guys know this or not. With the loss last night, the Rockies got off to the worst 43-game start in Major League history, which spans well over 100 years.
Long time.
With that said, there are little things you can look at. 2-strike hitting, 2-out hitting.
Yeah.
The Rangers drew a couple 2-out walks in yesterday's game that helped to extend an inning that led to runs. And now, it's easier to draw a 2-out walk against a bad pitcher, bad team. Is it going to be as easy against Hunter Brown tonight? I don't know. But just some of these habits, I think, hopefully can be habit forming. They are chasing less. Like even the first game of the series against the Rockies against Chase Dolander, they needed that Wyatt Langford home run to get the 2-1 win, but they weren't chasing it all. They were just getting beat in the zone, and they might have a similar challenge tonight with Hunter Brown. But I have a tough time answering that question because last year they swept the White Sox right around the deadline. We were like, all right, yeah, let's go, let's buy. And then what happened? The opponent doesn't matter as much maybe in baseball as it does in the NFL, right? You lose to a crummy team in the NFL, that's not good. But it can happen in baseball. But it does matter to some degree, and I think when it's on an extreme like the way the Rockies, have struggled, it just makes it a little bit tougher to read.
I don't know how many fans realize that Major League Baseball is trying to do this rivalry weekend deal.
I'll be honest with you, Zach. I had no idea until I got to the park. I put on MLB Network, and they talked about it.
Thank you. I saw an article today, and the Rangers-Astros ranked number one for rivalry weekend. I'm like, what? Why does baseball suck at marketing this stuff?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a great question. Some of these rivalries are like fake, like they're not rivalries, but this one is. This one's real. Or sorry, this one's not fake. This is a real rivalry. And you got two good teams again. They're competing in a very tight division. Yeah, I wish that it was marketed more. I wish that, but it's not. You don't have the star power of the Dodgers. Dodgers Padres. You're not East Coast, which that amplifies things. We're just here in little Texas, and it doesn't seem to carry the weight, I guess. And maybe we just need, here on the anniversary of Rugi's punch 9 years ago today, maybe we need some of that to reignite it nationally. But it's. I think it's a cool rivalry. I think it's fun that there's a competition for who owns this state. I don't know how much the players are like. The players aren't sitting there in the clubhouse like, "Hey, we need to show them we own Texas, right?" No, we own Texas. But I do think that there's a rivalry because they're both competing for the same thing, with the division. I do think that having some Dodgers who lost to the Astros in 2017 on this team maybe helps it a little bit. But it definitely exists amongst the fans, right? I think the fans still feel that, and I think that's really cool. And I think that's a part of what makes sports fandom great is the sports hate, the sports emotions you might feel towards another player or team or what have you.
Jared Sandler here with you on The Fan, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. Rangers pregame coming up at 6:30 here on The Fan. DeGrom tonight, how's this going? Is he back to himself? Is he 90% of that? What do you say?
Yeah, somewhere in the 90s, maybe like 92%. It's tough to say. Maybe we'll never say it's 100% because 100% DeGrom is unlike anything anyone's ever seen.
Better than Skubal?
Yeah, DeGrom at his best. Yeah, and we compared the other day. We compared their Cy Young years, and I didn't mean for it to be a shot at Tarek Skubal, but like DeGrom's first Cy Young year and second one as well, blew Skubal's last year out of the water. That's how good he was. I mean, Gavin, we're talking about a guy who legitimately, the longevity of being as dominant maybe doesn't hold the way that perhaps you could argue for like a guy like Scherzer or Verlander. But I don't know. I'd be curious how many people, if you polled 100 hitters who faced DeGrom, Verlander, Scherzer, I kind of think that DeGrom would run away as like being the most dominant they've ever faced. And some of the data backs it up. Now, if you're falling just a little bit from Mount Everest versus some hill down the street, it looks different, right? So DeGrom might not be at his very best relative to the last 5 to 7 years, but he's still really good, and his slider is still really good. And that's where I think he's got an interesting opportunity tonight. The Astros are not a great lineup. It's very weird to look at this Astros roster. They're just kind of a blah team to me. And they're very righty heavy. And I'm curious to see how DeGrom's slider plays because that slider's looked really, really good this year. And typically, it gives anyone fits, but especially right-handed hitters. So DeGrom's slider and then Hunter Brown's fastball, two individual pitches that I think will play a big role in the success for each guy tonight.
we as Ranger fans, I think, and especially me growing up here, we're accustomed to a powerful lineup. The runs, right? You're hitting a bunch of runs, you're scoring 10, but the pitching has been phenomenal. And I know the conversation's all been about when are the bats going to get going. But I think maybe that's caused us to not appreciate just how damn good this pitching rotation's been.
No, that's fair. I mean, this is rotation-wise one of the best in all of baseball in ways that this organization has not really ever experienced, statistically. The bullpen's been really good as well. So you look at the staff as a whole. I think that's a great point, Zach. Now, it's interesting. Like, you're right. As fans of this team, we've been conditioned to expect a certain level of hitting, and we've always, we've dreamt of pitching like this. And why can't we have both? Well, you can, right? And I think the hope is that they to some degree will, but maybe I was trying to envision, like, how could the Rangers win the AL West? Like, and I think it could look a lot of different ways. But, like, could it also look, in a way like the Giants won divisions with Bruce Bochy, where they're winning a lot of 4-2 games and 5-4 and 3-1, and they don't really ever bust out in a big way offensively. And is this a team where it's like, if they're just league average offensively, they win this division? And we're not used to considering that, but I mean, it's tough to not consider that with how good this starting pitching's been. It's just a matter of, you look at the lineup that Bruce Bochy's Giants teams had, and you're like, yeah, I don't know that their ceiling is much higher than this. You look at this lineup, and you're like, there seems to be a lot more, Joseph Randall meat on the bone.
Mm-hmm. Appreciate you, Jared. Anything else pressing about this baseball team?
What's Joseph Randall up to these days? Is he in jail, or is he? He's alive.
That's a good question.
He is
that
alive.
really is a good
He
question.
Is still with us.
Out on parole, maybe.
He might be Kansas somewhere doing some stuff. I don't know. I haven't heard anything from him in a while.
Yeah, interesting, guys.
I'll do some research on this.
Yeah, hadn't heard that name in a while, though.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jared. Have a good night.
See you, fellas.
Catch you up with you tomorrow.
Get that dub stream.
How's that Texas
Jared.
Rangers belt he's wearing right
That's
now?
so classy.
Yeah, I bought it. Bought it. Half off.
I mean, he's on TV now. He's got to be geared up.
Yeah.
That's my guy.
I think that's product placement stuff right there, Jared. I'd be asking for
We're getting
handouts.
some Thai food. Let me tell you this quickly. I'm leveraging the heck out of, we got the TV setup, so I'm making sure we get some food every homestand. We want to promote the food, right?
Yeah.
We got
Yes.
to load it in my
Mint's
mouth.
promotion.
What's
Well
that?
done.
It's Blue Mint, right? Is that what the Thai place
Blue
is
Mint
called?
Thai, yeah. You guys got some too?
I like
we
what you
don't.
do with the boomstick
We're not as
burrito.
cool.
Dude, I love the boomstick. I love putting it down,
Absolutely.
Oh, you put it down better than anyone, buddy.
All righty. Chief, where are we going next?
Sports hodgepodge featuring the quarterback bombshell of the day next here in the nation.
Yours? Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, baby, we're fired up. It's a big sports night here on The Fan. Rangers and Astros pregame coming up at 6:30. It's Silver Boot time. And hopefully Jacob deGrom can pitch the Rangers past Hunter Brown and the Astros. This is a great pitching matchup tonight. If you're on your way out here, please do come say hi. We're broadcasting live at the Comerica backyard here, center field, suite level at the Globe. Expressway's coming up here in about 20 minutes. G-Bag today at 5:30, LA Live 5:40. Here's the Chief with some sports.
Yes, sir. Okay, we do have a bit of a quarterback bombshell article in ESPN today that we will get to in a second, but I would like to ask you guys a football question here so you can win Football Guy of the Day. The schedule has been released across the sport.
Yep.
There are 3 teams that don't have a single primetime game this year slated on the schedule. Who are those 3 booty butt teams?
They're booty butt teams.
3 teams with 0
Cleveland?
primetime games.
The Brownies?
I did want to take Cleveland.
Even with the Shador factor. Maybe
might never play.
No.
Might never play. You guys nailed it. The Cleveland Browns will not be in a primetime game all season long. Perhaps if Jameis Winston was still there, they'd give him one, because we will never forget what he did in the snow versus the Steelers on Thursday Night Football last year. That was a lot of fun. But the Browns will not be on primetime at all.
New Orleans?
The Saints of New Orleans.
Yeah.
Ding! You're 2 for 2, boy.
Wow, Wolchuk. Nice poll. I wasn't even thinking about them.
One more team that the NFL says.
I bet you it's another team in the South.
Bucks?
In the
Will
South.
Carolina?
Not Carolina.
Could it be it would be the Titans, would it?
It would be the Titans of Tennessee, Broadus. Good call. Number 1 overall pick, Cam Ward. They don't want to. They don't want to launch. They don't want to hard launch Cam Ward into the NFL
surprising.
stratosphere.
Number 1 overall pick, you'd think would get a primetime.
I mean, they were giving Will Levis a bunch of primetime games over the last couple of years, watching him just football volley his way out of a job. We don't want to get the number 1 overall pick. That's the disrespect. I think it was chill. There's probably been a handful of people that have said the most disrespected number 1 overall pick in NFL draft history. No one talking about Cam Ward. It's all about Travis Hunter. It's all about Shador Sanders, of course. Maybe a little, ripping that Jackson dart. Nobody cared on draft night or draft weekend about Cam Ward. And now the NFL's telling you, nobody cares. We're not going to put him on Monday night, Sunday night, Thursday night.
We saw a little bit of this, though, kind of with the Commanders. Commanders played a lot of early noon games and stuff, and then all of a sudden they got flexed into some games.
Sure.
Like, say they did have the occasional 3:25 game. That became like big game of the week or whatever that was. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I think if he could prove himself along the way and the Titans win some games, you might see that, oh, wait, the Titans are now part of, some like America's game of the week kind of thing.
Yeah.
I think if he balls out, that's, good. It's interesting that you wouldn't have the number 1 overall pick drawing eyeballs and forcing your hand.
Sure.
We got to get this guy on, but that's true. I do think he is going to light the league on fire, Jaden Daniels style.
Well, and speaking to people like not really caring, Mel went viral for all of his Shador. Apparently Mario Cristobal just outed him. He said every single person basically in the NFL that covered the draft or had anything to do, reached out to him about Cam Ward. One that didn't was Mel Kiper Jr. Never asked a single thing about Cam Ward.
He was
Didn't
fixated.
seem to care.
Fixated on Shador, his guy. Okay, so speaking of quarterbacks, ESPN dropped the article today teasing a new Seth Wickersham book. This guy's pretty dialed in when it comes to deep dive sports
Is this
stories.
The Don Van Natta kind of guy?
Yeah.
To some extent, yes.
These guys will team up to really take
that's
you
what
down.
I'm saying. They work together. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, because he loves the quarterback stuff. I think he was the one that had the Carson Wentz article several years back.
Yeah.
And the friction that was going on there with him and Doug Peterson and everything.
Yeah, he's the man with the scoop, Seth Wickersham. So they're teasing it. The book's actually going to be coming out in September, and it's called American Kings, a biography of the quarterback. So he's doing a wide variety quarterback thing, retired guys, young guys in the NFL, Arch Manning, all this kind of stuff. So apparently quarterback Caleb Williams was so concerned about being picked by the Bears last year that he and his family weighed circumventing the entire NFL draft, consulting with lawyers to figure out a way around the league's collective bargaining agreement while considering signing with a UFL team. according to some details from this book, his dad, Carl Williams, is apparently a guy who's really leading the charge for his son, trying to pave a road for him
problem
to get to where they want their son to go. But
it's a problem.
His dad had said in lead up to last year's draft, Chicago's the place quarterbacks go to die. Caleb Williams wondered aloud to confidants, do I want to go to Chicago? I don't think I can do it with Shane Waldron, who was the offensive coordinator for the Bears until getting bleep canned because he was so disastrous this season. So the book's coming out in September. It's going to offer a detailed account of what it means to be a quarterback, various levels, high school, college, NFL, what it's like for legends in retirement, features unprecedented access with dozens of quarterbacks and generational greats like John Elway, Johnny Unitas, Warren Moon, members of the Manning family, Steve Young, and some current quarterbacks as well. Also going to have some details about what is being described as a ruthless recruitment of Texas quarterback Arch Manning and the youth quarterback circuit in general. So going to be some interesting stuff, but the book offers an inside look at Caleb Williams' state of mind. His dad, Carl, went to great lengths to circumvent the draft, wanting to give his son an opportunity to choose his future employer. Bears had not drafted a star quarterback in a long time, and his dad had said to several agents in lead up to the draft, I don't want my son playing for the Bears. So he was looking away around the league's CBA agreement. He's like getting on the phone with Archie Manning, who strong-armed Eli to New York.
How'd you do it, man?
Yeah, trying to get the details of it. He said that the rookie cap is unconstitutional and that the NFL CBA is the worst piece of S he's ever read, worst in sports history. So he felt like his son was set up for failure. Apparently, Caleb Williams loved meeting with Kevin O'Connell and the Vikings in lead up to the draft. He was like telling his dad, I need to go to the Vikings. His dad was trying to get him there, but the GM of the Bears, Ryan Poles, was like, no, we're drafting you no matter what, dude. So go ahead and just deal with it. Now, he obviously decided, like, hey, I don't want to nuke the city, so to speak. I don't want to burn a bridge with the Bears. If they're going to take me anyways, that's going to make what may be a bad situation even worse. So he went ahead and started to get a little bit more optimistic about it, and Williams embraced the idea of being in Chicago. But one of the highlights from the story sheds light on Caleb's tumultuous rookie season, where the head coach and the offensive coordinator end up being fired. They lose 10 straight games at one point during the season. At times, Caleb Williams said he would watch film alone with no instruction or guidance from the coaches. Quote, no one tells me what to watch. I just turn it on. And so, anyways, now that Ben Johnson's there, he's fired up and probably everything's going to be fine. But it really highlights, one, I can't believe Caleb Williams and his dad were so just open to talking about it with people, and an author of a book in Seth Wickersham about how they didn't want to be in Chicago. That's the first thing. The second thing is just how much of a disaster class Chicago has been. Maybe Ben Johnson can change that.
Yeah.
But, I mean, they don't have – you're not watching film. You're not telling what your quarterback to watch. And I don't know, Brad. It's like, is a rookie quarterback number 1 overall pick supposed to know what he's supposed to be watching, or aren't you supposed to hold his hand?
Yeah. Well, Chase Daniel just came out with a whole video post today about, and he was bouncing around the league for years, and then he gets to New Orleans as the backup for Drew Brees, and Drew Brees is the one that really taught him how to watch film. So you can't just be thrown into the fire and expect to just like, I know exactly what I need to be doing. But it is it stinks because now he's talking about the Minnesota stuff, and how he wanted to go to the Vikings, who is a direct rival of you in Chicago. It just looks bad. And his dad is outspoken and says, I don't care, I'll take the bullets. Caleb was worried about him. His dad needs to keep his mouth shut. How many of these stories are coming out now where it's the parents that are getting overly involved in their kid when it comes to the draft process or recruiting with Nico and Tennessee? And it ends up backfiring, and it's a terrible look.
Yeah, that's the one, the Iamaleava stuff.
I think this one might be okay because you did turn over the coaching staff. I don't know if this comes out, you say, oh, yeah, I didn't want to go to Chicago. We were totally out. Now we're excited.
New regime.
Yeah, we're so much happier.
There's a positive way to spin it.
If Ben Johnson had been here, then we would have been okay with it from the beginning. That kind of deal.
I mean, there's a part of me that's like, if this was a Cowboy-related story and my quarterback talked about how much he wanted to go to the Eagles, I'm kind of done with you. Dude.
Yeah, that'd be a non-starter for me. I wouldn't want to go down that path. I don't want to take a guy that actively doesn't want to be here. Even if I acknowledge as Chicago, I can't blame the kid. If I was a sports dad, I would have been actively trying to prevent you from going to the Jets, the Browns, the Bears. I don't know if there's anybody else on this list, but there's definitely a list of teams that we don't want to go to because organizations lose.
Yeah, Raiders to some extent.
Yeah.
We'll see they have a new regime now,
Raiders,
but
yeah. I mean, bad culture is hard to get rid of.
Yeah.
You can't just fire coaches or turn over the GM and be like, all right, fresh start. Doesn't work that way. Like losing gets in the DNA of buildings.
It's still just laughable that the Bears didn't hit the reset button when it comes to the coaching staff and stuff last offseason. They really, and when you talk about just how much of a role organizations play in the failure of young quarterbacks, this is a prime example, dude. This guy didn't stand a chance rookie year.
They lucked into the fact that Ben Johnson wanted to go there for some reason.
Yeah.
Usually a guy like Ben Johnson would be like, hell no. I don't want to go somewhere where I'm doomed to fail. He must like them or something, wants to move to Chicago. I don't know what it is, but, I mean, it's a once proud organization that built a hell of a brand and now is, operating at much less than what the Cowboys have been doing in terms of wins and losses. They still have a great fan base, and until then, I don't think you'll get meaningful change with how they're run.
Okay, so last night I had a bit of a scare at the house.
Ooh,
just being
another spider?
Being the man of the house. We got sports on the TV, sitting there next to my wife. She's doing what she's doing. I'm kind of just donging around on the phone, checking emails, and all of a sudden, I'm not even paying attention, but my wife, I guess, glanced at my phone, saw an email, and had the shock and borderline anger voice.
No, the one that I sent?
She goes, "What is that?"
Oh, crap.
Well, Chuck, I would like for you to read what this email says.
Okay, this isn't mine.
This is just This is the email that I received. This is what my wife saw on my phone last night, and she became concerned.
So it's sharp football analysis.
Why'd you do that?
I know that.
Why'd you do that? I just told you to read what the email says. What did my wife see last night?
Sharp football anal. Period.
Sharp football anal is what popped up as an email. And then what else does it say? It says the flash sale
with leaks.
Yeah.
Flash sale with
Which was talking about the schedule.
Yeah.
This is Warren Sharp Football Analysis. Happened to be a subscriber. She had no idea. She glanced to the left. She sees Sharp Football Anal flash sale leaks as the email that just came strolling in. And for a brief moment, I was like, oh, my dear God. And then it became a hilarious thing when I got to explain it to her. But last night, for a brief moment in time,
that's awkward.
She was ready to punch me in the face.
Exactly what kind of football things are we doing at work, Eric?
Right. She's like, wow, dude. Okay.
I see why you're so passionate about the pigskin now.
Yeah, I'm a man who loves my job,
Wow,
so be careful.
close call.
Sharp Football Anal, do you think they know that their emails come in like that?
I would
They're
think
cutting
not.
off the analysis?
No.
And they're just going with the first four letters? Do you think they have any clue that they're just sending out Sharp Football Anal emails to football fans across the world?
No.
I don't think they do know. Maybe we should DM him.
Might need to screenshot that and say, hey, Warren, damn near got me in trouble last night.
Yeah.
Dirty dog.
That's not the kind of tease I need.
Not the kind of tease I need. Okay, this was pretty funny. I had the NBA draft combine going down, and, of course, our guy, Cooper Flagg, lit it up. He was doing his thing.
Did.
Life was good, but there is another player who's actually one of the best players in college basketball last year, Johnny Broome, just a certified bucket getter. But this dude is not the most athletic dude in the world. And
was he one of the poor testers I think I saw?
Yeah,
bad tester.
He did a standing vertical leap, and
it looked like maybe it was bring in a contestant kind of a workout.
Yeah, is this?
Did somebody win an opportunity?
Is this a Make-A-Wish vertical jump?
I'm not saying that, bro. I'm just saying did somebody win a contest? Hey, we get a chance to win for tickets and things like that around here.
Let's have a spelling contest.
Yeah. Did we win a contest to be a combine participant?
The 6'10" Johnny Broome jumped 24.5 inches for his standing vertical. Yeah. For reference, the 470-pounder that just got drafted into the NFL, going to Tampa as a defensive tackle.
Walker?
The tush-push Terminator guy. Watson, I believe.
Watson.
He had a 25-inch vertical.
That's why Broome had to stay all 4 years.
Good night.
Yeah.
Well, to make matters worse, are you guys familiar with Duolingo?
Singer? No, that's an app that teaches you how to. That's Dua Lipa. Or something like
Dua
that.
Lipa, yeah, she's big time.
Duolingo. I think my daughter Abby uses that. She's trying to learn Mandarin.
You learn in languages on an app on your phone called Duolingo. Well, they saw his vertical jump, the video on Twitter, and they quote tweeted it and said, "Learn Chinese and try Super Duolingo today." Basically
Chinese.
saying, you're going to go play for the Guangdong Tigers, bro. The NBA's not for you.
Here's your app.
Oh, that's
wow.
the tweet that Duolingo dunking on the 24.5-inch vertical of 1.610 Johnny Broom at the NBA Combine. That is tough sledding. Not the ideal way to welcome yourself into the professional world of playing basketball.
That's a shame.
Learn Chinese, pal. Get your Guangdong Tigers jersey ready and prepared.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
We are prepared now to hit the expressway, go commercial-free to the top. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 5:30, L.A. Live at 5:40. We'll talk about what's been breaking here on the other side and get you caught up on everything in the sports world. But I want to talk to you about D&M Leasing before.
Something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. We are 7 minutes away from the G-Bag of the day, and we're about 17 minutes away from LA Live with Lucius Alexander here, the Expressway. We go commercial-free to the top, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts. Gentlemen, what is it? It's an 8:30 game tonight, isn't it? 8:30 game here up in Winnipeg.
Our late start.
Game 5, looking for the gentleman's sweep. One of the storylines, what more is Miro Heiskanen capable of doing? It is his second straight game back from knee surgery. Pete DeBoer saying it was a good return. He actually called it a perfect return. But he also said it was the first time he saw Miro not have the speed to catch up to a guy on a breakaway. So obviously that wasn't vintage Miro last night. I don't know, what is this, 70%? What would you call that last night based on that performance? He did only play half of the minutes that he was known to play in last year's playoff run where he was 30-minute Miro. That was like just short of 15 last night.
There were a couple of times there where it looked like the puck got caught in his skates a little bit. So, he's such a outstanding stick handler and stuff like that. So I think some of the mechanics for him and getting out there and being a part of the speed of the game and all that, like I say, you worry about a guy that long of a layoff maybe being a little bit of a liability. But
yeah, he wasn't.
It just looked like maybe mechanically there were a couple of times where he was trying to kind of do some things and where it's just so natural with the way like he crabs that blue line, and he shifts the attack from one side to the other and his ability to kind of dance that line. But yeah, it was just kind of like I'm sure he was happy to get through all that, and then hopefully for a better game tonight. But like I say, puck got in his skates a couple of times, and that's something you normally never really see from that guy.
Yeah, he got caught in that 3-on-1, and I thought he did a really good job.
He tried. He almost got called for slashing.
Yeah, he did everything he could. There was a couple of really good poke checks there that he had, but so he averaged just over 25 and a half minutes of ice time during the postseason last year. So you're looking at probably 10 minutes more moving forward whenever he gets the conditioning back.
Well, he had some really good plays out there. He had a huge play on the power play to set up the goal. He had, some other plays that you were glad that it was him who was out there as far as how poised and in control and skillful that he is on defense. But full go Miro can single-handedly suppress an attack, and we're not there yet. If he is trying to come back from an operation on a partially torn ACL, this would still be early. And who knows? how much better he can be than what he gave us on Monday night. But, tonight's an opportunity to show that was just a Rust knockoff game.
Sure.
I think they're going with the same rotation, though.
Yeah.
So
usually when you win a hockey, like a playoff game, they don't mess with the lineups. They generally go with what they won the game with. So really no surprise. If Dallas would have lost that game, maybe we would have seen something different.
We need to get that forward back in.
Yeah.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Lucius, do we have that Troy Aikman cut? He's on NFL Live here talking about the schedule release. I think the schedule release came really perfect for the Cowboys. Other than the Eagles opening night, the fact that so much of their power is backloaded. Remember I was talking about that the last couple of days?
Yeah.
I kind of wonder if Jerry Jones has the influence to say, hey, guys, look, I'm compromised here. Okay, you want me to drive ratings in November and December late in the year? I'm going to have Overshown and Diggs back by then, maybe. And also Dak Prescott coming back from a avulsion fracture. It'd be really nice if we can go ahead and have a much more difficult portion in the second half. But here's Troy Aikman, NFL Live, talking about his reaction to the Cowboys schedule being released.
Did already see that you picked your Cowboys to win the Super Bowl. I know you were real serious about that.
People tend to get excited and overreact to everything these days.
Oh,
which
man.
You get kind of, I was half joking because Michael Strahan was in the studio, but I do think this. I do believe. Now I understand the Eagles. They're the cream of the crop. Washington, I believe they'll be better. But I do think Dallas. I think they've been flying under the radar a little bit this offseason, and rightfully so. They don't deserve a lot of talk at this point. But I do believe that they're going to be, not just because they were injured last year, I think they're going to be a better football team this year, and I think they may surprise some people. I mean, I know in Dallas there's always talk about a Super Bowl, and who knows? I mean, it's been a while, as we know. But I do think they're going to contend and be stronger than they've probably gotten credit up to this point.
I do appreciate the subtle trolling. I would have loved it if Troy said, of course I was just joking about it. You kidding me? That's the biggest punchline in the history of sports going right now, that the Cowboys could actually win the Super Bowl. Of course, I wasn't half joking. I was full joking. That's the Troy that I want to start putting pressure on this organization. You have a great opportunity right now. You have CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens on the same team at the same time. You might only have it for 1 year.
Yep.
Let's finish this build out.
I think he's spot on. I agree with everything he's saying. I mean, I think this team is much better than what they were. I think the linebacker additions they made with Sanborn, and I'm even higher on Kenneth Murray than I think anybody is.
You and I talked about it this morning on Love of the Star. We were kind of going through those positions, and
I think
it was one of our questions that were asked, and which position do you feel good about? I know I've talked about the linebackers. I'm kind of bullish on Sanborn, and because they were asking about Leofau.
Right.
The question was, how do you think?
You said you didn't think Leofau would necessarily be starting.
I
for
think
sure.
that Sanborn and Murray are going to be your starters.
Yeah,
really
Sanborn could have an Eric Kendricks-like impact. And Kenneth Murray's a guy, I understand it. Your defensive tackle play has been poor.
Yeah.
But if you can keep him clean, that is a guy downhill that can be really, really effective.
Mm-hmm.
He's got some range. He's got speed. His biggest issue is he can't get off blocks.
Yeah.
But if you're able to keep him away from some of the trash, Kenneth Murray can make plays for you. He was a really good player coming out of OU. He had some good moments with the Chargers. The scheme fit was really bad for him in Tennessee. And I understand why people were souring on him, but I think it's Solomon Thomas, I think, is a guy that's going to make an impact for you. I'm not the Cowboys, I get it. When you get into the playoffs, I'm not picking them to win a damn game. They're not going to. But in the regular season, Dak's been a good quarterback. I think they're going to be better in the regular season than what people think that they will be.
All right. I definitely like Troy making these tours. I guess that's part of being part of the ABC ESPN family, because when he talks Cowboys, I do listen. Barcelona clinched La Liga title today with a 2-0 win against Espanyol to cap a stellar season. Lamine Yamal opening the scoring shortly after the break with another amazing goal. I think he's 19. Did he just turn 19?
Amazing.
Maybe just 18.
I think they had some problem, too. I think an automobile went into the crowd.
No, an automobile?
Yeah,
what?
I think they're like,
whoa.
maybe
at a watch party?
Yeah, maybe
he's 17 years old still.
Maybe check the story there. I think they had some problems there with
is that that's the dude who's crushing the World Cup, right?
Yeah, he's an amazing player.
Crazy. At 16 years old, he was doing that.
It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
Yeah, all right. Here we go. G-Bag of the day. We do it every weekday here on The Fan at 5:30. Yeah, if you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. Lucius Alexander. Yep, that's him. You can follow me on Facebook. Hit me up there. Or you can find us all on G-Bag Nation. You find the Twitter. Our handles are in that bio. All right. This is day 2 right here for our winner. It's a truck driver. He's not a fan of this young boy backing his car up in the parking spot. He said he's doing it wrong. I believe this is day 2 right here for this clip. Yeah, buddy.
So let's see what you done. You passed the parking place and backed in.
That's how you back into one.
No, you don't back in a parking place. That's illegal. I have a CDL class and I'm a driver for a living. You need
to get back in your car, buddy.
And if I don't, what the
like I'm going in some.
If I don't, what the you gonna do? Bitch,
What are you gonna do?
Say what?
What are you gonna do? Like it's a
I'll
parking
beat
spot.
your ass, punk ass bitch.
Oh, your breath stinks.
Yeah, and your mama's a hoe.
No, your breath stinks. Your breath stinks. That's so hilarious, dude. Young man was not afraid. I appreciate that.
Whoever threw that pencil, your mama's a hoe.
This guy was yelling at me a couple of months ago. I was in the HOV lane, and I was moving in and out of it, you know?
Oh, yeah. You deserved it. You earned it.
I figure I paid for it, you know, but it slowed down. I need to get out. I don't understand why it should be illegal. I can't get out back in.
Did you have folks in the car? Would you HOV in?
No, nobody else was in the car. No.
Oh, okay, bro.
yeah.
All right, let's see. Up next right here, the great Rolando Blackman was on KNC today.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Awesome. Whatever legend here in Dallas. He was not feeling the story about Mike Bassick that they told. Check this out.
Our former co-host Mike Bassick, Major League pitcher, now broadcasting for the Rangers, he told us a story years and years ago when he was playing in Major League Baseball that him and all of his teammates went to a strip club, an adult dance club. And this one lady was trying to like convince him to get a dance. And she said, you know, I'm from Panama. And Mike's response was, did you know that Rolando Blackman was also from Panama? And he said at that moment, the dancer looked at him and decided it was time to move on to somebody else.
How interesting that is. Because I was hoping the story would be something. I was hoping the story would be something more valuable than that.
Yeah. Really looking forward to something more wholesome.
Been there. Bit of a swing and a miss situation.
Want to get away?
That's tough, man. That's because they were clowning on me in particular for interrupting Langford. You know, in our interview this week. Now came full circle.
Ooh,
that's what
the
happened.
Karma got him.
Reap what you sow.
Come on. Hey, you guys familiar with Coach JB from Last Chance U on Netflix? Remember him?
Oh yeah, he's wild.
He's a wild boy. He's got himself in trouble for being a wild boy, but now he's eating on the internet streets and still being a wild boy. Go to his podcast right here. He knows how to solve the Bill Belichick situation with that girl. Okay, listen to this, bro. I've never heard anything like this. Coach JB is something else. Listen to this, bro.
His kids looking at their dad like I would look at my dad, like, what's going on, Pops? Like, they're saying, you, homie, you look like you're in a trance. She got you tranced. I want to help him out, and I think the only way to help him, homie, unfortunately for him, fortunate for her and us, we almost gotta like fill the cat, homie. No?
You're saying the only way to help Bill Belichick in his current situation is to let you hit his girl.
Yes.
And by doing so, that will solve the problems. How?
Then I can have a real conversation. I can say, Coach, the ain't that good, homie. Or I can say, Coach, you're 1,000% right to keep her the way you keep her.
Okay.
Let me be the arbiter. I'll take one for the team here. Let me go in the trenches and figure this out for you.
It all makes so much sense now.
That was incredible.
Me up, boys. Carry on, sir.
I love the guy. I love like the other guy who's asking him the questions, like really spelling this out, making this very clear.
Yeah, like at the very end, once he got that answer, hold on, listen to him say, okay.
You're 1,000% right to keep her the way you keep her.
Okay. Okay.
Thirsty.
Right. How long did I sign up to do this podcast?
Yeah.
This guy.
Are we really going to upload this?
He's got a crush.
Oh, man. That's wild stuff, bro. That is wild stuff.
Shout out to Coach Mel.
That is that Tootsie Roll Tootsie Pop commercial. How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Roll Tootsie Pop?
1,
2,
3. Diddy's becoming synonymous with the Tootsie Roll now.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I don't know if that girl is telling the truth. I mean, it's crazy on the timelines, but I did read Superhead's book, and she did describe Diddy, and she didn't describe it like that, so I don't know.
Oh, okay.
And maybe it happened when he got older.
Maybe we're getting ball sacked.
All the drugging and drinking and non-sleeping, it's got to affect something. Who knows?
That's true. That's true.
Who knows? All right, let's see what else we got. Yesterday was a church day. I pray you got your blessing because there's a blessing out here for you. And if you're dealing with something, pray to God. Talk to God about it. If you meditate, do something, baby. We all dealing with something out here. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie D. Haynes over there at Friendship West Baptist Church. We got a deacon right here standing on straight business for God.
For God.
Tell you something. Whoever said God ain't real, I'm gonna smack him.
Yeah.
I'm gonna smack him. Smack.
Whoever said God ain't real, I'm gonna smack him.
I'm gonna smack him. Smack him. Either he has some teeth in his mouth or something like that. Maybe he's gummy.
Yeah. It did sound like that.
Yeah, or a little, substance abuse in his past.
Smack him.
Smack him.
Whoever said God ain't real, I'm gonna smack him.
Smack him. And another right here, double up. We have a guest pastor that was going way too long, bruh.
Lord, do I have any survivors in the room? I said, do I have any survivors in the room? Well, if you're a survivor, then you ought to praise God. Watch this.
Amen. Pastor, we want you to round it on up. We got things to do.
No.
Amen.
I'm done. Have your seats. Put your hands together and bless the name of God.
I'm done.
We want you to wrap it on up. We got things to do.
Yeah.
Damn.
Move along.
This is for God, dog. You're going to get smacked.
Smacked.
Alrighty. Is it our champ? Who is our champ?
It's the car
It's
guy.
the trucker. That's right, the trucker. Yeah, the trucker that backed out. He played a card that this is against the law. If it is against the law,
it's not against the law.
I will stand corrected. But I think
But
he's
let us know.
making
We
it
all
up.
I break the law every day.
I break the law every single day. When I park my car.
Loyal officers through Tolos. Let us know 877-881-1053. I think that guy got balls.
In the meantime, I think we should make it mandatory that you do back in. I think it should be standard because it's better. It's better in a lot of ways. You make a cleaner exit if you have to in a hurry.
Yep.
Is it Rolando Blackman's reaction to Hagee's Mike Bassick story? That's hilarious right there. Is it the Belichick solution? Is it the deacon standing on business for G.O.D.? Is it the guest pastor who went way too long? I'm voting for Rolando Blackman. Chief, how about you?
I'm going for the wildest Belichick solution in the history of the world.
Back it all up like a U-Haul truck.
Yes.
We're tied at 1 all the way across there, Wolchuk.
I like the cringiness of the bad Hagee question.
Me too. Brian?
Hagee, yeah.
By a score of 3-1. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it's Mavs great Rolando Blackman there with the KNC Masterpiece. Time now to stay in the Pimp Cup, where Lucius has LA Live.
Let's go! It is a Thirsty Thursday Ladies Night edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James.
Yeah. Go Rangers. Square. Screw the Astros.
Fire up this funk and let's have a toe.
It'll make you dance on everything.
Everybody get high. You don't want your name at child support? Stay with your woman. Because the moment you say, bitch, well, you too, a computer start typing your name at the printer court. Now, around there and leave. Jump up and grab some up and leave. In 3 days, the mailman come, say you owe $200,000 I wouldn't give a what it is. You come home, find another man in your bed. If you got her downstairs, go on down there and sleep on the couch. When you see her in the morning, just tell her, bitch, I owe you one, and leave it like that. You don't want to be single today. You go out here today talking about, well, I'm on something new. Trust me, it's some new out here. It's some out here that's so new, the doctors are scared. It ain't for a doctor to come in his office and look at him and say, I don't even with that kind of and I want to know who told you to come here. Okay, you're going to have to get out my office. You can keep that chair, just go ahead on.
Hey, this is LA Live for Thursday, May 15th, 2025. It is a Thursday Ladies Night edition of LA Live. Welcome in Tolos. Welcome in first-time listeners. Welcome in last-time listeners. Welcome in long-time listeners. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com, lady. Somebody on the fan text yesterday said Rick James is not great.
What?
He only had one hit in the 70s. Trust me, kid, I was there.
A lot of haters.
Hey, man, he might not be a great guy. You might have me on that one. But a great songwriter he is, sir. Great musician he definitely is. And he had way more than one hit in the 70s.
Oh, wow.
Way more than one hit, my guy. And go ahead and Google that up. Just because you're not familiar doesn't mean it did not happen. Shout out to Rick James.
I figure he's a party Hall of Famer, too. Like, if you're making your top 10 partiers,
big time.
You got to party with Rick James.
Yeah, dangerous, too. He went to jail for being a terrible person at some point. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Weird.
Yeah. If you say he was an awful person, you're standing on business, and I can't fight you on that one. A study right here for Ladies' Night, a study right here says that women say over 13,000 more words per day than men. 13,000 more words per day than men. On average, women use 20,000 words daily, while men use about 7,000. And I'm pretty sure that's different for you guys, because you guys are actually using your words 5 hours a day.
Whew, a lot of talking. It'd be interesting if we could get like a step counter for words, how many we do.
That'd be amazing.
I've been on some of these weekend days, I keep it under 500.
Yeah.
But ladies will talk. Ladies are good at socializing.
I will say my wife relatively quiet, but the one that gets me every time is like you're not spending quality time together unless it's like we got to speak. We're not talking to each other. Like sitting there and watching a TV show together, Lucius, like we're trying to binge stuff, is not considered quality time.
Yeah. It 100% is, just because we're not talking and opening up our feelings. If we're laughing at something or we're sharing the same emotion while watching something, we are definitely connected in that moment.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sometimes people just want to talk to like the space is too void. It's like, I got to say something, man.
Yeah. The uncomfortable, awkward silence for them is bothering.
No, I love it, man. My girl talks a whole lot. And I can't, I try to hide my face to see, the look of disgust is try to get it off my face in a sense.
Yes, I know exactly what you're saying.
Disgust.
I'm like, can she tell that I'm really not into this? Like, I want her to end it now? Can she tell?
I'm thinking in my head, I'm like, man, I've been way too good of a husband or nice guy lately to get her in this good of a mood that she's talking this much. And I'm actually starting to think like, man, maybe it'd be better if she was mad at me.
Yeah, it was. Yeah,
it'd be better.
Nah, real talk. They try to walk around the house with that silent treatment. Oh man, I'm like, this is a gift from God. What, you're not talking to me? Finally.
Yes. Well, see, the silence is what makes it the quality time.
Yes.
You don't want to let words get in the way. We start talking, we're going to end up in an argument. It's beautiful right here.
Researchers suggest the difference is linked between brain structure and communication styles, with women generally being more expressive and social. I can get that. They like to tell everybody everything about themselves.
Yeah.
And you got to pry it for me. And I mean, pry it for me. It also reminds me of a Patrice O'Neal joke. Check this out.
All right, show of hands, guys. How many of you, your woman tells wonderful stories? I make my girl tell me the end of a story first before I invest any more time into listening to the rest of it. You want to hear what happened to me today? No, what happened? Somebody got shot. All right, go ahead. Try to tell the story.
All right, go ahead. Try to tell the story. Let's see what else I got for you boys. Anybody ever been to Idaho?
No.
One of the 3 states I have not been to, Lucius.
Yeah,
Drove through it mostly. I think only.
Hey, good for you,
Stayed
bro.
at a hotel there a couple times. Coeur d'Alene, Twin Falls.
Well, good for you, man. Somebody's been at least through there. That's pretty cool, because I haven't known anybody from Idaho. LA Live 105.3 The Fan, ladies' night, Idaho Senate, they voted 28-6 in favor of passing HB 270. It's an amendment to Idaho's indecent exposure laws. Idaho wants to include female breast.
Here.
Yep. They want to include male breast altered to look like female breast.
No.
So if you if you switched it on up like the Bruce Jenner type vibes.
Yep.
And you want to throw some things on there, you can't put them out.
So are they saying my boobs right now? I can't show those. I can't express my
you
boobs?
have
My boobs are fine.
You have God-made boobs.
Okay,
those are fine.
Yeah, male altered to look like female breasts. You can't show those things.
All right, that's fine. These ain't altered. These are all natural.
Trust me, nobody wants to see those.
Damn it, Gavin.
Hey, speak for yourself.
I'm not talking to you, Wolchuk. I'm talking to the fakies.
The altered. Okay.
Yeah. You don't want to see bruises?
No.
You just want to take a peek?
Does he have the full-on
No.
fakies?
Nah, he's got big chest, bro.
Okay.
He doesn't have them things on. He's got a real man barrel chest.
Oh, does he really?
Yeah, like them 1950 superhero chests. It's just, just
he's like Superman.
George Reeves from the original Superman.
Yeah, no muscle
Black and white.
definition, just big.
Yeah,
you know what I'm talking about.
That guy wanted decathlon.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
you're right.
Dude
did.
wanted decathlon.
He sure did.
1976, he wanted decathlon in the Olympics.
Yeah.
Gosh, what are we doing?
Male breast altered to look like female breast. You cannot show those. Or artificial breast.